Chapter 1, The Fairy Doctor Comes Down to the Mountain. How old are you now? Elder sister? Which area are you talking about? I think it's appropriate for you to find a younger one. Which aspect again? Senior sister. Stop it. Tang Feng's face flushed red. As a 25-year-old virgin, where could he stand such teasing? Not to mention, Lin Hongyi only wore a single thin cloud-white gauze skirt, which was tightly affixed on top of the stunningly beautiful and delicate body that was submerged in the lake, adding a few more points of impact to that already plump, highly seductive body. Little senior brother is still so cute. Lin Hongyi stretched out her jade hand and brushed Tang Feng's cheek. Her eyes suddenly flashed with sadness. You don't want to accompany me? It seems like you still have to go. Tang Feng was silent for a moment and said firmly, I'm just a commoner after all. If I can't treat my parents' honor well and kill my enemies hand to hand, how should I participate in the vast Tao? Lin Hongyi shook his head and nodded again. It is still the youngest senior brother who lives and understands, and the immortal doctor's sect does not know this reasoning. So be it, you may leave on your own. As for the mountain gates prohibition, it's just an excuse used by senior sister to retain you. A man's ambition lies in all directions. Perhaps the vast world outside is where you belong. As for master and senior brother there, let me speak. The immortal healer sect also had quite a good relationship under the mountain in the earlier years. If there is a need you can order them by all means, as well as the Feng family's affairs. If you have the heart, then fulfill your master's wish. Tang Feng silently got up, respectfully bowed his head towards the rickety wooden house at the top of the mountain, and saluted Lin Hongyi, without a word striding towards the bottom of the mountain. Senior brother, wait, Lin Hongyi suddenly called out to Tang Feng. At the same time, several figures scurried out of the bamboo forest. Tang Feng was stunned. He thought he was careful enough, but he didn't expect to be discovered. Eldest brother, second brother, eighth senior brother. You guys? Eldest senior brother woodenly waved his hand. What are you panicking about? We are not arresting you to go back. Since you want to go down the mountain, being a senior brother naturally wants to give you a ride. Old 10, you don't think that the senior brothers are all poor Taoist priests who can't give you anything of value, so you're not even willing to see them one last time, right? Yes, Old 10. Although we can't give you money and other things outside of the world, but at least our brothers have been out there. This is the immortal medicine sex soul-saving elixir, the life extreme pill, one of which can make the dead alive, flesh and bones white, and prolong your life for 3 years. Also, this is fifth senior brother's accompanying jade pendant. You take it on your body. You can light it up if you run into trouble. I think there will be people who will give me a few points. No, you Old 10 cannot touch the money, but go out in the world is able to a penny difficult to defeat heroes. The outside world there are 8 chambers of commerce, is also counted with me and other old. If you have the need to do can let them help. A blood spraying sound rang out, a mouthful of blood sprayed under the moonlight, and finally condensed into a drop of essence blood falling into a palm-sized small bottle. Eldest senior brother, what are you doing? Tang Feng was shocked. Essence blood was the most important thing for cultivators, which meant that his eldest senior brother had lost nearly 100 years of his Tao alive in order to give him essence blood. Take it, don't talk nonsense. If you have the heart, help me take care of my sister. Get lost. Eldest brother frowned and said in a cold voice. Tang Feng's heart warmed. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound at all. Fellow disciples were like family members. In order to prevent his heart from softening to stay, Tang Feng arched his hand before striding towards the bottom of the mountain. Lin Hongyi acted as if she didn't see it, setting off ripples in the water, her figure sometimes real, sometimes illusory, muttering under her breath. Senior brother, I hope we can meet again. 3 days later, Haichang Station. Tang Feng walked out of the crowd with both hands in his pockets, some emotions in his heart. 3 years, finally back. 3 years ago, he found out that his girlfriend betrayed him. Before he could break up, his girlfriend took the lead in falsely accusing him of neglecting his duties, causing the patient's condition to change suddenly. But at that time, the patient had already become a vegetable, and the director, who had already been bribed, still wanted him to carry out the rescue. And Tang Feng, who had no knowledge of the situation, became the backstabber. And even though he was full of mouths but had no conclusive evidence, he had no choice but to go to jail. Jailed less than a month, he was an old Taoist named to the immortal Dr. Mountain to start practicing. 3 years down has already reached the peak. Martial arts can move Qiankuan. Medical can be dead. During this period, there were many people who asked themselves to go out to the mountain to assassinate evil people. There were also giants from all walks of life who paid a lot of money to find him healing, and accumulated a lot of wealth and connections, but they were all returned by the old Taoist in the name of the immortal healer sex heir not touching money. Regarding this, Tang Feng didn't care. The only thing he wanted to do was to go down the mountain as soon as possible to honor his parents, and at the same time make his girlfriend who betrayed him, his director who framed him, and his adulterer who gave him a hat pay a terrible price. Furthermore, it was what eldest brother had explained, to visit eldest brother's sister. Thumbs up. A Range Rover stopped in front of Tangfeng. The first car above walked down a man and a woman. The man was about 70 years old, a head of white hair, full of wrinkles. It was hard to hide his old age. Female probably in 25-6. Face delicate, pure and watery. Big eyes black as brilliant as stars. A head of shoulders of black hair, although unintentional is to give a person a kind of I see the feeling of pity. Wind Saint. Below Tian Xiong is bowing down to you. Under the gaze of everyone, the old man tremblingly knelt down. A brief action but as if it had consumed all of his strength. For a moment his face was pale and he was panting heavily. Grandpa, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling? Fang Qingya hurriedly squatted down and wanted to help Fang Tianxiong up. However, Fang Tianxiong fought to push Fang Qingya away. Wind Sage, I've been lined up for a year according to the rules and donated $1 billion to the public welfare organization. So please save me. Wind Sage, I remember you, but I'm sorry, I have things to do. Wait until I have time. Tang Feng shook his head. At the moment, his first wish was to go back and visit his mother, and after that, he would settle the score with Ding Yao and the others. Feng Sage, I'm willing to double the original base condition. If it's still not enough, 10 times is fine. Please have mercy. Feng Sage, Fang Tianxiong pleaded. Grandpa, he's the one you're begging? Seeing that he's even younger than me, how could he possibly have the means to cure you? You must have been tricked by him. Fang Qingya said this, not just doubting Tang Feng's ability, but also feeling unworthy of seeing her grandfather kneeling down to a young man. Qingya, don't be rude. This is the Sage of Wind, a senior disciple of the immortal doctor lineage. Is it not for you and I to comment on? Fang Tianxiong chided. I really have something to do. I don't have time for now, but don't worry, you can't die within 3 days. There's time to wait. Tang Feng didn't get angry, but also didn't give Fang Tianxiong another chance to speak, and left straight away. Looking at Tang Feng's back as he left, Fang Tianxiong froze in place and couldn't help but lose his mind. What should have been done had already been done. Could it be that his destiny with Tang Feng had not yet arrived, and that was why Tang Feng had set aside his own condition and disregarded it? Grandpa, let's go back first, not to mention whether this person has the ability to cure you. Looking at his attitude, we can't put all our hopes on him. Fang Qingya persuaded. Qingya, you don't understand. Fang Tianxiong shook his head and said, I have personally seen Feng Sheng bring back to life a lung cancer patient who was declared dead. If anyone in this world can save me, only Feng Sheng can do it. Fang Qingya frowned in contemplation. This was a bit too magical. Some did not believe it, but she was not in a good position to extinguish the only hope of life in Fang Tianxiong's heart. Let's do this, Grandpa. You go back and rest first. I'll go invite him again. Well, that's good, but be sure to pay attention to your attitude. Even if Wind Sage is unwilling, don't do anything that will make him resentful. Fang Tianxiong nodded and said, Don't worry, Grandpa, I have my measure. Chapter 2, Quacks Who Victimize People. Mom, I'm home. Returning home, Tang Feng knocked on the door, but no one responded. He tried twisting the doorknob and the door wasn't locked. Only just as he walked in, he heard gasps between a man and a woman. What's your monkey rush? I haven't even taken my clothes off yet. Don't take it off. I want the uniform. Bugger. First say when you'll marry me or I won't let you in. You also know my Lu family gate big family, which is so simple. I first help you to help on the position of the director, so you can also help our family's drug business. Then marry you over the door is not a word of matter? Really? You're already well? Mainly because it's too exciting. Take a break and we'll come back. Bang! Tang Feng pushed open the door with an angry face. This scared the pair of dogs and men to death, especially Lu Hui, who felt as if he had gotten even softer. Tang Feng? Why are you back? Ding Yaya said in a panic. I should be the one to ask you. Why are you guys in my house? Where's my mom? Tang Feng said in a cold voice. What's your house? The house has been sold to Lu Xiao. Otherwise where would your deadbeat mom get the money to be hospitalized? Ding Yaya said without a trace of anger. What? Tang Feng heart tightened. Mother's body has not been very good. These 3 years do not know how much sorrow experienced. Cannot think more? He coldly looked at the two. A wave of the hand will be the two people lifted off the heavy landing on the ground, and then turned to leave, waiting to cure his mother. Then settle the score with these two beasts. Ouch. It hurts. What are you doing? I'm telling you, this house is now mine. Don't even think about getting any ideas. Ding Yu shouted. Wicked. Where did this big wind come from? Forget it. You go. Let's follow and see. Lu Wei climbed up in a sorry state and said while putting on his clothes. Right. Can't let him hit my house. Shay, how much does this Thai house cost? Go see how he watched that old woman die. And didn't he just come out? Without our consent to come in belongs to trespassing. I'm going to let him go back into squat for a few more days, Lu Hui said in a gloomy voice. 3 years ago, he and Ding Yu cheated on each other and was discovered by Tang Feng, almost being kicked into oblivion by Tang Feng. This account he had not forgotten. Good idea. Right, there's a surveillance at the door to see him come in. Let's make a cut on our body again, so the punishment will be heavier, Ding Yaya said as her eyes lit up. Lu Hui was stunned. This woman is really ruthless. Damn. Sooner or later I have to get rid of it, otherwise it might mess with myself at some point. After going downstairs, Tang Feng looked around and sat on top of a starting Range Rover and said anxiously, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry, please drive to Haicheng Hospital. I don't pimp this car, Fang Qingya said teasingly. Do you think I don't know that you followed me all the way? Hurry up if you don't want Fang Tianxiang to die. Tang Feng was a bit impatient. Even though his medical skills were amazing, he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered at this moment. Fang Qingya was startled. This guy had such a big temper. Muttering, what an attitude. However, she still knew the importance of the matter and was busy rushing to Haicheng Hospital as fast as she could. She just couldn't help but ask, then my grandfather? Let Fang Tianxiong come to the hospital as well. Dropping this sentence, Tang Feng rushed into the hospital in a hurry, inquiring all the way down to his mother Chi Hui's hospital room. Looking at Chi Hui's pale face without a trace of blood on the hospital bed, Tang Feng's heart ached for a moment, tears dripping uncontrollably. Fortunately, he could see that Chi Hui was still alive, so he hastened to save her. Reverse yin and yang, life and death transformation. Tang Feng stabbed a silver needle into Chi Hui's body and continuously channeled the power of yin and yang through his fingertips, and in just a few minutes, Chi Hui's body underwent drastic changes visible to the naked eye. The original pale face was red and flawless, and the body that was about to be cut off from life was just like a normal person. Phew! Chi Hui slowly opened her eyes and was violently shocked upon seeing Tang Feng, wondering if she was dying and was hallucinating. Mom, how do you feel? Tang Feng asked softly. I'm still alive? Little Feng, is it really you? You're back? Chi Hui got up and grabbed Tang Feng's hand. The warm and real touch told her it was real, not a dream. I'm back. The unfilial son Tang Feng is back. Tang Feng's eyes were filled with hot tears. Xiao Feng, don't say that. It's good that you're back. Mom is also feeling much better. Let's get out of the hospital. Mom will go back and make your favorite dishes for you. Let's celebrate. Chi Hui said. Mom, I'll listen to you on all counts, but I still have something to do. You come with me for a moment. Tang Feng nodded. After saying that, he carried Chi Hui out of the hospital room and found Fang Qingya in the first floor hall. At this time, the first floor hall could not be described as not lively. Once they heard that Tianyuan Group's old director Fang Tianxiong was coming, almost all of Haicheng Hospital's senior management rushed to the hospital. Even if they had important matters on their hands, they all put them down, and for a time, the already crowded hall was bustling with activity. So lively. Ms. Fang Dong should have come to us a long time ago to receive treatment. Haicheng Hospital's medical resources are one of the best in the country, and every doctor's medical quality is extremely high. Dean Dong Tianming said with a smile. Is that so? Fang Qingya glanced at him. She had always thought so too, but Fang Tianxiong was stubborn and insisted on inviting Tang Feng, so there was nothing she could do about it. That's of course. I had the honor of meeting Fang Dong last year, and even did a physical examination. Although it's tricky, it can't be said that there's no way out, a somewhat lewdly facing 8-bearded doctor said confidently. Upon hearing this, Tang Feng looked over and let out a cold smile. Zhao Xingyan, the chief physician of the Respiratory Internal Medicine Department. It was his cause that made the patient a vegetable, and then he joined forces with Ding Yeye to falsely accuse Tang Feng, causing Tang Feng to be unjustly imprisoned. Dead fatso, the first cut I make when I come back. I'll start with you first, Dong Tianming said smilingly. Miss Feng, this is the chief physician of the Respiratory Internal Medicine Department of our Haicheng Hospital, who has had extremely rich clinical experience overseas, and has even served as a professor at an overseas Ivy League university, acquiring quite a few honors. Zhao Xingyan proudly puffed out his chest, very proud. In his heart, he was already calculating the bright path to the peak of his life after curing Fang Tianxiong. Director Zhao's clinical experience. I'm sure it doesn't include how to cure a large living person into a vegetable, right? A conspiratorial voice rang out. Everyone's gazes turned to Tang Feng. Most of them no longer recognized him, but Zhao Xingyan exclaimed in shock after looking closely for a moment. Tang Feng? Tang Feng. This name had been a sensation in Haicheng Hospital 3 years ago, only because Tang Feng had neglected his duties, causing Haicheng Mayor Ji Ye's daughter's condition to suddenly change into a vegetable, causing the hospital's reputation to suffer a great loss. When did you come out? Why are you here? Zhao Xingyan's voice tone unconsciously increased because of his weakness. There was no shortage of patients' families coming and going in the hall who had heard of Tang Feng's past, and they all came over. looking at Tang Feng with contempt in their gazes. In their eyes, Tang Feng was a quack doctor with no professional qualities, a quack doctor who harmed people. Seeing me, you're scared? What are you afraid of? Tang Feng sneered. I'm afraid? Zhao Xingyan snorted. What do I have to be afraid of? It's you. Come out and start over. Don't make trouble for yourself again. The words were filled with threats. Thanks for Director Zhao's advice. I also kindly remind you that the grave you dig for others is the one you end up lying in. Tang Feng said. Nonsense. Security. Where's the security? How can you let in any cats and dogs? Drag them out. As the saying goes, if you want people to know, unless you don't. The weak-minded Zhao Xingyan didn't want to see Tang Feng at all at this time. However, just after the words fell, a few bodyguards carried one person carefully over. Grandpa, Feng Tianxiong was already terminally ill, coupled with his advanced age. He fell into a heavy coma not long after he returned. Although this was not the first time, it still caused Feng Qingya to be disoriented. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Help! Quickly help! Someone, quickly send Feng Dong to the operating room for resuscitation. Dong Tianming said in a hurry, then instructed Zhao Xingyan. Director Zhao, I'll leave Feng Dong's treatment to you. Make sure to ensure Feng Dong's life is safe. The latter half of the sentence was more full of deep meaning. Even if he couldn't be cured, he couldn't let Feng Tianxiong have any good or bad luck in Haicheng Hospital. Chapter 3 repeated horizontal jumps. Dean, don't worry. Zhao Xingyan nodded. If this matter was completed, promotion to vice dean would definitely be the nail in the coffin. Feng Qingya didn't stop it. At such an urgent moment, she was still more inclined to pin her hopes on Haicheng Hospital. After all, Tang Feng didn't know the root of the problem. Who knew if it was a real miracle doctor or a fraud? You, go check the instruments. You, do a good job of sterilizing. You, report the patient's body data. For a rich and powerful big shot like Feng Tianxiong, the work efficiency of Haicheng Hospital was not generally high. In 1 to 20 minutes time all kinds of preparations had already been done, and Zhao Xingyan also analyzed the condition roughly through the data displayed by the instruments and his past experience. To be this old and have this disease and not die, it's really a great life. Zhao Xingyan muttered in his heart. Dr. Zhao, how is it? If you need my help just ask. As long as you can cure Feng Dong, I will consider your application at my discretion. Dong Tianming said seriously. Dean, please don't worry. Feng Dong is suffering from a lung abscess. Only a lung puncture is needed. Zhao Xingyan said confidently, then smiled at Feng Qingya and said, don't worry Ms. Feng, it won't take long for Feng Dong to get out of bed and walk. Go back and convalesce for a while and you won't be in any serious trouble. Xiao Shun, give the patient anesthetic. Feng Qingya nodded while taking a long sigh of relief. She looked at Tang Feng and inquired, what's your opinion? My opinion is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's obviously lung cancer, but it's said to be a lung abscess. Quack virtue as always. Tang Feng shrugged. Who's bull asterisk 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 ting? Zhao Xingyan said without a trace of anger. You're a labor prisoner. Who let you in? Dr. Zhao. He's the doctor my grandpa hired to treat him. Let's not talk about that. Are you sure my grandpa doesn't have lung cancer but a lung abscess? Feng Qingya asked. Of course I'm sure. Ms. Feng, I'm a highly educated person who returned from overseas. And him, the quack who caused a medical accident. Which one of us do you think is right? Zhao Xingyan said disdainfully. Feng Qingya was in a difficult situation. On one side was the chief physician of Haicheng Hospital. On the other side was the so-called wind saint who had actually caused medical accidents and squatted in prison. Tang Feng, under normal circumstances certainly do not even need to think about it. But Feng Tianxiong's resolute attitude forced her to think more. You don't have to be embarrassed. I don't have to save him. The consequences will be borne by myself. Tang Feng said indifferently. Ms. Feng, don't let him scare you. I guarantee that at most half an hour Feng Dong will wake up. Getting out of bed and walking is not a problem, Zhao Xingyan said as he patted his chest. As expected, 20 minutes after the lung puncture, Feng Tianxiong slowly opened his eyes after a groan. A group of people immediately surged over. Dong Tianming let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Xingyan really did have two brushes. The reputation of Haicheng Hospital was saved, and he was able to get a large sum of money for the treatment as well as Feng Tianxiong's goodwill. Grandpa, how are you feeling? Any better? Feng Qingya asked with concern. Feng Tianxiong didn't say anything, his eyes a little dull. Zhao Xingyan hurriedly explained. Ms. Feng, it's probably because the effects of the anesthesia haven't ended yet. Just wait a little longer. Well, Dr. Zhao deserves to be a director. His medical knowledge is just high. I'm really thankful to you this time. Feng Qingya nodded and said. Zhao Xingyan had a smug look on his face, glancing at Tang Feng before sneering. Miss Feng is flattering. This is just what being a doctor should do. Unlike a certain kind of person who would only be an alarmist. But right at this moment, Fang Tianxiong suddenly coughed violently, and even coughed up blood, followed by breathing heavily. His face flushed red, as if he was going to suffocate alive in the next moment, and his body convulsed violently. The instrument at the head of the bed issued an ear-piercing chirp. The data declined sharply, as if at any time there may be a life. The faces of the crowd suddenly changed drastically. Fang Qingya anxiously asked, "Director Zhao, what's going on? What's wrong with my grandfather?" Zhao Xingyan froze. He also didn't expect an unexpected situation to occur. Based on Fang Tianxiong's reaction, it was obvious that something had gone wrong with his treatment. But which step had gone wrong? His brain raced, but he couldn't remember for the life of him. "Zhao Xingyan, no matter what's going on, you hurry up and think of a solution. Fang Dong must not have any accidents," Dong Tianming said with a gloomy face. "Dean, why don't you just yourself?" Zhao Xingyan whispered. He had a F***king solution. He didn't even know what Fang Tianxiong's situation was right now. Dong Tianming had already cursed Zhao Xingyan countless times in his heart. He was just being polite and strengthening his impression in Fang Qingya's mind. The diagnosis was made by Zhao Xingyan. The treatment was also made by Zhao Xingyan. If he were to do it all over again, I'm afraid that Fang Tianxiong would have already cooled off in his current condition. Seeing that Fang Tianxiong could not carry on anymore, these two people were still shifting the blame to each other. Fang Qingya was furious to the extreme, and said in a cold voice, "I don't care what method you use. If my grandfather has any mishaps, Haicheng Hospital won't be able to open, and all of you will go to jail." Dong Tianming was about to vomit blood. He was shot even while lying down? Zhao Xingyan was also nervous to the extreme. His body was trembling. Finished. This is really a stolen chicken. Not to mention what bright future. Go to jail to do this dream go. Suddenly, he thought of Tang Feng. Chided, "Tang Feng, all blame you. Must be you, just alarmist interrupted my thoughts. So it led to Fang Dong like this. You have to take full responsibility." Tang Feng was all pissed off and laughed. "You old pig dog really can't change your ways. You planted evidence and framed me once 3 years ago, and you want to do the same thing this time? Humph. This is how it is supposed to be. No one is allowed to enter the operating room. Who authorized you to follow me in? This responsibility should be put on you," Zhao Xingyan said. "Enough." Fang Qingya reprimanded impatiently. She coldly glanced at Zhao Xingyan. Until this moment, she was able to see the true face of this group of people. Half barrels of water with nothing to excel at except for a mouth. But Fang Tianxiong's life was at stake. She didn't have the heart to pursue who was at fault. Right now, she could only put all her hopes on Tang Feng's body. "Tang Feng, you don't have to say anything. With me here, it's hard for him to die," Tang Feng said indifferently. He walked to the operating table and stabbed a silver needle onto Fang Tianxiong's Tian 2 point. And in an instant, the convulsing Fang Tianxiong quieted down. Immediately afterward, more silver needles landed on other points on Fang Tianxiong's body. "What are you doing, Ms. Feng? How can you let him treat Fang Dong? He's just a quack doctor who was expelled from jail," Zhao Xingyan said. "What else? Can you cure my grandfather?" Fang Qingya said in a cold voice. "Oops, this is going to be a big deal," Zhao Xingyan shouted. But the next moment he had a flash of light in his mind, so he said, "I remembered. In fact, Fang Dong's change just now was a normal reaction to the treatment, and it will be fine after a while, but there's nothing I can do about it now." Nausea. Fang Qingya's eyebrows knitted tightly, and she couldn't stop the disgust in her eyes. "Ha ha, Tang Feng, you're really a noble man for me. Don't worry, when you get killed by the Feng family, I'll burn more paper money for you." Zhao Xingyan laughed in his heart. He couldn't wait to beat Tang Feng out just now. But now it was different. Zhao Xingyan couldn't wait to hold Tang Feng and kiss him a few times. Truly his own noble man. Once Tang Feng intervened, what kind of consequences Fang Tianxiong would have could have nothing to do with himself. The bright future is gone, but at least the director's position is still there, and there is no need to go to jail. Suddenly, a dry cough sounded. Phew, much more comfortable. Just now almost didn't suffocate me. Everyone present was shaken in spirit. Awake. Chapter 4, I Never Touch Money. Fang Tianxiong took a long breath of relief. When he saw the person in front of him who was treating him, he was shocked and said, "Wind Sage, don't move around. There are still a few more needles to be placed." Tang Feng said, Yes, thank you Wind Saint. It seems that my Fang Tianxiong's life should not be over." Fang Tianxiong laughed. He was fortunate enough to see the same scene when Tang Feng administered the needles. It looked like he would live for some more years. Magical. It was truly amazing. Thoughts of admiration couldn't help but rise in everyone's hearts. Only Zhao Xingyan had a look of disbelief on his face. His mouth kept repeating impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But the facts were right here and wouldn't change anything because of his denial. "It's already fine. Go back and sleep and you'll be fully recovered." Tang Feng put away all the silver needles and said. Fang Tianxiong moved his body. He had never been as refreshed as he was today. He looked excited and said, "Wind Saint, the grace of saving my life will never dare to be forgotten. I would like to take out another $100 million as a revenge to give it to Wind Saint, and I also ask Wind Saint to smile. My rules you know. If you have a heart, just wait for my call," Tang Feng said. Fang Tianxiong was stunned, secretly saying that he was really old. Wind Sage never touched money, so he nodded. "Grandpa, you're really fine?" Fang Qingye said in delight. "That can still be false. Grandpa feels tens of years younger." Fang Tianxiong laughed out loud. "Great." The big stone in Fang Qingye's heart finally fell. She glanced at Tang Feng with strange eyes. This guy, surprisingly, was really as powerful as Grandpa said. It was only a few minutes of work, and he had saved Grandpa who was about to go to the gates of hell. The name of Divine Doctor. Well deserved. Dong Tianming also let out a long sigh of relief. Good. Great. Just now when Fang Tianxiong's life was hanging by a thread he felt like the sky was about to collapse. Now it's good. Haicheng Hospital and his own life is saved. Wrong. Wrong. You are all wrong. He just took a few broken needles and drummed for a while. There is no sufficient scientific basis, and Fang Dong's improvement has nothing to do with him, Zhao Xingyan said. Tang Feng frowned, glanced at him and asked, "What are you trying to express?" "I've already said earlier that Fang Dong's convulsions are a process before recovery, and you just happen to utilize that. So the improvement in Fang Dong's condition is because I used the correct treatment plan," Zhao Xingyan asserted. Tang Feng was speechless for a while. This person's shamelessness had already reached a certain degree. Open-eyed blindness froze without a red face or heart. Hiss. Fang Tianxiong suddenly convulsed again. The whole person sat down on the ground, looking like the situation was much more serious than just now. This scared Dong Tianming, who hurriedly said, "Zhao Xingyan, what are you still waiting for? Didn't you say you cured Fang Dong? So tell me what's going on here?" Zhao Xingyan was dumbfounded. How did he have an attack again? If he had known that there was such a thing he wouldn't have stood up and risked claiming the credit. He couldn't help but glare at Tang Feng. It's all because this guy blindly got involved. Now I have no way to treat it. The words fell. Fang Tianxiong miraculously recovered, stood up and said with a disdainful face, all right, you're the one who said all the good and bad things. Want to be shameless, Dong Tianming? Are all of your men this kind of goods?" Although he was already too old, the aura of a generation of business overlords was still appalling. Dong Tianming immediately became stammering, with an embarrassed look on his face. Zhao Xingyan's brain buzzed. This old bastard fooled him. It's over. It's over. This was completely over. Dean. Zhao Xingyan looked at Dong Tianming and cast a look for help. "You shut up, Zhao Xingyan. From now on you're expelled. Immediately pack up your things and get out. I don't want to see you again," Dong Tianming said without a trace of anger. Zhao Xingyan immediately hung his head. Slow. Tang Feng spoke up. "Does Dr. Tang have anything to say?" Dong Tianming immediately changed his face, and his smile had a hint of flattery in it. This was a character that even Fang Tianxiong had to treat respectfully. How big did he have to be? It wasn't too much of a stretch to say that a single word could decide his fate. Haicheng Hospital was a private hospital, relying on Tian Yuan Group to start. If there was no Tian Yuan Group to take care of it, it was not certain when it would close. Tang Feng, you help me. Just now it was me who was confused. It was me who was wrong. As long as you help me with a word, in the future I will be at your head. Let me do whatever I want. Hope was rekindled in Zhao Xingyan's heart, only to hear Tang Feng snort coldly. "Just letting you go. That won't do. It's time for us to settle the score from 3 years ago." Boom! Zhao Xingyan's smile froze, and he felt a thunderclap. 3 years ago, a female patient named Jiling was sent to Haicheng Hospital due to a car accident and ended up becoming a vegetable. This matter should still be remembered by President Dong, right? Tang Feng said indifferently. Dong Tianming nodded awkwardly. Of course he knew about this matter. At that time, it made him furious. Or he personally led people to send Tang Feng to the police station. Now that Tang Feng had risen to power, it couldn't be that he wanted to settle the score with him, right? But as you know, Dean Dong, I was only an intern doctor at the time. The one in charge of Jiling was Zhao Xingyan. At the time, it was he who used the wrong medication and misdiagnosed Jiling's vitals, so that's what caused Jiling to become a vegetable. As for me, I'm still in the process of being shot to clean the toilets because I didn't give Zhao Xingyan a gift, and afterward, he asked me to take care of Jiling, forcing the fault of Jiling becoming a vegetable onto me. When Tang Feng finished speaking, everyone looked at Zhao Xingyan with shocked faces. This guy, his guts were too fat, right? Nonsense. You guys shouldn't listen to his side of the story. This is a complete false accusation. Tang Feng, you're holding a personal vendetta, just because I said a few bad words just now. So you're falsely accusing me, aren't you? Zhao Xingyan was scared out of his wits. If he was just expelled that would be fine, but if he was carrying such a charge, under the combined punishment of several offenses, at his age, he wouldn't be able to get out for the rest of his life. Is it nonsense? Just let the patient say it himself? Tang Feng sneered. Humph, you say it's simple. Jiling has been lying on the hospital bed for 3 years. How could she possibly open her mouth? You're obviously trying to sit on the charge of doing death to frame me, Zhao Xingyan said epileptically. Tang Feng sneered, flashed his silver needle and said, that's because you're incompetent. With me here, it's time for her to wake up. After saying that, he walked straight out of the operating room and led the way by Dong Tianming to a ward. Jiling was lying quietly on the bed with a haggard look on her face, with 2 caretakers taking turns to watch over her. Encountering me again is considered your good fortune, Tang Feng secretly said. Jiling's head had already suffered a heavy blow, coupled with Zhao Xingyan's hulking consciousness drastically diminished, and it was unknown what kind of strong willpower it took to survive until today. Dr. Tang, you can proceed with the diagnosis and treatment first. I've already told Mayor Ji about the situation here. He'll be here soon, Dong Tianming said excitedly. Truth be told, he was also eager to witness this miraculous moment. Chapter 5. The truth comes out. This guy, can he really do it? If Jiling is really saved by him and wakes up, it would simply be a miracle in the history of medicine. Fang Qingya murmured. Suddenly, it occurred to her that even Fang Tianxiong's terminal lung cancer had been saved by Tang Feng, which was a miracle in itself. Thinking of this, Fang Qingya couldn't help but take one more look at Tang Feng in the middle of administering needles. I hadn't realized that this guy's serious look was quite enduring. Except for that arrogant and cold look, there wasn't much to be picky about. Qingya, do you like it? When Fang Tianxiong saw his granddaughter in this posture, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Aha! Fang Qingya came to her senses and snapped. Grandpa, what are you talking about? As far as I know, Wind Sage is still in a single state. If you like it, seize the opportunity. There is no shortage of women around such a man. Fang Tianxiong laughed. Nothing like that. Fang Qingya denied it repeatedly. How long had she only known Tang Feng? How could she possibly talk about liking him? It was just that he was slightly more agreeable. It should be like that. Fang Qingya thought so. Click. The door to the ward was pushed open, and a country-faced, slightly tired man pushed the door in. Mayor Ji. Dong Tianming hurriedly greeted him. Ji Knight shook his head, signaling not to speak for now. He stared closely at Tang Feng, his heart wondering, so young, did this young doctor really cure Fang Tianxiong of terminal lung cancer? However, Jiling had been lying in his hospital bed for 3 years, during which time he had searched for many people and used many methods to not be able to revive him. Now he could only try. The sky carries the yuan, the earth illuminates the qiankuan, the Tao empowers the living spirit, the soul knots the human god. To be the power of yin and yang through the silver needle instilled into the body of Jiling, Tang Feng obviously some tired. His head has beads of sweat, 3 times in a day to force the hand, is really make him a little overwhelmed. He'd have to have a big meal to replenish his body when he was done with everything. Doctor, how's it going? Ji Knight couldn't help but speak up. What's the hurry? It's good that she hasn't died after 3 years of slumber. Gotta give her a little time, Tang Feng said without a trace of humor. Ji Yi was stunned. It had been a while since anyone had spoken to him with this attitude, but he didn't care and nodded his head in understanding. Mayor Ji, you can't trust him. This brat is the culprit that caused your daughter to become a vegetable. You're letting him treat your daughter. Isn't this nonsense? Zhao Xingye said excitedly. Ji Yi frowned. He had seen Tang Feng before. Only Tang Feng had really changed a bit over the years. His hair had turned and his appearance was a bit more mature. He's a reformed laborer. He also had his license to practice medicine revoked. He's blatantly practicing illegal medicine. Dong Tianming clearly knows and still allows him to treat him. They should both be arrested and sent to prison, Zhao Xingye said. Zhao Xingye, you! Dong Tianming was furious. He was already being merciful by just dismissing Zhao Xingye. He didn't expect this guy to dare to bite him back. What's wrong with me? I'm just telling the truth. What else? I cured Fang Dong's disease. Tang Feng used a few broken needles and pretended to stab a few needles to steal my credit. They're all liars and criminals. Zhao Xingye became more and more agitated as he spoke, saying that he himself was about to believe it. Clowns. Tang Feng snorted, not taking Zhao Xingye's dying struggle to heart at all. Mayor Ji, you don't believe me? It's been so long. Your daughter has yet to show any signs of awakening. Isn't that proof enough? Could it be that you're harboring criminals? Zhao Xingye continued to irritate. One size fits all, Ji Yi said indifferently. Even if Ji Ling couldn't wake up, but Fang Tianxiong was standing in front of him in good health. Even if Tang Feng was practicing medicine illegally, it wasn't enough to go to jail. And just at this moment, Ji Ling sat up violently. Her body was very sensitive and grabbed Tang Feng's arm. Flower neck. Even if I die today, I will die with you. Tang Feng frowned and pushed Ji Ling away with brute force, not showing the slightest bit of compassion. Ji Knight's emotions instantly went out of control. The mayor's majesty from previous days was gone. His eyes held Ji Ling with hot tears in them. You finally woke up. Dad, can't hold on much longer. Ji Ling's mind went blank, but soon she reacted. She had just been dreaming, and in reality, she had slept in the hospital for a long time due to her serious injuries. Dad! She couldn't hold back her tears any longer and hugged Ji Yi as she cried, but Tang Feng didn't want to give them too much time for father and daughter to warm up, and interrupted out of the blue. Going to bother you guys for a bit. Ji Ling, you still remember what happened before you passed out, right? Who are you? Ji Ling frowned, somewhat angry at Tang Feng's meddling. You don't need to care who I am. I'll ask you again. Do you still remember? Ji Knight said gently. Take a look. Was it him who was responsible for curing you back then? Ji Ling glanced at Tang Feng and shook her head, then looked at Zhao Xingyan. Her eyes instantly glazed over, quickly pouncing on Zhao Xingyan and forcibly holding him down. It's you. I remember you. It's you. Ji Knight was shocked and hurriedly pulled Ji Ling away. Who? Zhao Xingyan was breathing heavily. He was almost strangled alive by Ji Ling. Spirit, what are you doing? Ji Knight asked in disbelief, although he knew that his daughter had a bit of a temper. It wasn't so bad that she would catch someone and lay her hands on them. Dad, it's this guy. After he gave me the medicine and I felt sick, he suddenly hit me on the head with a heavy object and tried to smother me with a pillow. Ji Ling said angrily. Zhao Xingyan could be said to be her murderer, which made Ji Ling see Zhao Xingyan again. How could she not be angry? Boom! These words exploded in everyone's mind, and gazes of disbelief were cast. No, it's not like that. No, you're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. You're in cahoots with Tang Feng. You're joining forces with him to slander me. Zhao Xingyan looked like he was a bit demented, stuttering as his body went limp and sat on the ground. As a father, Ji Yi instantly exploded, rushing over and choking Zhao Xingyan. Bastard, why did you do this? If I wasn't considering this layer of identity, I really wanted to strangle you to death. I didn't want to. I accidentally used the wrong medicine. But things can't be undone. I can only do this. I'm not wrong. It's not my fault. People don't act for themselves. I also did it for self-preservation. What's wrong with me? Zhao Xingyan was in a state of madness. Ji Knight took a deep breath. Ding dong, control the people first. I'll have someone come to receive them. Dong Tianming nodded. He now hated to let Zhao Xingyan die in a hurry. What the hell? Heartless thing. It also delayed his future. Dr. Tang. Ji Knight quickly calmed down and walked to Tang Feng, saying with a guilty face, Dr. Tang, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I've wronged you for what happened back then. It's my fault. I'll have a meeting to discuss a compensation plan. In addition, I'll personally take out $50,000. One is the consultation fee. The other is my personal compensation. Less is less, but that's all I have. Tang Feng waved his hand. I never touch money. Donate it to Project Hope. Ji Ling was stunned, admiring Tang Feng even more. Young in age, with such a high level of medical skills, and without arrogance or fame, such a redoubtable son, rare in the world. But I still have one more thing. I need the mayor to do me justice. Tang Feng said with a faint smile, killing intent showing in his eyes. Din ya, Lu Hui. It's your two beasts' turn. Chapter 6. So it's a dog barking. Please go ahead. As long as it doesn't go against the laws and regulations, I'll do my best. Ji Knight said solemnly. Tang Feng told everything that had happened to him after he returned home. Outrageous. Wait a moment. Dr. Tang, I'll ask. Ji Knight frowned and took out his cell phone and dialed. The call was quickly connected, and the other party was the first to speak. Mayor Ji, I'm in the middle of something on my end to report to you. Tang Feng, the prisoner of that year's medical malpractice, has been reported to have broken into people's homes and committed murder and injury. Nonsense. Ji Knight chided. How did I hear that the house was originally Tang Feng's? It was Ding Yu who took Tang Feng's mother's hand to sign and draw a pledge to sell the house, which doesn't have a legal effect, so the house still belongs to Tang Feng. As for the murder and injury, is there any evidence? The scene can leave fingerprints, or video as evidence? The other party froze, and only said after a while, no. As for what you said about Tang Feng's negligence of duty, causing my daughter to accidentally become a vegetable in the case was wrong. I was about to help him overturn the case. The second Tang Feng trespassing, murder and injury case you seriously investigate again. We must not let him suffer from another unjustified injustice. Ji Knight said. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Ji Knight looked at Tang Feng and said, Dr. Tang, things will be like this for the time being, but lately you should not leave Hai Chang. If there is a need, I hope you can cooperate with the investigation. It's not a problem. Being upright is not afraid of shadows, Tang Feng said. Then that's it for now. I'll go back and write the materials, and try to help Dr. Tang overturn the case as soon as possible. G Knight said and left quickly. Fong Tianming's eyes were grim, indescribably annoyed. His own life-saving benefactor had been planted and framed by petty criminals, really looking for death. After thinking about it, he whispered, Wind's Sage, do you want me to send someone to give these two sons of ESA? Tang Feng patted Fong Tianxiang's shoulder. That won't be necessary. You help me find someone. This is very important to me. Please Wind Saint command. Hearing that Tang Feng had something he needed help with, Fong Tianxiang came into the spirit. Tang Feng informed Fong Tianxiang of the name and specific information of eldest brother's sister before walking straight out of the hospital room. Eldest senior brother was very good to himself, and Tang Feng naturally had to be attentive to the things he ordered. Don't worry Wind Saint. I will do my best, Fong Tianxiang said loudly. This was a good opportunity to get closer to Tang Feng, and he immediately gave orders to his men. Fong Dong, Dr. Tang's medical skills are so superior. Why don't I hire him back as a chief physician? Dong Tianming asked. Haichang Hospital was one of the top hospitals in Haichang, with a large number of medical talents, and the entry threshold was extremely high, not to mention graduates from ordinary medical universities. Even many high achievers who studied overseas were rejected. The chief physician has what kind of gold content can be imagined. How much fake wine did you drink? If Fengshang wants to, I'll fund a hospital for him even if I want to. I'm warning you not to add to Fengshang's problems. Otherwise don't blame me for cutting off the funding of Haichang Hospital, Dong Tianming said without a trace of anger. Dong Tianming smiled sarcastically, hating Zhao Liyan in his heart. Mom, what do you want to eat today? Son will make it for you. Just make what you love to eat. Mom likes it all. Chi Hui was in good spirits. There was the reason of recovering from a serious illness, but also the joy of seeing Tang Feng come back safely. Hearing this, Tang Feng felt even more indebted to his mother, vowing to be filial in the future. Tang Feng, how come you weren't arrested? Just as he walked out of the hospital, he heard a discordant voice. The person who spoke was Lu Hui. After calling the police, he and Ding Yeye squatted in front of the hospital for half a day, waiting for the police to come and arrest Tang Feng, so they could watch the joke. Who knows, waiting for half an hour. Not to mention Tang Feng was arrested. The police, he did not see one. Now in the summer, the weather is hot. Mosquitoes are fed a lot. I thought, what is the sound? It turns out to be a dog barking, Tang Feng said indifferently. Anger appeared on Lu Hui's face, pointing at Tang Feng and cursing. Grass, you dare to curse me? Believe it or not, I'll get you killed. Unbelievable. Tang Feng looked at Lu Hui expressionlessly. You. Lu Hui was choked by Tang Feng's words. The fire mischievously sprang up. Well, you've got guts. Right. Why didn't I see you so guts when I was banging your woman? Only dares to boast. But in reality, it's a waste of a thing. Lu Xiao, what kind of seed can he have? With me together for more than 4 years, have not even touched me a bit. Maybe it is a dead eunuch. Which has Lu Xiao, you are brave every time you tossed people dead and alive. Ding Yeye sneered. These words said Lu Hui is very popular. Laughed, haha said good. Tang Feng, you say you, even his ex-girlfriend so say you, live, and what is the meaning of it? Simply ha, that side is the sea of peony. Jump down to end their own got. Yo, just now did not see, but also your deadbeat mom back out. How? Is no money to pay the medical bills, so was kicked out? TSK, waste is waste. You mother and son are both waste. Tang Feng sneered, killing intent in his eyes, but Lu Hui did not realize this at all, and continued to taunt. However, Lu Xiao, I was born with a heart of compassion. I don't mind giving you mother and son to collect the corpse at that time. The requirements are not too high. You and your dead mother kneel down together. Give me a few kowtows on the line. Tang Feng laughed, but gave Lu Hui a cold feeling to the bone. Grass, are you nuts? The old man is humiliating, you don't see it, but also laughed out loud. Really nuts. You say, how did you find him in the first place? The snowball's brain is still not good at making waste. Tang Feng gently put Chi Hui down and softly said, Mom, sit down and rest for a while. Xiao Feng, forget it, hitting people is against the law. Mom doesn't want you to leave me again. Chi Hui shook her head and said. Tang Feng smiled and said, don't worry Mom, I know in my heart. Ai. Chi Hui sighed. The mud man still has a 3-point fire. Lu Hui and Ding Yeye just so humiliated their son. Say not angry is false, but afraid of, so let Tang Feng stalled in the lawsuit again. What? You punk still want to make a move? Laugh me to death. Don't think you're a labor prisoner, I'm afraid of you. Lousy is not only good in bed, beating you up is also. Ka-ching, a crunching sound. Lu Hui opened his mouth, but he couldn't speak. The intense pain came like a tidal wave, instantly drowning his sanity. Ah, it hurts. It hurts me to death. With the punch just now, Lu Hui's mouth was distorted, and the words that came out were blurred, but the screams were clear. Ding Yaya was startled when she saw Lu Hui being hit. Pointing at Tang Feng, she said, You, Tang Feng, how dare you hit young Lu? I think you don't want to live. Asterisk 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 you girl horse. Tang Feng raised his foot and kicked Ding Yaya's stomach. Ah! Ding Yaya sprawled on the ground like a toad, her face stained with a lot of dust and small stones, and the bridge of her nose was a bloody mess. Tang Feng sneered, You was worthy of snarling and barking in front of me. Do you really think I'm good-tempered? You. Ding Yaya couldn't believe that Tang Feng dared to hit her and talk to her like that. In the 4 years that she had been with Tang Feng had treated her in every way, gently, not to mention hitting her, even speaking loudly had never happened. But today, it hurts. Damn it, Tang Feng, you punk are looking for death. I'm the youngest master of the Lu family. Just you wait, I'll make you regret it. No, even if you kneel in front of me and lick your shoes, I won't let you go. You and your deadbeat mom prepare your coffins and wait for death. Lu Hui waved his fist and smashed it on the ground. The severe pain and humiliation made him lose his mind, and he threatened with abandon. Perhaps, you don't have a future, Tang Feng said indifferently, slapping one hand on Lu Hui's shoulder. Extracting the silk, the vitality was severed. Body transformation hand. Chapter 7, Spare you? It's a fantasy. Hiss. Lu Hui instantly came to his senses. He then remembered that the current Tang Feng was no mean feat if he wanted to kill him. By saying that just now, he would undoubtedly completely enrage Tang Feng. Don't. Tang Feng, I'm wrong, just now it was my nonsense. Don't be so familiar with me. Lu Hui kept kowtowing. I don't know what's going on with this Tang Feng. After sitting in jail for 3 years he has become so capable of fighting, and his heart is so ruthless. In order to live, he can only bow his head for the time being. There will be plenty of chances to retaliate in the future. What did you call me? Tang Feng said in a cold voice, gesturing to make a move. Lu Hui's face turned white with fear, almost crying out, Tang, no, Father Tang, Grandfather Tang, Ancestor Tang, you spare my life. I definitely won't dare to cause trouble with you in the future. Then what are you? Tang Feng asked again. Me? What kind of thing can I be? I'm your old man's dog. Woof woof woof. I'm an animal. I'm not even as good as your old man's piece of. In order to stay alive, Lu Hui could be said to be doing anything, giving up all his dignity. Ha ha ha. Tang Feng glanced at Lu Hui contemptuously. You really are a bottomless, tail-wagging dog. For the sake of you having such a clear perception of yourself, get lost. Lu Hui was like an amnesty. He hurriedly crawled away quickly like a dog with all 4 limbs facing the ground. Ding Yaya also scurried away, afraid that Tang Feng would ask her to stay. Spare you? The sky is the limit. Tang Feng looked at Lu Hui's fleeing back and sneered. He hadn't wanted to directly kill Lu Hui. That would only leave himself in trouble. He had only left a seed in Lu Hui's body just now. A seed that was enough to make Lu Hui's organs gradually wither and fail within a month until his vitality was completely cut off. In other words, even if Lu Hui wanted to die painfully it wasn't that easy. Mom, let's go home. Tang Feng carried Chi Hui on his back. After buying a house in Ding Yaya's name, Tang Feng lived with Ding Yaya, while Chi Hui didn't want to disturb them, so she rented another house, located in the eastern part of Haicheng's urban village, with only 1 room. Mom, just sit and wait for dinner. I'll do it, Tang Feng said. Good. Chi Hui had a sad face and didn't know what she was thinking. On the mountain, Tang Feng could be said to be doing everything. After serving his master, serving his elder brothers and sisters, he had practiced a good hand at cooking, and not long after, a delicious dish with all the colors and flavors was ready. Mother and son chatted for a while. Finally Chi Hui still couldn't help but say, Xiao Feng, just now I always feel relieved. You just came out if you go back in. Mom, don't worry, it'll be fine, and the case from 3 years ago has been investigated clearly, and will immediately return my innocence. Tang Feng comforted. Really? That's good. That's good. Chi Hui let out a sigh of relief. Tang Feng smiled and said, That's for sure. Mom, don't take that woman's matter to heart. Just based on your son's ability, he'll be able to find another one for you to be your daughter-in-law. Good. Mom believes in you. Chi Hui nodded, then tentatively asked, Little Wind, do you have any plans for the future? Do you still want to go back to work at Haicheng Hospital? No need, Mom, Tang Feng said. With his current skills, where would he need to go back to Haicheng Hospital? If he wanted to make money, he could casually make a few small goals. Know that you will say so. Not to return to that sad place is also good. I heard that the manager of the unit is still recruiting drivers. Why don't we go to apply for the next try? Chi Hui said. Mom also does not urge you to find a partner, but there must be a job to earn some money, so that you can have money to marry a daughter-in-law in the future. Tang Feng was a bit helpless. but didn't know what to say to Chi Hui. Although it's just a driver, it's also an employee of Tianyuan Group. The treatment in all aspects is still good. I'll make a call to the group leader later to talk about this. Chi Hui thought Tang Feng couldn't let go for a while, and spoke out to comfort him. Wait, Mom, what did you say? Tang Feng's eyes widened. Tianyuan Group. Ah, what's wrong? Chi Hui spoke again. Nothing. Tang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The world was a bit of a coincidence. No matter what, he had to get a firm foothold in Haicheng, not dishonoring his master's rule of hanging on to the world, and he couldn't let his mother worry about him anymore. After dinner, Tang Feng received a call. Hey, it's Tang Feng, are you asleep? It's you? How do you know my cell phone number? Tang Feng froze. It was actually Fang Qingya. What was this woman doing calling herself? Don't worry about this. Are you free tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner as a thank you for saving my grandfather. Fang Qingya said. I don't think I'm free. My mom asked me to apply for your general manager's driver at Tianyuan Group. Tang Feng said helplessly. I'm the general manager. Fang Qingya was shocked and said somewhat incredulously. You, Feng Shang, want to be a driver for me? No, you're not short of money either. Right, my grandfather said he would pay you $100 million but you didn't even ask for it. Tang Feng said helplessly. Alright, if you really want to thank me, just give me the green light when the time comes. After hanging up the phone, Tang Feng was depressed for a while, but it was true that he couldn't let Chi Hui rest assured if he kept being a hobo. Working at Tianyuan Group would allow him to take care of his mother while searching for the whereabouts of his big brother's sister, so there was no delay. After washing up, Tang Feng sat down on the sofa and started practicing the immortal Dr. Sex inherited technique, the Great Sun reincarnation technique. This technique could only be practiced by the immortal Dr. Sex heirs. It was extremely profound, and was only passed down to him by his master half a year before he left the mountain. Until now Tang Feng had only comprehended the first layer. After settling down, the Great Sun reincarnation technique is like turning on a turbocharger, extremely domineering to this side of the sky and Earth's aura plundering, by Tang Feng refining after forging his body. This was the necessary path of the Qi refining stage. Only by strengthening the body to the extreme could it withstand the final impact, thus laying the foundation and stepping into the foundation establishment stage. Early the next morning, the red sun rose. Tang Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After a night of cultivation, his strength was further improved. He had already stepped into the 9th level of Qi cultivation, and he only needed a foot in the door to make a breakthrough. Not long after Chi Hui also came out from the room. Mother and son casually dealt with a mouthful then took the bus to Tianyuan Group. Little Wind, this money you take, later with our group leader to say a few good words. She is the manager's assistant's brother's 7th granduncle's daughter. As long as she opens her mouth, maybe you can stay, Chi Hui admonished. Tang Feng nodded helplessly. Even the chairman of Tianyuan Group had to treat himself with respect. He didn't expect that he would have to put in a good word for a small employee. Where could he justify this? In the distance, a middle-aged woman was saying in a commanding manner, I received a notice that there is an honorable guest visiting today. All give me some spirit, clean carefully and carefully. If there is a grain of dust this month's wages are all deducted. After seeing Chi Hui, the middle-aged woman cursed and said, Chi Hui, what's the matter with you? The disease is just right you give me late is not it? How not to die in the hospital? Your bonus this month is gone. Chapter 8, The Glorious Cleaner. Tang Feng frowned, his eyes instantly grim. Little Wind, don't be impulsive. Chi Hui shook her head and grabbed Tang Feng's hand, then walked over to the middle-aged woman's face slightly bowing her head and said with some curtness, Team Leader Lan, my cell phone is broken. The time is a bit slow. Oh right, this is the breakfast I brought for you. Eat it while it's hot, said the breakfast bought on the way along with $100 stuffed to the middle-aged woman. In fact, Chi Hui used the elderly phone, not to mention the basic functions of the phone, even the chance of error. How can the time is not allowed? This is the sadness of the little man. No matter whether they have made a mistake or not, as long as the other side wants to guess you afoot, you not only can not hide, but also have to put your face over. Humph, if it is not usually see you honest, long ago you opened, just now I said you also heard it. Today the group has a VIP guest, the general manager personally ordered, must give people a good impression. Lan Mai put $100 into his pocket and threw his breakfast into the trash bin in his hand. Yes, I will work seriously and never let down Team Leader Lan's trust. Chi Hui was busy nodding her head in agreement, and then she pulled the grim-faced Tang Feng forward and smiled sarcastically. Team Leader Blue, this is my son. He got his driver's license when he was in college, and he's honest and can work hard. So you see, wait, what do you want? Although it's just a cleaning job, but in the end it's in Tianyuan Group. Not just any trash can come in. Lan Mai sneered. Chi Hui compensated with a smile. Yes, what Team Leader Lan said. Xiao Feng, quick, Introduce yourself to team leader Lan. Forget it, Mom. Tianyuan group is a big group. The threshold is high. It's not something a person like me can climb up to. Tang Feng shook his head and said, originally, he wanted to give it a try, but now it seemed better to forget about it. Moreover, for a group leader to have such a big lecherous authority, he really didn't know how many blank stares his mother had suffered on weekdays and how much she had suffered. As a human son, he must not endure it. Even though the immortal doctor's heir couldn't collect money, it still wasn't difficult to give his mother a decent, clothed life. Humph, you're still posing at a young age. Shi Hui, is this your good son? Okay, you also do not say. Cleaning on the original is not short of people. Let your son go back. Again dare to nagging. I let you also rolled bunks to get out. Lan Mai said impatiently. Shi Hui saw the situation, pulled Tang Feng's hand. Blue team leader, you do not misunderstand. My son is not very good at talking. You more understanding. But people heart is not bad. Said she put the ready money sneakily stuffed to the blue wheat. Blue wheat touched the thickness. Satisfied. Said, well, see out. The heart of the mind is indeed not bad. That line. I'm not unreasonable people. Let your son go to receive a set of clothes, quickly go to work. No. Blue team leader, you misunderstand. Our manager is not missing a driver. You see can. You. Chi Hui said. What? Blue my voice raised several heights. Snorted, is you crazy or I'm crazy? That is the general manager. Although just recruit a driver, but not what a cat or dog can do. On your son this heart, can still be far from it. Chi Hui's face skin trembled. Helplessly said, Blue team leader, you also know. I spent a lot of money on hospitalization. Why don't you let my son try first, and will definitely thank you later. No means no. Where is all the nonsense? Lan Mai said in a bad mood. His eyes revealed some playfulness after sizing up Tang Feng for a while. However, your son's personal condition is quite good. Just give me an assistant. Chi Hui's complexion changed. She knew Lan Mai's personality too well. How could she not know its meaning? Her tone somewhat pleadingly said, Team leader Lan, I'm afraid this won't work. Just let him give it a try. Xiao Feng, he took his driver's license in college. He is young and honest. He is definitely competent. It's not up to you to decide if he can be competent. It's me. Lan Mai coldly said, I've already taken care of you and your son. Think about it. If you still don't want to, go back where you came from. Chi Hui hesitated for a while and sighed. Team leader Lan, how about this? Let Xiao Feng work with me as a janitorial worker first. You examine and check his character, then talk to assistant Lu? Blew my face some impatience, but on second thought, anyway, is working under his own. The old cow eat young grass thing is not sooner or later. Immediately nodded, okay, so it is. Hurry to go to work. If there are any mistakes affect the VIP's impression, all of you will have to get out of here for me. Shi Hui once again said a few good words before walking away with her tools and Tang Feng. Mom, actually you don't have to please that old thing so much, Tang Feng said helplessly. Just now, if he wasn't concerned about Chi Hui's face, he would have exploded. Little wind. People under the roof have to bow their heads. You are still young. This kind of thing Mom do it for you. In fact, in Tianyuan group dry cleaning is nothing bad. The salary is not too low. In the future Mom is looking for a chance to help you say something. There is still a chance to go to the general manager as a chauffeur. That way it is also much more decent. Chi Hui patted Tang Feng's shoulder and said, Hey, Mom, I'll tell you a secret. In fact, your son now has a good fortune. That is, the situation is somewhat special, cannot directly take the money. Otherwise, a few 100 million or even a few 100 million I can send to your hands. Tang Feng said solemnly. Chi Hui did not say a word, staring blankly at Tang Feng, thinking that he was not overly hasty. His son has just been released from prison, has not been properly relaxed. The pressure has not been released, and was so forced by the blue wheat. The spirit are beginning to be abnormal. Needless to say, Tang Feng saw what it meant from his own mother's face. Knowing that his mother didn't believe him, he smiled helplessly and bitterly. It's better to explain it when he has the chance. Mom, I'll go do the registration first. The process was simple. Nothing more than reporting identity information. After receiving his clothes, Tang Feng officially became a cleaner at Tianyuan Group Right. However, just as he walked through the corridor and was about to wait for the elevator to go to his work area, he saw two disgusting figures. Din Yaya, Lu Hui. They likewise saw Tang Feng. At first, Lu Hui still had a psychological shadow over Tang Feng because of last night's incident. But when he saw the uniform Tang Feng was wearing, Lu Hui was first stunned, then snorted out a laugh. Tang Feng? I shouldn't be blinking. Right, you're a cleaner? Tang Feng glanced at him and didn't say anything. Sure enough, the dog still couldn't change his ways. Ugh, look at me. How could I forget that you just came out of it? So you can only be a cleaner. Come, sweep and wipe this place. Lu Hui stretched his hand, then spat on the ground. Is your skin itching again? Tang Feng said indifferently. Lu Hui shrunk his neck for a moment before reacting. Damn, what are you pretending to be? This is Tian Yuan Group. You dare to move a hand and try? Seeing Tang Feng did not say anything, Lu Hui was even more complacent, thinking Tang Feng was afraid. Then said, Grass. Thought you were more bullish. Not just a cleaner. You can beat the out of it. Come out to mix with a background. Have to have power. Understand? I'm a member of the Lu family, and you're just a janitor. You're only worthy of licking my shoes. That's the gap between you and me. Understand? Bang! Tang Feng kicked out, as fast as lightning, heavily kicking Lu Hui's leg. Ouch! Lu Hui hit the ground headfirst. His head looked like it was about to explode. Grass! You sneak attacked me again. Rubbish! Tang Feng glanced at him with disdain. Being called a waste by someone he regarded as a waste, Lu Hui was instantly furious, pointing at Tang Feng. You still dare to hit me? Humph! I'm going to file a complaint against you. You won't even be able to do your job as a cleaner. What's going on? Making a scene. Lan Mai walked over with a taut face. Seeing Blue Mai, Lu Hui became even more angry and scolded. Blue Mai? You came just in time. This guy is your people. Right, Line Iu. Under the hands of people dare to hit me. This thing you see how to do it. Let me tell you. I'm here today to talk to your Mr. Fong about cooperation. If you can't handle it, I'll have to talk to your Mr. Fong. Blue Mai fixed his eyes and smiled. Egu. What wind blew our Lu Young to come? He. Lu Young, you don't worry. This thing I surely do strictly. Lu Hui, the youngest master of the Lu family, and still come to find Mr. Fong to talk about cooperation. Must be Mr. Fong accounted for the important guests. Absolutely cannot be neglected. It's not just the son of an ordinary cleaner under her. If she can use it to win Lu Hui's favor, then it's worth it. Chapter 9, Fired an important client? Lu Hui snorted lightly, mockingly looking at Tang Feng, as if to say, what's the point of you being able to fight? You're not even close to wanting to fight me. Little beast, what are you up to? I kindly let you work under my hand. How long has it been and you're causing me such a big mess? Hurry up and apologize to Lu Xiao. Then let Lu Xiao beat you up to reduce your anger. Lan Mai said in a good-natured manner. Impossible. Tang Feng said indifferently. You little brute still dares to disobey me. Well, from now on you're expelled. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Lan Mai scolded. Tang Feng took off his uniform and threw it at Lan Mai, coldly saying, how rare do you think I am? Besides, put your mouth cleaner, ugly and old and fat old woman with bad skin and not much hair. You. Lan Mai was angry, cannot say a complete sentence. Chest up and down. The whole face has turned into a pig liver color. At this exact moment, Chi Hui cleaned this floor. Lan Mai furiously ran over and lifted her hand to give Chi Hui a slap. You broomstick, sickly child, I'll beat you to death. Tang Feng's face darkened as he lifted up Lan Mai and threw him heavily to the ground. You dare to hit my mom? I'll kill you. Xiao Feng, don't be like this. Let go of team leader Lan. Chi Hui hurriedly said. Ouch, it hurts me to death. Chi Hui, you really have a good son. My old lady has never suffered this kind of nuisance after living so many years. Lan Mai cried out in pain. Team leader Lan, there must be a misunderstanding. Xiao Feng, don't be impulsive. What's going on here? Chi Hui asked. You still have the face to ask. This little brute just went to work just how long ago? He even dared to hit Lu Xiao. Know who Lu Xiao is? Lu family's young master. Is also the important guest that Mr. Fong said. This time you guys can have a big trouble. Lan Mai gave a head-splitting angry scolding. When Chi Hui heard this, her heart seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze. Just now she had learned from other colleagues that the person who could let Mr. Fong call him an important guest must have a very big head. How can I say that he must be on the same level as the chairman of Tian Yuan Group? Chairman, Mr. Fong Tianxiong. Anyone in Haichang would not be unaware of Mr. Fong Tianxiong, a giant who owned trillions of dollars of property and was ruthless. Chi Hui showed a difficult face, and ignoring the fact that she had just been slapped by Lan Mai, she pleaded, Team leader Lan, there must be a misunderstanding. Xiao Feng, he is not a reckless and impulsive person. She went to Lu Hui again. Her expression stiffened when she saw Ding Yu, but still pleaded, you are Lu Xiao, right? Xiao Feng is young and unintelligent. Don't be general with him. If you are angry in your heart, just charge at me. You can hit me any way you want. Just don't make things difficult for Xiao Feng. Mom, Tang Feng said, you don't have to plead with him. If you beat him, if he dares to pop out half a word from his mouth, I'll still beat him up. Hearing this, Lu Hui froze and didn't dare to speak again, afraid that Tang Feng would beat him up again just like yesterday. That was really hard, and didn't take his life away in one wave. And from last night, he felt very wrong. His body seems to have been emptied out, tossing and turning all night without a good night's sleep. Humph, old woman, you still have the face to beg for forgiveness. Why didn't I see you beg for forgiveness last night when he beat up Lu Xiao? Tell you, it's too late. Later we will talk to Mr. Fong. We can't spare you mother and son. Ding Yaya said disdainfully. Blue Mai heard, scolded, good eye you too, but also more than hit Lu Xiao once. Roll. Hurry up and roll. You are fired. I do not want to see you mother and son. Chi Hui still wanted to say something else, but heard Tang Fong said, Mom, this job is not to be done. Believe me, not to mention a janitorial job. The entire Tianyuan group your son does not put in his eyes. He, what a big mouth. Chi Hui, take your son to the mental hospital. This is a very big disease that can't be delayed. Lan Mai sneered. Mom, let's go. Tang Fong said. Chi Hui sighed, knowing that she definitely couldn't stay, so she had no choice but to leave. It's too cheap to spare him just like that. Only after Tang Fong left did Lu Hui dare to hatefully say, it's not urgent, as long as we can negotiate a cooperation with Mr. Fong today. It's not just a matter of words if we want to clean him up. When the time comes, new grudges and old scores will be settled together, so that he can't beg for his life and can't beg for his death. Ding Yaya said. Well, but it's been so long, why hasn't Mr. Fong come to call? I'll make a call to ask. Lu Hui said and took out his cell phone and dialed out. Hello? It's Mr. Fong's assistant. It's like this. I've already made an appointment with Mr. Fong to talk about cooperation today. Do you think it's convenient for Mr. Fong now? Oh, I'm sorry Mr. Lu. Mr. Fong has an important VIP to meet today so he won't be seeing guests for the time being. You can come back next time. Lu Hui froze. Important guest? What kind of important guest would have such a big face that even the cooperation with the Lu family was put on hold? Lan Mai, what kind of important honored guest does Tianyuan Group have today? Isn't it you, young Lu? You mustn't take what happened just now to heart. Young Lu, this kind of city folk is not worthy of a glance from young Lu's eyes. Lan Mai Mei laughed. It can't be Tang Fong? Joke. How could a janitor's son be the important VIP mentioned by Mr. Fong? Poof. Being reminded of this, Lu Hui remembered the humiliation of being beaten up by Tang Fong, and with a cold snort, he left Tianyuan Group with his arm around Ding Yu. Damn it, two sweepers, I can't spare you. Lan Mai took out his walkie-talkie and said, Xiao Gao, if you see Chi Hui and a guy at the entrance stop them for me, I'll be right over. Lu Hui is an important guest. If he lets Mr. Fong know that it was one of his men who beat up Lu Hui, even if he is the daughter of Mr. Fong's assistant's brother's seventh granduncle, he still can't take it. This breath must be given. General Manager's office. The assistant put down the phone and said to the absent-minded Fong Qingya, General Manager Fong, Lu Hui came to the phone just now, but I've already said that you have an important honored guest today, so I let him leave first. Fong Qingya fiddled with her cell phone. Looking at the time it wasn't too early. How come I didn't see Tang Fong come? So she asked, Xiao Chen, is there anyone applying for a driver today? No, Ms. Fong, the assistant said doubtfully. Oh, Xiao Fong, it's okay, the job is gone, but in the future you must not be so impulsive. The job is gone. If the lawsuit that can be troublesome. Chi Hui said. Good, I won't next time. Tang Fong nodded. It's good to go home and rest for a while. Turn around I'll look for team leader Lan once more and beg her to let us come back again. Chi Hui calculated to go to the farmer's market to unload a few days of goods. Tired is a little tired, but the wages are high. When you save enough money to send it to Blue Mai, maybe there is still hope. Drip drip drip. Tang Feng's cell phone rang, and when he answered it, he heard Fong Qingya's nice voice. Tang Fong, didn't you say you'd come to be my driver? How come it hasn't come yet? Came but has been fired. Tang Fong said. What's going on? How come I don't know? Fong Qingya asked. After listening to Tang Fong recount what happened he was suddenly furious and said with a gloomy face, I know. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation. Xiao Chen, call Blue Mai here. Chapter 10, his name is Tang. Something had gone wrong. Xiao Chen glanced at Fong Qingya, an ominous premonition rising in her heart. Auntie wouldn't have gotten into some trouble again, right? If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have brought her to Tianyuan Group. She had to get herself into trouble every now and then. Mr. Fong, my aunt doesn't seem to be in. Call her immediately now. Fong Qingya said. Xiao Chen was shocked. She had never seen Fong Qingya get so angry. She couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Mr. Fong, is something wrong? Fong Qingya had an annoyed look on her face. Our Tianyuan Group's honored guest, my grandfather's honored guest, was fired by her. Hiss. Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of cool air, realizing just how much trouble Lan Mai had caused. If this matter isn't handled well, not to mention me, even my grandfather won't forgive her lightly. Fong Qingya said. Yes, Mr. Fong, I'll call her right now. I'll make sure that she knows her mistake, and I'll make sure that she tries her best to win your guest's forgiveness. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly and bitterly. Stand still, stand still. Do you hear me? I told you to stand still. Are you deaf? Gao Shanju chided. At the same time, many security guards surged in all directions, blocking Tang Feng and Qi Hui in a place not far from the Tianyuan group's entrance. Xiao Gao, what's going on here? I'm not leaving early, but I've been dismissed by team leader Lan, and I'm ready to leave right now. Qi Hui asked suspiciously. Call who? Xiao Gao. Who do you think you are? Call me Captain Gao. Gao Shanju didn't have the good sense to say. Alright, Captain Gao, what's the matter? I've returned the identity card and clothes. Qi Hui said. Shay, who's talking to you about this? Did you offend team leader Blue? Humph, wait here for a while. Gao Shanju said. No, it's all a misunderstanding. Captain Gao, you hold your hand high and let us mother and son go. Qi Hui's face changed. Thinking that team leader Lan was trying to pursue Tang Feng's responsibility, she busily said, let you guys go? Humph, then who's going to resist if team leader Blue blames it on me? Gao Shanju said disdainfully, and then he put his eyes on Tang Feng. TSK, still bringing his son along to work. I probably know why team leader Blue asked me to stop you guys. You a little cleaning actually also learned nepotism. It's really unbelievable. Keep your mouth clean, Tang Feng said coldly. Yo, the temperament is quite big, but I like to cure poorer than you who don't know the sky, don't have much ability and don't have a small temper. Do you dare to bare your teeth to me again? Pa! Tang Feng raised his hand and slapped Takayama Bamboo's face. He had already endured long enough today, the so-called intolerable. No need to endure anymore. You dare to hit me? Gaoshan Bamboo was dumbfounded by this slap. Covering his face he looked at Tang Feng incredulously. The security guards under him were not dry. Seeing the captain being hit, they all walked towards Tang Feng with ill will. Qi Hui's face changed, opening her hands to protect Tang Feng behind her. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Right, a frog in the bottom of a well doesn't know the height of heaven. Right? Humph, today I'll let you get a better understanding. Go, all of you. Break this kid's legs for me, and that old woman. Fight too, Gao Shanju said furiously. Since he became the security chief of Tianyuan Group, it was the first time he was beaten up. Now he just wanted to retaliate back fiercely and establish his majesty. With such a boss, his men are naturally no better. Have like a wolf like a tiger approaching Tang Feng. Some of them bare hands, some of them that telescopic stick. This is if the ordinary people are not rivals, only to be beaten. But Tang Feng just lifted his leg and kicked the nearest security guard out a few meters. Shocking, the other security guards stood in place not knowing what to do. Go on, what are you waiting for? So many people are still afraid of him alone? Gao Shanju cursed and said. At the same time, he himself quietly approached Tang Feng, ready to take advantage of the chaos to throw a royal punch, to properly avenge the slap he had just received. Go! Seemingly for the sake of cheering up, a security guard yelled out and rushed towards Tang Feng along with the rest at the same time. A few miserable screams. The few security guards who rushed towards Tang Feng were sent flying out without even touching him, falling to the ground and wailing helplessly. The Takayama Bamboo, who had already swung his fists and was ready to sneak attack, was much more miserable. At this moment he was under Tang Feng's watchful eye and it wasn't a good idea to make a move. It wasn't a good idea not to make a move either. Let me help you. Tang Feng lifted Takayama Bamboo and dropped him heavily on the ground. Ouch! Alpine Bamboo slumped to the ground and ate a mouthful of dust. Tang Feng had a look of contempt. This is also too unbeatable. Just this is still the head of security. Not as good as the few security guards under him. At least they have the courage to go through half a move with him. This side of the commotion is not big, but it is to attract a lot of people stopped. After all, dare to make trouble in the Tianyuan group is not many people, especially in Tianyuan group security hands, is unheard of. Hoo. A gasping sound rang out. Blue Mai squeezed into the crowd, saw Gao Shanju and a few security guards were knocked down, couldn't help but be shocked, knowing that Tang Feng bold, dared to beat Lu Hui in the Tianyuan group, but didn't think that the courage is so big, but also dared to fight with the Tianyuan group security guards, which is not a small matter. My, you're here, I've been beaten. Gao Shanju looked like she had found her backbone. She climbed up and ran to Lan Mai's front, even squeezing out a few tears, even aggrieved. Pay attention to the occasion. Lan Mai frowned and chided. She looked at Qi Hui. Qi Hui, your son is so bold. Is this not putting Tianyuan group in his eyes at all? Team leader Lan, this matter is not Xiao Feng's fault. It was Captain Gao who said bad words first, and only then Xiao Feng couldn't help but do it. And there were so many of them, Xiao Feng couldn't just stand and let them beat him up. Qi Hui explained. Humph, still dare to argue. No matter what, you mother and son are considered to be in trouble today. I'm going to talk to Mr. Feng about this. Your son will just wait to be locked up for a few days. Lan Mai snorted coldly, and with that, he took out his cell phone. but before he could dial out the number, a number called, and when she looked at the memo, she laughed out loud. Hey, Xiao Chen, do you already know about Chi Hui's mother and son? I was about to call you. Auntie, where are you now? I'm at the entrance of the group. There's a little son of a who doesn't know what's going on causing trouble. First he beat up an important client that Mr. Fong mentioned, and then he assaulted the group's security guards. Lan Mai asked, important customer? Who? Lu Xiao just happened to be seen by me. The other Lu Xiao has now left. Looks very angry. I'm not thinking of helping Lu Xiao to get out of anger, but the result is that this little son of it is so bold that he even dares to beat the security guards. Lan Mai said more and more angry. Auntie, you've got it wrong. The group's honored guest isn't some young Lu. His surname is Tang. Xiao Chen asked eagerly. Surname Tang? I haven't heard of it, but it's the son of one of the housekeeping staff under me. Seems to be called something like Tang Feng. Lan Mai at this time still did not realize the seriousness of the problem. After all, Chi Hui had been under her for so long, either beating or scolding. If Tang Feng was a valued guest of Tian Yuan Group, wouldn't he have been finished long ago? Give me the phone. Blue my right. This is Fong Qingya. I'm on my way over. I'll tell you clearly, Tang Feng is the important honored guest I'm talking about. It's the honored guest of me being my grandfather being the entire Tian Yuan Group. You strive to get his forgiveness before I arrive. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Chapter 11, we don't know each other well. Beep beep beep. The phone hung up. Blue Mai's eyes widened as she looked at Tang Feng with shock in her eyes. Tang Feng, on the other hand, seemed to have heard what Blue Mai had said on the phone and looked at her with a disdainful expression. This little son of a is actually an important VIP of Tian Yuan Group? How is this possible? Lan Mai's heart was like a shocking wave that couldn't be calmed for a long time. However, Fong Qingya's words were still ringing in her ears, so she couldn't help but believe it. Team leader Lan, what did Fong say? Do you want us to call the police to arrest this kid? Gao Shanju said with a smile, somewhat smug. What's the use of being able to fight? They can fight if they can't. If they can't, they can still call the police. Anyway, so many people have seen it. No one will believe this kid if he wants to defend himself when the police come. Get lost. Blue Mai gave Takayama Bamboo backhanded slap. Hit Takayama Bamboo brain some dangling. What's going on? Takayama Bamboo. How dare you? How dare you take a shot at Tian Yuan Group's honored guest? I am going to call the police, but I am going to report you for abusing your power and violence by virtue of your position as the head of security. Lan Mai instantly changed like a different person and made a flurry of accusations against Takayama Bamboo. Takayama Bamboo was dumbfounded. My, are you playing cause? This isn't in your house either. Scram! Blue Mai was nonchalant, raising his hand and giving Takayama Bamboo another slap. Stay away from me, don't act like you're familiar with me. I'm from the logistics department. You're from the defense department. We're not familiar. Understand? Immediately after, she walked towards Tang Feng again, smiled sarcastically. Xiao Tang there is indeed some misunderstanding between this. Don't worry, I will definitely report this matter upwards, and give you back a fair deal. Am I familiar with you? Tang Feng frowned. Oh, Mr. Tang, what happened just now was that I had the eyes to punch you. You're a big man but don't take it to heart. I'm just a small person. Don't be so general with this kind of person. Lan Mai's smile stiffened, but in order to set himself aside, he still had to say a few good words. Tang Feng sneered. Today, he didn't want to give this face, saying that he was bullying people or not, saying that he was a villain or not. Some things were done, wanting to say a sentence lightly over. Where in the world to find this good thing? See, Tang Feng do not take care of their own. Blue Wheat quickly looked to Chi Hui, revealing a pleasing smile. Chi Hui we have known for so long. You are the most understanding of me. In fact, I am this person is a knife-mouth tofu heart. Just now I spoke some not very good. You cannot hold a grudge against me. Tang Feng knows that Chi Hui is a soft heart. As long as Lan Mai lowers her posture and pretends to be pitiful for a bit will surely help her plead for mercy. So he walked to Chi Hui's body and said to Lan Mai, just now where did your mighty wind go? My mom and I are nothing but ordinary people. You don't have to be like this either. Mom, let's go. Chi Hui nodded. Don't, Mr. Tang. Chi Hui, don't leave. Mr. Fong will be here soon. If he sees that you're not here, he definitely won't spare me. Lan Mai was anxious. That's your business. Why should someone else pay for your fault? My mom and I have been expelled. What do you care where we want to go? Tang Feng sneered. You. Lan Mai almost didn't hold back and cursed, but the other party was after all a big head, not something he could mess with, and could only suppress the fire in his heart, and smiled sarcastically. Mr. Tang, let's put it this way. I know that just now I went overboard, so feel free to mention whatever request you have, and I'll definitely satisfy it. How dare that be? You're the high and mighty head of the logistics department's cleaning team, while my mom and I are nothing more than the cleaning you fired under your hands. Tang Feng snorted. Blue Mai was about to cry in a hurry. What exactly do you want to do to make it right? Although I treated you guys poorly just now, I already know I'm wrong. Tang Feng looked at Blue Mai contemptuously and said faintly, do you know it's wrong? Or do you know you're afraid? Blue Mai was unable to retort for a moment, but seeing Tang Feng's softness and hardness, he didn't care about anything else, and said to Gao Shanju, Xiao Gao, quickly stop him, Mr. Feng will be here soon. If we let him go, we'll be all finished. Don't, who with you we, you did not say it. You are the logistics department, I am the security department. We are not familiar, Gao Shanju said in a bad mood. Blame yourself for falling for this old woman. Now it seems that Tang Feng is definitely a character with a big head. He is considered to be blue wheat to the pit. Furthermore, even if he wants to stop that also have to stop. Tang Feng can beat him 10-100. Now also come over to take his not looking for a fight? Surname hi, what do you mean? Even my words dare not listen. Do not forget, Mr. Feng's assistant is my relative. Lan Mai was furious. As soon as the words fell, a cold voice sounded. And then? Why don't you say that the entire Tian Yuan group is yours? Lan Mai instantly shriveled up. This voice was familiar to her. It was none other than Feng Qingya. Even if she was bossy, she didn't dare to bare her teeth with Feng Qingya. How imposing. Tang Feng sked. Feng Qingya rolled her eyes. Don't be sarcastic. Wait for me for a while and take care of it right away. Mr. Feng, this is all a misunderstanding. In fact, I've already explained to Mr. Tang and his mother. There's nothing going on. Why do I still trouble you to come down for a trip? Lan Mai said. But don't. I don't think it's some kind of misunderstanding. Xiao Feng, just deal with it justly. Right. Tang Feng said. It wouldn't do to make him annoyed. Bullying Qi Hui would be even worse. This, Mr. Feng, listen to me. What exactly is going on? I don't want to hear it either. Xiao Chen, due her departure. In addition, because of her arrogance and domineering, not only did she lose the goodwill of her honored guests towards Tian Yuan Group, the loss of this also counted together. Feng Qingya said. Even if Lan Mai was her aunt, Xiao Chen did not dare to say anything more at this time. Pulling Lan Mai, who was like a lost soul, away. General Manager's office. You came without saying hello, and I heard that you even applied for a cleaning job? TSK, if my grandfather knew about this, he would still be mad. Feng Qingya said helplessly. It can't be helped. People say I'm not qualified. I'm suitable for sweeping toilets. Tang Feng shrugged. Alright, it's my poor consideration. Do you really want to be my driver? Feng Qingya shook her head. Tang Feng didn't say anything. He wasn't interested in doing anything, but it was for his mother. Then you can come to work tomorrow. Just in time. I'm going to meet an elder tomorrow morning. Feng Qingya said. Then, Feng Qingya walked to Qi Hui's front and said softly, Auntie, I'm to blame for what happened today, letting you suffer. Seeing the general manager apologizing to herself, Qi Hui was a bit flattered and quickly waved her hands. No. General Manager Feng is overstating things. Tang Feng and I are friends. Auntie, if you don't mind, call me Qingya. Feng Qingya said. Qi Hui was more than a little puzzled. How could the general manager of Tian Yuan Group be so nice to herself? Just because he was friends with his own son? Right, Auntie, I already know about your matter. It's all because I didn't find the problem in time. Letting you suffer. If you don't mind, keep coming to work in the future. Feng Qingya said. Yes, thank you, Mr. Feng. Qi Hui was overjoyed. This was certainly good. Chapter 12, The Wimp Who Beats Women. Mr. Feng. Xiao Chen looked at Tang Feng's departing back, unable to calm down for a long time. Can I ask one more question? I know what you're thinking. Tell your aunt not to do what she should not do. Don't even think about it. There are some people who can't afford to offend her, or even you or I, even if they move a finger. Feng Qingya said indifferently. To be able to become the general manager of Tian Yuan Group at this age, it was by no means simply because she was Feng Tianxian's granddaughter, but rather, it was Feng Qingya's unique eyesight as well as her intelligence. Regardless of the strength Tang Feng had shown or Feng Tianxian's attitude, none of it was indicative of Tang Feng's terror. Mr. Feng, I understand. Then Ms. Qi's matter. What should I arrange? It just so happens that old Zhang from the logistics department has also reached retirement age. Do you think it's? Xiao Chen asked. No need. Feng Qingya shook her head. Just go by the book. Too much deliberate currying favor will instead turn people off. Besides, Auntie Qi is an honest person. Taking care of her too much will instead make her uncomfortable. Just double the salary, and add some manpower to the cleaning team to share as much as possible. Xiao Chen nodded and instantly understood what Feng Qingya meant. Back in the office, Fang Qingya then saw that Fang Tianxiang was staring at a painting with a magnifying glass. On the painting was a man and a woman, wearing a long shirt, with their feet on auspicious clouds, which was slightly out of place compared to the city filled with modernization. Grandpa, you're here. Well, Qingya, sit. After Fang Tianxiang glanced at the portrait with deep meaning, he put down the magnifying glass and sat down. Tang Feng's matter has been resolved. By the looks of it, he didn't take it to heart, and her mother will still be working at Tianyuan Group, so we'll have plenty of chances to strike up a good relationship in the future. Fang Qingya said. Well done, Qingya. Don't blame Grandpa for talking too much. You have to grasp the opportunity. If such a good man lets someone else snatch him away, you won't even have a place to cry. Fang Tianxiang laughed. Grandpa, why are you still so immodest? Fang Qingya blushed and pouted. Fang Tianxiang laughed, and then his complexion corrected. The Lu family seems to have a grudge against the Wind Saint. Qingya immediately cut off all cooperation with the Lu family, and all meetings are cancelled as well. Humph. A second-rate force in the district also dares to compete with the White Moon. I don't know what to do, Fang Qingya said. Actually, even without this matter, I was planning to do the same. Not long ago I heard some rumors about the Lu family. Hiss. Even a business world overlord like Fang Tianxiang, who had seen great storms, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing Fang Qingya's words, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. The guts are a bit too big, so let's just sit back and wait for the Lu family to be destroyed. Right, Fang Tianxiang said. Don't forget to visit your Uncle Zhu tomorrow. He also comes out from the manor once in a while. Well, I've already made an appointment. Tomorrow Tang Feng will go with me, Fang Qingya said. Oh, Fang Tianxiang raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. Then the Zhu family is going to suffer a lot. Damn it, this surname Tang is simply too deceitful. Sooner or later one day I will definitely kill him. Lu Hui cursed and kicked the Audi in front of him. What kind of person was he? Lu Hui, the youngest master of the Lu family. When had he ever suffered this loss, let alone twice? I also don't know what's wrong with this punk. It's like he's a different person after coming out from inside. Ding Yaye also said with some indignation. The change in Tang Feng's attitude towards her over the course of 3 years had also made her very dissatisfied. Humph, let's ignore him first. I have to make a call to smell wine. Mr. Feng, who had already scheduled a meeting, cancelled it temporarily without even notifying him. This is a humiliation to my Lu family. Lu Hui's face was gloomy and he remembered another bad thing. Hello, is this Secretary Xiaochen? It's me, Lu Hui. Oh, young Lu, what's your business? It's like this. I want to ask when Mr. Feng will be free next time. Our Lu family has a very important cooperation to discuss with Mr. Feng in detail. Absolutely, Lu Hui snorted and said. Just now he was just going through the motions. How would he dare to raise an offense against Tianyuan Group? There will be no next time. Mr. Feng asked me to inform you that from now on, Tianyuan Group will cut off cooperation with the Lu family from all aspects. Please don't call over again in the future. Young Lu. What? Lu Hui wanted to say something else, but the other party had already quickly hung up the phone, seemingly not wanting to say one more word to Lu Hui at all. Bastard! Lu Hui cursed out loud. Due to the amplified mode on, Ding Yaye also heard the conversation and said suspiciously, Young Lu, what's going on? What does Tianyuan Group mean by this? How should I know? Lu Hui said in annoyance. The other party didn't even have an explanation. It was obvious that they simply looked down on the Lu family, but this he didn't care. What he cared about was why Tianyuan Group was doing this. Obviously they were chatting well a few days ago, but right from the time that so-called important VIP guest appeared, everything became wrong. It can't be that this so-called important guest said something bad about the Lu family at Mr. Feng's place, making Mr. Feng misunderstand. Lu Xiao, make another call to explain. If we don't have this thigh of Tianyuan Group, it's not easy to say who will be able to be the Lu family's family head in the future. Ding Yaye worriedly said. This still needs you to remind me. Lauer that mother *********************************************************************************************************************8 at my dad's place, thus squeezing me down. Lu Hui's face was as gloomy as water. Just as he was contemplating what to do, the entrance to the underground parking lot resounded with a burst of noises, seemingly someone arguing. Surname Gao, Lao Maiden really misjudged you. A good-looking thing, usually isn't he very good at blowing, saying he's the heir of some master, practicing martial arts since he was a child. But what's the result? He doesn't even dare to put a fart in front of that little son of a, and dares to disobey me. Lao Maiden arrests you to death. Lan Mai and Takayama Bamboo were about to drive home after being expelled when they happened to meet in the underground parking lot. In the past, the two of them were still on good terms because of their backstabbing, and after meeting in each person's place, they were even more you and me, and couldn't wait to be released in place. But now, the two people as if they were enemies in general. first each other defiantly glaring at each other. Words sarcastic, or blue wheat is the first to resist grabbing on the face of the high mountain bamboo. Old woman, get out of my way. You still think it's the old days. Humph, Assistant Xiao Chen doesn't even protect you anymore. I'm still afraid of you. Gao Shanju pushed Lan Mai to the ground with one hand, cursing, grass, if it wasn't because of you, where would I have gotten this beating, and how would I have been fired? You broomstick star, I'll beat you to death. Under the same size. In general, the strength of men is stronger than women, not to mention the high mountain bamboo physical quality is quite good. Blue wheat was hit a few punches, even the ability to resist. Good you Takayama bamboo, you still dare to hit me, I do not live I. Blue Mai looked like he was mad, reaching out his hand to scratch at Takayama bamboo's face. Takayama bamboo wasn't used to Blue Mai either. He didn't dare to retaliate against Tang Feng. Wouldn't he dare to hit you, old woman? Why are these two fighting? Lu Hui was puzzled. About the blue wheat and high mountain bamboo, between that thing he still knows is nothing more than high mountain bamboo want to use blue wheat's network to climb up. Blue wheat, covet high mountain bamboo, young strong body so thing. Men who beat up women are all unproductive losers. Ding Ye scolded. Suddenly, she remembered Tang Feng and added, even if they don't hit women, they're still wimps. Chapter 13, going out without reading the calendar. Takayama bamboo. What's going on? Let go first. Lu Hui said. Takayama bamboo was already red-eyed. Where would he listen to Lu Hui? And inadvertently even hit Lu Hui's eyes. Crap. Lu Hui let out a cry of pain. Is it because he didn't read the yellow calendar when he went out these days? How can he get hit everywhere he goes? This sound is considered to wake up Gao Shanju. Turned back to look at Lu Hui. It's better not to look. After recognizing Lu Hui, he and Lan Mai both stopped their hands. What's going on? Why are you two fighting? For the reaction of the duo, Lu Hui is still relatively satisfied. At least it is still very much selling him face. Snap. Unexpectedly Lan Mai rises up and gives Lu Hui a slap, followed by two punches as Takayama bamboo holds down Lu Hui's head. Bang bang. What for? What are you guys doing? Lu Hui had already been confused. Ding Ye fought to push the two away and roared angrily. What for? You're asking what we're doing. It's all because of you two that we were fired by Mr. Feng. Lan Mai said angrily. In the past, she would still flatter Lu Hui, but now she still flatters the hell out of him. Even her job is gone. Everything is hopeless, and after that, she will also leave Tian Yuan Group, so there is nothing to count on Lu Hui. What does this have to do with me? Lan Mai, you have big guts to dare to make a move on me, and you Gao Shanju, I think you guys are out of your mind. Believe it or not, I will find someone to get you killed right now. Lu Hui cursed. This is what they say when people are unlucky to drink cold water or stuffed with teeth. By Tang Feng hit not count, before seeing their own with a pug like bowing to show favor to people dare to show their teeth. Grass. Still dare to play cross. You are the youngest master of the Lu family, so what? I am now a bachelor, and no job. Who is afraid of Hua? Gao Shanju 3 punches and 2 kicks to beat Lu Hui. During the period in blue, my surprising cooperation. You a punch and I a foot. Seemingly tired of fighting, the two of them slowed down their movements. Enough. Lu Hui really can't bear it anymore. You two are crazy. You two are expelled with me have a relationship? What do you mean, what does it have to do with you? Humph. If it wasn't for you offending someone you shouldn't have offended, would we have been expelled? Nonsense. Lu Hui was puzzled by what he heard. Who could he have offended? This recent period of time, besides fooling around with Ding Yuyu, he was busy working on the cooperation with Tian Yuan Group. He didn't mess with anyone. It is also Tang Feng. He recently only in the Tang Feng body to forget the wall. Ding Ye said with full of concern, you guys can't be talking about Tang Feng. It's ridiculous. He's just a waste of space. Just came out from the inside. He doesn't even have a janitorial job anymore. Can he also be the person that Lu Shao can't afford to offend? Gao Shanju and Lan Mai were even more annoyed after hearing this. A waste? If Tang Feng was a waste, then wouldn't they not even be considered the margins of society? What's going on? It can't really be Tang Feng. You guys mustn't tell me that Tang Feng is the one who shouldn't be offended. He's just a fool. He was sent to prison by our design 3 years ago, and he was just released yesterday as well. Lu Hui said. A fool? If he is a fool, you Lu Hui is a retard with brain wrapped in cerebellum and cerebellum wrapped around the umbilical cord. Tang Feng is an important honored guest of Tian Yuan Group. Even the chairman of the board attaches great importance to him, and you're saying that he's just a waste of space. Just a fool? Blue Mai cursed out. All the anger was vented at once, cursing out all the dirty words he had learned and heard after living for dozens of years. What? He is the important guest that Mr. Feng mentioned? Lu Hui's brain almost went down after hearing that. From the moment he cancelled the entire meeting because of the phrase that there was an important guest, he realized that this important guest must be very big, but he had never thought that this important guest would be Tang Feng despite all his calculations. This was unavoidable. It was a bit too unbelievable. It was as if someone had told him that he could shatter the earth by popping a fart. It was simply too unbelievable. A dead waste who had been punked by himself to the point of being imprisoned for 3 years, and whose origins were as lowly as grass, had jumped to become an important guest of honor of the Tian Yuan group that even he needed to look up to. What kind of international joke was this? What are you two mad about? What nonsense are you saying? How could Tang Feng be an important VIP of Tian Yuan group? Just him? Ding Yaya's mood at this moment was even more unsettled than Lu Hui. Being with Tang Feng for so many years, she was very well acquainted with Tang Feng. Honest, abiding by the so-called ancient stripes of Chen, and not much to show for it. Or else how could she have betrayed Tang Feng and climbed into Lu Hui's bed? To tell her now that Tang Feng was actually an important VIP of Tian Yuan group was simply heavenly. Humph, what's there to believe? Just now, Mr. Feng personally went downstairs to meet Tang Feng and hired him as a full-time driver. Tell you what, this isn't over. You must compensate us, Blue Mai said. Gao Shanju shared the same opinion as Blue Mai, nodded his head and said, yes, compensation must be made. We were doing well in Tian Yuan group, taking a salary that was several times higher than in other places, as well as generous welfare benefits. It's because of you that you have lost everything. If you don't compensate us today, the big deal is that the fish will die and the net will be broken. See, the two of them do not look like a joke. Just hit him when it is really hit. Lu Hui was afraid of the two again crazy, and quickly said, line, is not compensation it, a person to give you 500,000, which always line right, 500,000, has been quite a lot. After receiving the transfer of money, High Mountain Bamboo and Blue Wheat before leaving, but not yet gone far, the two returned to the state of quarrel, and even fight while walking. Lu Hui, on the other hand, didn't care if the duo argued or fought, got in his car and drove out from the other end, cursing under his breath. Damn, each one of you is bold. All of you wait for me. After these words, he and Ding Yaya fell into silence. Lan Mai's words were still echoing in their ears. Tang Feng was Tian Yuan Group's honored guest. For a while, Lu Hui even wanted to give up his grudge against Tang Feng and turn to flatter him. After all, what was the intention of taking a beating? Compared to his own future of becoming the Lu family's head and soaring to great heights, it was nothing compared to. As for the woman in the back, he didn't even want to marry back. He dumped her before it was too late. Maybe he could still win Tang Feng's favor. Ding Yaya also regretted a lot. Had known that Tang Feng is now so promising, she will not leave Tang Feng. Compared to Tang Feng, Lu Hui is nothing. Mr. Feng. Lu Hui had made an appointment for a long time before he had the chance to meet. And Tang Feng, he was even qualified to make even General Manager Feng personally come downstairs and hire as a chauffeur. Wait, Lu Hui and Ding Yaya said in unison. The two glanced at each other, and Ding Yaya took the lead to say, young Lu, we must have been cheated. Tang Feng can't possibly be Mr. Feng's guest of honor, or else why would Mr. Feng let him be his full-time driver? Chapter 14, you can change your last name. Lu Hui nodded and said, if it's really some kind of distinguished guest, how could he be a tiny driver? Damn, cheated. These two are acting together to cheat me out of my money. I told you, what is he? Tang Feng, how could he be an important honored guest of Tian Yuan Group? The duo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just now, it had given them a fright, and at the same time, their hearts were unbalanced. After all, the difference was just too great. But, why did Tian Yuan Group cut off all cooperation with the Lu family? They were chatting well a few days ago. This is too sudden, Ding Yaya said doubtfully. Humph, it must be that Tang Feng said something he shouldn't have said to Mr. Feng. I don't know what tactics this guy used to trick Mr. Feng's trust. I'm going to go find Mr. Feng to explain properly. We mustn't just sit back and wait for death. Lu Hui said. Right, can't sit and wait for death. Ding Yaya agreed. After all, this was about the fate of the Lu family. She herself was going to marry into the Lu family in the future. One glory for all, one loss for all. But when they came to Tian Yuan Group again, the security guards at the door where there is still the previous compliments when they heard Lu Hui's name, not even lifting their eyelids, and even more so, not letting Lu Hui and Ding Yaya go in. What are you doing? I am Lu Hui, the youngest master of the Lu family. Do you guys not want to work in Tian Yuan Group anymore? Lu Hui said in annoyance. TSK, my brothers are eating the Tian Yuan Group's meal. What does it have to do with your Lu family? Go go go. If you continue to mess around, you can see that you don't blame us for not being polite. The security guard said disdainfully. You, Lu Hui was furious, but on second thought it was true. If the other party gave him face, his own words were still a bit useful, but if he didn't give him face, the district was a Lu family. It really wasn't much of a deterrent. Who? I'm here to find your Mr. Feng. There are very important things you know. If delayed, you cannot have good fruit to eat. The security guard snorted. You can have what important things? Coincidentally, the general manager commanded. Who can go in but only the Liu family cannot. Of course, if you want to go in is not impossible. You can change your last name. With my last name I let you in. Ha ha ha. Several security guards laughed. Liu Hui's face was suffocating red. When did he ever receive this kind of aggravation? You. Ka ka ka. A few security guards moved their muscles, as if Liu Hui dared to pester him any longer. He didn't mind loosening his muscles. Young Liu, why don't we just go back first, and explain to Mr. Fong when we have the chance? After all, Mr. Fong has been bewitched by Tang Fong now. Let's do it the right way. Ding Yaya said. Well, that makes sense. Liu Hui looked at the fierce eyes of the security guards and couldn't help but shrink his neck as he walked to the bottom of the steps and sat down. He wasn't going to leave today. He would wait here until Mr. Fong the true nature of Tang Fong as soon as he met him tomorrow. This was a good thing that could kill two birds with one stone. For one, it would make Tang Fong reveal himself and turn back into that trash that he bullied casually. The Liu family can take the opportunity to get closer to Tian Yuan Group, the so-called under the big tree. Plus the Liu family originally has a little bit of heritage. May be able to completely skyrocket, become a first-class force in Haicheng. Mr. Liu, you don't have to be here if you want to wait for Mr. Fong. Why don't we go to the hotel across the street and open a room? You will help Mr. Liu to relax properly. Ding Yu said with a flirtatious face, while Liu Hui at this moment, he had absolutely no such thoughts, and was only interested in revenge against Tang Fong, impatiently waved his hand and said, no need, just wait here. I want to see Ms. Fang at the first time, and expose Tang Fang's lies in front of her. However, the security guard followed again and said coldly, get out of here, don't affect our Tian Yuan Group's feng shui. Liu Hui was furious in his heart, but the thought of the other side of the crowd, his own small physique is not dominant, can only be a cavity of anger temporarily suppressed? The heart calculates, you all these bastards to lousy wait. When the truth tomorrow, I must be in the general manager Fong that sue you a case. Tang Fong did not know that because of his own reasons, Liu Hui fed the mosquitoes at the entrance of Tian Yuan Group for a night. After a night of cultivation, he had already stepped into the foundation establishment stage. The biggest change is the birth of divine sense. With his current strength, can penetrate 100 miles in a radius. What people are saying and doing, as far as the eye can see. At the same time, divine sense also has the ability to attack. A thought. You can let the other side to follow their own thoughts and move. Manipulate all kinds of sharp weapons, and even tables and chairs and benches to attack. With the cultivation speed of the Great Sun reincarnation skill, as long as the aura of heaven and earth are all used for themselves, within 3 years to cross into the Yuanying stage is not difficult. Then you can use the essence of blood left behind by the elder brother to pave the way for the future. If you are lucky enough to enter the golden body stage, I dare not imagine how strong the body of the law, although it's not as fast as closed-door cultivation, but being able to cultivate while taking care of my mother is considered worth it. After eating the breakfast left behind by Qi Hui, Tang Fong walked out of the house, preparing to find a pharmacy to buy some herbs to refine pills to stabilize the realm he had just broken through. He remembered that his fifth senior brother had once caused his realm to plummet because of his unstable realm, and if he hadn't dispelled the aftermath by virtue of the immortal Dr. Sex pills, he would have been doomed to stagnate in this life. Tang Fong? A voice rang out. Tang Fong turned around, only to see a police car drive over. The window rolled down, and a familiar face peeked out. It's you? Where to? I'll give you a ride? Ji Ling asked. You're on a mission. Right, it's not convenient. Tang Fong shook his head. What kind of mission can there be? I'm a traffic cop now. Besides, I'm already off work to go back to the team. It just happens to be on the way. Speaking of this, Ji Ling was depressed. After waking up, the bureau was worried that she had recovered from a serious illness and her body was still weak, so they transferred her to the traffic police department, which was undoubtedly an idle job compared to the criminal police team that specialized in dealing with criminal cases and dealt with ruthless criminals all day long. But where Ji Ling was an idle person, to her this was not an idle job. It was torture. Alright then. Tang Fong nodded, opened the car door and sat in. Where to? East of the city. Go there for what? You don't want to take a plane to leave Haicheng. This can't be done. Although my dad and I believe you didn't commit murder and beat people up. But rules are rules. I have weak kidneys. Go buy medicine to make up for it. Tang Fong was speechless. This woman had so many words. Oh, Ji Ling nodded silently. But thanks to you, my dad said that if it wasn't for you, not to mention that I would have died slowly, he wouldn't have been able to carry it off. I'm just trying to get back at Zhao Xingyan. Saving you was just a show of hands. Tang Fong said. That's all the more reason to thank you. If it wasn't for you, that son of a still doesn't know how long he'll be on the loose. Humph, It's just a pity that there aren't more cases on this son of a, or else I'll have to shoot him myself, Ji Ling said hatefully. Until now she still remembered the feeling of being covered by Zhao Xingyan with a pillow to pass out. It was so suffocating and desperate. No need for thanks. Just drive the car. Chapter 15, Driving a Car. Because she was talking to Tang Feng, Ji Ling's attention was a little unfocused and she almost ran the red light. As a traffic police officer, if she knew the law and broke it on her first day on the job, she didn't know how embarrassing it would be. Do you have a driver's license? Tang Feng could not help but ask. Shay, look down on who? I just reached the age to get a driver's license. When it was also the driving school's talented students. When I got my license, even the coach complimented me, and also held a farewell ceremony for me. Ji Ling rolled her eyes. Tang Feng was slightly silent, then said, I remember. Did you enroll in Huajian driving school? How do you know? That's the one, Ji Ling said. There was another moment of silence. Tang Feng didn't know what to say. He was now sure that the ruthless person he had heard about when he was learning to drive was Ji Ling, and almost didn't crash the entire driving school into the sky. This woman in the examination of the second section of the first time touching the car came to a ruthless job. Feet to oil to a wall or loaded down. However, this is still considered relatively light. Once almost did not hit the coach to the line. The coach panicked and fled under the only to avoid the past. But Ji Ling did not spare the coach. Like installed GPS navigation has been chasing the coach to run. Since then the coach would rather be deducted from the payroll must be in the Ji Ling learn to drive when the time to take a leave of absence. The most famous one is Ji Ling drove the car to the tree. Tang Feng heard some doubt when life, his own talent is good enough. More than a month to get a license. But to drive the car on the tree he thought he could not do. Since then, the driving school has begun to circulate the legend of Ji Ling. Such a ruthless person graduated. The instructor is not happy, but also for his own little life to save. So out of all the private money to Ji Ling organized a farewell ceremony. Nonsense. There is no such thing. Hearing Tang Feng say this, Ji Ling's pretty face turned red, so she had to look left and right to divert her attention. Suddenly, a man wearing a duck-ton cap and with a skinny figure rode a motorcycle and snatched a passerby's carry bag before running a red light and speeding away. Ji Ling's eyes lit up. Good. Dare to rob in front of me. Let's see how my old lady can clean you up, said, then honked the horn and stepped on the gas to follow. But the traffic in front was crowded. The man driving the motorcycle could squeeze out from the gap, and Ji Ling, even if she sounded the horn to let the traffic give way, it would not help but take a little bit of time, and when she drove out the man would have long since slipped away. Damn. Ji Ling was helpless for a while. It seemed that he could only call for backup. Phew. A gust of wind blew by. Looking at the passenger side again. Where was Tang Feng's figure? Where is everyone? Ji Ling's eyes widened. Looking ahead again. Ji Ling didn't hold back a nationalist curse, only to see Tang Feng, as his name suggests, like a wind stepping on top of the various vehicles, catching up to the man driving the motorcycle furiously in 3 or 2 strokes. The man looked back. Instant cerebellar atrophy. This is still a human being. Jumped up to 3 or 4 meters high. Jumped forward a step over several vehicles. Just a glance of effort. Tang Feng has caught up with him. What is it? The man stopped when he saw that he couldn't run away from Tang Feng, and took out a bright knife from the trunk. Get out of my way. Believe it or not, I'll stab you to death. So cute. Tang Feng raised his eyebrows. The man seriously doubted that Tang Feng was insulting himself. What he had in his hand was a knife. A knife. Smaller, yes, but a knife that could kill just as well when scratched on the body. Kid, don't mind your own business. You leave now. Count me as owing you a favor. In the future when you encounter something you can report the name of Brother Three Knives. He's my big brother. The man chided. A criminal's favor. I don't care. Tang Feng said indifferently. Give face to shameless things. The man's face was vicious, and he stabbed Tang Feng with a small knife. Tang Feng, however, was unperturbed, and quickly kicked out a foot, knocking the knife in the man's hand to the ground, and not waiting for the man to react, he kicked the man in the face again. The man was kicked a little dizzy and his vision blurred, and was held down on the ground by Ji Ling, who ran over. You're good. My dad said that you're not an ordinary person. I see that I've underestimated you. Not only are you not an ordinary person, you're not even acting like a human being, Ji Ling said. Boy, what kind of person can catch up with a motorcycle that has already driven out almost a kilometer in 10 seconds? Jumping up can be 3 or 4 meters high. It's simply Superman. I'll take that as a compliment. Tang Feng was somewhat speechless. Of course it's complimenting you. Are you interested in working in the criminal police team? We all need people like you to build a career. With your ability I believe that the above will definitely be able to break the rules, Ji Ling said. Tang Feng shook his head. That's not necessary. Humph. Fine, but I won't be able to send you next. I'll have to wait for my colleagues to come over and escort him away, Ji Ling said. Tang Feng nodded. It wasn't much further anyway. With this stance, If he really wanted to commit murder and hurt someone, would Lu Hui and Ding Ye still have a chance to live? Ji Ling shrugged her shoulders. Even if she had special training and experience in chasing murders against Tang Feng, it was estimated that she didn't have the slightest hope of winning the fight. Moreover, Tang Feng's medical skills were so powerful, he really couldn't figure out how he could endure being wronged and imprisoned in the first place. Qi Huang Pavilion, the largest supply of medicinal herbs in Haichang, divided into 2 rooms. The upper room is for dignitaries to purchase medicines, and the medicines inside are all very precious. Casually taking out a kind of medicine is enough for an ordinary family to eat, drink and spend their whole life. Tong room is to serve the needs of ordinary people on the need for medicinal herbs, although there are also some rare medicinal herbs, but most of the year is not high. The quality of the general. Once the internet there are people posting jokingly Qi Huang Pavilion is really a conscience of the pharmacy, specializing in the slaughter of the upper room of the rich, and to provide the needs of the ordinary people of the Tong room. Tang Feng's trip is to go to the upper room, after all, is to serve the dignitaries. Inside the comprehensive many medicinal herbs, there are also many rare medicinal herbs. The method of alchemy, the first and foremost was the selection of herbs. Naturally the stronger the potency the better. Sir, what do you need? As soon as Tang Feng entered, there was a well-dressed, as generous as she could be woman who said politely, "Just take a look." Tang Feng said, "Okay, let me introduce you. This side is Area A, mostly herbs below 10 years portion, specializing in replenishing qi and blood, followed by herbs from 10 to 20 years portion, and so on. If none of these have what you need you can leave a demand, and you'll get news within half a year. Of course, the price is a bit more expensive as well," the woman said. Tang Feng nodded. The year was too low for him to look at, but he didn't need too high of a year. After all, this was only a refining auxiliary elixir. The requirements for the herbs, although not low, couldn't be said to be too high. His gaze finally stopped on a herb that was placed in a box, somewhat like a kind of wild vegetable, before he said, "This, wrap it up for me. I'm sorry, I have my eye on this herb. Young man, change it for another one." Chapter 16, You couldn't take it, could you? Tang Feng glanced at the person who was speaking, an old man with a white beard and hair, wearing a Tang suit, and beside him there was a dainty woman with a hot body, who was bland in her demeanor but exuded a flirtatious aura all the time. This old man is not simple, just a glance. Tang Feng is to see that the old man's body energy floating, is a strength is not bad martial artist, as the saying goes, poor literature rich martial arts. To be able to achieve some success in the martial arts without a certain amount of wealth is certainly not doable. After all, want to quench the body, and does not injure the tendons and veins, there is no large number of mild medicinal herbs to reconcile is simply not possible. Young man, this herb is very important to me. I wonder if I can part with it, the old man asked softly. Sorry, no. Tang Feng shook his head. That's what he said. Which of the people who came to buy medicine weren't in great need, and which of the herbs they looked at weren't because they needed them? The old man was stunned. His face reddened, annoyed. Humph, you have to let me bring it even if you don't let me see it. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and prepared to grab it. Tang Feng also did not spoil him, faintly said, take it, as long as your hand touches this herb, wherever it touches, it will turn into flying ash. The old man's movement stopped, and his puzzled gaze looked at the woman behind him. The woman nodded. Purple heart thorn, with its strong medicinal power, has the effect of recreating the heart's power, but the purple heart thorn that reaches this vintage will likewise be fragile, and requires a special method to take it. If you use brute force, it will indeed be depleted. Hearing this, the old man's hand shook and shrunk back. Mei Hongi Jade hand on Tang Feng's shoulder, said in a delicate voice, little brother knows quite a lot of it. Although the purple heart thorns are not very rare, but each year's medicinal effect and storage methods are different. Know very few people. Could it be that little brother is a peer? Tang Feng shook his head and said, my master taught me. Oh, so that's how it is. Mei Hongi nodded, then said, this is to buy medicine. Naturally it is first come first served. According to reason this purple heart thorn should belong to little brother. This is Situ old man. Need purple heart thorns to save people. Little brother if you can love. There will be heavy thanks in the future. Yes young man, I'm a person with explosive temper. Don't mind me. I want this purple heart thorn to save people. As long as you can cut me loose, Situ family will never treat you badly. Situ Su Zhang said. Situ family. Tang Feng raised his eyebrows. No wonder this old man was so hot-tempered. If he said that it was the Situ family, it would make sense. As a martial arts family with 1,000 years of inheritance, that belligerent, irascible temperament had long been engraved into the bloodline. This way little brother. In this upper room, you see any medicinal herbs despite take away. We are also considered to make a friend. How about it? Mei Hongi laughed. Situ Su Zhang froze and muttered, "Red dress girl, you are generous. He, there is always some compensation for taking away someone's beauty. Besides, I see that this little brother has a good face, so let's make a friend." As Mei Hongyi spoke, her eyes kept staring at Tang Feng, as if she wanted to see through him. The woman beside Tang Feng whispered, "Sir, this is our Qi Huang Pavilion's pavilion master." Whether it was Mei Hongyi and Sita Sujing's identities, or the attitude of the two of them, if it was anyone else for sure they would have given up the purple heart jing without saying a word. Even though purple heart thorns that could reach a decade-less portion were very uncommon, they were not as heavy as the favors of the Qi Huang Pavilion and Situ family. You guys want to use the purple heart thorn to save people? Lack of heart, right? Tang Feng frowned. What do you mean? If it's not saving people it could still be harming them? Situ Suzheng frowned, and as soon as his words fell, he said with some embarrassment, "Ahem, I don't mean anything else. Don't be offended by young people." Tang Feng had long been accustomed to Sita Suzheng's temper and didn't take it to heart, slowly saying, "Purple heart thorns have the ability to strengthen the heart veins and give people the feeling of recreating their heart strength, but that's all. Let me put it in a different way. If you guys only look at purple heart thorns to strengthen your heart veins, then you might as well go and eat a few chicken hearts. As for using purple heart thorns to save people, those who can carry the effects of purple heart thorns don't need purple heart thorns at all, and those who can't carry the effects of purple heart thorns will only be counterproductive even if they eat them." Situ Su Zhang frowned. "Young man, what do you mean by that? You don't even know the scope of application and contraindications of the purple heart thorn yet you still use it to save someone. Does that person have a grudge against you?" Tang Feng said with some impatience. "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He and I are like brothers. How could I harm him?" Sita Suzheng said without a good mood. Seeing that at this rate the two would have to quarrel, Mei Hongyi hurriedly said, "Little brother, you continue. Purple heart thorn is certainly strong for the heart and lungs of patients with damage to the miraculous effect, but also has a very high threshold. That is to say, need to be in the early stages of the disease must be used, once to the time when life is at stake, but it has become a life-threatening talisman, as if you usually eat some supplements to replenish the body, but in the case of serious illnesses still dare to eat it indiscriminately? Some so-called tonics can even kill people when they are seriously ill," Tang Feng said. Sita Suzheng was about to say something, but Mei Hongyi said in a low voice, "Elder Situ, what he said has some truth to it. The rescue plan proposed by the Wang family is indeed not quite right." "Humph, you said so much. Do you have a solution?" "No. Then what words are you wasting?" Sita Suzheng said without a trace of anger. "It's your nonsense. The first thing a doctor does to save a person is to look and smell. Even the patient I haven't seen before mentioning a way to save the patient. That's not saving a person. It's harming a person. It's pretending," Tang Feng said indifferently. Even though his current medical skills in the immortal doctor sect were already unrivaled, and he was even able to live and die, flesh and bones, he still adhered to the original spirit, and would never jump to conclusions without seeing the patient and checking the patient's physical condition beforehand. This, and that. Tang Feng pointed to a few herbs. "Little brother, these can be used to save Elder Situ's friend?" Mei Hongyi asked. "Can't, kid, what the hell are you doing? What are you wasting your words for if you can't save people?" Situ Su Zhang frowned. His mind was going to be broken by Tang Feng, saying so many sensible words yet not saying the way to save the person, and now inexplicably choosing herbs. "I don't know what condition this old man's friend has, so I don't know how to cure it," Tang Feng said indifferently, then pointed at Situ Su Zhang and said, "But I know how to cure this old man's illness. These herbs can let him live for a few more days." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. "The old man's body is fine. What do you mean it can let me live for a few more days? Kid, the big deal is that I won't grab the herbs from you. What's the point of cursing me?" Sita Suzheng said without a good mood. Chapter 17 Unpredictable. "I didn't curse you. This point, I think Pavilion Master Mei should be clear," Tang Feng said. Sita Suzheng rolled his eyes. His own body can still not be clear. Still, this morning even ate 2 more big buns. Who knows dash. Mei Hongyi immediately bowed and said, "Little brother." "No, Mr. Extraordinary eyesight, profound medical skills. I do not know who his teacher is. I don't know what his name is," Tang Feng said. This he really didn't lie. He only knew to call his master. That old Taoist had never said his name or Taoist number. Alright. Mei Hongyi was helpless, and then looked at the bewildered Sita Suzhang and said, "Master, could it be that you have forgotten what happened not long ago?" "What can there be?" Sita Suzhang was initially unimpressed, but all of a sudden, it was as if he had thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. 4 months ago, when he was practicing martial arts, his consciousness suddenly became confused. He stayed in the hospital for a period of time but didn't get better at all, and in the end, he didn't know what the reason was to get better again. which had always been a puzzling issue. If it is a normal person will be glad that he recovered a life, but as a martial artist situ sujing is in the heart. This condition is very common in martial artists, has been explained only because of martial arts training injuries to their own tendons and veins, but if it is only so, the hospital's equipment is impossible to check out the slightest problem. But most of the martial artists in this situation, 99% will be in half a year after the mouth spitting blood and died. Situ Sujung was just 2 months away from this deadline. Kid, the herbs you just mentioned can really cure me? Think about it before you say it. It's very important. Situ Sujung asked seriously. Don't believe me? Here should be able to simmer the soup. Right, may as well try. Remember, all the herbs all put in at the same time. Simmering for 20 minutes when the change can be dug out a spoonful. At this time we'll be able to see the effect of the medicine. After that simmering for 2 hours to drink it in one go. Tang Feng said. Mei Hongi looked at the woman and said, Go, follow this gentleman's instructions. The woman nodded and took a portion of the herbs according to what Tang Feng had mentioned and left. 20 minutes quickly passed. The woman walked slowly with a spoonful of the tonic. Situ Su Zhang was a straightforward person, and without any nonsense, he took the tonic and drank it. Snort. After Situ Su Zhang drank it, his body shook like a sugar sieve, and he suddenly felt discomfort in his chest. Spit it out, Tang Feng said. Put. It was as if the words had some kind of magical power, and Situ Su Zhang instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Old master, how is it? Mei Hongi asked. Situ Su Zhang took a deep breath, his withered tree bark-like face trembling, and then he said respectfully, Divine Doctor little brother, truly a divine doctor. This is just a very simple prescription. A random Chinese medicine practitioner can prescribe it. It's just that you high and mighty dignitaries refuse to believe it. Tang Feng shrugged. A few medicinal herbs added up to a few $1,000s, which couldn't be cheaper compared to a life, especially for someone who could spend a lot of money practicing martial arts. But for someone like Situ Su Zhang, who came from a martial arts family and grew up with no shortage of top-quality medicinal herbs to quench his body, he simply didn't care for the ordinary medicinal herbs with average potency. Situ Su Zhang and Mei Hongi looked at each other. This was a problem that had baffled many martial arts practitioners for a long time, but for Tang Feng it was just a very simple prescription. They didn't believe that just any Chinese medicine practitioner could prescribe this kind of nonsense. If that was the case, how could so many martial artists have perished? Now, this purple heart thorn won't snatch it from me after all, right? Tang Feng said. That's that. It belongs to you. Red clothes, the money is on my account. Situ Su Zhang said. Mei Hongi shook her head. Master, what are you talking about? How can Hongi ask you for money? Furthermore, I'm very much in tune with this gentleman. It's just a medicinal herb. It's too vulgar to talk about money. Too vulgar. Tang Feng's mouth turned away. At least it was nearly $1 million of herbs. Vulgar my ass. But for free he didn't mind. It also saved him from calling Fang Tianxiong to pay the bill. That. Situ Su Zhang rubbed his hands together. Smiling, Tang Feng waved his hand and said, I know what you want to say. I still have things to do. See you again sometime. Little brother, just now as my attitude is not good. You must not take it to heart. This is a matter of life and death. This way, as long as you promise to save people, how much money you want to say a number? I won't say a word. Situ Su Zhang said. I never touch money. Tang Feng shook his head and took the wrapped purple heart thorns and twisted his head to leave. To be Situ Su Zhang's friend, he was afraid that his age wasn't small, and at this age, it was considered the end of his life, and it was obvious that the latter was more worthy of his hand than more people who were seriously ill due to poverty. Versailles. Never touch money. Both Situ Su Zhang and Mei Hongi feel that Tang Feng is in Versailles. In this world, there are still people who never touch money. Don't like money? How could it be? Hongi, what do you think? Situ Su Zhang asked. Young and unpredictable. Mei Hongi said. Oh, Situ Su Zhang was stunned. Then said, it's rare to have you have such an evaluation. Check it out. Even if it will offend him, but old Ju's condition can no longer be delayed. Even if it will offend him, there must be a way back. Mei Hongi nodded. Tian Yuan Group. There were still people coming and going, and it wasn't affected much by yesterday's clamor. There was only one point. Lu Hui had a lifeless look on his face. He fed an unknown number of mosquitoes last night, but the hatred in his heart towards Tang Feng made him persist until now. Halfway through, he also wanted to go over to the hotel to open a room to relax, but he was afraid that he would miss the opportunity to complain to Fang Qingya because of this, so he also endured it. The fatigue of the night made Lu Hui look haggard, and also disregarded the image of the trip on the ground. People coming and going around are casting all kinds of gazes. There are contemptuous, sympathetic, puzzled, and of course, there are also those who recognize Lu Hui's identity, and cannot help but be curious about how the grand young master of Lu family got mixed up in this way. Could it be that the Lu family is bankrupt? Or was it that Lu Hui had failed in the competition to become the next head of the Lu family and had been expelled from the Lu family? Damn it! Lu Hui likewise noticed the gazes of the people around him. His heart was filled with grief and anger, but likewise deepened his hatred for Tang Feng, vowing to expose Tang Feng's deception and see Tang Feng's miserable end. Young Lu, will Tang Feng not come? Ding Yeye said through clenched teeth. The originally white and tender face was also set with several red pimples by mosquitoes. If it wasn't because Lu Hui insisted, she would have left long ago. Impossible. Although I don't know how he tricked Feng Qingya, but if I were to change my words, from a loser to Feng Qingya's chauffeur, I would definitely continue this scam. Chapter 18, no misunderstanding, right? But, we've been waiting all night. It's almost noon now. Did he already come and see that Lu Xiao you're here and guessed that you're going to denounce him so he ran away? Ding Yeye said. Lu Hui gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to see that guy. As long as I can see Mr. Feng, he is finished. Just then, a bun in a plastic bag was thrown in front of Lu Hui. Eat it. What do you mean? Lu Hui looked up and was instantly annoyed. Tang Feng, you treat me like a beggar? Ha! Tang Feng hadn't paid attention just now, thinking it was two bums. Only when he heard Lu Hui's familiar and beaten voice did he react, took a careful look at Lu Hui and Ding Yeye who were covered in bags, and said with some incredulity, strange, it's really too strange. Lu Hui was a little hairy in his heart from Tang Feng's look, and said without a good mood, strange what? I'm telling you Tang Feng, don't be too complacent, you're about to be finished. Don't get me wrong, I'm just a little strange. How did you two animals change? In ancient times, Sakyamuni cut his flesh to feed the eagle. You two sons of Es give up your blood to feed the mosquitoes. Do you think this is strange? Tang Feng said, at the height of summer, near the planting of many green plants, at night mosquitoes are not generally more. No wonder Tang Feng just did not recognize Lu Hui and Ding Yeye. These two people are covered in sweat, not to mention that the whole face at least have to have 20 or 30 mosquito bites out of the bag. Estimated that only their own parents can recognize. Damn, don't need you to care. Hurry up and get out of the way. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. As soon as Lu Hui saw Tang Feng, he could recall his past of being storm-beaten and humiliated by Tang Feng, and couldn't help but be grumpy. Right now he just wanted to quickly meet Feng Qingya and tell him the actual situation of Tang Feng, then see Feng Qingya dismiss Tang Feng with a cold face and kick him away. Then he would be grateful to himself for his righteousness, thus taking the Lu family off the ground. As for becoming a couple with Feng Qingya, this was something Lu Hui didn't dare to think about. After all, in Haichang, there were many young masters from big families pursuing Feng Qingya. He, Lu Hui, was still far from qualified. Alright, then I'll see how you can be rude to me. Tang Feng raised his hand. You, what are you going to do? Lu Hui thought Tang Feng was going to hit him again, so he was so scared that he was busy taking 2 steps back, while behind him was a layer of step ladders, and without paying attention, he leaned back over. Fortunately did not hit his head. Unfortunately the waist was hit not light. The pain Lu Hui grimaced. Messy scream. What for? Touching porcelain? Tang Feng's hand landed on his head, scratching the somewhat itchy area. Hurry up. I don't have the money to compensate you. As an immortal Dr. Air, one of the most bull **** rules was that he couldn't touch money. Of course, the little pocket money Chi Hui gave him was an exception. The sky was the limit. And what kind of rules couldn't overpower his own mother's obstinacy? Roll. Old man need to touch porcelain? Surname Tang, I tell you. This is a public place. If you hit me, I must sue to the end. Lu Hui said. Tang Feng said with a careless face. Whatever. Just now you said I'll be finished soon. What do you mean? Tell me carefully what damaging tricks you've come up with again. I can spare you this beating if you have a good attitude. Resistance is a serious matter. You. Lu Hui clenched his teeth, but once he thought of what would surely happen to Tang Feng, he relaxed. However, before he could say anything, a Porsche drove over, and just as it was about to hit Tang Feng flipped back and stood on the car. He was able to dodge it, but Lu Hui was miserable. Scared by the scene, he backed up. Seeing that he couldn't dodge it anymore, he reached out and pulled Ding Yeye in front of himself. Thumbs up. The Porsche stopped, only less than half a meter away from Ding Yeye. Who? Ding Yu was scared pale, her heart seemed to jump out. Her heart almost hated Lu Hui. This useless man, usually talking about how he loves her, but when it comes to the matter, he uses her as a meat cushion. That is, the Porsche stopped in time, otherwise it would not have knocked her out. Get off! Tang Feng slapped his palm on the front cover of the Porsche, but it caused the entire car to vibrate. Martial artist? On the driver's seat was a man with a handsome appearance. Fair skin. A bit feminine but not too heroic. After feeling the force from Tang Feng's hand, his face couldn't help but show an interested smile. Still a martial artist with not bad strength. Wang Lin, have you made enough of a scene? Tang Feng is my grandpa's honored guest. If this matter is known to my grandpa, he definitely won't be able to spare you. Fang Qingya said angrily. I couldn't help but be a little curious when I heard you. Qingya, introduce his deeds, just testing the waters. But isn't there nothing wrong with him? Wang Lin said unhurriedly, looking at Tang Feng with a bit more scorn in his eyes. Bang! I'll say it again. Get the hell out. As the Porsche shook again, Tang Feng said indifferently, if you dare to do this, just wait to suffer the consequences. He's not one to give up. Fang Qingya laughed coldly, and even gloated a bit. She now also more or less understood some Tang Feng, and knew that Tang Feng was a master who would definitely pay back any favor, and would definitely make the other party pay back tenfold any revenge. Even if Wang Lin's identity was extraordinary, it might not make Tang Feng scornful. Wang Lin didn't say anything and opened the door to get out of the car. Apologize. Tang Feng said. Sorry. Wang Lin was very dry, and even bowed slightly to express his sincerity. Tang Feng was a bit speechless. What the hell kind of person To be able to drive this Porsche must be a rich son. To be able to drive blindly in such a crowded place must not be a good person, but didn't expect to apologize so dryly, causing him to have no place to spread his anger. Brother Tang, I'm not very skillful at driving. I accidentally bumped into you. I'm really sorry. Oh yeah, my name is Wang Lin. I'm Qingya's fiancé. For her sake, please don't mind Brother Tang. Wang Lin laughed. Fiancé? Only then did Tang Feng see Fang Qingya behind Wang Lin. He couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. This woman has a fiancé? But thinking about it, it was right. Fang Qingya's age seemed to be a bit older than him, plus some power marriages were a common occurrence, so it wasn't surprising. Nonsense, that's what you think yourself. I've never agreed to it. Fang Qingya frowned and looked at Tang Feng. Don't listen to his nonsense. Not only do I not have a fiancé, I haven't even talked to my boyfriend. Just finished speaking. Fang Qingya's pretty face was slightly red. What was the situation? Why was she reacting so much? And explaining to Tang Feng as if she was in a hurry. As if she was afraid that Tang Feng would misunderstand. Damn, Tang Feng wouldn't misunderstand, right? Chapter 119, what are you trying to say? Sooner or later, I have to mind. Qingya, you know that, and soon Elder Fawn will also understand. Wang Lin laughed. Turning around, he walked towards Tang Feng and extended his hand. Brother Tang, I didn't expect you to still be a martial artist. By the looks of it, you're at least a second-rate martial artist. Should be. Tang Feng shook his head. Second-rate martial artist? Never heard of it. The 10th level of Qi cultivation, which was the minimum standard to reach the foundation establishment stage. The physical strength at this realm had already reached the Zhongshe realm amongst martial artists. One could briefly take to the air, leaping more than 10 meters high in a single leap. And with a single punch even a cultivator with poorer qualifications would be able to strike out 10,000 pounds of force. The bland smile on Wang Lin's face changed. He was not a wasteful dude who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. Since childhood, he was also considered to be gifted, coupled with the family's strong power. Every year, at least a few $100 million were spent to buy all kinds of rare medicinal herbs to be ground into medicinal liquid to quench the body. Nowadays, it is already a first-class martial artist. It wasn't hard to make Tang Feng suffer some pain, but as the force in his hand gradually became greater, Tang Feng remained impassive and flat as usual. Even if he used his full strength, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. Tired? Tang Feng asked. Wang Lin was stunned, but he heard Tang Feng speak. Then it's my turn. As the saying goes, it's not polite to come without a fight. Since Wang Lin wanted to give him a little bit of suffering, Tang Feng wasn't a stingy person and didn't mind returning tenfold. Ka! The sound of bones shattering rang out. Wang Lin felt like he had been electrocuted, forcing himself to endure the severe pain without screaming out or showing a pained expression, wanting to put his hand back, but felt Tang Feng's hand like an iron vice holding his hand tightly, without the slightest possibility of breaking free. What's wrong? Tang Feng asked with a concerned expression. No, nothing. Wang Lin barely managed to squeeze out a smile. After all, it was in front of Fang Qingya. He still had to maintain some face and demeanor. Nothing? That's not good. My old family has a tradition that you have to show enough warmth to your friends. Tang Feng smiled, and slightly increased the strength in his hand. Just some of it was enough for Wang Lin to no longer be able to hold back the pain as his facial expression twisted a bit, and he busied himself by saying, something's wrong, something's wrong. Don't be polite, don't be polite. Tang Feng increased his strength again, but it was well controlled. Not so much so that Wang Lin's hand bones turned into pieces. Ah! Wang Lin cried out in pain. Even if he was quite cultivated, he couldn't help but curse. Where did the monster come from? How is he so strong? This guy is definitely more than second-rate. I'm afraid that he's going to cross the first-rate and reach the strength of a Hotian martial artist. A few moments later, Wang Lin only felt the iron pincers clamping his hand loosened. Finally got some relaxation. busy covering his hand and blowing air, but his mouth can't show his anger. Lightly said, Brother Tang's strength is still quite big, must already be a Hotian martial artist. Really young talent. What strength martial artist is your father? Tang Feng asked. My dad, a merchant, grew up with a weak body and bones, unable to cultivate. Wang Lin said. Oh, then what strength martial artist is your grandfather? Tang Feng asked again. A late innate stage martial artist. When he said this, Wang Lin had a proud face. After all, being able to become an innate martial artist had already surpassed the vast majority of people, especially in a place like Haichang. Further up, it could be the Zhongshu realm. Looking at the whole country is also the existence of a phoenix feather, let alone a Haichang. The Wang family also rose to power because of this. So far no one dares to offend the Wang family. How can he not be proud of this? Isn't this a coincidence? I am also a late innate martial artist. Tang Feng said. Impossible. At the first moment Wang Lin didn't think of the meaning in Tang Feng's words and blurted out. How could a person in his 20s be a late innate martial artist? Even if he looked around the world, there couldn't be such a genius. But soon, he reacted, and although he was a bit annoyed, he still maintained his demeanor. Brother Tang is joking. Don't believe me? Then you can let your grandfather fight me. Just fight and you'll know. Tang Feng said. Phew. Wang Lin didn't want to fight another war of words with Tang Feng. Otherwise he didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to hold back the anger in his heart. So he placed his gaze on Lu Hui and Ding Ye, who were nearly bumped into by himself. Lu Hui, what are you doing here? No, nothing. Lu Hui originally wanted to settle the score with the owner of the car, but when he saw that the owner of the car was Wang Lin, all the anger in his heart dissipated, and he could only say that he was unlucky. Wang Lin was a member of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Haichang. He was not qualified to touch the car. By the looks of it, it seemed like he was on okay terms with Tang Feng. Damn it, if that was the case, all of his words would have to be held back, but he wasn't willing to do so, so he asked in a low voice, Young Wang, do you know this Mr. Tang? Wang Lin glanced back at Tang Feng and then at Lu Hui, guessing that there might be a grudge between the two. He said indifferently, first time I've met him, but Tang Feng is Qingya's friend, so that means he's my friend. Do you have something to say? Lu Hui just wanted to say no, but when he saw Wang Lin giving him a wink, he instantly understood, and his heart was much more solid. This was good. Wang Lin looked at Tang Feng as well. He could boldly take revenge on Tang Feng. Afterwards, he looked at Feng Qingya and said, Mr. Feng, I'm Lu Hui. I have something to say to you. Lu Hui, I've already said that I'll cut off all cooperation with the Lu family from now on, and there's nothing for me to say to you. Feng Qingya said, No, not this matter. Him, Tang Feng, I was going to say him. Lu Hui said, Mr. Feng, you've been fooled by him. He's just a loser, or a convicted laborer with a record. How can this kind of person be your driver? And if word gets out, it will have an impact on Tianyuan Group. Finished speaking, Lu Hui looked at Tang Feng with a smug expression. After waiting all night and feeding the mosquitoes all night, he was finally able to avenge being beaten and humiliated by Tang Feng many times. A waste is a waste. Even with the help of some lies, it's impossible to become a human being after all. When Mr. Feng knew the truth, he would definitely fire Tang Feng, and would probably file a lawsuit, but he would be grateful to himself for telling the truth. Wang Lin was stunned. He didn't realize that this Tang Feng was also a jailed person, so it was even more unlikely that he would be qualified to compete with himself for Feng Qingya. And then, nevertheless, Feng Qingya was indifferent and had a bland face. Mr. Feng, did I not make myself clear? He's a reformed laborer and a loser. He must have blown himself out of the water. That's why you let him be your full-time driver. Lu Hui said, You're not right. He was wrongly convicted in the case back then. Mayor Ji is already working on reversing the case. As for the loser, didn't see it, even if he was. So what? What exactly are you trying to say? Feng Qingya faintly said. Chapter 20, You're right about everything. Mr. Feng, how can such a person stay in Tianyuan Group and be your full-time driver? It's equivalent to putting you in danger. After all, it's someone who has been in jail and has a criminal record. So maybe he'll return to his old job at some point. On top of that, this spreading out will have an impact on Tianyuan Group's reputation too. No? Lu Hui said in a very puzzled manner. Why did he feel as if Feng Qingya originally knew about these things, but didn't care at all? This didn't make sense. What good thing could Tang Feng have that would make Feng Qingya value him? Thinking about it, he couldn't think of a single thing. There's still this? Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Feng with interest. Brother Tang, this isn't me saying bad things about you. If what Lu Hui said is true, you might not really be suitable to work in Tianyuan Group. After all, Tianyuan Group is such a large volume. If you receive an impact because of public opinion, then the loss isn't 1.5 points. How about this? Pretending to think for a while, Wang Lin said, there is a small company under our Wang family. Although the scale is small, it's also a formal business. Why don't you go work there and I'll give you a vice president position? How about it? No way. Fang Qingya said, Tang Feng can only stay at Tianyuan Group, and our Tianyuan Group doesn't care about his past. This, Lu Hui was a little confused, unable to believe that Fang Qingya would say this, making it seem as if Tang Feng was some kind of meat and potatoes, afraid of being scooped up. What's there to snatch from a loser? I really don't know what to think. Ding Yaya muttered. Fang Qingya's face turned cold as she drew out her hand and slapped Ding Yaya. Who are you? Are you also worthy of pointing fingers at Tang Feng? You hit me? Ding Yu covered her face showing a sulky color. Lu Hui hurriedly pushed Ding Yu to the side. Is there a qualification for you to speak here? Don't shut up. If Mr. Fang hit you, then you deserve to be hit. What nonsense is this crazy woman talking about? What is the status of others? Fang Qingya? What is her status? What can she do if she just hit her? Humph. Tang Feng is under me. Only I can talk about him. The rest of you don't have this qualification. Fang Qingya said indifferently. Yes. What Mr. Fang said. Although Lu Hui had some resentment in his heart, he did not dare to say anything. Wang Lin also saw that something was wrong, although he didn't know Tang Feng's origin. But just by looking at Fang Qingya's reaction of protecting her calf, he knew that Tang Feng had a not so light weight in Fang Qingya's or even Fang Tianxiong's heart. Then get lost. Don't get in the way of brother Tang and Qingya. Meeting Wang Lin's eyes, Lu Hui reacted with 10 times more fear than when he was rebuked by Fang Qingya. His legs and stomach began to shiver, and he busily said, I'll get lost. Not caring about Ding Yaya. After saying that, Lu Hui ran away like a lost dog. Tang Feng, this matter isn't over. And you, I've memorized this slap. I'll retaliate sooner or later. Ding Yu threw down a vicious sentence and then also quickly left, afraid of being left behind for a few more slaps. You have a grudge against her? Fang Qingya asked. Tang Feng shrugged. He didn't know until now how Ding Yaya could have become so fast, nor did he know that while the victim was clearly himself, the aggressor looked at him like an enemy. Could it be because he hadn't been victimized like a dead dog as she wished? This ridiculous world. Brother Tang made a bad friend, but it's okay. I'll teach Lu Hui a lesson for you sometime in the future. In the end, the Lu family is nothing more than a dog of my Wang family, Wang Lin said. Fang Qingya shook her head and didn't pick up the conversation, saying, alright, it's almost time, let's go. Where to? Tang Feng asked. Mingshan, Zhu family. The old master of the Zhu family and my grandfather have been old friends since childhood. Almost every once in a while they would get together. Only that my grandfather has not been too convenient lately because of his health problems, so he let me go for a bit. Fang Qingya explained. Tang Feng nodded and sat at the back with Fang Qingya. Seeing this, Wang Lin's lips moved, glancing at his right hand that was still trembling, pulling open the car door and sitting in the passenger side, turning back and saying, Brother Tang, just now you also saw, I'm not very skillful at driving this car, so why don't I start to trouble you? How much is this car? Tang Feng asked. 911. About 4 million. Is it leather? Tang Feng asked again. Of course. Wang Lin was a bit unsure what kind of fart Tang Feng was holding in his heart. Anyway, from the exchange just now, Tang Feng definitely wouldn't say meaningless words. Hissing, with a gentle tug, Tang Feng ripped the seat open. That means you've been tricked, bastard. Wang Lin cursed in his heart. Being cheated my ass. Who in the entire high city dared to cheat him? This guy. He clearly wanted to take revenge for the fact that he almost ran into him just now, and he was still talking so nicely. Brother Tang, you're so good with your hands. If you're only a driver, isn't it a bit too condescending? Wang Lin asked. I also think so. Fang Qingya was about to say something, but was preempted by Tang Feng. Then how about this? Our Wang family can still talk to the Situ family. If you're interested I can introduce you. With your talent, I think you'll be able to make a big splash. Maybe one day you'll be able to step into the Zhongshu realm and become famous. Wang Lin said. Oh of course. I'm not digging in. It's all up to you, Brother Tang. However, in his heart, he was thinking that if Tang Feng really went to the Situ family, with the personality of the Situ family's group of lunatics, they would be able to train Tang Feng to death in less than a year's time. Not interested. Tang Feng shook his head. Maybe I didn't make it clear just now. The Situ family is a famous martial arts family in Haicheng. Even if you look at the whole country, the so-called 360 trades and professions, if you create a name for yourself in martial arts, you'll have a bright future as well. Wang Lin said. Not interested. With my strength, no one in the Situ family is my opponent. Tang Feng said. You, Brother Tang, we're all on our own. Can you stop pretending? Wang Lin was speechless. The tone was too big. Just how old is he? He dares to say this kind of words. The Situ family has a patriarch sitting in the center. How many patriarchs are there in the whole country and the whole world? This guy even dared to say that no one in the Situ family was his opponent. Either he was a pretender, or he was a frog in the well, not knowing how big the sky was outside the well. Seriously, Tang Feng, have you ever fought a Zong master? Fang Qingya asked curiously. I've even fought with a land god, Tang Feng said. Nonsense. Wang Lin couldn't bear it anymore. This person was also too capable of pretending. Brother Tang, there should be a limit to bragging. Do you understand in the end? In the path of a martial artist, a Zongshi is already a phoenix feather in the existence of a land god. In the end, in the world there are still no land gods or not yet known. As for fighting, that's even more impossible. Even a Zongshi can't be able to defeat a single foe of a land god. You said that it's not even known if there are any land immortals. How do you know that a land immortal can defeat a Zongshi in a single move? Tang Feng shrugged. Right, you're right about everything. Tang Feng smiled disdainfully. Chapter 21, The Wang family are all yin-yang people. At the immortal medical mountain, Tang Feng's life wasn't easy at all. In addition to being made difficult by the old Taoist, he was most impressed by the ninth senior brother, a man with average cultivation talent, but a marvelous talent for martial arts, who had already been a land god simply by taking medication at Immortal Medical Mountain and training for less than a year. Most of the time the training is the ninth brother is responsible for. At first Tang Feng can be said to have been hit by the nose and face. Between life and death do not know how many times to hover. Broken bones all over the body, tendons and veins broken. And land immortals although they will not fly, but light and jumping power is very strong. In the 100,000 mountains in the wind, and indirectly cured the Tang Feng's fear of heights. To say that the world has seen the land god fairy people, estimated not more than 5 fingers of the number. And Tang Feng is one of them. Land immortals are indeed strong. Among ordinary cultivators, even the Jindan stage may not be an opponent. But Tang Feng is the immortal Dr. Sectaire. How strong is the Kung Fu? The physique is even more quenched than the ordinary refining stage is even stronger. If he is now fighting with the ninth senior brother, Tang Feng has the confidence to fight a draw. Since brother Tang has this confidence, why don't you have a few moves with the Situ family's old family master later, and save the Situ family's old family master from having no opponent? Wang Lin lightly laughed. Bad. I forgot that old master Situ will also be there. Tang Feng, when the time comes, you have to keep a lower profile. Don't talk like you did just now. Fang Qingyao's expression changed. What? The Situ family's people are violent by nature, especially in martial arts, and old master Situ is an extremely powerful grandmaster. If you get his attention, you'll have to suffer a lot. Fang Qingyao said. What you said? Is it him? The car drove halfway up the mountainside. Tang Feng stopped and pointed ahead, only to see that not far away was an old man pacing in the air. Each footstep could shatter a piece of concrete road. Each time he leapt up to 4 or 5 meters, his toes pointing to the ground would act as a cushion, as if he was flying. If Newton saw this scene, I am afraid that the coffin board will not be able to hold it down. This was not scientific. Yes, old Master Situ is still really, same old Fang Qingya shook her head helplessly, and after saying that, she pushed open the car door and stepped out of the car and waved her hand. Grandpa Situ, you've gotten better so quickly from your injury? Situ Suzhang landed and smiled broadly. Oh, so it's Qingya how long has it been since I've seen you? You're beautiful again that little injury is not a big deal to me at all. It's been healed a long time ago. Master Situ was injured? Rather, I didn't know. Otherwise the kid would have gone to pay a visit at the door. Wang Lin arched his hand and said, but it's just a little mistake when running the power chi. It's not firm for you Wang family to visit. There's no that blessing. Situ Su Zhang said without any good humor. Wang Lin smiled in embarrassment. This old thing is still so straightforward. At least they are all from the 4 great families. They can't say anything at all on the spot. Qingya, why did you go with this kid? How bad luck. All the people in the Wang family are yin and yang people. Their hearts are deep. It's annoying to see. Situ Su Zhang said. Wang Lin clenched his fists. This old thing, can't talk. Such an impulsive temper, deserves to have his luck hurt. A car accident on the road? See Qingya, walking with the Wang family is not good. See what kind of car crashed into. Are you hurt? But where a skin is broken I will go to the Wang family to ask for a statement. Situ Su Zhang noticed the dent on the front of the Porsche, and hurriedly checked if Fang Qingya was injured. Master Situ, this is a misunderstanding on your part. I wasn't the one who drove the car all the way here. As for the dent, it was Qingya's driver who did it. Wang Lin said. What? Qingya got a driver? TSK, rare thing. Where is the girl? Let me see. Situ Su Zhang knocked on the glass, but when the glass fell, Situ Su Zhang froze, followed by a surprise revealed in his eyes. little brother. It's you. Old master. You know brother Tang? Wang Lin asked. Go. What's the matter with you? Come little brother. You can't sit in the Wang family's car. There's no chance that it's hiding a bomb or something, or it's under a curse. Bad luck. Situ Suzhang said. Wang Lin's face was dark. If it wasn't for Situ Suzhang's seniority and strength, he really couldn't bear it. After learning that the dent on the front of the Porsche was caused by Wang Lin almost bumping into Tang Feng, so Tang Feng smashed his fist down. Situ Suzhang laughed. Ha, not bad, that's how it should be done. It's really right for my temper. Then, Situ Suzhang looked toward Feng Qingya and said, little brother is your driver? TSK, it has to be your Tian Yuan group. It's really quick to strike. Grandpa Situ, you know Tang Feng? Feng Qingya asked. I just met him at that time in the morning. I have to say, he's a tall man. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm on good terms with old Feng, I'd really like to dig into my Situ family. Situ Suzhang said with some regret. Feng Qingya, who knew Tang Feng's ability, just smiled and didn't say much. It's not early. Let's go. Old Zhu is not doing well. Let's talk on the way. Situ Suzhang said. What? Grandpa Zhu is physically ill? Feng Qingya was stunned. That's not true. Said life is at stake. Hey, also really enough bull *******. Last year is still alive and kicking. Suddenly on the bed can't get down. On the old Zhu that nature, even if not tortured to death by the disease, lying on the bed of this period of time will also have to suffocate to death. Situ Suzhang shook his head. Seeing the 3 walk past in front of him without the intention of waiting for him, Wang Lin shouted behind him. Old master, Qingya, take my car and go together. Play on one side. Didn't you say just now? Sitting in your Wang family's car is too bad luck. Find a place to park yourself. Situ Suzhang head did not return said. Damn. Wang Lin's nose was crooked with anger. His heart prayed that a thunderbolt would fall and kill this old thing. His mouth was too cheap. Ming Mountain. Zhu family. Not in the 4 great families of the City of the Sea. Strictly speaking is one of the 4 great families of the last session. The first, for some reason, without warning, they left the vortex of the competition of the major forces of the City of the Sea, hidden into the Ming Mountain. But even so, its influence is still not weak. Some of the newborn forces and veteran forces are still to give a few thin face. Compared to today's 4 great families, the Zhu family is more comprehensive. Whether it is business or martial arts or not bad development. Zhu family head Zhu Kaishan has 3 sons. The eldest son, Zhu Wen, was a good student from a young age, and after graduation, he entered the political arena, and now he and the mayor of Haichang, Ji Knight, are notoriously good partners. The second son Zhu Qing, the opposite of the name, has a strong interest in business. In the Zhu family retired before the establishment of the Mingshan Chamber of Commerce. The development of many years has become one of the 8 major chambers of commerce in Huaxia. Strong financial strength, rich can rival the country. The youngest son, Zhu Hong, joined the military, with countless war achievements, and now still defends one side, shaking the herd. Old Zhu is also considered a hero in his life, only to have this great difficulty in his later years. Situ Suzhang shook his head inside. As he was speaking, he suddenly held Tang Feng's hand, and solemnly said, in fact, at that moment in the morning, I wanted to say, little brother, I know that you are not an ordinary person, but also please come to your rescue, no matter whether it's a success or a failure. The Situ family and the Zhu family will all remember your kindness. Chapter 22 Plum Wolfsbane. Tang Feng shook his head. Why, little brother, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The Situ family and Zhu family will never treat you poorly. Situ Suzhang was stunned and said, that's the wrong thing to say. I've never touched money, and things of money can't move me. Tang Feng said, don't touch money? Situ Suzhang frowned. It was true that there were some highly skilled people with great skills who had this habit, but then again, anything that could be bought with money wasn't a problem. If Tang Feng wasn't interested in money, then it was hard to say. Little brother, you might as well state your requirements, but if I can do it, I will never say anything. Feng Qingya couldn't help but say, old Grandpa Situ, it's like this, there are conditions for Tang Feng to make a move. 1. You need to queue up, and 2. You need to donate at least 1 billion to charity. After that, it's up to his mood. Qingya, how do you know all this? Situ Suzhang asked. My grandfather's illness was cured by him. Feng Qingya shrugged and said, what? Situ Suzhang was shocked, looking Tang Feng up and down, his eyes revealing shock and disbelief. Could it be that little? Oh no, Mr. Tang is the heir to the immortal doctor that old Feng mentioned. The Feng sage? So that's how it is. Feng Sheng, it was the old man who was dazed and confused before. Please be more patient with Feng Sheng for my poor words. Immortal Doctor Heir. Anyone who had some insight had heard of it. It was said that the immortal doctor sect was very mysterious. and only those who were very fortunate would be able to have the honor of seeing it, let alone being able to invite the immortal doctor's heir. As soon as he thought of his somewhat less than favorable attitude towards Tang Feng at the Jihuan Pavilion, Sita Su Zhang felt a pang of regret. There's no harm in it, just follow what this boss of mine said. Donate $1 billion to the charity organization, and I can agree to the cure. Tang Feng said, that's that, all at the behest of Feng Shang. Sita Su Zhang nodded. $1 billion was quite a lot, but compared to his life, it was worthless. But what made him unable to calm down for a long time was the fact that he was lucky enough to meet the immortal doctor's heir at his age. No wonder a prescription can solve all the martial artists are incredibly confused problem. In other people's body may be used to describe the magic, but for as the heir to the immortal Dr. Tang Feng, itself is a legend. Xingya, you guys wait for me, this mountain road is really a bit not very good. Wang Lin panted and followed. For Sito Suzheng of the sovereign realm, walking a few steps was not difficult for him at all, let alone Tang Feng who had already succeeded in building his foundation. This distance could not even be considered a walk. Fang Qingya had Sita Suzheng's help, so she didn't get tired. This can be bitter. Wang Lin. He parked the car and then chased all the way. Despite the strength of a first-class martial artist is also quite consuming. The Shu family retreated in this kind of place, also want to figure a clean. It's understandable that the Wang family has weak kidneys, Sita Su Zhang said as he glanced at him. Wang Lin took a deep breath. This old thing is still finished. Ever since he met him, he has been playing the map gun. One moment he said that the Wang family is yin and yang people with rotten asses, and the next moment he said that all Wang family members have weak kidneys. I don't know which heavenly struck guy cured Sita Su Zhang. It's better to die early. Void, just honestly stay in the Wang family. If old Zhu is in a bad mood after seeing you, resulting in a physical problem, the old man will be the first to kill you, Sita Su Zhang said, being insulted by pointing at his nose multiple times. Wang Lin was more or less unable to hold his face. Elder Situ, our Wang family and the Situ family at least have some friendship. It's not too good for you to speak out against the Wang family 3 times, right? What? Not convinced? Simple. Let your Wang family tie up a piece to have some fun with me, Sita Su Zhang said indifferently. Humph. The Grandmaster realm is nothing great. Does Master Sita still think that the world today is still about heroes by force? These times, they have long changed. Wang Lin coldly said, I don't know if it's based on force, I only know that as long as I want to. Pinching your Wang family is as simple as pinching a chicken, Sita Su Zhang said. Wang Lin stopped speaking. In reality, he also thought that the Zhongshu realm was indeed marvelous. The Shu family's manor took up 2/3 of the entire Ming mountain, and the outermost part was a red gate of about 5 meters, with a couplet affixed to it, the sun, the moon, the mountains, and the rivers of the divine state, and the 10,000 dawns are unharmed today. The banner reads, the years are quiet. This couplet, some atmosphere. Tang Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Old Zhu likes to make these strange things. Let's go in first, Sita Su Zhang said. Originally, in order to enter the Zhu family manor, one needed a voucher or invitation, but Sita Su Zhang's face was the voucher, and the guards at the entrance didn't stop them. After walking around for a while, he finally entered a small building in a completely Chinese style. In the main hall, there were 5 people sitting on the left and right. On the left were Zhu Kaishan's 3 sons, while on the right were a man around 30 years old and an old man who was past his prime and had gray temples. A few people were chatting about something, but after seeing Sita Su Zhang, Shu Wen hurriedly stood up and walked over with an anxious face. Uncle Situ, you're here. Just now my father was receiving treatment, so we 3 brothers were not able to greet him in person. Please don't be offended by this. Please don't be offended by this. Please don't be offended. 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 Hey, what a time to be talking about this. How is old Zhu doing? It's so damn meaningless. Last year he was still a good person. Now how come he's like this? Sita Su Zhang sighed. Father's health has always been very good. Plus there are some achievements in martial arts. It is reasonable that he shouldn't have fallen ill to this extent. I heard old man Zhong say that it was poisoning, Zhu Wen said with a worried face. Only then did Sita Su Zhang notice the old man sitting there with his eyes closed, busy saying, so it's divine Dr. Zhong. I don't know what kind of poison old Zhu is suffering from. Is there any way to cure him? The old man named Zhong Lao shook his head and said, if my diagnosis is correct, it should be the plum wolf poison, which is extremely poisonous, and there is no cure to date. Upon hearing this, Shu Wen's 3 brothers all lowered their heads in pathos. Plum wolf poison. Sita Su Zhang fiercely drew in a breath of cold air, a sinister look appearing on his face. It must be that gang of devils. It's simply impossible for there to be plum wolf poison in the country. If anything happens to father, even if it's death, I will definitely settle the score with them. Zhu Hong clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. Nonsense, Zhu Wen chided. Zhu Hong opened his mouth to say something, but due to the majesty of his big brother, he still held back the words that reached his mouth. Alright, it's no use talking about this now. It's better to think about how to save old Zhu. Situ Su Zhang said. Save what to save? My master has already said that the patient is suffering from plum wolf poison. There is no cure but to wait for death. The young man next to Zhong Lao said. These words once again cast a layer of gloom over everyone's hearts. Elder Zhong had a pivotal position in the medical world at home and abroad. And when he said that there was no cure, it meant that there was no cure. And when he said that he could only wait for death, it meant that he could only wait for death. It's too absolute. The plum wolf poisoning can't be saved. I see that the title of Divine Doctor has a lot of water. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chapter 23, The Divine Doctor Zhong Lao. Who's talking? Lu Shi looked left and right. Fixing his gaze on Tang Feng's body, he said without a trace of humor. Who are you? You're also worthy of pointing fingers at my master. But also the plum wolf poison is still a mere plum wolf poison. You're not small in tone. Wang Lin was also shocked by what Tang Feng said. Smilingly said, Brother Tang, you may not be too clear about what is plum wolf poison. Compared to the world's top 10 poisons, the toxicity may not be the biggest, will not cause death in a short period of time, but to the poisoner's body, the spirit of the dual aspects of the body, it is a huge torment. Moreover, the most important thing is that there is no antidote for this kind of poison, and even any medicine that can ease the pain can only be counterproductive. Tang Feng said indifferently, but as far as I know, 10 years ago there was an overseas royal family member suffering from the plum wolf poison who had been rescued by a high-ranking person and is still alive today. Nonsense! Why haven't I heard of this thing you're talking about? Lu Shi said. The others also looked at Tang Feng with puzzled faces. According to what they were referring to, anyone who had been infected with the plum wolf poison had died at all, and none of them had survived. He's right. Elder Zhong suddenly spoke, as if remembering a past event, his eyes showing rare awe. That was a high-ranking person from the immortal doctor sect, who cured the plum wolf poison, which the world saw as incurable and feared, with just a few silver needles. A miracle. Immortal doctor sect. These three words were not mysterious and had left their footprints all over the world. It was said that all the people in the immortal doctor sect were like gods, able to heal the dead and break mountains and rivers with their martial arts, and although they rarely appeared in the public eye, their legends were circulated everywhere and were full of legend. But, Master, didn't you say that the people in the immortal healer sect are all mysterious and don't face the road easily at all? So maybe it's just a blackmail, made up by people with ulterior motives. Lu Shi was skeptical. There would be that kind of person there, like what Zhong Lao said, where is still a mortal, no different from a god. He still believed in science more. You don't understand. My family's ancestor had his life saved by the immortal medical sect, and also passed down the medical book. It's just a pity that it was lost in the 1,000 years of the king's supremacy turnover, or else I would have been able to hang around on behalf of the immortal medical sect seniors, and save a few more lives. Elder Zhong shook his head, rather regretful. It's been so long since then, there's no way to verify it. Maybe it was made up by your ancestor. Master. Lu Shi was unimpressed. What nonsense. Zhong Lao chided. Lu Shi was resentful, so he could only aim his fire at Tang Feng. Even if there is an immortal healer sect, what does this have to do with you? Speaking as if you are the immortal healer sect. Mr. Zhu Wen, the Zhu family is at least a powerful family. How could any kind of person come here and spout off? It's better to hurry up and drive them out. Don't affect the old master's rest. Although the old master is not long to live, but in this limited time, it's always better to let him live a cleaner life. Zhu Wen also didn't like Tang Feng's pretense of being profound, but also the appearance of the eye. But Tang Feng was brought by Sita Suzhang. He couldn't directly drive away, and said with some difficulty, Uncle, you look at this. Sita Suzhang frowned and said, Great nephew, be careful with your words. Let me introduce you. This is precisely the immortal doctor sect's heir. Wind Sage. The existence of the immortal doctor sect is also not a blackmail, but a real existence. At those words, the crowd was shocked. Uncle, is this statement true? Zhu Wen was dumbfounded. Then it can still be false. Be polite to Wind Sage. The name of the immortal doctor sect's heir can't be denigrated. Situ Suzhang faintly said, Che, what immortal doctor sect heir? Pretending is quite decent. Even old Mr. Situ was fooled. He couldn't even recognize the plum wolf venom. If this kind of person is the immortal doctor sect heir, I'm the immortal doctor sect ancestor. Lu Shi disdainfully said. Bang! Tang Feng's eyes went cold as he punched through the air, but it caused Lu Shi to roll over 3 times, smashing multiple chairs. Martial artist. Zhu Wen was startled, and Zhu Hong, who was a soldier, couldn't help but have his eyes light up with an urgent expression. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he would definitely want to compete with Tang Feng. Sita Su Zhang had the same strange expression, attacking through the air. It means that you are already able to release your energy. And looking at the force of this random strike, how can you be a first-class expert, worthy of being an immortal healer sect heir? Both the medical skills and martial arts were astonishing. Unbridled, unbridled, how dare you hit me? This is the Zhu family. Mr. Zhu Wen, Mr. Zhu Qing, Mr. Zhu Hong, you all don't care? Lu Shi said in pain. Zhu Wen was a bit helpless. If Tang Feng was really the immortal Dr. Sec's heir, whether or not their father survived depended on Tang Feng. So how could he be disrespectful to Tang Feng? Zhu Qing's face was expressionless. He was all about business. These years of being forced into seclusion had caused him to lose interest in everything. So how could he care about a Lu Shi? As for Zhu Hong, he was already irritated with Lu Shi, who was not very capable and had a lot of long-winded words. Seeing him get beaten up, not only did he not get angry, but he was also a bit cool. You are an immortal Dr. Sect heir? That requires proof. Zhang Lao said. Does what I am have anything to do with you? Or am I begging you? So why should I prove it to you? Tang Feng snorted. If you can't prove it, then I can't allow you to heal Zhu Kaishan. He's benefited me. Even if I can't save him, I'm still responsible for him. Zhang Lao said forcefully. Lu Shi also came over and said, that's right, if you can't prove it, you're a liar. These days, liars are more rampant than one another. They have no skills whatsoever but are rampant. Not only do they have a big mouth, but they also dare to beat people up. It's really turned the world upside down. Tang Feng just glanced at him and scared Lu Shi into shutting his mouth. Hey, divine Dr. Zhang, don't you even believe me? Wen Sage is a genuine immortal healer sect heir. He cured my internal injuries today with just a random prescription. Situ Su Zhang said. Not to mention, Elder Zhang was renowned in the medical world. Even he wouldn't speak rudely to each other. Martial artists, they were always friendlier to doctors. What? Zhu Hong was shocked. Very excitedly grabbed Situ Su Zhang's hands. Due to too much excitement, his voice was loud. Uncle, what did you say? This kid can really cure your internal injuries. That is to say, he has solved the biggest headache that martial artists have always had? That can still be false. Old man, I'm not going to lie to you. Don't believe me. Don't believe me, let's have a couple moves? Situ Su Zhang said without a trace of anger. Zhu Hong smiled sarcastically. Then it's better to forget it. The other party was a grandmaster. Even if his internal injuries weren't healed yet, beating him 10 or 8 times would be like playing. The Shu family's eyes changed as they looked at Tang Feng. They naturally believed Situ Su Zhang's words. To be able to come up with something that could solve the problems that martial artists had been facing, this kind of ability, in a way, was the first person in the world. It was also enough to gain their respect and square eyes. Indeed, it is unthinkable, a stroke of genius, but it is not enough. Stunness flashed in Elder Zhang's eyes, but he still shook his head. Chapter 24, Not So Kind. Oh, then let him fend for himself. Tang Feng said. Dona Feng Sage, that's the plum wolf poison. If you don't have your hand to cure him, old Zhu will be finished. Situ Su Zhang said anxiously. Tang Feng shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. The immortal Dr. Sect doesn't have the rule of following a patient's ass and begging for healing. This, Situ Su Zhang was speechless. Indeed, even for an ordinary doctor, it was the patient who begged for healing, not the doctor who begged for the patient. Not to mention that Tang Feng was still an immortal Dr. Sect heir. How lofty. Look at these three as sons again. Their father's life is on the line, but they don't have any initiative at all, whether or not to cure their father. They even need to get an outsider's consent. It's really absurd enough. Tang Feng shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. How dare you? Xu Qing frowned. Not to mention whether you're an immortal Dr. Sect heir or not. Even if you are, which, so what? This is the Zhu clan, not your immortal Dr. Sect. There's no room for you to be unbridled. You are unbridled. Tang Feng coldly said. You need to know. It's not that I have to come to your Zhu family to cure your father, but old Mr. Situ begged me to come. Any of your Zhu family has power and influence, but it has nothing to do with me, and less to put up a fight in front of me. Zhu Qing's face was gloomy. How many years had it been? No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. In the end, the Zhu family had been hidden for too long. The people outside had already forgotten how glorious the Zhu family was back then. Incoming! Xu Qing bellowed, and soon dozens of well-built, dark-skinned thugs walked in, and 2 of them put their hands on Tang Feng's body at the signal. Scram! Tang Feng's tiger body shook, and his strong true qi instantly sent the 2 of them flying out. How dare you! All of you, don't keep your hands off. Take him down for me. Xu Qing drank. What are you doing? Stop it. Situ Su Zhang chided. What are you waiting for? This is the Zhu family. It's the Zhu family who has the final say. Xu Qing coldly said. Situ Su Zhang's face darkened. His hands intersected, and invisible energy instantly stirred up many of the fighters, who were then thrown out one by one under Situ Su Zhang's control. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. These few, All of them are first-class experts, but they don't have any resistance at all, worthy of being in the sovereign realm. This old thing. It seems that the internal injuries are really all healed. Wang Lin was shocked in his heart, but what shocked him more was Tang Feng. Situ Suzheng's strength he knew, but Tang Feng who could truly heal Situ Suzheng's internal injuries was the most scary. With this kind of medical skill, just by raising his arm and calling out, he didn't know how many people would wave their flags in echo. This kind of horrifying appeal, even the Wang family couldn't compare. Uncle, your internal injuries are actually really healed, and by the looks of it, it seems that your strength has improved, Zhu Wen said in surprise. Situ Suzheng said without any good humor, you let Lao Air fool around just to make sure that my internal injuries are healed or not? Boss Zhu, you're good, you don't even believe my words anymore. No, this, uncle, as you know, as a person practicing martial arts, 70 to 80% of people in this life will encounter the problem of damaged meridians and reversed flow of energy, and no one has been able to crack it for thousands of years. And for one person to suddenly pop up and say that he is able to crack it, this is a bit unimaginable. It is justifiable for Big Brother to do so. Zhu Hong smiled and rounded off the scene. Although he was in the military, but his brain was not slower than others. Whether it was the degree of smoothness or the art of language is called first class. 3 or 2 words let Situ Suzheng eliminate most of the fire. But Situ Suzheng still helplessly said, this is useless for you guys to say to me. You still have to look at Feng Shang. After all, people of this status, some arrogance is also normal. Moreover, people kindly came to treat old Zhu, but you guys, even the most basic hospitality is not there. This is not decent. Yes, uncle is right. Zhu Hong hurriedly nodded his head and gave a wink to Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen understood and hurriedly said respectfully, Wind Sage, just now it was the 3 of us brothers who were wrong. Please don't be offended by Wind Sage. Don't tease. You guys can test me if you want to, and apologize if you want to, and up until now, you guys still think that you're being polite to me, but are actually giving me a step down? With just one word from you guys, I have to abandon my former suspicions and do your bidding? Then this immortal Dr. Sect heir of mine is too worthless. Tang Feng sneered. Shu Qing said indifferently, name a number for how much you want. Lao Air. Zhu Wen frowned and pushed Shu Qing aside. What was the use of mentioning money when it was already time? Since the identity of Tang Feng had now been confirmed, how could such a strange man be moved by money? The famous immortal Dr. Sect's heir. If he wanted money, I'm afraid I don't know how many people would want to give it away. Saying this would only make Tang Feng resentful. What's wrong? He didn't say so much just for money. Is it hard to believe that he's still in it for power? How about this? Boss, you can just give up your position to him, Shu Qing said disdainfully. Alright, second brother. What exactly do you want? I know you're dissatisfied with your father's seclusion, which made you abandon the Chamber of Commerce that you've devoted so much of your life to building. But this is not the time to be counting on that. Without father's blessing, do you think the Bright Mountain Chamber of Commerce could take off? To put it bluntly, father will give it to you if he wants to give it to you. It's only natural that he doesn't want to give it to you. Besides, father has a hard time doing this. It's just that you and I don't understand it. Even if we don't understand it today, we will understand it tomorrow. Sooner or later, Zhu Hong said. Tang Feng sneered. He didn't want to listen to the Zhu family argue and waste time for nothing. He was an immortal healer sect heir with his own pride. Since he couldn't get any respect, he wouldn't turn back even if the other party was begging. Sage Feng, stay back. Stay back. Seeing Tang Feng losing patience, Situ Su Zhang hurriedly chased after him. Wind Saint, don't bother with these uneducated juniors. Why don't we show them a hand and see how good you are? After knowing how powerful you are, they will be convinced. I'm not interested. Tang Feng shook his head. Don't Feng Shang. Just think of it as for me as an old man. Shucks, what face can I have as an old man? Just think of it as for Qingya. Look, what a pretty girl. It's worth a favor too, isn't it? I'll turn around and talk to old Feng. Let him pledge Qingya to you. How about it? Situ Su Zhang said. Old Grandpa Situ, what are you talking about? Feng Qingya's cheeks slightly reddened, but she also went along with Situ Su Zhang's meaning. Tang Feng, just step in and help Grandpa Zhu. He fought for his country in the first half of his life. He can't be left in pain at the end of the day. Che, I think he's just pretending to be a god. In fact, there's no way to heal Grandpa Zhu. Now that he's been racked up, he wants to run away from the battle. Lu Shi whispered. Zhong Lao frowned and scolded. Shut up, you don't need to come and say sarcasm. At first, he was also skeptical about whether Tang Feng had the ability to treat Situ Suzheng or not. After Situ Suzheng's outburst completely confirmed Tang Feng's ability, he couldn't help but feel that it was really young and promising, and that the latter waves pushed the former waves. Elder, treating the sick and saving people is our duty as healers. Other unpleasantness, please put it down for the time being. Just now I've taken my pulse. The plum wolf poison in Zhu Kaishan's body is already approaching the heart vein. If we don't save it, I'm afraid we won't have a chance. I'm a healer, but I won't condescend myself for the sake of healing. I'm not that merciful either, Tang Feng said indifferently, then pointed at the Zhu family brothers and said, "It's fine if you want me to cure you, but you have to show enough sincerity." Chapter 25, Skyron's 3 Needles. Humph, don't you still want money? Say it, how much do you want? As long as you can say it, we can afford to give it, Shu Qing said in a cold voice. Lao Air, haven't you made enough of a scene? Lao San, take him down, Zhu Wen chided. Zhu Hong nodded and stiffly carried Zhu Qing up to leave, but was stopped by Tang Feng. Worthy of being a big brother, just protecting the calf. Wen Sage, this second brother of mine doesn't have a good temper. I'm also afraid of offending Wen Sage. Zhu Wen was a little embarrassed as he was poked in the heart. Wen Sage, what do you want them to do? Just ask. Old Zhu is not here. I can still say something about this Shu family, but whatever you ask for, nothing is forbidden. Situ Su Zhang said. Zhu Wen nodded his head and said, "Yes Feng Shang, you may command as you please. Do you think I'll be polite with you?" Tang Feng said indifferently. "I call Situ Su Zhang and I brother and brother. By all rights, what are you going to call me in terms of seniority?" The 3 Zhu family brothers fell silent. Wasn't this clearly taking advantage of them? A young man in his 20s was the one who had to be in the same generation as Situ Su Zhang and their father. Situ Su Zhang was also a bit puzzled. When did he call himself a brother to Tang Feng? However, he knew that right now was not the time to argue about this. Who let there be a request? So he said, "Zhu Wen, what are you still standing there for? With the identity of the Wind Sage, you guys aren't at a disadvantage." Seeing that both Zhu Wen and Shu Qing didn't make a move, Zhu Hong waved his hand and said, "I don't even know what you two are thinking. The Wind Sage is the immortal Dr. Sex Heir, so what are we still putting up a fight for?" After saying that, he knelt down towards Tang Feng, arched his hand and kowtowed. "I, Zhu Hong, the 3rd oldest member of the Shu family of Ming Mountain, pay my respects to my uncle." With him taking the lead, Zhu Wen hesitated and also knelt down. Only Zhu Qing stood straight in place. He had been in the shopping mall for decades. What big storms hadn't seen? Whether it was his age or seniority was higher than Tang Feng, and now he was going to ask him to call a brat whose hair wasn't even long enough to be his uncle. What kind of joke is this? But resistance was ultimately futile. In front of Zhu Hong's power, Shu Qing was forced to kowtow. Humph, how many people who want to kowtow to me don't have this blessing? Making it seem like they've suffered a great loss, Tang Feng said in a cold voice. Regardless of whether or not the other party was sincere and truthful, he just had to properly suppress the arrogance of these 3 brothers. But saving Zhu Kaishan, he didn't resist. The other party was an old hero who had fought for the country, so he couldn't let people suffer in their later years. Wind Saint, this way please. Situ Su Zhang walked towards the small room on the side. On the bed couch, there was an old man with reddish skin that looked like it had been dyed red with blood. His breath was like a swimmer, and his vitality was extremely weak. If he didn't take a closer look, he would have thought that he was already a corpse. Wind Saint, is my father saved? Zhu Wen asked. Shut up. Just now, when I said that the plum wolf venom was not worth mentioning, it was not worth mentioning. Since I promised to cure it, it means that it can be cured, Tang Feng said. Zhu Wen immediately shut his mouth. Now that Zhu Kaishan's life was clutched in someone else's hands, he could only suffer even if his words were unpleasant. Besides, if Tang Feng could really make Zhu Kaishan well, what could he do if he just scolded him a few times? I have another rule for healing. Tang Feng glanced at Zhu Kaishan while saying. Situ Su Zhang understood in a second and said with a smile, don't worry Wind Sage, it's only a mere $1 billion. Yo, thought how high-minded. It seems to be the same as what Mr. Shu Qing said. Figure money. Lu Shi said disdainfully. I see, just want to stabilize Mr. Zhu's condition first, then take the money and run. Tang Feng frowned, but before he could do anything, Sita Suzheng nonchalantly gave Lu Shi 2 slaps and said, Yakking, you're not done yet. Divine Dr. Zhong, I just can't stand it, so I'm overstepping my bounds. Zhong old man shook his head, did not care. His so-called disciple was really unable to resist the softly coaxing, so only accepted. These years the mind is all in the use of their own identity as a disciple of the divine physician to make friends with the rich and powerful. In the medical skills have no progress and achievements. Without Situ Su Zheng's hands, he wanted to slap Lu Shi a few times. Gu, old thing, I've also tolerated you for a long time. No matter how, I'm also the disciple of a divine doctor. How can you make a move on me 3 times? Lu Shi was furious. Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for expelling you from the division without regard to my feelings. Zhong Lao chided. Upon hearing this, only then did Lu Shi become honest. With the identity of divine doctor's disciple, he was still a person. If he was expelled from the division, he was nothing. Humph, isn't it just $1 billion? Our Shu family can still afford it. But remember, If you want to roll in the money and run away, it's better to give up. No one can cheat the Zhu family and still get away with it. Shu Qing said in a cold voice. Who told you $1 billion? Tang Feng said indifferently. I want your Zhu family to donate 5 billion to charity. Give me the list. I want to see it. 5 billion. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This amount of money was not a small amount when placed in any power in High City. Okay, all according to what Wind Sage said. Shu Wen gritted his teeth and said, the money was a lot, but it was donated to a charity organization. So from this he could see that Tang Feng wasn't a money grubber, and he was quite relieved. How do you plan to heal? What tools do you need? Elder Zhang asked curiously. Tang Feng shook his head and took out the silver needles he had prepared with him. After sterilizing them, he walked towards Zhu Kaishan, who was lying on the sickbed, and without the slightest hesitation, 3 needles were stabbed into Zhu Kaishan's heart. Divine sense scanned the 5 organs through the flesh and blood. Tang Feng nodded. Sure enough, Zhong Lao's diagnosis is still not quite accurate. At this time Zhu Kaishan's body's plum wolf poison has already invaded the heart, not to mention 3 or 2 days. If not timely treatment, not even tonight cannot pass. This was also on the basis that Zhu Kaishan was a martial artist with a robust body. Otherwise he would not have been able to wait for him to make a move. Buzz! A silver needle pierced into Zhu Kaishan's forehead, chest, and small abdomen. Tang Feng operated the Great Sun reincarnation skill, and in an instant, the silver needles trembled very rhythmically, so quickly that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. Celestial 3 needles? Zhong Lao was shocked and blurted out. Tang Feng glanced at him, although his medical skills were a bit flunked, but with this eye power, to be able to recognize his needles, he did have some skills. Surprisingly, it's the Celestial 3 needles. Unbelievable. Elder Zhong's eyes widened, not daring to blink. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Although Zhu Kaishan hadn't woken up yet, he had long been convinced of Tang Feng's medical skills and admired them. Divine Dr. Zhong, what is the Celestial 3 needles? Why can't I understand it? Situ Su Zhang asked curiously. Of course you don't understand. Even I only happened to read about it in an ancient book left behind by my ancestor. This needle is able to make the patient wander between gods and mortals. Anything harmful to the human body will be forced out, prolonging his life for decades. It's called a divine skill. Zhong Lao said excitedly. Even I thought that this kind of needle technique was too magical to exist. I was wrong. I was so wrong. The world is so big that there is such a high person. To be able to see this magical needle technique in my lifetime, I have no regrets in death. Chapter 26, More Naughty. Upon hearing this, everyone in the ward was stunned, not understanding what exactly Tang Feng had done that would make the always steady and long renowned in the medical world Zhong Lao lose his temper. Listening to you say that it seems like it's very powerful. Then Divine Dr. Zhong, can this Celestial 3 needles save old Zhu? Situ Su Zheng asked. This was also the doubt in the hearts of the others. It's not very powerful. It's very powerful. Elder Zhong, more or less a defiant personality, said excitedly, as long as this little brother can fully exert the efficacy of the Celestial 3 needles. Just like I said earlier, Zhu Kaishan will not only wake up alive but also prolong his life by several decades. Hiss. Situ Su Zheng sucked in a mouthful of cool air, glanced at Tang Feng with a face of emotion, then looked at Zhu Kaishan with some envy, murmuring, damn it, I should have known that I'd also be born half dead and have the Wind Sage do the healing. Extending your life for decades, what's the difference between this and a god? The others agreed with the last sentence. If it wasn't a divine immortal's method, how could it be possible to manage to wake up someone who was terminally ill and whose life was on the line, and prolong his life? Words can't be said like that. Life-saving means can only be used on those who truly need it, Zhong Lao said with dissatisfaction. Yes. Divine Dr. Zhong is right. It's me who is narrow-minded. Situ Su Zheng said helplessly. Zhong Lao focused all his attention on Tang Feng again, not even blinking his eyes for fear of missing any small details, except that he also knew that if he was not allowed to learn from a master, it would be very difficult for his talent to be able to learn the essence of the Celestial Man's 3 needles in this very short period of time with just his eyesight. It was only his obsession with the medical arts that made him really unable to bear to miss this excellent and rare opportunity to learn. Divine Dr. Zhong, is this Celestial 3 needles really as magical as you say? Zhu Wen asked. That's for sure. Can I still lie to you? Although what old family master Situ said was a bit inappropriate, but the truth is, if I could I would have wished that the one lying on the hospital bed wasn't Zhu Kaishan but me. That way, I would be able to have the honor of experiencing the miracle of the Celestial 3 needles firsthand. Zhong Lao said. But why hasn't my father woken up yet? Zhu Wen said with some concern. After all, it's well known how ferocious the plum wolf poison is, and my father's body was already weak, so he can't afford to be tossed around. It should be soon, Elder Zhong said. Even though he was obsessed with the Celestial 3 needles, he didn't really know much about it, and if he said when it would have a significant effect, and when Zhu Kaishan would be able to wake up. He didn't have a number in his heart. Almost there. Tang Feng retrieved the silver needles one by one, felt Zhu Kaishan's pulse, nodded and said, "Almost there? What do you mean it's almost done? Make it clearer." Xu Qing asked, "Do you not understand Chinese? Almost means almost. His body is healthier than yours right now." Tang Feng said indifferently, "Nonsense. I'm telling you, my father's disease must be cured. It's not something you can muddle through with just a few words. If you say it's almost the same, do you think we're all fools? Plum wolf poisoning is a poison recognized by every power in the international arena, and you cured it in the time it takes you to make a pot of tea?" Zhu Qing sneered. Lu Shi squirmed, wanting to say something bad about Tang Feng, but swallowed back once he saw Zhong Lao's sharp eyes. Forget it. There was no shortage of him falling down the well, as long as it was discovered that Zhu Kaishan was still terminally ill and his life was hanging by a thread. With or without him opening his mouth, Tang Feng wouldn't have any good fruit to eat. "Eldest, don't be rude," Zhu Wen chided, and immediately said to Zhong Lao, "Divine Dr. Zhong, please help my father with an examination." Then somewhat apologetically, he said, "Win's sage, it's not that I don't trust you. After all, I still need to check carefully before I can rest assured." Tang Feng shook his head, not caring. The results of the examination soon came out. Elder Zhong carefully compared the data. It was really not bad as he thought, and laughed out loud. It's fine. Zhu Kaishan is completely fine. The plum wolfsbane poison has completely disappeared, and all aspects of his body data are very healthy. It's really unbelievable. It's as if he's more than 10 years younger. The celestial 3 needles were truly miraculous. Tang Feng was also worthy of being an immortal healer sectaire. Zhong Lao's mood was incomparably thrilled. To be able to see such a miracle in his lifetime, even if he died, he would still know that he was satisfied. Really? Surprise appeared in Zhu Wen's eyes. He was busy coming to Zhong Lao's body to look at the examination results, although he couldn't read it too well. No way. This guy, is he really capable of this? Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. That was plum wolf venom. Just stick a few needles in it and then it's cured? Are you kidding me? If plum wolf poison is so easy to cure, what kind of poison is it? Then why hasn't my father woken up yet? Data and whatnot can be faked. It's the person waking up that's the most convincing. Xu Qing questioned. Zhu Wen was stunned and nodded his head as he asked, "Win's sage, since my father is already fine, why is he in a coma? He's already woken up." Tang Feng said indifferently, "Do you think all of us are blind? The person is clearly still in a coma. Where did he wake up?" Xu Qing coldly snorted. "Your old man is more naughty, pretending to be asleep." Tang Feng snorted. Spinning around, he walked over to the hospital bed and said, "Old man, if you don't wake up, I'm going to use the scalpel to cut you squishy." Phew! Zhu Kaishan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and sat up violently. "You kid, where are you talking to an old man like this? What are you afraid of? Anyway, this big old man can't be used. One piece of meat more or less makes no difference to you," Tang Feng said. Zhu Kaishan was speechless. Seeing that Zhu Kaishan really woke up and looked like he was in good spirits, the 3 brothers of the Zhu family hurriedly ran over and grabbed Zhu Kaishan's hand. "Dad, you can finally wake up. How is it? How do you feel? Is your heart still blazing? Has the plum wolf poison really been relieved?" Zhu Wen said excitedly. "Ha ha, boss, can't you see father's glowing spirit? It's much more spirited than your weak and sickly look. That kid didn't lie to us." Zhu Han laughed out loud. Zhu Kaishan looked disgusted, pushed away the 3 people and said, "Get lost, you 3 little brats. I woke up a long time ago. People are kindly giving me the poison. You 3 are either questioning or sneering. You want to wish me dead, don't you? Boss, I'm asking you, do you want me to hurry up and die, so you can quickly take over the Zhu family? And you, second, have you always been dissatisfied with me taking the Zhu family into seclusion and letting you abandon the Mingshan Chamber of Commerce? If I die, you can come back out to do your own thing. Is that right? You, Lao San. Alright, martial arts idiot. Go piss and mud on the side." Chapter 27, Surely Young and Promising. After counting down his 3 sons one by one, Zhu Kaishan looked at Tang Feng. "What should I call you? Call you Feng Shang with that old crooked guy? No, although it's said that the one who reaches is the first, but you're not as old as my grandson. You really can't open your mouth." Tang Feng nodded in understanding. "Then I'd better send the plum wolf poison back again for you. Win Sage is indeed young and promising." "Just kidding. How can something that has already been expelled from your body be sent back again?" Tang Feng said. "Good you brat, but I left some on the silver needle. Wouldn't mind returning it to its original owner." Tang Feng took the silver needle out again. The plum wolf poison did leave some of it behind. This so-called severe poison might be a life-sapping Hades in other people's eyes, but in his eyes it was no less than a great tonic. Anything that reaches the extreme in some way has a place to be utilized, and poison is no exception. And in the immortal doctor's legacy there is a formula that uses it as a raw material for refining pills. Shu Kaishan's withered and wrinkled face shivered, helplessly saying, worthy of being an immortal doctor's sectaire. His methods are truly miraculous. I can bring the dead back to life. But I still have to thank Windsage. You have to thank your 3 good sons. If it wasn't for them, you would have woken up a long time ago. In the end, this plum wolf poison is so rare, and not everyone is qualified to enjoy it, Tang Feng said. As the words fell, the 3 brothers of the Zhu family looked at Tang Feng with strange expressions, especially Zhu Hong, who had been subjected to Zhu Kaishan's harsh training. His tiger's torso trembled as he stammered, Father, this is all a misunderstanding. Just now, our brother and 3 sons were only. That what? It's all second brother's fault. It's because he's too suspicious. It's not that either. Father, you also know that this guy has always been dissatisfied with your reclusive ways, so there will be some resentment. If you have anger, then just take it out on him. The oldest brother and I are both innocent. Zhu Wen rarely said anything, acquiescing to Zhu Hong's statement. Bastard. Oldest? What do you mean by that? Zhu Qing frowned. It was meant to be. In the morning you even said that father's plum wolf poisoning was purely retribution. If he died, you wouldn't even offer incense, and you'd also douse the paper money that the others were burning, so that the old man would go down there with no money to spend. Zhu Hong said. Shu Qing reddened his face and pointed at Zhu Hong. You, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever say that? Eldest, you're going too far. No matter how you say father is father, we are the ones who are sons. How can we say that? This time big brother can't help you. You beg for your own good. After saying that, Shu Wen pulled Zhu Hong back a few steps. Shu Qing's face turned red, cursing for not speaking of brotherly love. All right. Shu began to knock on the table impatiently and droned. All kneel down for me. Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 brothers took 2 steps forward and knelt down. Shu Kaishan walked around twice in front of the 3 and said with a cold snort, What do you think I'm counting on? The 3 were so frightened that they did not dare to utter a single word. Although Zhu Kaishan was old, the tiger's might was still there. It's not selfish for you guys to block it again and again. That's right. It's a small matter for me to be upset, but it's not a small matter for the immortal healer sect's heir to be upset. Zhu Kaishan said, Didn't you used to say that the immortal healer sect was lying to children? Shu Qing whispered, Rebellious child. Zhu Kaishan's eyes widened. When did I say that? Is there a recording? Any witnesses? No, is it? According to the rules of the Zhu family, contradicting, slandering father, the following gram, hit 100 sticks. Zhu Hong, you go do it. Okay. Zhu Hong was busy dragging Zhu Qing out. He had long wanted to leave this place of wrongdoing. The Shu family is quite good at protecting their calves. Tang Feng sneered. Shu Kaishan smiled as if he hadn't heard it and said, Wind Saint, I know your rules, as much as it should be. Zhu Jiawei will donate every penny to charity. I'm more concerned about how you got poisoned by the plum wolf poison. This thing, not just anyone can get it, Tang Feng said, sniffing. Shu began to look serious and looked at Lu Shi beside Zhong Lao, while Lu Shi was unmoved. You go out first. Shu Qing also needs some convalescence after his beating. Zhong Lao frowned. Oh, Lu Shi said somewhat unconvincingly, and glared at Tang Feng irritably as he left. The plum wolf poison had actually let this guy solve it. Quasi a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. What kind of broken immortal healer sectaire? It's all bull asterisk. Old Zhu, you quickly hurry up and say it. Grating. Was it poisoned by that bunch of Yakuza outside of the southern border? Humph. Dare to grin at the heavenly dynasty's upper kingdom. Should have abolished them a long time ago. Situ Su Zhang coldly snorted. Zhu Kaishan, however, shook his head and said in a deep voice, Plum wolf poison is so rare that its value is not less than half a gold mountain. They would have to be able to afford it and take it out. What kind of people could that be? The Tang family. Shu Kaishan glanced at Tang Feng with a grave expression. Tang family? Wind Sage is also surnamed Tang. There can't be any connection between the two, right? If it was with Situs Suzhen's previous temper, I'm afraid that he would have long ago carried a knife to the Tang family to settle the score. But once he thought about the fact that Tang Feng was also a native of Haicheng, and also had the same surname, Tang, he was also a bit hesitant. Tang Feng shook his head and said, there are some connections, but not much. That's fine. I'm going to find Tang Nian to ask for an explanation. The Shu family has obviously gone into hiding, yet he's still holding on to it. Do you really think the Tang family is still the same as the previous Tang family? Situ Su Zhang said in annoyance. Shu Kaishan stopped Situ Su Zhang and said in a deep voice, the Tang family has gradually declined. Without its previous splendor, it's not too much to say that it's half dead. If it's just their family, they definitely don't have the guts to make a move against me. Furthermore, if something happens to the Zhu family, it won't be of any benefit to the Tang family either. In today's Haicheng, all the major industries are occupied by the Tian Yuan group. If you want to make a move, you should also choose old Feng. Feng Qingyao was shocked. Grandpa Zhu, my grandfather will be in danger? That's not so bad. Don't be alarmed. Niece Qingya. Zhu Kaishan smiled. Tian Yuan Group is not a vegetarian. Not to mention the Situ family is friendly with them and is as strong as ever in all aspects. Those people don't have the guts to do so. Their purpose? I'm afraid that it's still the Mingshan Chamber of Commerce under the oldest two. It's easy to hide from the open gun and hard to guard against the dark arrows. That's also the reason why I told the oldest two to stop touching the Mingshan Chamber of Commerce. I'm old and tired. I don't have that much energy to protect him. Tang Feng listened quietly, figuring out something. The Tang family was bound to have defected to a certain power to stir up trouble in High City. And in this, I'm afraid there was a connection to his father's tragic death back then. In the past, he didn't have the ability to take revenge, but it was different now. Feng Shang, it's not early. I'll have someone arrange for some meals, so we'll make do with a night at the Zhu family later. How about it? Zhu Kaishan said. A meal is not necessary. Arrange a quieter room for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Tang Feng said. All right then. Zhu Kaishan nodded and walked out of the room shouting. Little Ling, you take Feng Sheng to the ancestral room to rest. Yes. Chapter 28. I'm not a veterinarian. He is the immortal Dr. Sex heir. Wind Sage? Looking so young, it's really hard to tell. It's said that even divine Dr. Zhong is helpless, but he easily solved the plum wolf poison. Unbelievable. Humph. If we weren't secluded in Ming Mountain, the Shu family could be just as great in the outside world. Don't talk too full of words. Not to mention Wind Sage, besides having a big head and thick neck, where can you compare to divine Dr. Zhong? But divine Dr. Zhong has even been convinced by Wind Sage's medical skills. So what? It's just a healer with no hands. Let's see how I'll make a fool of him. A man with short hair, tall and smart, sneered as he slowly walked towards Tang Feng. Zhu Ling was talking eloquently, introducing Tang Feng to the facilities of the Shu family manor and some of its important members along the way, and didn't notice the strange gazes of others. Wind Saint, you, can I ask you a question? Zhu Ling's watery eyes revealed a few moments of curiosity. Ask, Tang Feng said. How old are you this year? Where is the Immortal Doctor sect? Are the people in the Immortal Doctor sect really like what the rumors say? Shedding their mortal flesh and ascending to immortality? Zhu Ling asked. That's 3 questions for you. Tang Feng shook his head. Sorry. I've been in Ming Mountain since I was born. I don't know anything about the outside world at all, so I'm that little bit more curious. Zhu Ling blushed and said shyly. Tang Feng touched Zhu Ling's little brain, perhaps because he had seen too many people's hearts and the darkness of the world. He was not repulsed by this simple-minded little girl, and said softly, I'm 27 this year, and the Immortal Doctor sect is in a place far, far away, perhaps in Hai Chang, or perhaps in the sky. The Immortal Doctor sect isn't that evil. It's all flesh and blood. Look at me. Do I look like a god or a human? Zhu Ling thought about it. Her big black eyes looked at Tang Feng, and said with a serious face, Saint Feng is like a gentle big brother. It's not a 3-foot golden body, not a god who doesn't understand human feelings. You understand gods that way? Tang Feng froze. Yeah, Grandpa said that gods are all don't care about anything and eat dry food. Otherwise how could there be people in the human world who don't have enough to eat? How could there be people who are aggrieved? And how could there be people who are always sad and upset? Zhu Ling said. Tang Feng was dumbfounded. These words did sound like something Zhu Kaishan would say, and then he said, since you've said that I'm like a gentle big brother, then don't call me Wind Sage. It's all because the elders taught me that I should treat you with respect. I'll call you Brother Wind then, Zhu Ling said. Tang Feng nodded, looking at Zhu Ling's innocent and lovely appearance. His mind drifted far away, remembering some past events, and he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He actually had a younger sister, who was also so innocent and lovely, only that on the day of his father's tragic death, he also unfortunately passed away, which had always been a pain in his heart, and was also the reason why he felt affectionate when he saw Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling had a happy face, but when she turned her head she saw a young man walking over. Her little face slightly changed. She busily pulled Tang Feng's hand and said, Brother Feng, let's go. Tang Feng glanced at him and asked, You're afraid of him? Aha, his name is Zhu Ziming. He's Uncle's 6th son. He can be fierce. He even beats people. We'd better go, Zhu Ling said. Sniffing, Tang Feng stopped his steps and looked straight at Zhu Ziming. You're Tang Feng? Zhu Ziming squinted his eyes and looked at Tang Feng with disdain. Tang Feng said indifferently, checking the account? You. Facing Tang Feng's insalubriousness, as if he didn't put himself in his eyes, Zhu Ziming frowned and swung his fist to strike, but just as he raised his hand, he held back. You're the so-called Immortal Doctor Sex heir? I don't think it's much better. Weak. I'm afraid that if this fist goes down, I'm going to be beaten to find my mom. What do you want to say? Tang Feng continued. I heard that you're quite good at medicine. Come on, check my pulse and see what you're capable of. Zhu Ziming said. You've got the wrong person. I'm not a veterinarian. Tang Feng snorted. Bastard, how dare you call me a beast? Zhu Ziming was furious. If you're not an animal, how can you bite people whenever you see them? Tang Feng shook his head. At these words, the entire courtyard fell silent. The whispers were gone. The people who were practicing boxing also stopped. Some had shocked faces. Some were a little scared. And some showed a look of watching a good show. One should know that Zhu Ziming was the strongest among the 3 generations of Zhu family members, and likewise the most violent in temper. How could he give up in the face of Tang Feng's humiliation? Letting you act like a pussy. Ha, now you've kicked the iron plate. There are plenty of people who can clean you up. At the corner, Lu Shi revealed a grim smile, then turned around and left. It's over. The needle point against the wheat. I should have known that I should stop Zhu Ziming. That person is the Zhu family's honored guest. If he has injured the old ancestor, there can't be accounted for. Injured? That's not necessarily true. The Wind Sage is a descendant of the Immortal Doctor sect. Haven't you guys heard of it? The rumors about the Immortal Doctor sect are very evil. Not only are their medical skills super godly, their martial arts are equally dominant. Whoever suffers might be the one who gets hurt. That's right. Zhu Ziming usually relies on his strong strength and deeply favored by the family elders. He has always been arrogant and domineering. It's good for someone to teach him a lesson. Are you guys drinking too much fake wine? Zhu Ziming is a first-class expert among experts. It is said that he is approaching an innate martial artist. Tang Feng is even more powerful. He is able to outperform the divine Dr. Zhong in medicine. Is it hard to believe that he can still have much success in martial arts? In that case, he wouldn't be a human anymore. He'd be a god. You have a point. But we can't just watch people get beaten up. After all, Tang Feng is a guest of the Zhu family, and he has cured Grandpa's poison. If he lets Zhu Ziming beat him up, it'll be a shame to spread the word. If we don't care, Grandpa won't be able to spare us. Come on, let's see what happens first. If not, we'll go together. We'll be able to handle it for a while. Old 8, you go and tell Grandpa and the others about this, so that someone can also cover the bottom. Zhu Ziming stared straight at Tang Feng. His eyes became more and more ferocious. His lead also pinched and crunched, and said in a cold voice, Kid, you're looking for death. You can't be thinking that if you know a little bit about medicine, and you don't know what tricks you've played, and you saved Grandpa by chance, you're amazing, and you're the guest of honor of my Zhu family, so you think that I don't dare to make a move. Is that it? Seeing the bad situation, Zhu Ling hurriedly walked forward and said, Brother Zi Ming, don't be like this. Go to one side. None of your business. A daughter of a side branch dares to meddle in my business. If you don't know better, I'll even beat you together. Zhu Ziming said without a trace of anger. Zhu Ling was startled and involuntarily took 2 steps back, but reacted and blocked in front of Tang Feng again. Hey, okay, you've gotten fat with guts, right? Or is it that my Zhu Ziming's words don't work anymore? Seeing that even Zhu Ling dared to defy his words, Zhu Ziming's heart became even more irritated. You can try your hand, Tang Feng said in a cold voice. Zhu Ziming's face sank. Originally he only wanted to suppress Tang Feng, but now he couldn't if he didn't do it. Ridiculous. After so many years it's still the first time I've encountered someone rushing to get beaten up. Fine. Then I'll fulfill you. With that, he swung his fist towards Tang Feng's face. Bang! Tang Feng didn't show any weakness either. His fist met Zhu Ziming's fist. Chapter 29, Externalization of Power Qi. As the 2 fists collided together, Zhu Ziming's complexion changed slightly. The corners of his mouth grinned, and he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, secretly surprised in his heart. This kid looked weak. Strength was so big. Felt the gusts of pain coming from his fist. Zhu Ziming had to re-examine Tang Feng. This punch, it was at least at the level of a second-rate expert. Shaoling, doesn't your Zhu family care about food? Tang Feng asked curiously. Zhu Ling froze for a moment, not understanding what it meant. Are you mocking me? Zhu Ziming was furious. Don't. I don't mean that. Tang Feng waved his hand and said, I usually don't bother mocking people who aren't in my eyes, and you are one of them. Humph. Sharp teeth. Let's see if you can still talk when my fist knocks your teeth out. Zhu Ziming shouted, swift as the wind, raising his hand as if to hold the stars. His feet stepped in a very subtle way, and in the blink of an eye, he swooped down in front of Tang Feng and tackled his arm. And Tang Feng is not dodge not flash, seems to have no reaction at all. Si Zhu Ziming cannot help but sneer. Really is a look not useful guy. In addition to the mouth kung fu is powerful some. Really if you start to fight is not their opponent. Kid, by the looks of it, your strength can be far less than your mouth kung fu. Although you are a guest, it is necessary to give you a little lesson. You give me to remember. In the Ming Shan Zhu family, even a dragon must be coiled. A tiger must be held. In the future, Restrain yourself. Saying that, he increased the strength in his hand, ready to pinch off Tang Feng's arm, but in the next moment, Zhu Ziming's complexion changed slightly, his face showing doubt. Although Tang Feng was being tackled to death by him, no matter how hard he tried, it was as if he was grasping on cotton, unable to truly injure Tang Feng at all. This sentence is likewise for you, Tang Feng said indifferently. Don't think that just because you were born well and your strength is a bit colorful compared to others that it's no big deal. As the words fell, his entire body shook, and a great wind blew around him, as if a powerful magnetic field had formed around him, violently bouncing Zhu Ziming's body out. Puff! On the way backward, Zhu Ziming was struck with a mouthful of blood by the sudden heavy blow. His brain was buzzing. He didn't react for a while, not clear about what had happened until he was sitting on his buttocks on the ground when he turned around leisurely. So strong. If I'm not mistaken, the move Wind Sage used just now wasn't just an outward release of power chi, but it also pushed the power chi to the extreme. It actually managed to create waves without wind. What kind of strength must this be? At least is also the strength of the peak of the Hotian. Many years ago I have seen Uncle 3 and others than martial arts. Is relying on this move to decide the winner. Really incredible. I did not expect that he is not only extraordinary medical skills, the martial arts is gifted. At this age has reached the peak of the Hotian realm. And we are the strongest is only a second-rate martial artist. Zhu Ziming is powerful. Is not just a first-rate martial artist. Zhu Ziming is powerful, but he's still a first-rate martial artist. Can't compare. I can't compare. People are more angry than people. People are medical and martial arts dual cultivation. Both have not bad achievements. If only study martial arts. I'm afraid that I don't know how many streets away from us, although it is also now. The watching crowd sighed for a while. Peak Hotian? Ridiculous. Do you really think that the Hotian peak is that easy to break through? If he is the Hotian peak, then he's not a human, but a demon. Zhu Ziming stood up through the pain, a pair of eyes staring deathly at Tang Feng. He consoled himself like this, but even if Tang Feng wasn't a peak Hotian martial artist, his talent in both medicine and martial arts was nothing short of far superior. This made Zhu Ziming, who had been in the midst of others' envy and admiration, find it hard to accept. He couldn't believe that he had been training hard since he was a child, working hard to build up his physique and learn martial arts. How could he possibly lose to a feeble medical practitioner? And if this were to be spread out, how could he still gain a foothold in the Mingshanju family? As it happened, Tang Feng didn't intend to just bypass him so easily. Tang Feng looked at Zhu Ling and said, "Did he bully you?" "No." Zhu Ling timidly glanced at Zhu Ziming, and the latter's ferocious appearance made her shudder. "You can't lie with your brother. Don't worry, even if he's a tiger, I can break his teeth off," Tang Feng said, before Zhu Ling could open her mouth. Zhu Ziming, who couldn't bear to be humiliated, roared, "Who do you think you are? But you only beat me by one move. Next, I'd like to see who breaks whose teeth." With that, he rushed towards Tang Feng like a tiger descending from the mountain. His speed more than doubled compared to just a moment ago, and between his swings, he actually set off a harsh whistling sound. Tiger Fury Fist? Brother Feng, be careful. Zhu Ziming already broke through to the Hotian not long ago. Zhu Ling was shocked and hurriedly reminded. However, Tang Feng was still not dodging. An even more ferocious forceful chi pushed straight at Zhu Ziming. Even though Zhu Ziming had already exerted all his strength, he was still bounced out, and Tang Feng then took 2 steps forward, reaching out with his hand. Zhu Ziming's body floated forward very strangely, falling straight into one trap after another. What the hell? Zhu Ziming cursed. He felt like a plaything being grabbed and sent around by Tang Feng, without the slightest ability to resist. It was not easy to focus his whole body's strength to attack, but his body retreated uncontrollably, and before he could react, he was again urged by an invisible force to fall into Tang Feng's face, and his body could not make a counterattack stance yet, only to see Tang Feng's left hand as a palm and right hand as a fist, pushing Zhu Ziming around until Zhu Ziming's stamina was exhausted before he gathered his strength to throw a fatal punch. "You!" Cold sweat oozed from Zhu Ziming's forehead, looking straight at the fist that was only 2 fingers away from his face, his heart pounding rapidly. This fist, it didn't come down. If it had hit him, Zhu Ziming suspected that it would have taken his life. "Stop! How dare you!" A bellowing cry rang out, followed by a black shadow rolling between several small buildings, landing in a few breaths, blocking Zhu Ziming's face to push away Tang Feng's fist. Hiss! The visitor quickly withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back, unable to stop trembling. Zhu Ziming frowned. What an overbearing power. He had clearly withdrawn his force, but the residual power was still causing him to suffer a considerable loss. Wind Saint, this is the Ming Mountainju family. It's not too good for you to do this, right? Beating up the little one and coming for the old one? Tang Feng snorted. I've already closed my hand just now. You're the one who bumped into me. What's it to me? As for him, I left well enough alone to look for trouble. I'd like to ask, Is this your Zhu family's hospitality? Chapter 30, want to learn? I'll teach you. At the same time, Zhu Kaishan and Sita Su Zheng, Fang Qingya and the three brothers Zhu Wen walked over. Looking at Zhu Qing's walking posture, it looked like the 100 sticks had actually hit his body. Meeting Tang Feng's gaze, a nameless fire sprang up in Zhu Qing's heart. If it wasn't for Zhu Kaishan's presence, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to hold back his attack. Wind Sage, what happened? Sita Su Zhang asked curiously. Without waiting for Tang Feng to speak, Zhu Kaishan gave Zhu Ziming 2 slaps without any good humor. What kind of a thing are you? How dare you make a move against Wind Saint? Tired of living, aren't you? Facing Zhu Kaishan's reprimand, Zhu Ziming didn't dare to be angry or say anything. He could only swallow all his defiance and anger together. Elder, he was the one who injured Ziming. Even if he is your savior, he can't condescend to our Zhu family members, Zhu Dang said unconvincingly. Zhu Qing's eyes lit up. Another stubborn seed that was different from himself had come. As expected, Zhu Kaishan looked towards Zhu Dan, but didn't make a move, instead staring at him quietly. He's an outsider who casually makes a move in our Zhu family without leaving any room for maneuver. There's always some price to pay, otherwise if people outside know about it, I'm afraid they'll look down on our Zhu family even more, Zhu Dan said indignantly. Old Six, what is this nonsense? Why don't you shut up and take Ziming to heal his wounds? Zhu Wen chided. Let him continue. Zhu Kaishan narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. What you mean is that our Zhu family's guests facing the Zhu family's provocations should hold their tongues. Facing the Zhu family's punches and kicks should bear them silently and still not have complaints, even if they are beaten to death, or else they would be failing to give face to the Zhu family. Is that right? I don't mean this. Just, how do you not mean this? Right or wrong, have you asked clearly? Also, I don't care who is right and who is wrong. Feng Shang is a guest of our Zhu family. He is my Zhu Kaishan's lifesaver. He is lifting the entire Zhu family up to the sky. You guys have to put up with it for me. Zhu Kaishan said coldly. Anyone who dares to show his teeth, I will crack all his teeth. Old master, Zhu Dan was startled. What are you waiting for? Do as I say. Knock out all his teeth one by one and lock him up for 10 years. Zhu Kaishan chided. Zhu Wen hesitantly said, Father, will this be a bit too serious? This matter is indeed Ziming and sixth brother's wrongdoing. A severe chastisement is also appropriate. But, this is asking him to die. Whether he dies or lives all depends on his destiny. At such an old age what he says and does must be prepared to bear the consequences. If he can't bear to die, then he doesn't deserve to be a member of my Zhu family. Zhu Kaishan turned his back when he finished speaking. Zhu Wen's face showed his intolerance. He looked at Tang Feng and said, Feng Shang, the sixth brother is blabbering. Doing things is indeed reckless. After that I will definitely teach him a good lesson, but also ask Feng Shang to help beg for a favor. Our brothers will definitely forget Feng Shang's kindness without a trace of teeth. Ha! Tang Feng shook his head and ignored it. If anyone who offended him only needed to apologize and it would be fine, then his Wind Saint's name would be too much water. Not to mention that until now, neither Zhu Dan's father nor son had truly realized their mistake. Take away, Zhu Kaishan said impatiently. This kind of work is naturally said by Zhu Hong. Zhu Ziming including his father Zhu Yan were beaten by Zhu Hong one fist and one kick to the big. Have a deep fear of it. Froze a little desire to fight back cannot be raised. Wind Saint, this matter is our Zhu family is not. People I have dealt with. There are any dissatisfaction you can say. Special grandmother, these little bastards have been dissatisfied with my hermitage practice. In the bright mountain also suffocated. One temper then I also burst, is the repair. Zhu Kaishan cursed and said. As he spoke, his gaze also swept over the crowd of Zhu family children. Those Zhu family children who were seen were all trembling, afraid of being implicated in what happened to Zhu Dan's father and son. Tang Feng looked at Zhu Ling and asked, Look at them. Who else has bullied you? Everyone was stunned and looked at Zhu Ling, this little girl who had always been unappreciated and inconspicuous in the Zhu family. Tang Feng was trying to back up Zhu Ling. Brother Feng, no one bullied me. Zhu Ling said timidly. It was the first time she had seen so many elders, and everyone was looking at her along with Tang Feng's gaze, which made her, who had always been unnoticed, a little uncomfortable. Speak boldly, there's no need to be polite to those who bully you. Otherwise, your kindness will only invite them to go even further overboard with their bullying. Tang Feng said, Shaoling, take a good look at these people. If you can't you just tell Grandpa who you don't like. Grandpa will help you clean them up. Zhu Kaishan said. Zhu Ling still shook her head. Grandpa, Brother Feng, really no one has bullied me. Hearing this, the children of the Zhu family breathed a sigh of relief and secretly vowed to absolutely treat Zhu Ling well in the future. Whether it was because Zhu Ling spared them today or because of Zhu Ling's relationship with Tang Feng. Tang Feng sighed. Too similar. Not only did she look like her sister, her temper was also so similar, always so kind. Tay grandma, you bunch of little brats just know how to cause trouble for me day in and day out. Go, all of you give me 100 laps around the martial arts practice field. Whoever dares to be lazy, likewise knock out your teeth and lock up for 10 years. Zhu Kaishan said back. The crowd was all creeped out. 100 laps? Wasn't this killing them? But compared to what happened to Zhu Dan, it was still more realistic to run 100 laps. At least they didn't have to suffer that severe torture. Little Ling, from now on, you'll follow me, Zhu Kaishan said. Surprise appeared in Zhu Ling's eyes. Following Zhu Kaishan was equivalent to being mentioned as a direct descendant of the Zhu family. No one would dare to bully her in the future. Zhu Kaishan nodded and said to Tang Feng, Feng Shang, these little brats should have been cleaned up a long time ago. If you see that you don't like it, you should beat them. It's only because they deserved it if they're crippled. Go go go. What sincerity do you show at this time? So what? Wind Saint. Just now when you dealt with Zhu Ziming, what martial arts did you use? I've never seen anyone who can actually utilize the power chi to such an extent. It's simply divine. Situ Su Zhang asked curiously. Tang Feng raised his eyebrows. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Really? Ha ha. Wind Sage, I'll learn too. Zhu Kaishan pushed Situ Su Zhang away and said with a big smile. The extreme love for martial arts flashed in both of their eyes. In fact, they could tell that what Tang Feng was using was Taiji, but they were also Taiji experts. But they couldn't do something like being able to call their opponents around and control their bodies. Then let's talk about it when we have the chance. Tang Feng wrote a blank check and patted Zhu Ling's shoulder as he turned his head to leave. Back in the room, Zhu Ling retreated after making Tang Feng's bed and organizing the room. Time to get down to business. Tang Feng took out the medicinal herbs he bought at the Qilin Pavilion and sat down on his knees. Chapter 31, Don't Ask Anything. It wasn't Tang Feng's first time refining pills. He had done it many times when he was at the Immortal Medicine Mountain. Only that his master said that taking pills before completing the foundation establishment would be a waste of his talent, so he had never taken them. And this time, the elixir he was going to refine was called Peiyuan Dan. As the name suggests, it had the effect of fixing the foundation and cultivating the vitality of the body. And when taken by regular people, it was able to drive out impurities from the body, beautify and nourish the face, and prolong the life of the body. Similarly, it is also one of the most sought-after pills by cultivators. After all, not any cultivator can have the great self-realization art that only the heirs of the immortal doctor sect can cultivate. And all that is absorbed into the body is extremely pure spiritual qi. With Tang Feng's alchemy, he was already able to achieve the point where he could refine a top-quality elixir without using a pill cauldron. And in less than half an hour's time, the entire room was plunged into high temperatures. It was also Tang Feng who released the barrier with his empty hand. Otherwise it would have to melt this room full of rosewood. All kinds of antiques, artifacts and paintings. Even if it was as rich as the Zhu family, I'm afraid that it would have to be heartbroken to take a shot. Old master, something is wrong over there. In the main hall, Zhu Wen said, pointing at the clouds in the west that looked like they had been burned red. Zhu Kaishan glanced at it and was instantly attracted to it, busily standing up and walking outside, his eyes staring straight ahead as he uttered an exclamation. A heavenly vision? Situ Sujing shook his head and said, No, it's not a heavenly vision. It's caused by man. Old crooked. What kind of person is able to make this kind of vision? The last time I saw this kind of scene was when the Tang family suffered a change of heart. A fire almost burned the entire Tang family. Zhu Kaishan asked. Situ Su Zhan laughed bitterly. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Grandpa, that's Brother Feng's room. Zhu Ling reminded in a low voice. The crowd was stunned. Tang Feng? This guy, is it hard to believe that he made it? Fang Qingya said in her heart. Wind Saint? Zhu Kaishan and Situ Su Zhan glanced at each other. At this moment, Zhu Hong panted and rushed over, saying breathlessly, Father, it's simply impossible to get close. The temperature over there is just too high. It's a few 100 pounds of steel that should melt. What? Zhu Kaishan was startled. Father, why don't we just call the police? That high of a temperature. Don't think Wind Sage had some kind of accident, Zhu Wen said. Zhu Kaishan looked at Situ Su Zhang with some dumbfoundedness. Old crooked, you are in a high realm. Why don't you go and take a look? No need. Situ Su Zhang shook his head. If it's an accident and the Wind Sage hasn't moved for so long, it would be futile for me to go. Besides, the immortal Dr. Sex people have a strange number of means. It may not be all expected by the Wind Sage. What's wrong with me going over there? Zhu Kaishan nodded. Only his heart was dripping blood. The rooms arranged for Tang Feng could all be constructed with extremely rare wood. It wouldn't be wrong to say that they were worth a mountain of gold. And to have them burn just like that was truly heartbreaking. He also didn't know what Tang Feng was up to. He didn't dare to go over and had no way to ask. Boom! Right in the middle of a few people's thoughts. A loud sound like thunder almost deafened their ears. Looking far away, the sky was covered in dark clouds and thunder flashed. A golden glittering body fell from a height of 10,000 feet. And soon, there was no movement. The high temperature also dispersed like a tidal wave. and all the visions seemed as if they had never appeared. "I'll go take a look," Situ Suzhang said, and his figure rolled through the dark night like a ghost, quickly disappearing from the sight of everyone. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard as Situ Suzhang stumbled and fell back. "What happened?" Zhu Kaishan hurriedly asked. The others also looked at Situ Suzhang with concerned gazes. Cough cough. Situ Suzhang coughed twice, forcibly calming the messy energy in his internal organs, brushed his somewhat messy hair, and said with some embarrassment, Don't ask anything." On his face, he said so, but in the bottom of his heart, he had already turned over, and his eyes were filled with the color of shock. Just a moment ago, he had traveled to Tang Feng's resting room at an extremely fast speed, but just when he was still 100 meters away it was as if he had hit something very solid, and before he could react, his body had been sent flying back. There were also 8 words ringing in his ears, small application of punishment, do not disturb. He heard it clearly, it was Tang Feng's voice. Zhu Kaishan was very sensible and didn't ask any more questions, only when his eyes locked with Situ Suzhang, shock and fear filled his heart from the shock and fear revealed in the other party's eyes. He had known Situ Suzhang for decades, and it was the first time he had seen the latter reveal such a look. In other words, Situ Suzhang had just encountered something terrifying, and as for that wretched appearance just now, it was obvious that it was caused by Tang Feng's strike. Wind Sage, Immortal Doctor Sect, it's truly terrifying. Zhu Kaishan shook his head with a bitter smile. This world really was a mountain high, and there were people outside of people, and there was a sky outside of the sky. There was an old saying in martial arts that a patriarch could not be defeated, but in front of the immortal medical sect, this saying was a joke. 2, that's enough. Looking at the 2 rounded pieces floating in front of him, Tang Feng nodded in satisfaction. There weren't many herbs, and because they were artificially cultivated, the medicinal effect was insufficient and the aura was slightly lacking, although Tang Feng had the ability to refine out a few more. That would drastically reduce the medicinal effect of each Peiyuan Dan, and the loss would outweigh the gain. He took out one and swallowed it into his stomach, then began to utilize the great self-realization technique. The medicinal power quickly evaporated, boiling up like boiling hot water, and as Tang Feng tugged on it, it wandered away from his limbs and bones, and finally transformed into a part of the vastness of true qi at the Dantian. From this, Tang Feng's realm was as solid as a rock, and a fantasy suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was a human figure, just fingers pinching, but in the space of a few breaths, the long sword in his hand was expanded tenfold, carrying a shocking sword intent to rush down. This sword seemed to cut through the void. Phew! Tang Feng's consciousness returned to the house, and instead of being startled, he revealed a look of excitement. The scene just now was proof that he was now a solid foundation establishment stage cultivator, and with the great self-defense technique could be said to have almost no opponents within the same realm. In the future, if he breaks through the Jindan, this combat power will skyrocket exponentially, while the Yuaning and even the Golden Body stage, he will be able to refine the essence blood left to him by his eldest senior brother, which will be of great benefit to the cohesion of the tight body. A wave of sleepiness hit him. When Tang Feng woke up, it was just before sunrise. After going to the bathroom to wash up, he walked out of the room. Because of Zhu Kaishan's instructions, no one came to disturb the several hundred meters in the vicinity, until he walked into the Zhu family compound. Only then did he see a few sparse and scattered silhouettes. These children of the Zhu family no longer have the contempt that they had before when they saw Tang Feng, and what came instead was awe and fear. Not only Zhu Kaishan's command and Zhu Dan's fate, but also a clearer perception of Tang Feng's strength. Strength is honored, no matter when or where it was. It was the simplest and plainest truth. Wind Saint. Right at this moment, a voice rang out. Elder Zhong beckoned and walked towards the side. Chapter 32 Sister of an Old Friend. Something's wrong? Tang Feng stretched his back. This old man was suddenly so polite to him. There must be something fishy. Zhong Lao smiled and said, Wind Saint is really quick to speak. Then I'll be straightforward. Don't say that. Make it seem like I promised you something. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm listening. Tang Feng waved his hand. Actually it's nothing. Wind Saint's medical skills are extraordinary. Just like a magpie. Hua Tua in the world. I admire you to the core. I hope Wind Saint will grant me an ungrateful request. Zhong Lao said. Tang Feng didn't say anything, quietly looking at Zhong Lao. Since Wind Sage has the miraculous medical skill of being able to live and die in flesh and bones, why don't you open the door and accept disciples, so that people with virtue and talent can learn, so that it can not only benefit the world's people, but also so that the medical skill won't be lost. Zhong Lao scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. He was also clear that some capable people would not take on disciples easily, much less pass on their family skills, but after practicing medicine for many years, Zhong Lao knew that his abilities were limited, but seeing his patients suffering from illnesses under his command, he still decided to open his mouth. Just this? Tang Feng frowned. Zhang Lao knew that the request was a bit excessive, and didn't know what to say, just rubbing his hands awkwardly. You, I guess, although your medical skills aren't very good, but if it's the same as the medical community's evaluation of you, it means that your character is quite good, so be my registered disciple, Tang Feng said. Hearing the words named disciple, Zhang Lao didn't feel insulted, but nodded his head excitedly, arched his hand and said, student pays his respects to teacher. But Lu Shi was not happy and said unhappily, Master, you are the head of the 4 great divine physicians, how can you be his disciple, and a registered disciple at that? It would be too humiliating if this were to spread out. The path of learning, do not ask for age or seniority, it is all based on ability. The path of medicine is likewise based on the attainment of the first. Feng Sheng's medical skills are above mine. What is there to be ashamed of in worshipping under my disciple? On the contrary, it is an honor for me. Zhang Lao shook his head and said, Lu Shi, you must remember, one must not be impetuous. As a healer one must be humble and seek to learn. As long as there is something we can learn from others, don't care about those worldly rules. Lu Shi didn't say anything, but still had a defiant look on his face. Although only a named disciple, I am also your teacher. Teacher's words, are you willing to listen? Tang Feng glanced at Lu Shi and said indifferently, teacher's orders can't be disobeyed. Teacher can order whatever you need the student to do. Zhang Lao nodded. Tang Feng pointed at Lu Shi and said, then expel him from your sect. Incapable of ability, bad character, low-eyed, this kind of person, my immortal healer sect can't and mustn't have the slightest involvement. Lu Shi instantly widened his eyes and said angrily, what kind of a thing are you that you want to expel me from the sect? It's not like I'm your disciple. Zhang Lao was a bit embarrassed for a moment. He also accepted Lu Shi as his disciple as a favor. Although he was also disappointed with Lu Shi's talent and disposition, but to expel him from the master's school just like that, it was difficult to account for it. Master, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Besides, back then, your hometown was sick. If not for my dad providing enough funds to buy medicinal herbs, I'm afraid your hometown would have to die at least 50% of the people. This love, you can't disregard it. Lu Shi was a little flustered when he saw Zhang Lao hesitate, cursing the old thing for being unsympathetic, moving to expel himself from the division just for a person he had just met. I remember. Zhang Lao frowned, also somewhat helpless, arching his hand towards Tang Feng. Teacher, let me think about this matter. It's really, that's just it. I'll give you time to think about it. During this period, feel free to ask whatever you want to ask. I can also teach you anything you don't understand. Just one thing, what I teach you, if you want to teach others, talent is secondary. Make sure it's a pure nature, and have the heart to help the world with a pot. Tang Feng waved his hand. This is natural, Zhang Lao respectfully said. Just at this moment, Zhu Kaishan and his party walked over. The first thing they heard was Sita Suzheng's bright laughter. Ha ha, congratulations to Divine Dr. Zhang for joining the Wind Sage's disciples. In the future there will definitely be some great deeds. Congratulations ah! No one felt ashamed of the fact that old Zhang, who had a long-standing reputation in the medical world, was worshipping Tang Feng as his teacher. Instead, they were a bit envious. Tang Feng's miraculous medical skills had been witnessed by everyone. Calling it a miracle was not too much to ask. Sita Suzheng most shocked or Tang Feng's force. He did not even see the silhouette of the person was knocked back a few hundred meters. Simply horrifying. After a few moments of pleasantries, Fang Qingyao walked forward. Tang Feng, Grandpa called, saying that there's news about the thing you asked him to do. At the sound of his voice, Tang Feng's spirit was shaken and he said urgently, where is she? When Sita Suzheng's few people saw Tang Feng's such a big reaction, they realized that what Fang Qingyao was going to say next was very important, and they all wisely left. No one was around. Tang Feng asked, tell me all about her. According to the clues you provided, the person you're looking for is called Yu Xin Jing, 20 years old this year. Her family has been poor since childhood. Her parents died in a car accident, and her brother disappeared a year later. Fang Qingya said. Tang Feng nodded. This was the same as what eldest brother had said, then gestured for Fang Qingya to continue. Originally Yu Xin Jing could have lived on the inheritance and compensation money left behind by her parents, but since she was too young at the time, this money was spoiled clean by her aunt's family for various reasons. Yu Xinjing could eat some of the leftovers from her aunt's house on good days, but if her aunt was in a bad mood or quarreled with her uncle, she could only go hungry, and when she couldn't bear it anymore, she could only pick up some garbage to exchange for money to fill up her stomach. More terrible is Yu Xin Jing's uncle Colorful Courage, once wanted to Yu Xin Jing hands and feet, but fortunately the aunt jealousy strong, coupled with the watch is also strict so did not get it. Bastards, all must die. Tang Feng's face was grim. A dense killing intent enveloped the entire courtyard. Even Situ Su Zheng, who was several courtyards away, sneezed coldly. Old crooked. No, a patriarch can still catch a cold? Zhu Kaishan snickered. Sita Suzhang said without a trace of anger. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Such a dense killing aura, don't tell me you can't feel it. I also don't know who has the audacity to dare to provoke Wind Sage to be so angry. It's going to be bad luck. Southwest City Village. A girl with a delicate face but covered in panic was standing nervously in the corner, holding a kitchen knife in her hand and waving it around randomly. Her voice became loud due to fear. Hissing, "Go away! All of you go away! Don't touch me!" The room stood 7 or 8 full of stubble, showing a lewd smile of the big man. See, the girl's panicked appearance is even more excited. Chick is also quite spicy. The brothers are scared. Oh, good boy. Quickly put down the knife. Brothers will be a little lighter. Will not hurt you. The hall was full of lewd laughter. Red hair brother. This girl looks really decent. Then those goods in the heavenly world many times better. Old, you really did not lie to us. Line up one by one. Lao Yu owes me the most money. After brother Hong Mao it's my turn. What's the rush? The big deal is that we're all together. It's not like we haven't played before. Hearing a few people recklessly discussing what atrocities should be done to her, the girl was even more terrified. Her heart was beyond despair. 2 lines of clear tears fell helplessly. Why? Why did fate do this to her? Dad, Mom, brother, Xin Jing is so scared. Xin Jing doesn't want to be insulted by them. Uncle, aunt, why are you doing this to me? Snap. Just when she was lost in thought, Red Hair took advantage of her inability to knock the kitchen knife to the ground, while slapping Xin Jing's pretty face. Little girl, don't you understand the situation now? It's your uncle who owes us money. The brothers are playing you as a debt repayment. Debt repayment, heaven and earth. Don't worry, this is the first time, but not the last time. Brothers will come back to patronize, until the money owed by your uncle to pay it off. Don't! Xin Jing backed up in terror, but behind her was the corner. There was no way back. She closed her eyes in despair and thought of biting her tongue to kill herself. Bang! There was a loud bang. When she opened her eyes, she found that half of the wall of the entire room had collapsed, and a silhouette rushed in under the refraction of the sunlight, and with a single punch, sent Red Hair flying, lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. All of you must die. Chapter 33, Shameless Aunt and Uncle. This low roar was like the wrath of the god of death, causing the few big men in the room to be creeped out like they were falling into an ice cave. They were at a loss for words as they glanced at the man who had smashed half of the wall through, and then glanced at the red-haired man who had seen too much milk in one punch, and their brains seemed to go down at this moment. What are you? One of the big men asked bravely, but the eyes that looked at Tang Feng were invariably filled with shock and awe. To be able to punch through a wall with one's fists and feet was something that could only be done by an Hotian expert, to say the least. But they were just a bunch of ruffians. Bullying honest people and molesting virtuous women was okay. If they really took on a martial artist, there wasn't a single bit of resistance. Tang Feng ignored him, but took off his own clothes and draped them over the shivering Xin Jing, softly soothing, "Don't be afraid, it's alright." Finished speaking, then walked straight to a few big men, like a tiger descending into a flock of sheep in general. 3 or 2 on all to the beaten lying on the ground wailing more than, but he did not want to stop. Although the eldest brother has always been strict, but he has also take good care of him, before leaving, but also stripped out the blood to give him. This friendship cannot be said to be not heavy. Xin Jing, similarly, is also considered his own sister. For these individuals, Tang Feng only had one downfall to give them, and that was death. How dare you, dare to hit my sister? Today all of you will die. The several big men immediately forgot about the pain on their bodies and loudly begged for mercy. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, I don't want to die. It was all Brother Red Hair's idea. It was him who set up a scheme to make you Daji owe a lot of money. It was also him who made your sister pay off the debt. It doesn't matter about us. Don't kill us. You'll go to jail if you kill us. I promise you that this will never happen again. Please spare my dog's life. Tang Feng sneered, not talking nonsense with them. But just as he was about to make a move, a voice came from behind him. Don't kill people. It's against the law. Tang Feng stopped and turned around. For this kind of person, killing is better. Keeping them will only harm good people. You'll go to jail. It's not worth it to get into a lawsuit for them. Yu Xinjing shook her head. Tang Feng pondered for a moment. He wasn't afraid of going to jail, but he was afraid that his mother would grieve too much and have a good time. And he was also afraid that if he wasn't there, Xin Jing's life would be equally bad. He shook his head. You're right. Spinning around, he said in a cold voice to the several big men, remember what you said today. If there is a next time, believe me, no one can protect you. Scram! The words fell. A few people as if amnestied, also do not care about the red hair on the ground, scattered legs to run. There is also a person did not notice the debris under the feet head on the ground, but he simply do not care about the pain of the body, climbed up and continue to run. The red-haired brother who looked as if he had lost his breath also suddenly climbed up, and swept a glance at Tang Feng with a face of fear, before dryly laughing and leaving as if fleeing for his life. Sorry, I'm late, Tang Feng apologized. After listening to Feng Qingyao's story, he had rushed here as fast as he could, and although he was still in time, there was no doubt that Yu Xinjing was suffering from great fear at this moment. I don't seem to recognize you. Yu Xinjing shook her head, looking again at the wall that had been pierced by Tang Feng, doubts flashing through her autumn water eyes. She had never come into contact with a martial artist, nor had she ever seen this kind of tactic. It was as if the worldview that she had accepted since she was a child had collapsed a bit. How could a human being, how could he have such a strong power? And this man, and why did he want to save himself? I'm your brother's friend. He asked me to take good care of you. In the future, with me here, I will never let anyone bully you, Tang Feng said softly, but Yu Xianjing was a sudden change in her deep color. He's still alive? Why did he suddenly leave back then? Since he's still alive, why didn't he come back himself? Tang Feng sighed and said, calm down, he also has a hard time. I'll slowly explain to you later. Later, Tang Feng was just about to continue, but sensed a movement in the living room and walked straight out. Looking around, he found the two people who were calling the police behind the sofa, a man and a woman. Thinking that they should be Yu Xianjing's uncle and aunt. Seeing these two people, the fire in Tang Feng's heart intensified. Beasts in human skin, especially Yu Xianjing's uncle. At least he was a cousin bloodline, but he was able to do this kind of thing. He simply didn't deserve to be called a human being. Ah, he's here. Yu Daji's soul instantly flew out of his body when he saw Tang Feng. Just now he was a little curious after hearing the commotion, so he stole a glance. With this glance, he saw Tang Feng smashing the wall open and then beating Red Hair and the others with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Where had he seen such a scene as a lousy gambler? He was almost scared to death and hurriedly dialed the phone to call the police. Chen Hui was also startled, but compared to Yu Daji is much more calm. No good glaring at Yu Daji, look at you, that no interest. Here is our home. Now is the rule of law. He can still kill you not? Immediately, he looked at Tang Feng again, chiding. Who are you? Who let you come to our house? Tang Feng didn't answer and said, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there were such brutes like you in the world. They are simply snakes and scorpions. Who the hell are you? What qualifications do you have to meddle in our family affairs? Let me tell you, we've already called the police. The police will be here soon. Don't act rashly, Chen Hui said without a good mood. Calling the police? Thieves shouting to catch thieves? Tang Feng sneered. I'll give you 1 day to return the property that embezzled Yu Xianjing's money, and from now on, she will have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, bear the consequences. At the mention of money, the timid Yu Daji instantly lost his temper and angrily said, money? What money? That girl has spent all of her food and drink since she was a child, and she still owes us a lot of money. You are her outside to know the wild man it. This girl, line. I do not care about these. If you want to take her away, leave 1 million we two clear. This 1 million, half to take to return to the Red Hair, the other half he vowed to turn around, to lose all the money to win back. Tang Feng to be angry laugh, but didn't wait for him to say anything. Yu Xianjing's resolute voice rang out. Since I was a child, I've written down every cent of the money you guys have spent on me. I ate your leftovers, wore clothes I picked up, and was specially recruited for my studies. And the money and compensation left by my father is at least $2 million, so those don't count. But this 1 million, Yu Daji, what makes you want it? A few words said Yu Daji some weakness. Chen Hui is not willing to show weakness. Humph, you girl really inhumane. If not we tube you. You now do not know where to ask for food. Now well, evening wild man it, wings hard, dare to talk like this. Chapter 34, A Thief Catching a Thief. Tang Feng sneered. Your so-called care is selling your own nieces to those gangsters? The duo was speechless for a moment. Chen Hui stammered. Humph, what are you babbling about? It was clearly those gamblers who took advantage of our absence to break into the house and try to misbehave with her. And we found out in time, so we had to call the police. Yu Daji's eyes lit up as he chimed in. That's right, and you also broke into the house and tried to make a move on us. So when the police come, they'll arrest you. If you take out the money now, we can still put in a good word for you. If we wait until we get into the police station, this can't be explained. Tang Feng frowned. The thickness of these two brutes' cheeks, the degree of shamelessness was really a rare sight in 1,000 years. He looked at Yu Xianjing and said, as long as you open your mouth, I can immediately make them completely disappear from this world without a trace. You, what are you going to do? Yu Daji and Chen Hui were a bit flustered, and busily fled to the kitchen, picking up the kitchenware and preparing to resist. They were fine when it came to using their crooked brains, but if Tang Feng's inhuman-like force were to strike at them, they would still be terrified. Tang Feng ignored them and quietly looked at Yuxian Jing, waiting for her meaning. Forget it, in the future, I won't have the slightest contact with them. Yuxian Jing shook her head. When the police come later, you'll put all the blame on me. That won't work. I promised your brother to take care of you. Tang Feng shook his head. I don't have a brother, Yuxian Jing said in a deep voice. All these years, how had she come through? And how much aggression and heartache had she experienced only she knew? For that brother who was about to forget his appearance. Apart from affection and dependence, there was more resentment. I can understand you very well, but your brother is indeed out of necessity. He wants to be by your side more than anyone else, and I also know that you won't forgive him for a while. Until then, I will always protect you, Tang Feng said. As the words fell, sirens blared. 3 police officers quickly walked in. Yu Daji and Chen Hui, who were hiding in the kitchen, looked like they had found their backbone and busily ran out. You guys are finally here. Quickly arrest that man. He broke into a private house and intentionally hurt people. If you guys hadn't come in time, the 2 of us would have been poisoned by him. Chen Hui pointed at Tang Feng and said, it's not like that. He's my friend and was trying to save me. Yu Xinjing said, Humph, this is my home. Has he saved people like this? Officer, come and take a look, Chen Hui said as she pointed at the wall that had been punched through. The 3 policemen looked dumbfounded. My goodness, what's the situation? This was pushed down by a digger? A policeman said. No, it was punched through by him, Yu Daji said. At once, 3 policemen held Tang Feng down, punching through the wall with one punch. Definitely a martial artist of the Hotian realm, an extremely dangerous person. Tang Feng did not resist. Instead, Yuxian Jing reacted more. It's not what she said. Between the 7 words, the 3 policemen listened in confusion. All right, the police officer who looked like the leader waved his hand and pointed at Chen Hui. You mean he punched through the wall of your house and is going to commit murder on you couple? Chen Hui nodded. Then, he looked at Yu Xinjing again and said, and you said that your aunt and uncle sold you to a few gangsters in order to pay off their gambling debts, and that your friend did it to save you? Yu Xinjing nodded. The 3 policemen looked at each other in disbelief. It's a mess. I'll get in the car and go to the station to make things clear, Lu Fan said. When they were about to get on the car, Yu Daji walked up to Tang Feng and whispered, you don't have much time. Think it over. It'll be too late when you get to the police station. The only thing waiting for you is prison. Tang Feng sneered and ignored it. Name, Tang Feng. Tang Feng? Lu Fan froze for a moment, glancing up and down at Tang Feng. This name was somewhat familiar. The same name as the person Mayor Ji had mentioned, but he didn't care too much. Haichang was so big. There were too many people with the same name. After registering the basic information, Lu Fan asked, the alarmist testified that you trespassed and intentionally injured people. What do you want to say? Trespassing I admit, but that was to save people. As for intentionally injuring people, officer, do you think if I wanted to hurt them, would they still be unharmed? Tang Feng asked rhetorically. Lu Fan secretly nodded. Through the investigation, the Yu family's house was indeed pierced by human power. If Tang Feng really wanted to commit murder on Yu Daji and Chen Hui, before they arrived, the 2 of them would have already lost their lives. Besides, they're the ones accusing me. They should produce evidence. However, in order to pay off their gambling debts, the couple sold their own nieces to their debtors. This matter, in fact, you guys find them to understand a little bit, also really want to come to light. Oh yes, there should still be their blood at the scene. It can be analyzed to facilitate the investigation. Tang Feng said. Reasonable and meticulous words made Lu Fan quite agreeable. After all, Tang Feng's statement was easier to investigate, while Yu Daji and Chen Hui's accusations did not have half the evidence. Alright, what should be asked has already been asked. Take a break. Don't leave for the time being and wait for the results of the specific investigation, Lu Fan said. Tang Feng nodded. At this time, Yu Daji and Chen Hui also finished making statements and came out, but the 2 of them were obviously a bit weak. If the police were to get the confessions of Red Hair and the others, then the matter would be exposed, and they would definitely have no good fruit to eat. Chen Hui's eyes turned, sat on the ground and began to splash. A few people pulled cannot pull up. Aya, there is no justice. We husband and wife but the honest and decent family. Just like this was someone to tear down the home. The person was also almost killed. You guys do not care about the murderer. There is really no justice. Lu Fan frowned and rebuked. To handle a case requires evidence. It's not just based on your 2 words that you can convict someone. What evidence do you need? I'm asking you, what other evidence do you need? It's been proven that the wall in my house was destroyed by him. Isn't this still evidence? Chen Hui made a shrewish gesture, pointing at Lu Fan. Did that girl sleep with you? Or did the murderer give you money? That's why you believe his word so much? I'm going to sue you. Sue you for negligence. Sue you for knowing the law. And sue you for inaction. Sparing that even the best-tempered person had a fire in him by this tossing, Lu Fan felt a headache at once. Chen Hui pointed the spearhead at Yu Xin Jing again. You girl, my mother really raised you for so many years in vain, and as a result raised a white-eyed wolf. You brought outsiders to tear down the home, and you still want to falsely accuse us. Snap. Tang Feng slapped Chen Hui's teeth out a few times and said in a cold voice, if you don't know how to speak, then you don't want these teeth. And if you don't have any upbringing, I don't mind teaching you how to be a human being. Lu Fan frowned. Even though he loathed people like Chen Hui, he couldn't let Tang Feng beat people recklessly and chided. Stop it. What kind of place do you think you are? Yo, it's so lively. Team Lu, is there some big case? He. Looks like I came at the right time. A familiar voice rang out, only to see Ji Ling running in with an excited face, but froze when her eyes swept up to Tang Feng. How come it's you? Chapter 35 Eating such tender grass. Tang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. What a small world. Little spirit, you guys know each other? Lu Fan asked. How can you not know each other? Team Lu, he's the Tang Feng I mentioned. He even saved my life. Yes, he was the one who helped me catch that speeding car thief yesterday, Ji Ling said. Her lively character instantly eased the atmosphere in the room. Team Lu was stunned. Not the same name? In that case, it was even more impressive. Not only were his medical skills extraordinary, but he was even so accomplished in the martial arts path. Truly a young talent. Team Lu, what's going on? Tang Feng, why are you here? What's the offense? Ji Ling asked. Tang Feng shrugged his shoulders, somewhat unable to speak, or Lu Fan gave a general overview of the matter. Now just wait for the results of the investigation. Hearing this, Ji Ling let out a loud laugh. Ha, Tang Feng, can't see it, you're either on your way to heroically save a beauty or on your way to heroically save a beauty. The women's fate isn't generally good. Such as? Tang Feng skimmed his mouth. Me, Ji Ling said. Didn't see it. Tang Feng shook his head. Hey, what do you mean? Am I not pretty? Ji Ling glared at Tang Feng. This guy, always like this, doesn't even know how to say a few good words. Alright, let's not talk about this. There's plenty of time to talk when the case is sorted out. Lu Fan waved his hand and said, he didn't want to let a woman like Chen Hui catch the conversation again. When it was time to avoid another bout of chicken and dog, Yu Daji and Chen Hui saw that Tang Feng had so many acquaintances in the police station, and seemed to have saved their lives with that female traffic cop, so they were a bit flustered. However, Chen Hui wasn't in a hurry to jump. This is also a good thing for the two of them. If the police found the redheads, with the redheads and their pissed-off nature will definitely give them up. Then again the police will take Tang Feng's side. I believe that even if there is evidence, they cannot do anything to them. Not much time. 2 police officers rushed over, and at the same time also brought back red hair and a few big men who had been beaten by Tang Feng. As soon as these few people saw Tang Feng, they were instantly frightened and didn't dare to utter a single breath. Alright, now you can talk. Lu Renewal, where were you at 10 o'clock this morning? What did you do? And how did you get the injuries on your body? Lu Fan asked. Red Hair answered honestly, and told him about Yu Daji who owed him a gambling debt, and used Yu Xinjing to pay off the debt. Of course, the matter of how he designed to make Yu Daji lose everything and owe him gambling debts was omitted. Anyway, did not do anything substantial to Yu Xinjing, at most it is a fine, and then locked up for a while. In addition, things have been exposed. Hiding is not much use. On the contrary, there is a possibility that he will receive another beating from Tang Feng, and that would be too much to lose. Nonsense. You nonsense. Me and Daji don't know anything at all. It's clearly you who brought people to break into my house and wanted to make a move on our niece. Chen Hui was in a hurry, but she forgot that by saying this, she was instead taking Tang Feng off the hook. Red Hair unhurriedly took out his cell phone and played the recording of how Yu Daji promised them to insult Yu Xinjing. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room froze again. Ji Ling and the others were gnashing their teeth in anger, looking at Yu Daji and Chen Hui as if they wanted to eat people. Unheard of. Simply unheard of. How could there be such unscrupulous brutes in this world? In order to pay off a gambling debt, he even went so far as to hand over his own niece to be humiliated by others. Yu Daji and Chen Hui, on the other hand, were as if they were dead, not realizing that Red Hair even had a recording. Humph, I have always been strict in my work. Fortunately I left such a hand. Red Hair sneered. As things stand now, what else do you husband and wife have to say? Gathering a crowd to gamble, but also take a big living person as a pledge, and also report a false police report to defame others. The crimes are combined. What will greet you will be the severe punishment of the law, Lu Fan said in a cold voice. Yu Daji was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground. Finished, going to jail. Chen Hui, however, was still making a final struggle, pointing at Ji Ling. Nonsense, Nonsense. You're all in cahoots. This policewoman and Tang Feng know each other. So you're colluding to favor him. Red hair must have been at your beck and call as well. And that recording is also fake. The crowd shook their heads. It was all this time and still twisting the facts. But all of this was recorded by the law enforcement recorder. And the confessions of all parties were also recorded. So there was no room for Chen Hui to argue. Lock up first. I will write a good report to the top afterward. Lu Fan waved his hand. Four policemen escorted one by one to temporarily lock Yu Daji and Chen Hui into the small dark room. These two hateful guys. If not for these clothes, I would have to teach them a lesson myself. Ji Ling snorted coldly. A smile returned to Lu Fan's face. You still have this temper. Oh yeah, Tang Feng, although what you did was good. It's better to control it a little bit in the future. When I contacted them, they were all still lying in the hospital. Tang Feng shook his head and said, I'm not hiding it from Officer Lu. My intention was to kill them. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Red Hair was so scared that he almost pissed himself, and smiled sarcastically. I don't dare. I don't dare. I won't dare again. So what? Can we go now? Lu Fan said impatiently. Go to the hospital first to receive treatment. When the injuries are better, Xiao Zhou will come when you escort them back. The policeman named Xiao Zhou nodded. Tang Feng, you were just joking, right? Ji Ling asked. Tang Feng looked at her with a flat face. Do you think I look like the kind of person who likes to joke? Ji Ling shook her head. This can't be done. Tang Feng, your medical skills are extraordinary, and the martial arts path is even more gifted. You will definitely have a bright future in the future. I admire you. Don't do anything stupid. Lu Fan said. Tang Feng shrugged. Murder at the drop of a hat. This kind of talk in front of the police was a bit too comical. Your sister Xin Jing, aren't you? You're so pretty. How old are you? Ji Ling pulled Yu Xin Jing's jade hand and asked softly. 19. Still in high school? Ji Ling froze, looking at Tang Feng with a subtle change in her eyes. 19? If he remembered correctly, Tang Feng had graduated 3 years ago. He should be about the same age as himself. This guy, how could an old cow eat such tender grass? What kind of eyes do you have? She's my friend's sister. I'm just being entrusted. You're thinking too much, Tang Feng said without a trace of humor. Ji Ling skimmed her mouth and said disdainfully, who knows? Men are all big pig's hooves. They're all colorful. Xin Jing's sister is so pretty. Who knows if you'll have a crooked mind? I can't help it if you want to think so. Tang Feng shrugged. Look, the famous scum quote. Chapter 36, is a human being still alive? When it was time to leave the police station, it was already noon. Yu Xin Jing walked in front and Tang Feng walked behind. Yu Xin Jing didn't say anything. Tang Feng didn't open his mouth either. He knew that Yu Xin Jing was not feeling good in her heart at this time. For one thing, she had been framed by her aunt and uncle and was almost humiliated. The second was knowing that her brother was still alive. The years of aggression and longing had long since turned into resentment. After you, what are your plans? After walking along the coast for nearly an hour, Tang Feng finally couldn't help but ask. Now that Yu Daji and Chen Hui had been locked up, it wouldn't be long before they would definitely be sentenced. That house was already a place of sadness, and Yu Xinjing obviously wouldn't go back. That is to say, Yu Xinjing now has no place to go. Tang Feng is not assured to let Yu Xinjing go on. Who knows, will not be impulsive under the light life. Then again, Yu Xinjing, this face is really beautiful. At the age of 19 years old, this age has been opened, ready to not also be coveted by some of the gangsters. He must Yu Xinjing placed in a safe place in order to rest assured. Thank you for saving me, but I hope you don't mind my business anymore, Yu Xinjing said. Tang Feng shook his head. That won't do. No matter what you say, I can't abandon you. I can understand how you feel right now. Do whatever you want. I won't stop you. Sooner or later, one day, you will understand your brother. Yu Xin Jing suddenly turned back and said with red eyes, how do you want me to understand him? My parents died because of a car accident. How old was I that year? The only one I could rely on was him. But he disappeared without a word for 15 whole years. These 15 years, I lived in pain every day. What kind of suffering did he have to endure to abandon me? Now, you're saying that you were entrusted by him to take care of me. Should I accept your or his care? Tang Feng fell silent. If it was him, I'm afraid that his current state of mind wouldn't be much different from Yu Xin Jing. Helpless, he had no choice but to change the topic. You're hungry, right? Let's eat. I'm not hungry. Yu Xin Jing shook her head. No, you're hungry, Tang Feng said. I'm not hungry. Yu Xinjing raised her volume, but the gurgling sound from her stomach demolished her lie. To avoid embarrassment, Tang Feng looked around, but unexpectedly, Yu Xinjing fell headfirst into the seawater and was gone in the blink of an eye. This ninny. Tang Feng frowned and similarly jumped into the water. The seawater was turbulent, and if one wasn't careful, they would be swept away. Luckily,
Tang Feng had already broadened his divine sense,
and after going into the water, he quickly found Uxin Jing, his figure rushing over like a launched torpedo. Put! Uxin Jing violently spat out a mouthful of seawater.
Looking at Tang Feng incredulously,
"You're crazy. You'll die. I can swim. If you're really my brother's friend,
then you should have heard the saying he always says.
Most of the ones who drown can swim," Uxin Jing said. "You also said it was most. You just concluded that you are that small portion? Even if I wanted to die, this tiny sea dragon king wouldn't dare to take me,"
Tang Feng said confidently.
Uxin Jing was a little lost in thought for a moment, vaguely remembering that when she was very naughty at a very young age, she had fallen into the seawater by accident once,
and her brother had jumped into the seawater without hesitation to save him. At that time, he also said the same thing,
the same kind of confidence. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose from the sea, and layer upon layer of waves swept in from afar, seeming to engulf the duo. You quickly leave me alone," Uxin Jing said urgently. "That won't work." Tang Feng shook his head. "It's none of your business if I'm seeking death on my own. Why does every single one of you have to do it for me?" Uxin Jing said and cried out. Tang Feng was helpless for a while. He wasn't afraid of anything but a woman crying. "Then can you promise me something for the sake of us dying soon?" "What?
If we can survive by chance,
put aside all unhappiness for the time being and live well,"
Tang Feng said seriously.
Uxin Jing let out a miserable smile. Was there any use in answering or not? With waves this big,
there was no way they could still survive.
Looking at the waves that were 3 stories high, despair grew in her heart. "It is also good. Let's end it like this. End this miserable, helpless life." Clattering, the waves engulfed and descended. The crowd of onlookers on the shore grew, shaking their heads and sighing at this scene. 2 fresh lives were lost just like that. "No, they're not dead. Look at that." Suddenly, one person pointed at the other end of the coast and said. At once, the gazes of the crowd looked over, only to see that on the layer upon layer of waves, Tang Feng was holding Uxin Jing in his arms, just like the lightweight floating on water in martial arts dramas, as if walking on land step by step towards the shore, treading on the waves. Still alive. How come he wasn't swallowed by the waves and is still walking on the sea? My God, is this still human? It's unbelievable. Quick, get your cell phone and take a picture. Just when they took out their cell phones and were ready to take pictures, a figure had long been invisible on the sea. Tang Feng gently put Uxin Jing down and wiped the seawater from his face. He disliked the flavor of seawater. Bitter. You, still human? Uxin Jing looked at the rough waves behind her, then glanced at the 2 of them who were still alive, and had some difficulty believing it. How could anyone survive under such rough waves? And, Tang Feng had just walked on the surface of the sea like it was flat. "I told you, the Sea Dragon King wouldn't dare take me," Tang Feng said. "Alright, just now when you were in the sea you already promised me to live well. Let's go. Your stomach is also hungry. Eat some food." When did I promise you?" Uxin Jing didn't look away. Tang Feng shook his head and picked Uxin Jing up again, not putting it down despite how Uxin Jing shouted. Good. I promise you. You quickly put me down. So many people are watching." Uxin Jing blushed slightly and pounded Tang Feng's shoulder. "How nice to be like this earlier." "Ha, the clothes are all wet. I'll take you to buy some clothes first," Tang Feng said. Uxin Jing knew she couldn't argue with Tang Feng, so she didn't refuse. It was just that she thought Tang Feng would take her to a cheaper small store, but she didn't expect Tang Feng to walk straight into the biggest shopping plaza in all of High City, Tianyuan City. "Why did you come here? It's very expensive," Yu Xinjing said. "Listen to me." Tang Feng shook his head. "If you push back again, I don't mind carrying you." "You, just as shameless as him." "That's where you're wrong. Eldest brother is clearly a very bright and open person, and can't hang with shamelessness," Tang Feng said. He had come to Tianyuan City. He couldn't afford to go anywhere else. Chapter 37, You're the one who should apologize. Tianyuan City, the largest and most comprehensive shopping plaza in Haicheng City, was the property of Tianyuan Group as soon as he heard the name. Apart from medical and real estate industries, Tianyuan City was the most profitable industry of Tianyuan Group. This shopping plaza fulfills almost all the needs of Haicheng citizens. The first to third floors were the general consumption area, with the same variety of goods, but at extremely affordable prices, which could be described as good value for money and extremely cost-effective. No matter if it was a bricklayer or an ordinary office worker, they could all buy what they wanted here. 4 to 5 floors are more inclined to low luxury consumption. Monthly salary without a 8 or 9 million really cannot afford to shop. As for the upper 6 to 9 floors, completely see city some rich people's paradise. Everything, only you can't think of. No Tianyuan City does not have. Almost 80% of the upper class people will regularly come here to spend a circle. In order to show their status, And there was another rule in Tianyuan City. The third floor below, not to mention, above is the need to have a membership level in Tianyuan City to enter. Gold VIP, Diamond VIP, King VIP, 9 or 5 Supreme. Different levels in Tianyuan City has different treatment. Just the lowest gold VIP have not low threshold. So the general public is also more in the third floor below the activities. I don't have much money on me, don't go any further up. Seeing that Tang Feng didn't even have the intention of stopping on the third floor, but instead even went up to the fourth floor area via the elevator, Yu Xinjing was a bit anxious. She had been doing part-time jobs since last year, and had saved up a little money, but there wasn't much left after expenses, so it was enough to buy clothes on the third floor. But if you go further up, I'm afraid you won't even be able to afford the change. Don't worry, there's no need for you to pay. Tang Feng smiled lightly. He had already talked to Feng Tianxiong on the phone. He didn't need to spend a dime at all in Tianyuan City. He could have whatever he wanted. On the surface it was him taking advantage, but in reality it was giving Feng Tianxiong a chance to be able to sit in Feng Tianxiong's position. Money was just a string of numbers, but to be able to get Tang Feng's favor was priceless. Without giving Yu Xinjing a chance to speak, Tang Feng held Yu Xinjing's hand and walked into a women's clothing store. Just by looking at the decor alone, it wasn't an ordinary store. As expected, Tang Feng casually looked at the label of a dress, and it was priced at $8,000. If it was him 3 years ago, I'm afraid he would never have walked into such a clothing store in his life. Too expensive. Yu Xinjing shook her head. I've already said that I don't need you to pay for it. Tang Feng said, that won't do. All this money is enough to cover my living expenses for a year. It's too extravagant. The clothes just need to be able to cover shame and shelter warmth. There's no need to buy such expensive ones. Over the years, Yu Xinjing had eaten less and worn less, and had developed the habit of being frugal. A piece of clothing even cost $8,000. She couldn't earn this much even if she worked part-time for a year. Tang Feng, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, his eyes roving over the clothes in front of him. In fact, with Yu Xinjing's looks and figure, no matter what kind of clothes she wore, it was just icing on the cake. But then again, as the old saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. So naturally, she had to choose some good-looking, well-fitting clothes. Hello, please take down these clothes, Tang Feng said, but there was a delayed response. He couldn't help but glance at it, but he saw that the clerk was playing with her cell phone, and every now and then she sent out a few lines of voice. Hate it, Brother Lu, you're so bad. Humph, it's not impossible. Then how are you going to reward people? Really? Good, then you quickly come over. This dress I like for a long time, just so expensive. Know that Brother Lu is the best. I'll wait for you. Tang Feng shrugged. It turned out to be flirting, then he wasn't good at interrupting the bit between the couple. Just in time, picking for a while longer. How about this one? Tang Feng looked towards a slightly quieter dress that felt very suitable for Yu Xinjing. Yu Xinjing looked over and couldn't help but let her eyes light up. Since walking into this clothing store, she had only focused on the price and hadn't taken a closer look. But in the end, she was only an 18 or 19-year-old girl, and naturally had a love of beauty. Tang Feng's vision was very good, and the clothes he picked out were very much in line with Yu Xinjing's aesthetics, so that she couldn't help but touch them. Suddenly, a stern voice came, take your hands away, only to see that the sales clerk didn't know when to come over this way, knocked Yu Xinjing's hand aside, and pushed Yu Xinjing a bit, and then said with a look of disgust, who let you guys come in, but also touching, you can't afford to pay for it if it gets dirty. Between her words, she was full of contempt and disdain for Tang Feng and Yu Xinjing. Just now, she was chatting with her concubine. She didn't notice the duo, and when she learned that Lu was going to buy her favorite new clothes, she couldn't help but be overjoyed and wanted to try them on in advance. However, when she saw Yu Xinjing, who was dripping wet and her clothes were dripping water from the sea downwards, wanting to get her favorite new clothes, her heart rose in anger. If it was a noblewoman from any family, she could only suppress her displeasure. But Yu Xinjing looked like a wild girl from the countryside anyhow, dripping wet and dirty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Yu Xinjing was so soft and weak that she nearly fell to the ground when pushed by Zhou Hong like this, but she couldn't care less about that and hurriedly apologized. Since she was born without her parents and brother, and was bullied by Yu Daji and Chen Hui, this had also developed her more cautious character, and seeing the strong store clerk, she was momentarily frightened. Humph, where are you guys from? A little self-awareness is not there. See clearly, this is the 4th floor, at least the gold VIP can come up, and also, this dress is the store's latest model. Even if it is the gold VIP cannot be discounted. Can you afford to buy it? Zhou Hong said in a good-natured manner. Yu Xinjing glanced at the price, and was immediately shocked.
although she knew that the consumption of the fourth floor was not low, but she also did not expect that a piece of clothing actually needed $80,000. That is, she sold her also could not afford to buy a crunching sound. Jo Hong looked at Tang Feng with an incredulous face and roared, "What are you doing? How dare you hit me?" Tang Feng lightly glanced at Jo Hong. He wouldn't spoil Jo Hong's problems. A service staff even talked to customers like this. It was really the reverse of the Big Dipper. Breakdown down. The doctor is also a service industry. He was working in the hospital back in the day no matter whether it was to his boss, that is, Zhao Xingyan, or to each patient. Attitude is quite soft. Whether the clothes can afford it or not is another matter. Alone this service attitude of yours deserves a beating. Now, you can apologize to her, Tang Feng said. Jo Hong scolded. Apologize? You're dreaming. Do you know what place this is? Tianyuan City. Not a place for you country bumpkins to spread your wildness. Humph. Even if you want to bring a little girl who is not in the right state of mind to pretend to be a good girl, you have to find the right place. I want you to immediately apologize to me on your knees right now. Otherwise, you don't want to walk out of this store. As the words fell, a steady stream of personnel in blue uniforms rushed over from other stores. They heard the commotion and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. What kind of person dared to cause trouble in Tianyuan City? Their guts were too big. Chapter 38, Repaying You Well. In a short while, the clothing store was blocked by a dozen security guards. A tall security guard in the lead asked in a cold voice, "What's going on?" Jo Hong pointed at Tang Feng and said, "Don't ask what's going on. Beat him up first. Brother Lu will be here soon." Once they heard the name Brother Lu, all the security guards changed their faces. Strictly speaking, this person wasn't a prominent big shot, just a punk with a slightly bigger reputation. But what made Brother Lu so powerful was that he was shameless and held grudges. If one messed with him, they would face endless pestering until they caved in and bowed down to him and admitted their mistakes. Therefore, even if one was working as a security guard in Tianyuan City, one would have to sell Brother Lu a face. "This gentleman, if there's any misunderstanding in this, you'd better apologize and try to get Miss Zhou's forgiveness. Otherwise, the price is very high," the tall security guard said indifferently. Tang Feng frowned. "Why should I apologize? The one in the wrong is her. The one who should apologize is also her." Arrogant. "Even if you apologize, old lady will still teach you a good lesson." Jo Hong was furious, pointing at the tall security guard. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Give me a hard beating, kill and maim, then throw out of Tianyuan City. On!" The tall security guard was helpless and waved his hand. The security guards under him loosened their muscles and walked towards Tang Feng with ill will. Anyone who caused trouble in Tianyuan City didn't have a good ending. Even a young master of a second-rate power had his leg broken back then, let alone Tang Feng, who looked like an ordinary bricklayer. But soon, they realized that they were very wrong. Although they had surrounded Tang Feng with the advantage of having more people, and had locked Tang Feng's arms and legs, they had never been able to move Tang Feng by the slightest bit. Instead, Tang Feng had knocked them to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks. The tall security guard's expression changed slightly. Expert. The moment he locked eyes with Tang Feng, a trace of panic inexplicably rose in his heart. This was a feeling he had never felt before after breaking through to a first-class expert. Even if he was facing a Hotian expert, he could still get through a few moves. But after seeing Tang Feng's lightning-like hands, he couldn't even raise half a bit of courage to make a move. "You, sir, this is Tianyuan City. I advise you not to get yourself into trouble," the tall security guard said. Tang Feng frowned and said in a deep voice, "Am I the one who is looking for trouble for myself? Or is it trouble that is looking for me? You might as well ask her why she was beaten." The tall security guard froze and looked at Jo Hong. Jo Hong knew that she was at a disadvantage, but she did not lose her temper, and said crossly, "What did I say wrong? A loser like you deserves to buy things from our store. It's you who dares to make a move in Tianyuan City, looking for death." The tall security guard sighed. Not to mention, if Tang Feng was a golden VIP of Tianyuan City, even if he wasn't, he couldn't beat him. What could he do? "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Sister, why don't you slap me a few times to cool off?" Uxin Jing said. Behind Tianyuan City was Tianyuan Group. She didn't want to cause trouble for Tang Feng because of herself. Joke, a sentence of sorry and you want to get over it. It's quite a beautiful thought. Jo Hong sneered. Tang Feng was about to be laughed at, yanking Jo Hong over and slapping her left and right a few times, snorting. "Are you confused about what's going on right now?" Jo Hong was about to be confused. This guy, really bold. How dare he hit her? It was only when she looked around that she remembered that Tianyuan City security guards couldn't do anything about Tang Feng. "Now, can you apologize?" Tang Feng sneered. Jo Hong was still very unconvinced. "Who am I to apologize?" Snap. Tang Feng didn't mince words and gave Jo Hong a few more slaps, saying indifferently, "When you arrive at your store, you are a customer, and the customer is God.
and I don't expect you to treat the customer as you would treat God. But, as a store clerk, how do you dare to verbally abuse the customer? Bah, just you two hillbillies are also considered customers? Jo Hong sneered. Look at the two of you. Each one of you is like a beggar. $80,000 of clothes are not even worth $8,000 when you touch them. Snap. Tang Feng with a bashful face, then gave Jo Hong a few slaps. The force of his hand was not light. Jo Hong, a woman, where to carry it. The original is still quite purple, good face quickly red and swollen. I can't spare you. Li Yong, you a waste of money, is still standing for what? Give me to abolish him. Believe it or not, I told Brother Lu your complaint. Jo Hong was like a madman. His loud voice almost attracted the entire fourth floor. As expected, regardless of what class of people one is, watching people watching is a huge attraction. TSK, how many years has it been? Tianyuan City hasn't had this kind of incident for a long time. It's really rare. That's not true. I remember the year before last, there was a second-rate power's son who had a crush on a waitress, and insisted on making her his lover, but as a result, he froze and had his leg broken, and his family didn't even dare to put a fart in his mouth. But this time the trouble seems to be not ordinary people. I just saw Li Yong, they all are not rivals. So what makes such a big commotion? I believe that Tianyuan City's management has already known. At that time there will be less this kid to eat. End quote. Li Yong also ignored the comments of the surrounding people, spread his hands and said, don't you see, we also tried our best, but what can we do if we can't beat him? He saw it. Jo Hong taking a beating was purely asking for it. Even if the manager in charge of the fourth floor came, he wouldn't favor Jo Hong. It was just that Tang Feng had caused trouble in Tianyuan City after all, and he was afraid that he wouldn't end up too well afterward, but that was none of his business. You guys. Jo Hong was about to explode with anger, pointing at Tang Feng. You wait for me. Brother Lu will be here soon. There's no good fruit for you to eat. The words just fell. The crowd made way. A man in a suit, but unbuttoned, revealing a black dragon on his chest, walked over with a dangling look. Behind him were two roving gangsters. What's the matter? Quite lively. Lu Nan revealed a playful smile. Only this breezy look was dissipated without a trace after seeing Jo Hong, whose face was red and swollen, replaced by an uncontrollable huff. Hong, which son of a ate the bear heart and leopard gall and dared to hit you? He swept a glance at the clothing store, his gaze sweeping over Li Yong and the others. It finally settled on Tang Feng and Yu Xinjing. When he looked at Yu Xinjing, his eyes lit up, flashing a covetous look. What a pretty little sister. This posture can be too much stronger than Jo Hong. It's not even on the same level, and it looks like only 18 or 19 years old. Is the age of the water spirit? Noticing Lu Nan's unsuspecting gaze, Jo Hong's heart was even more unhappy, but at the moment, she could only endure it, and delicately said, Brother Lu, oh yo, Hong, what's wrong with your face? Come on, talk to your brother Lu. I'll help you out. Lu Nan fondly withdrew his gaze. It's him who hit me. I've said that Brother Lu is my man, but not only did he not restrain himself, instead he hit harder. Look, my face is swollen. Brother Lu, you have to take it out for me. I'll repay you properly tonight. Chapter 39, Diamond Guard. As soon as Lu Nan heard this, his crotch quickly became unable to grasp it, and his IQ went off the high ground. All he could think of was to hurry up and teach Tang Feng a lesson, and then have a good quickie. Buddy. Lu Nan looked towards Tang Feng, raised an eyebrow and said, how about this? After all, we have to give Tianyuan City some face. You kneel down and kowtow to Hong for a few times. As long as Hong is relieved of her anger, this matter will be over. How about it? Li Yong frowned. Brother Lu, I'm afraid this won't work. To Tianyuan City are all guests. Even if this gentleman has something wrong, it should be mediated by our Tianyuan City people. Sir, namely, what's the matter with you? If you can mediate, then you still need Brother Lu to personally open his mouth. Several big men looked big and thick, was beaten by others 3 or 2 times to be afraid of. Shut your mouth. This matter doesn't need to be in your hands. Jo Hong said disdainfully. Hong, don't say anything first. Lu Nan shook his head and pushed Jo Hong back. Li Yong gave him face by calling him Brother Lu, but even if he didn't give him face, it was unlikely that Lu Nan would move Li Yong. After all, he couldn't afford to mess with how protective Tianyuan City was, but his own concubine was beaten, also cannot ignore. After a moment of thought said, Yangzi, I can give you a face, kowtow is not necessary, but to apologize to Hong, and compensation for 30,000 medical expenses, but this is my last bottom line. Otherwise, how can I play on this street in the future? Li Yong did not say anything. Although Lu Nan's request was a bit too much, it was indeed much more restrained compared to his previous arrogance. It's fine, I'll pay this $30,000. Lu Nan did not feel surprised. Li Yong's righteous character was somewhat famous. Li Yong walked to Tang Feng and said, "You give an apology. More is better than less." Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Yu Xinjing. Apparently, he had also noticed Lu Nan's thoughts on Yu Xinjing. Under everyone's gaze, almost all of them thought that Tang Feng would definitely choose to give in. After all, it was just an apology. No money needed to be paid, basically no loss. But unexpectedly, Tang Feng hit Zhou Hong's face with a big mouth when everyone hadn't reacted, faintly saying, "I'm asking you to apologize." Daff? The crowd all looked at Tang Feng with an expression like they were looking at a fool. This guy, crazy, right? Li Yong and Lu Nan had already given Tang Feng a step down. Not only did Tang Feng not go down, but instead, he intensified his behavior and added a handful of dry wood to the blazing fire. That was Lu Nan. In the eyes of most upper-class people, naturally it was nothing, but Lu Nan's shameless, all-or-nothing style of behavior was still a headache for many people. If it were any of them, they would naturally think that it would be better to do more than less. But Tang Feng, seemingly hitting Zhou Hong, but in reality, he had ruthlessly smacked Lu Nan with a big mouth. Zhou Hong was dumbfounded on the spot, her brain down. How could she have never imagined that Tang Feng would dare to strike himself in front of Lu Nan? This asshole, doesn't he know how to be afraid? Not afraid of Lu Nan's retaliation? Li Yong similarly changed his expression greatly. It was over. Very good. Lu Nan was first stunned for a moment, but soon, his eyebrows stretched out and he actually laughed. Only underneath the smile was hidden cold killing intent. Bang! Before Lu Nan could brew his feelings, he himself suffered a heavy blow, and his entire body collapsed. A row of coat racks, and blood stained several pieces of clothing red. Tang Feng, a face of impatience, whose crotches not bolted tight, popped out of you. Such a noisy thing. I'm letting her apologize. What's the matter with you? Grass. The words just fell. Lu Nan brought those punks can be considered to react. Their boss was even beaten. Without saying a word, they rushed towards Tang Feng. They had to give this little bastard who didn't know the heights of heaven a bit of color. Tang Feng frowned. Gourd bearer saving grandpa? However, he didn't have much patience. He stepped forward and took the lead in tackling a small punk before throwing it hard onto the ground. The immense force even smashing a dent in the floor, and debris flew everywhere. This punk was instantly beaten to a bloody pulp, just spitting blood, but could not make a sound out. This scene caused the atmosphere in the room to once again condense. Other punks body cold, legs uncontrollably shaking up, where there is half a bit of desire to attack. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. A single punch made such a large crater in the floor, and their companions were afraid that they would be in a bad way. They were only following Lu Nan to mix some benefits. They didn't want to give their lives away. Bah, damn. I think you've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. How dare you hit me? I think you don't know the means of my old man. Lu Nan painstakingly pushed away the clothes and racks and other debris pressed against his body, endured the pain and climbed out. A pair of eyes revealing a ferocious light staring at Tang Feng with murderous intent. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Let alone in public? Today, there would be no stopping. Noisy, Tang Feng's eyes were cold, and without rolling Lu Nan just climbed up. He raised his foot and kicked out in a sprint, only to see Lu Nan as the broken kite general flew out, looked to be unable to stand up, or Li Yong quick eyes and hands, in advance to feel clearly Tang Feng's temperament. A burst of step rushed over to hold Lu Nan, which is only to let Lu Nan suffered some damage reduction. Climbed up again. Lu Nan just did not have the arrogance of a moment ago, no longer arrogant and fearless in the eyes, looking at Tang Feng's eyes full of fear. After living for more than 30 years, in this street is also considered to have made a name for himself. Where has he seen such a ruthless person like Tang Feng? He didn't care what he was, and didn't give him a chance to say anything, as long as it wasn't as good as Tang Feng's intentions. The next moment his fists and feet came over. Whether it was his hands or his ruthlessness, it was not something he could compare to. This is Tianyuan City after all. Even if you have more grievances, it's best not to make a move, Li Yong said. Tang Feng shook his head and once again looked at Zhou Hong, who had already been laid silly, and said indifferently, "Apologize." But Zhou Hong was now filled with fear of Tang Feng. Where could she still hear Tang Feng's words? Do you not understand Chinese? Tang Feng frowned. He didn't want to hit a woman, but if the other party was really begging for a fight, then he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. Zhou Hong then slowed down, glanced at Lu Nan who was beaten and didn't dare to speak. Her face was as pale as paper. She didn't dare to act like a shrew anymore. She was busy shivering and said, "Yes, I'm sorry. Did you forget your vocal cords at home?" Tang Feng said aggressively. Zhou Hong could only say aloud, "I'm sorry, it was all my fault just now. Please let me go." Well, still quite understanding, Tang Feng nodded, somewhat satisfied, but before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, his face changed sharply and he said sternly, "Am I asking you to apologize to me?" These words could have blinded Zhou Hong. What else? Li Yong shook his head and gave Zhou Hong a color. Only then did Zhou Hong understand. And just when she wanted to apologize to Xin Jing, she saw a group of people walking over in a neat manner, their feet stamping on the ground with a neat, resounding sound. It was unknown who shouted. Diamond Guard. Chapter 40, Your Honor. Diamond Guards, as the name implied, were bodyguards that could only be mobilized by the Diamond VIPs of Tianyuan City. People like Li Yong and his group were merely ordinary security guards of Tianyuan City, and their overall level was much worse than the lowest-ranked gold guards, not to mention the diamond guards even higher up. As for the king guards and supreme guards, the former almost seldom appeared in Tianyuan City, and it was said that every one of them was good at fighting 1 against 100, and their strength was at least a first-class expert. The latter had not been established yet, because the bodyguard who could escort the 9 to 5 must be the best of men, the king of men, and according to Tianyuan City's planning, the treatment of those who could serve as supreme guards was extremely high, not even inferior to some of the bosses of companies with a better economy. The corresponding requirements are also very high. The minimum threshold needs to reach the strength of a Hotian expert, but in today's era, people practicing martial arts are already scarce, and Hotian experts are even the elite of the elite. How can they lose face to be someone's bodyguard? It's the Diamond Guards. I didn't expect that even the Diamond Guards have been alarmed. Aren't they responsible for defending the safety of the Diamond VIPs of Tianyuan City? How could they appear alone? Listening to you say this, I know that you are a golden VIP at the end of the day. Bumpkin, the Diamond Guards, in addition to defending the Diamond VIPs, are likewise mobilized by the general manager of Tianyuan City. So that's how it is. Then I understand. It must be Tianyuan City's general manager who knew about the mess over here, so he brought someone to set things right. TSK, that young man is going to be in deep trouble. Surprisingly, it was Diamond Guard. Li Yong was shocked in his heart. He was an old employee of Tianyuan City, but he had only seen Diamond Guard once. That time Diamond Guard had struck out, but he had destroyed the 3rd floor of Tianyuan City into ruins, and that terrifying combat power was still unforgettable to him. He couldn't help but glance regretfully at Tang Feng. In fact, from the beginning to the end, he felt that Tang Feng did not have too much fault. To buy things were insulted, want to ask for justice excessive? Not excessive, but after all, Tang Feng had caused trouble in Tianyuan City. As the security guard of Tianyuan City, he had the obligation and responsibility to stop it. It was just a pity that now that the Diamond Guard was here, even if Tang Feng was no longer powerful, he still had some suffering to endure. It's the Diamond Guard. Zhou Hong instantly became agitated. His pale face gradually flushed red, reaching out his hand and shouting, Manager Chu, I'm here. Take a quick look. There's someone causing trouble here. The entire 3rd floor is going to be lifted off by him. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but sneer. This woman was really good at snapping her hat. Even if Tang Feng was making a lot of trouble, it wouldn't be enough to lift the huge 3rd floor off the ground. But this matter had nothing to do with them either. It was fine to watch the fun. There was no need to say anything more. The man who was called Chu manager walked over quickly. His eyes swept over everyone's body, frowning when he saw Lu Nan. I remember saying last time that I don't want to see you again. Lu Nan, you don't have a lot of guts. Lu Nan's body shook, even though he was dissatisfied and indignant, but he didn't dare to show it. He smiled sarcastically and said, Manager Chu, I just came to Tianyuan City to buy a piece of clothing. I don't have anything else in mind. Humph, it had better be this way. Manager Chu snorted coldly. Surname Chu, you're flaunting your power. Sooner or later one day I'll peel you off this position and then play you to death. Lu Nan's face was as usual, but in his heart, he had already cursed. What's going on? After warning Lu Nan, Chu Chang'e placed his gaze on Zhou Hong again. He had just returned from the Tianyuan Group's meeting and learned that Feng Dong's honored guest had visited Tianyuan City. He couldn't wait to show off, but he didn't think that there would be such a big mess. Fighting and quarreling. What kind of behavior was this? If the honored guest saw this, he would definitely have a much lower impression of Tianyuan City, especially of him. How could this work? Manager Chu, you're finally here. The matter is like this. That maniac looks like he's from the countryside. Look, dressed in rags. How can he be qualified to come to our 3rd floor? He must have sneaked past the guards to come up here. I've already politely asked them to leave, but not only did they not leave, but they also hit people. Zhou Hong could be described as telling lies without blushing, portraying Tang Feng as a rogue gangster who had nothing better to do, and herself as a perfect victim. This wasn't over. She followed up with, Li Yong and the others came over to persuade him. He not only didn't listen, but instead, he even beat up Li Yong as well. What kind of situation is this? Letting the customers see a big joke in the sky. It's a great humiliation for our Tianyuan City. Manager Chu, you must do justice for me for Tianyuan City. Chu Chang'e frowned. What audacity!
ever since he was transferred to Tianyuan City as the general manager. This was the second time he dared someone to cause trouble in Tianyuan City. That time, he had crippled the person and sent them back. It seemed like it was still too merciful. This time, he had to establish authority, to let everyone know that no curmudgeon would ever be allowed to run rampant in Tianyuan City. Yes, Manager Chu, that's him, look at him. Until now he's still so arrogant, without the slightest hint of recognizing his mistake. This kind of person should be taught a hard lesson, not only to let him know that he's wrong, but also to let him know that it hurts. Zhou Hong said sternly. Chu Chang'e rebuked without any good humor. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Zhou Hong smiled sarcastically and didn't dare to speak again. Chu Chang'e sized up Tang Feng. Being able to sit in this position relied on acting cautiously and relying on his eyesight. In such a situation, ordinary people must have been scared to death long ago. But Tang Feng was a light-hearted face, not afraid at all. With his eyesight, it wasn't a pretense. Rather, Tang Feng was truly not afraid. Before he could speak, Tang Feng sneered, twisting the truth is quite a handful. It seems like you haven't recognized your mistake until now. Zhou Hong retorted, where did I go wrong? Are you the VIP of our Tianyuan City and you come to the third floor? Can you afford to buy clothes and you come to the clothing store that I am in charge of? Looking at Zhou Hong's arrogant face, Tang Feng almost couldn't hold back from striking again. Uxin Jing saw it and hurriedly pulled Tang Feng back. Tianyuan City's general manager had come. This was a big deal. Little brother, she said that you're not our Tianyuan City's VIP, is this correct? Chu Chang'e asked. Tang Feng didn't deny it. You hit an employee of our Tianyuan City, is this correct? Chu Chang'e asked. Tang Feng still didn't deny it. Zhou Hong on the side was in a hurry. What was the point of asking so much? Rory. Chu Chang'e nodded. Then I wonder what little brother's name is? Checking the household name? Tang Feng frowned. Chu Chang'e was stunned. His forehead was straight up. He had already been very patient. If he wasn't afraid that Tang Feng was the honored guest that Feng Dong had mentioned, he would have already let someone do it. Manager Chu, his name is Tang Feng. My name is Uxin Jing. What happened just now was indeed our fault. We apologize. How much money do we need to compensate you? Open your mouth. I don't have a lot of money on me, but I'll definitely compensate in the future. Uxin Jing was afraid that Tang Feng would say some more bad words. She quickly opened her mouth. Compensation? Laughing. What are you going to compensate for? You know that piece of clothing you just touched? $80,000. Can you afford it? And the clothes that were broken by him, tiles and other things. Add it all up, even if you two are sold you can't afford to pay. Zhou Hong said disdainfully. Saying that, she looked at Chu Chang'e with a smile and said, Manager, it's right for you to punish them however you want. It's just that I have a small request. Just now he hit me in front of so many people. Can you let me get out of my anger? The words just fell. A deep gasping sound rang out. Immediately after, Chu Chang'e turned around with a gloomy face, and under everyone's astonished gazes, he deadlocked Zhou Hong's neck and cursed, punish you my ass, not to mention beating you up. Feng Sheng is killing you as an honor you're raised by a female cousin. Chapter 41, The 9.5. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. From Chu Chang'e's words, it could be heard that Tang Feng's identity. It didn't seem to be as unpleasant as Zhou Hong had said. Manager Chu, if you have something to say properly. Hong Hong was also a bit anxious because she was aggrieved. Seeing his woman being beaten, Lu Nan naturally could not ignore it. Even though he did not dare to tear his face off with Chu Chang'e, he did not want his image in Zhou Hong's mind to turn into a softie. Chu Chang'e coldly glanced at Lu Nan, looking straight at the latter's heart. Lu Nan, there's nothing for you to do today. It's best not to meddle in the matter. Either stand to the side and watch honestly, or get the hell out of my way immediately now. Lu Nan was silent and speechless. It was the first time he had seen Chu Chang'e so serious, so where would he dare say anything else? Stone, surround this place for me. Not a single person can leave, Chu Chang'e said in a cold voice. The diamond guards behind him nodded and surrounded everyone including Zhou Hong, Lu Nan, and Li Yong, with an attitude that anyone who dared to move would see red on the spot. The crowd of onlookers were even more curious. Tang Feng in the end, what is the head? Actually let Chu Chang'e so big action. There was a good show to watch. Uxin Jing was also startled and couldn't help but hide behind Tang Feng. Seeing this, Tang Feng couldn't help but frown and said indifferently, you scared my sister. Chu Chang'e instantly changed his face from seriousness to flattery. Sorry. This is my negligence. This young lady, please relax. I'm not targeting you. There's one person here that counts, but whatever you look at as displeasing to you, miss, just say it, I'll smoke their bones. Uxin Jing was a bit at a loss for words. The general manager of Tianyuan City. On a normal day, how could she be so nice to her today? That reaction was like a mouse seeing a cat. All of this, certainly not because of themselves. then there is only one possibility left, Tang Feng. Yu Xinjing was very smart. In a flash she figured out that Tang Feng's identity must be extraordinary. Even Xu Chang'e had to give a few points of face. But what exactly was Tang Feng? The seed of curiosity had already been planted when Tang Feng saved her, and at this moment it even began to take root and thrive. How could? Zhou Hong turned pale. By this time, even if she was stupid, she knew that Tang Feng's identity was not ordinary. But, how could someone who could make even Xu Chang'e pay attention to him be dressed so plainly? Even the office workers who worked screws in the factory were more decent than this. Zhou Hong, do I need to say anything else? Now, there shouldn't be any need for me to teach you what to do, Xu Chang'e said sternly. Zhou Hong had already fallen into deep despair and self-doubt. Her mouth couldn't squeeze out a single word, or Lu Nan patted her twice before she reacted. Hong, do as Tang Feng said. Apologize first. Get over this time and I'll help you out of this bad anger. But Zhou Hong seemed like she was having a seizure and said with a cold smile, why should I apologize? Obviously he hit me first. To apologize should also be him apologizing to me. Xu Chang'e frowned. Bastard. He had opened his mouth and Zhou Hong was indifferent. So how should Tang Feng look at him? If it reached the chairman's ears, he would definitely question his own abilities. I know he's got connections. So what? If he's got connections, he's not reasonable? Manager Chu, I've at least worked at Tianyuan City for 2 or 3 years. Is this how you treat your old employees? Zhou Hong didn't even know what she was saying, and was actually questioning Xu Chang'e. Xu Chang'e's face was grim, but before he could make a move, Tang Feng's slap had already struck Zhou Hong's face, sneering, even if the world explodes, your mouth and cheeks will surely remain unscathed. You hit me again. How dare you hit me again? Humph, you're just a hick. Just wait for me. I won't let you go. Zhou Hong completely lost his mind by this slap and cursed angrily. Enough. Xu Chang'e ran out of his last ounce of patience and beckoned. Settle her wages. Notify all of Tianyuan Group's industries to refuse to recruit this brainless person from now on. Also, Zhou Hong, you have violated the employee regulations by maliciously abusing customers, including all of your previous employee benefits being cancelled. The employee house you have lived in will start charging a rent of 8,000 a month, and the financial accounting will send the bill to you. Zhou Hong was instantly struck by lightning when she heard this. In other words, not only did she lose her job, it was even more impossible for her to find a decent, well-paid job in Haichang, and there was also the rent of 8,000 a month for almost 3 years, which was definitely an astronomical amount for her. On what grounds? When I lived in it, I had already agreed that it was an employee benefit. Big deal. I just don't live there. Why should I be asked for rent? Zhou Hong said incredulously. Xu Chang'e said disdainfully. On what grounds? Just based on the fact that you have violated the employee regulations. Why do you think Tianyuan City would give you such generous conditions? Since you have taken the benefits you have to abide by the accusations of your position. Since you have violated them, then don't blame me for being merciless. You can disobey. But you also said that you have already worked in Tianyuan City for 2 or 3 years. You know clearly in your heart what will happen if you disobey. Zhou Hong only felt his eyes go black and he fell to the ground and fainted. Finished. This life is over. Lu Nan stood there, frozen, not daring to move. Xu Chang'e today is moving real fire, cannot afford to mess with. This is not to be trifled with. Tang Feng did not have half a bit of intolerance. The wrong is Zhou Hong. Since the wrong, then should pay the price. What's more, he had given Zhou Hong more than one opportunity. Since Zhou Hong could not grasp it, it was no one's fault. Ms. You, I don't know if you are satisfied with this treatment. If you have any ideas, feel free to say so. I will definitely follow them. Xu Chang'e said with a smile. Xin Jing shook her head. She was still a bit uncomfortable. After a moment's reprieve, she whispered, what happened just now? It's actually our fault. We're not Tianyuan City's golden VIPs, and going to the 3rd floor was indeed a violation of the rules. Xu Chang'e was stunned, then laughed. Miss Yu is overthinking. Mr. Tang is our Tianyuan Group's honored guest. The chairman of the board of directors has already instructed. Mr. Tang is Tianyuan City's first and only 9 to 5. Don't say it's to come to the 3rd floor of a building. It's only reasonable that Tianyuan City would be torn down. The words fell like a large stone falling into a pool of stagnant water. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The crowd was shocked as they looked at the bland Tang Feng. Surprisingly, it was a 9 to 5 Supreme? Tianyuan City actually had a 9 to 5 Supreme? I'm grinning. Eye-opening. What an eye-opener. Tianyuan City has actually seen the first 9-5 Supreme, and it's still seen from such a close distance. It's unbelievable. What kind of god is this big brother? The condition of becoming a golden VIP is already very harsh, not to mention the diamond VIP above. King VIP, good guy, directly is the 9 to 5. Even if it is the father of the chairman of the Tianyuan Group who came to life, he didn't have this treatment.
right? That called Joe Hong's clerk is really unlucky.
Who is not good to provoke to the 9 to 5.
Look at it.
Just now Chu Changle said is just a scene.
Afterward I do not know how to pack it. What a joke. Offended by the 9 to 5 how will be so easy to get out of the way. Chapter 42 Like a brother. 9 or 5 supreme beings. Uxin Jing didn't understand.
But she knew what the 9 to 5 meant in Tianyuan City.
Even if it was the Tianyuan group behind Tianyuan City, their chairman speaking in person wouldn't be more useful than the 9 to 5.
She looked toward Tang Feng, her eyes complicated. This friend who claimed to be her brother.
Just what kind of person was he?
After smiling at Tang Feng to show her goodwill,
Chu Changle looked at Li Yong with a stern gaze again.
You're the head of security.
Li Yong, aren't you? Humph. Not a little bit of guts. Dare to make a move against Mr. Tang. You don't have to come here in the future. Li Yong sighed.
The expected result. After learning that Tang Feng's identity was indeed as extraordinary as he expected, he thought of his end.
But compared to Zhou Hong,
it was already too much better.
Tang Feng frowned. That won't be necessary. Almost without thinking, Chu Changle immediately nodded and said, all right, I'll listen to Mr. Tang. Li Yong, in the future,
you will continue to come to Tianyuan City to work.
Li Yong looked at Tang Feng with a gaze filled with doubt, not understanding why the other party was speaking in his favor. You're not bad. Tang Feng patted Li Yong's shoulder. He didn't blame Li Yong.
Initially it was indeed himself who had made quite a commotion on the 3rd floor. As the head of security, Li Yong wanted to subdue himself to avoid the situation from expanding, which wasn't wrong.
Furthermore, Li Yong's actions just now also invariably gained Tang Feng's goodwill. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Tang Feng wouldn't be unreasonable just because he held great power and could control the fate of others at any time. Understood. Li Yong, from now on,
you'll be the manager of the 3rd floor.
You can report to me directly if there's something wrong, and your treatment will be second only to me. Chu Changle reacted quickly, sensing Tang Feng's favorable feelings towards Li Yong,
and immediately promoted Li Yong to a higher position.
He kept in mind Fang Tianxiong's admonition. 1.
Not to offend Tang Feng,
and 2. To curry favor with Tang Feng without a bottom line. This, Li Yong froze, unable to calm down for a long time.
This reversal was also too fast.
Just now, he had to be fired, but in the blink of an eye,
the old hen turned into a duck, and he was promoted from a small security team leader to the manager of the 3rd floor.
And his treatment was the same as Chu Changle's? This is also a little too magical. Why? There are other requirements you can still mention. As long as they are not excessive I can consider them. Chu Changle said. No, Manager Chu, I don't have any other requests. It's just that I don't really have any credits, and I'm used to being a security guard, so I'd better forget about the 3rd floor manager. Li Yong smiled bitterly. Chu Changle glanced at Tang Feng, nodded and said, okay, just think about it. Then, he smiled again and walked to Uxin Jing and said softly, Miss Yu is going to buy clothes, right? If you like any piece, just pick it, it's all on my account. Uxin Jing shook her head and said, no, I have money.
Chu Changle was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly.
My aunt, where do I dare to ask for your money? Then said, why don't we do it this way? I'll let someone help you pick a few pieces. Please don't worry, it's not worth much. Just take it as an indemnity for this farce today.
A few sales clerks from other stores that were gathered not far away immediately trotted over after hearing this,
eagerly helping Uxin Jing pick out suitable clothes.
For some of the more expensive clothes,
they silently removed the price tags, fearing that Uxin Jing wouldn't take them. Uxin Jing hesitantly glanced at Tang Feng. Pick a few, otherwise they'll be working for nothing. Besides it's quite hard to get wet. Tang Feng wasn't polite,
picking up the clothes and looking for a restroom to change into them. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, horses rely on saddles.
His personal conditions itself is good, more than 1 meter 8. Often in the immortal medical mountain exercise physical quality is also very good,
and then put on the material of superior,
well-crafted clothes is to appear handsome, a talent. Several young shopkeepers couldn't help but look straight in the eyes, thinking that if they were to be taken in by this young, handsome and powerful nobleman, they wouldn't have to worry about the rest of their lives. Tang, Wind Sage, I mismanaged this matter today, please punish Wind Sage. I, Chu Changle, will never say anything,
Chu Changle said with a straight face.
Tang Feng waved his hand and said, it's not that serious, it's just that Fang Tianxiong is quite generous, coming up to give a 9 to 5 treatment. How big of a job does he want me to do for him?
Chu Changle smiled awkwardly and touched his head.
This I don't know, but Fang Dong doesn't have anything else in mind.
Please don't be offended by Wind Saint.
Tang Feng snorted. Go back and tell him. I'll remember what I ate and drank from him. Naturally I'll let him be rewarded, but don't be too greedy. Chu Changle was busy nodding his head. Then he waved his hand and told everyone else to disperse.
and he himself left with his diamond guards.
At this time, Uxin Jing also changed her clothes and walked out.
Relatively speaking, the clothes she changed into were more conservative and ordinary. A white floral dress and small white shoes.
Just like the image of a good girl. Tang Feng looked a little lost and thought for a moment. Very ordinary, but very stunning. That temperament.
And the mind has long been forgotten, but in remembering the past is incredibly clear when joining.
The difference is no two.
I wonder which teenager's youth this was again.
What do you keep looking at me for? Is it ugly?
Yu Xinjing was uncomfortable by Tang Feng's look,
and asked with a sideways glance, how could it be?
Tang Feng shook his head.
This face and body.
Whatever clothes you wear are enough to amaze. I just don't know which stupid boy will be cheap in the future.
Uxin Jing blushed, seemingly unconcerned. I don't plan on liking anyone, anything, as long as it's your choice.
I'll do my best to maintain it.
You eat what you like, wear what you want, what's yours. What you want to do is the right choice that will definitely be realized.
Tang Feng said with a smile.
It wasn't just because of eldest brother's instructions,
but it also made him think of his sister once again. If there hadn't been that change of heart, his sister must have been this big, and she must have looked beautiful in these clothes.
Do you owe that guy a lot of money? Uxin Jing once again asked a question she was curious about. If not, how could Tang Feng treat her so well, so to speak? But when one thought that Tianyuan City had even given Tang Feng the position of the 9 to 5, how could such a person lack money? Your brother is like an elder brother to me. He treats me well, so I also treat you like my own sister.
Tang Feng said with a straight face. Yu Xinjing nodded with seeming understanding.
At this moment, her resentment towards that long-lost brother was a few points less.
Perhaps, he really had no choice but to leave himself in the first place.
Let's go, eat something and go.
Then we'll arrange a place for you to stay,
Tang Feng said. Uxin Jing didn't refuse this time. Just a small restaurant.
Tang Feng ordered 2 bowls of covered rice and asked,
are you sure you're only going to eat these? It's not like Tianyuan City doesn't have restaurants. It's already good.
That kind of place.
I'm not used to staying, Uxin Jing said. Tang Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. Indeed, to be able to eat this was already good.
He had eaten the most fast food during his years in college and when he worked at the hospital. The flavor wasn't bad and still topped off with satiety.
Chapter 43, The Little Bastard. Brother Lu, this must not be left as it is, Zhou Hong said viciously with a resentful face. Lu Nan, who was lying on the side resting, skimmed his mouth. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He hadn't gotten over it until now. He couldn't just let it go? If he hadn't pretended to be honest enough, that old piker Chu Changle wouldn't be able to tear his bones apart. Only, he also held a grudge against Tang Feng, touching his stomach. Damn, it hurt like hell. That little son of a had hit him really hard. He almost didn't beat out what he ate last night. This matter really can't be left like this. If you can't do it in the open, can't you do it in the dark? In the realm of Haichang, no one has been able to make him, Lu Nan, suffer such a big loss. Drip drip drip. While pondering how to retaliate, a phone call came over. Lu Hui? Lu Nan's eyes lit up. No, someone had sent money. Although the two were both surnamed Lu, they didn't have a tiny bit of blood relationship, but Lu Hui's kind of playboy character. As long as there was trouble, he would look for Lu Nan to do it. He had money, and Lu Nan had people, and that's how they got to know each other. Hey, Lu Xiao, which ungrateful one made you angry again? He, brother Lu, it's still you who understands me. You help me teach a lesson to someone. The old rules, $500,000 has been credited to your account. Lu Hui's grim voice came out. Young Lu, recently Hai Chang is not peaceful. This price has to change, Lu Nan said with a smile. As long as he got enough money, whoever he was, he would still give it a go. But against the likes of Tang Feng, it was more appropriate to prepare more. No problem. I'll call you another $500,000 over later. And there's $1 million after that. As long as I can get that person for me, money is not a problem, Lu Hui said. Sharp. It seems that this time, Lu Xiao was not lightly angered. You say a name. At the latest tomorrow I will give you news, Lu Nan said. Tang Feng, I've already sent someone to keep an eye on it. I've sent you the address. What? Say that again. Who is it? Lu Nan wondered if he had heard wrong and asked again. Tang Feng. What? This person brother Lu knows? Oh, but I'm set on him. If the money isn't enough you can add more, Lu Hui said. What a damn coincidence. Lu Nan's eyes lit up, but he was still pretending. Young Lu, I do know this person. It's a bit difficult. $3 million. It's not a matter of money. Young Lu, you may not know, this person is now the 9 to 5 of Tianyuan City. If you want to move him you have to take a lot of risks, Lu Nan said. 9 to 5? Lu Hui over there was also startled. He knew all too well what Tianyuan City's 9 to 5 meant. Moving Tang Feng would be the equivalent of making an enemy of the entire Tian Yuan group. The price to be paid. The small Lu family simply couldn't afford it. On the side, Ding Yaya said, Lu Xiao. It must be that guy who compelled Fang Qingya with some flowery words. The position of the 9 to 5 is also on Fang Qingya's face. It belongs to the name. What are you afraid of him for? Lu, we just wanted to say, what do you know? That's the 9 to 5. Can it be just given out? But on second thought, Tang Feng is something, a loser. If it is not because of the evening Fang Qingya, how could be for Tang Feng and the Lu family lifted all the cooperation? And why would Fang Tianxiong give Tang Feng the treatment of a 9 to 5 honor? On what grounds? By virtue of Tang Feng being poor? By virtue of Tang Feng having been in jail? After thinking through all this, Lu Hui said into the phone, Brother Lu, the situation is like this, pawning a rich woman? Lu Nan froze. That kid did seem to have that much poise. It wasn't impossible. However, he had wanted to take revenge on Tang Feng, so he didn't think too much about it. That would be a coincidence. I just happened to run into Tang Feng today, but it wasn't Manager Feng he was carrying. It was a high school student. TSK. Lu Hui froze, his eyes shining brightly. Tang Feng even had his foot in 2 boats. Good. This was money well spent. Not to mention the fact that Lu Nan could help him teach Tang Feng a lesson. Just this one piece of news was worth thousands of dollars. If Fang Qingyan knew about it, she would definitely dump Tang Feng, and Tang Feng would go back to his pre-liberation days overnight. It doesn't matter if that kid has fallen for a rich woman, since he's messed with you, young Lu, I'll have to deal with him anyways. Let's do this. I'll contact little bully here. At the latest tomorrow, Lu Xiao, you will see that kid beaten half to death. After hanging up the phone, both Lu Hui and Lu Nan had reached their respective goals and were in a happy mood. Hong, now that we have the money, we can go and hire little bully, with that horrible guy out there, not to mention a Tang Feng, even if Kamikaze comes, he'll have to kneel down and sing a conquest. Little Zai Wang? Zhou Hong's eyes lit up, excitedly said, Brother Lu, you're not talking about little bully under Shi Lao Air. I heard that he practiced martial arts at the Shaolin Temple. That head's just like diamond. Shut up, Shi Lao Air is also what you call, let others here have you live? Lu Nan reprimanded, then said, but you're right, is that little bully? A body of iron cloth shirt out of the gods, a head can smash 10 pieces of tempered glass, that Tang Feng again powerful is not a rival. Then at that time I'm going to go and take a look, I'm going to make him return what he did to me 100 times over. Resentment flashed in Zhou Han's eyes. Don't worry, Lu Nan had the same ferocious face. If you mess with him, Lu Nan, then you will have to pay a painful price. Xin Jing, this your boyfriend? The shopkeeper with a somewhat obese figure and green bean-sized eyes brought over 2 portions of rice with rice, and asked seemingly unintentionally. In his eyes, he was revealing annoyance. Xin Jing shook her head. My brother's friend. Your brother? Didn't he die a long time ago? Where would a friend come from? The shopkeeper snorted. Tang Feng frowned. My brother isn't dead. He's alive and well. Yu Xinjing also said unhappily. Having met with a snub, the shopkeeper grunted. Oh, Saturday day is a bit busy. Don't forget to come early then. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the back kitchen. You usually work part-time here? Tang Feng asked. Xin Jing nodded and said, there was no food to eat, so I came here to do odd jobs, so I can at least have a roof over my head. Well, don't come here in the future. This person's heart is not right. Anyway, without this store, maybe I would have starved to death at some point. Xin Jing was a lover of old times, and although the store owner spoke badly and held unkind thoughts towards her from time to time, he had at least given her a few years of food. Tang Feng couldn't say anything. After eating, Tang Feng planned to buy Xin Jing a house. After all, it wasn't appropriate to go back to live in Yu's house again. Besides, Yu's house had a wall punched through by himself, so it wasn't suitable for living. No need. I can usually live in a dormitory. Xin Jing was shocked when she heard Tang Feng's words. There's always vacation time. Let's go. You can't refuse. Tang Feng's attitude was tough. That old guy Fang Tianxiong had given himself such a big favor. He might not be holding back any farts, and he couldn't let go of the opportunity to woolgather. Chapter 44 An Unexpected Guest. Evergreen Mansion, placed in the City of the Sea, is about the upper middle class property. Tang Feng is not without consideration of better. Just Yu Xinjing's nature will certainly not agree. Moreover, the Evergreen Mansion was relatively close to where he lived, and he would be able to sense the situation here as soon as his divine sense opened up, and he could arrive in a few minutes with full force to deal with all sorts of emergencies. Hello sir. Tang Feng and Xin Jing had changed their clothes in Tianyuan City, shining brightly. The security guards at the entrance didn't stop them. Just as they entered the door, a sales came over, revealing a professional smile. Tang Feng nodded slightly and said, Introduce me to, a house suitable for her to live in. Alright, the two of you. This way please. Ling nodded and waved her hand towards the other side, and before long 2 cups of coffee were placed in front of the duo. Next, Ling introduced a sunrise house. Sir, this house is sunrise, the air is good, and there are fewer vehicles in the vicinity as well as quieter. If you need to travel you only need to inform the security guards, and there will be a special car that can send this young lady to any place she wants to go. Please also rest assured if the security guards hired by our Evergreen Mansion are all retired military personnel. All of them are the best, using a 24-hour-a-day patrol system. There won't be any accidents. Tang Feng didn't say anything and looked at Yu Xinjing. He was quite satisfied. Safety should naturally be prioritized. But the decision still rested with Yu Xinjing. Regarding the advantages and disadvantages of the house, Ling spoke clearly, but Yu Xinjing's focus wasn't on that, but rather on the price. And after thinking for a while, she asked, will this house be expensive? Ling smiled and said, the price is still very good. It just so happens that our Evergreen Mansion has a special offer, and the two of you just happen to be the 100th customer. So you can enjoy a 1% discount on the service, which translates to only $600,000. In the high city where every inch of land is expensive, especially near the city center, not to mention the Evergreen Mansion's house, the price of $6 million is definitely considered to be very conscientious. What do you think? Tang Feng asked. Yu Xinjing frowned. Compared to other houses, it was indeed very cheap, but $600,000, it was a lot of money, and some ordinary families were afraid that they wouldn't have that much money even if they emptied their family's pockets. She didn't want to trouble Tang Feng anymore. It's settled then, Tang Feng said without hesitation. This nymphette, it still had to be done this way. Alright, I'll go prepare the contract. Ling nodded with a smile. Tang Feng was a bit puzzled and asked with a smile, aren't you afraid that I won't be able to afford it and am just teasing you? Ling, who had taken a few steps out, was stunned and turned back with a professional smile. Mr. Tang is joking. Mr. Tang Feng, but he remembered that he had never told Ling what his name was. However, he didn't ask much. Within a short time, Ling brought over the contract and said, Ms. Yu, if there's no problem just sign here. Yu Xinjing glanced at Tang Feng, picked up a pen and signed her name on the contract. Soon, Ling put the contract away and said with a smile, well good, Miss Yu, congratulations on becoming a resident of our Evergreen Mansion. This is my contact information. If you are subsequently dissatisfied with the house and want to replace it or return it, you can also contact me. Yu Xinjing froze for a moment. She suddenly remembered something. It seemed like the money for the house hadn't been paid yet. Moreover, the other party's attitude was a bit too good to be true, right? Even though she was just a high school student, she knew that there was no such thing as arbitrarily replacing or withdrawing from a house after buying it and signing a contract. Interesting, the money hasn't been paid yet and you're giving a contract to sign. And when did Evergreen House have such a good service? Your Evergreen House sells so well. It's not like you're promoting it in this way, Tang Feng said with a smirk. Ling gave a dry laugh, her eyes looking left and right not knowing what to say. In the end, fearing that Tang Feng would misunderstand and wanting to explain clearly, she had no choice but to say, Mr. Tang is the supreme VIP of Tianyuan City. This treatment is still there. You know me? I've admired Mr. Tang's appearance in the work group not too long ago. It's just that I think it's better not to unravel Mr. Tang's identity, lest I incur Mr. Tang's displeasure. Ling said. Tang Feng nodded. A bit interesting, Ling said and did so. I'm afraid there was a deeper meaning. If it was some people who liked to climb up the ladder, after recognizing him in order to flatter Tianyuan City and Tianyuan Group, I'm afraid that they couldn't wait to strike up a good relationship with Tang Feng in order to beg for something, such as Chu Chang'e. Ling, on the other hand, did not, which instead made Tang Feng more favorable. Then Mr. Tang, why don't I take the two of you to take a look at the house, and if there's something you don't like or a suggestion you can also tell me. Ling asked. Tang Feng nodded. Yes, Evergreen Mansion had 4 properties in the city. Opposite the sales department was the 6th phase, just across the road. After they walked into the 6th phase of the Evergreen Mansion property, the eyes of the punks playing with their cell phones and drinking milk tea in front of a milk tea store changed, and they took out their cell phones and called out, Brother Lu. The people entered the 6th phase of the Evergreen Mansion's development, presumably to look at the house. Dead to the world and still thinking of buying a house for his lover. Keep an eye on it. I'll bring people here. Today I have to get him killed. Lu Nan's voice rang out. After hanging up the phone, the punk put down his cell phone and drank milk tea as he did just now. Only his eyes kept staring at the location of the 6th phase of the Evergreen Mansion property. Mr. Tang, this is the place.
Under Qin Ling's lead, Tang Feng and Yu Xinjing saw a small villa in pure European style, divided into upper and lower floors, and the interior was decorated like an aristocrat's castle in a movie, quite gorgeous and extravagant. Tang Feng secretly glanced at Qin Ling. This was completely different from the drawings he had just seen, and there was more than a fivefold difference in price. However, he didn't say anything. This was taking advantage. It wasn't like he was losing out. Yuxin Jing's eyes were going to be spent. It was the first time she had seen such a big house since she grew up. Mr. Tang, miss you, how do you two feel? If you're not satisfied, the one next to it can also be looked at. Qin Ling asked. Tang Feng looked at Yu Xinjing. This house, it's too big. Yuxin Jing said somewhat less naturally. It was one thing to not be used to living in such a large house. It was inevitable that she herself, a girl living here, was also a bit scared. If you're really not used to living here, then change, Tang Feng said. Qin Ling took out her cell phone and opened the Evergreen Mansion's floor plan for Yuxin Jing to take a look. Miss Yu, there are still quite a few properties here, both large and small. European Chinese multi-story small buildings and large flat floors are all available, so take a look again. Yuxin Jing shook her head. No need, just this one. Don't worry, the security guards of Evergreen Mansion looks fine to me. Don't be afraid, call me if you can't trust them. I'll rush over it the first time, Tang Feng said. Along the way he had seen the Evergreen Mansion's security guards, although not as exaggerated as the Diamond Guards, but the strength was also comparable to Li Yong's group of security guards, and it was no less worthy of being a retired military man. The overall quality and acumen and other comprehensive factors instead, but also a little stronger, coupled with Tang Feng's divine sense being able to observe this sight at all times. Tang Feng was also quite relieved about Yuxin Jing's safety. Just at this moment, the door of the villa was roughly pushed open. A group of people bustled in, talking and talking. Walking in the forefront was a young man about 23 or 24 years old. Looking at the luxurious villa couldn't help but be delighted, his eyes full of curiosity and delight. An older woman behind him said as if she was blaming, Xiaoguo, slow down. This villa will be yours sooner or later. Don't get it dirty. Chapter 45, lying to us. Mom, is this my wedding house? It's great. It's much more grandiose than my cousin's house. Ping Ping, come on. This will be our home from now on. The youth called Xiaoguo said happily. His girlfriend, Lin Ping Ping, was also seeing such a big villa with such luxurious decoration for the first time, and her eyes looked straight for a while. Originally, she had thought that Qin Xiaoguo was an uneducated blind son, ready to cheat some more money and then break up. Unexpectedly, the Qin family still had this strength. Keenly noticing the change in Lin Pingping's eyes, Big Mother hummed triumphantly. She knew that her future daughter-in-law had always despised the Qin family. Now it's good. Her eyes are all bright and blind, right? She then turned back to a few middle-aged men and women and said in a showy manner, Big brother and second sister, his third aunt husband. How is it? This house is not bad, right? It is said to be the highest grade villa in the Evergreen House. Several people were just as stunned by the luxury of the villa. Their eyes looked like they were glued for a long while without moving a bit. Gulp, the bald man said in surprise. Gu Fun, this is your house? That's not true. The contract has not been signed yet, but it's all ready sooner or later. After all, my daughter is also an old employee of the Evergreen House, and now she's also promoted to be the head of the sales department. Ho Guifan said proudly. Supervisor, that's awesome. Evergreen Mansion seems to still be a company under Tianyuan Group. Right, so Xiaoling is still the leader of Tianyuan Group now. It's really powerful. This child I've seen since I was a kid has a future. Several people praised. The smile on Ho Guifan's face became a flower that she couldn't stop. Their family had suffered a lot of anger over the years, but today they were finally able to raise their eyebrows. Her daughter has become the sales director of Evergreen House, and she is also good looking, so if she marries a successful man tomorrow, she will be able to enjoy the blessings of the rest of her life. Gu Fun, this house is so grand, how much must it be worth? The bald man asked. Ho Guifan froze. What did she know as a person with little insight, a low diploma and little social experience? She only knew that other people said that the house in Evergreen Mansion was high class and belonged to the Ferrari of cars. How much it cost she really wasn't sure, but has been asked here. She can't say she doesn't know, so she casually guessed a number, how to have a 3 to 5 million it. This price really surprised a few of her relatives. My God, so expensive. My family did a lifetime of dirty work only to buy a house of more than $500,000, a little bit bigger. A family of 3 people cannot squeeze. Hey, don't talk about it. My son earns $200,000 a year, but he only bought me a 90 square meter house in the outskirts of the city. This is already very good. Gu Fan really gave birth to a good daughter. She really has a good future. Yes, Xiaoling is really outstanding. Right, Gu Fan?
this is Xiaoguo's wedding house. Did she prepare a set of pension house for you too? If you can live in such a good house when you reach this age, you may have to be more happy. Hoguifan froze, dryly laughed and said, hey, this is not one step at a time. First to prepare a set of wedding room for Xiaogui to get married. In the future there will be less me as a mother? Several people nodded. Suddenly, upstairs sounded the sound of someone talking. The bald man asked curiously, someone is talking. Guifan, your house won't be burglarized, right? Impossible. Big brother, this is Evergreen Mansion, not that old neighborhood your son bought. It's safe. If we didn't have Xiaoling's identity card, we wouldn't have been able to get in. Hoguifan shook her head. Qin Xiaogui said, that must be my sister. She knows I'm getting married. She must have found someone to arrange it in advance. Hoguifan nodded. She mentioned it a few days ago, and didn't expect this girl to be quite attentive. The bald man and a few other relatives were again envious. Xiaoling, it's you, isn't it? Come down quickly and say hello to your great uncle and the others. Hoguifan shouted at the upstairs. Guifan, we are brother and sister. We didn't take care of your family in the past. Now that Xiaoling has made a fortune, you can't forget about me. The bald man touched his bald head and said, yes, Guifan, we are all relatives with broken bones and tendons, and now that we're rich, we can't forget our roots. My boy is also going to get married. The wedding room is also not settled. Anyway, Xiaoling is already a sales manager. Then also give my boy to arrange a house. Of course, do not ask for so grandiose. There is a place to live on the line. Hoguifan was enjoying this feeling of being touted and envied, and for a while she was a bit fluttery, and promised in one breath, don't worry, I'll talk to Xiaoling later. At this time, the three of them, Xinling, who heard the commotion downstairs, also walked out of the room. Mom, when she saw Hoguifan, Xinling's eyes changed and her face looked a little less than good. Before she could say anything, she saw Qin Xiaogui and Lin Pingping lying on the sofa without taking off their shoes, and hurriedly walked down the stairs and said, Xiaogui, what are you doing? Quickly come down. Qin Xiaogui said with a reluctant face, sister, this house is mine sooner or later anyway. What's wrong with me lying down for a while? Xinling was a bit confused. How come it's her own brother's house? Xiaoling, didn't I tell you a few days ago that your brother needs a house to get married? This set is quite good. Leave it for your brother and Pingping to get married. Hoguifan said, right, your third aunt's son who is also your cousin is also getting married. You look to find a house for that. Oh, Xiaoling, have to trouble you more. I even hugged you when you were a child, and I felt at the time that you had a future. Third aunt's husband said with a smile. No way. Xinling decisively refused upon hearing this, and turned back to awkwardly glance at Tangfeng and Uxin Jing, before saying, Mom, we can't afford this house. Besides, the house has already been sold. Hoguifan was instantly displeased. What? Sold? That can't be. Can't sell. You are not the manager of the sales department. Who is this house is not your word. Yes sis, this house Pingping and I love it. Whoever bought it you return the money to him. Anyway, I'm not leaving. Qin Xiaogui said. The bald man said, Guifan, what's going on here? Feelings that Xiaoling doesn't even know about it. Will my house work? Guifan, you're not lying to us, are you? Third aunt's husband said. As soon as they saw that Xinling wasn't buying it at all, they were a bit unhappy. I know, how could she not know? I'll talk to her. Brother-in-law, there's definitely no problem with this, Hoguifan hurriedly said. After saying that, she looked at Xinling with a stern face. What's wrong with you? It was not easy for me to bring you up with a handful of, and I don't ask you for anything else, but now you don't even care about your brother's marriage? Chapter 46, A Bunch of Vampires. Xinling frowned and said helplessly, didn't I transfer my monthly salary to you? The house thing, really can't. That point of 3 melons and 2 dates is enough for what? The bride price money is not enough. Pingping's family said, the bride price of $500,000 cannot be less than a penny. But if our family has a set of evergreen house, as long as 400,000 will be enough. Can you just watch your younger brother to be a bachelor? Your mom I can't sleep with worry? Hoguifan's tone is gradually impatient. Why can't you? Aren't you the sales supervisor of Evergreen Mansion? Can you still not have this right? I am the supervisor, not the master. Xinling is very headache. Mom, can you stop fooling around? I'm at work. Let's go back and talk about this matter, okay? No, you have to give this house to your brother. Otherwise we're still not leaving. You don't want to work either. You don't want to be in pain if you don't let mom be in pain. Hoguifan sat down on her butt, with a look of a dead pig. Alright, Xinling's spirit was on the verge of collapse. Are you guys done? Do you have to force me to my death? Are you still my mom? Precisely because I'm your mom. I worked hard to raise you. Now that you've made a good living, it's the right time to repay your mom, and you're not willing to satisfy such a small request. What's the use of having you as a daughter?
Ho Guifan rolled her eyes and said. Tang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He could more or less see some of it. Ho Guifan had a daughter in her mouth, but she took Qin Ling as a money tree, not only to help her brother buy a house and solve the need to get married, but also to satisfy her own vanity. This is not a family member, but a group of vampires. But he didn't say anything and watched quietly. He had a good impression of Qin Ling, and he didn't mind using violence against scoundrels if Qin Ling needed help. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry for making you laugh. Please wait a moment. I'll take care of it right away. Qin Ling apologized. Then, she looked like a different person. Her face was calm as she looked at Ho Guifan and said lightly, Mom, I respect you for calling you Mom, but please ask yourself, have you raised me since I was born? You guys only want Xiaoguo, and you only have one child in your eyes. I've been living in my second uncle's house since I was a child. When have you ever cared about my clothes, food, housing and transportation? Okay, Mom, you have the grace of giving birth to me. 90% of my monthly salary was transferred to you. I thought that was all, but you have intensified your efforts, wanting to suck the last drop of blood out of me. Qin Ling finished a long big paragraph and breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, Xiaoguo, let me tell you clearly, I won't give you a single penny in the future. Don't even think about the house. Even if I want to, I don't have the authority to give this villa to Xiaoguo. It's impossible. What's impossible? Isn't it just a $3 to $5 million house? I have inquired. You are the sales supervisor, have internal discount. Only need to pay a very small down payment. As for the rest of the money, your brother will pay it back if he has it. And if he doesn't have it, you as a sister will advance it first. Ho Guifan said. Qin Xiaoguo also followed. Right, sis, we are all relatives. Don't refuse. After this house is bought, the big deal is that every month's down payment I will only let you help me pay back half. No, half more. I can't afford to pay it back if it's more. Qin Ling was about to be laughed at by these two, but this also made her figure it out. What kind of pro-mother and pro-brother? Only hanging on to affection on their mouths, but in reality just treating her as a tool that can gain benefits. 3 to 5 million. What kind of place do you guys think this is? Let me tell you, this villa is a grade A number 3 villa in the Evergreen Mansion, priced at $20 million. Not to mention the subsequent repayment. You guys can't even afford the down payment. Qin Ling sneered. $20 million. Ho Guifan and the others' eyes widened. They looked at the villa in front of them with an unbelievable face. Made of gold, surprisingly sold at such a high price. Impossible, Xiaoling. I didn't expect you to be heartless to this extent. In order not to buy a wedding house for your brother, you even told such a big lie. And $20 million. I don't think it's even worth $2 million. Ho Guifan said disdainfully. Chen Pingping next to Qin Xiaoguo smacked her lips and said, $20 million? Not so much. My male best friend also bought the Evergreen Mansion's grade A no. 3 villa. The selling price is only more than 5 million. Xiaoguo, does your sister not want us to get married? Or I think this matter is better to forget about it. The retreat as a way to advance. Qin Xiaoguo was anxious when she heard this, and quickly said, No. Ping Ping, I love you the most. Don't be anxious first. I'll talk to my sister again. And after that, he got up and walked towards Qin Ling. With an anxious face and with some annoyance, he said loudly, Sister, how can you be like this? Lie to those wrongdoers. Even if it's not enough, how can you still lie to your own people? I don't care. You're my sister. You have to give this house to me. Otherwise how can I get married to Pinkie Pie? That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Ling sneered, then took out a certificate from underneath the sofa and said, Take a look. This was designed by Ron, a famous designer from John Bull Country, and is worth $2,770,000. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A sofa that was worth $2,770,000? What kind of international joke is this? This sofa isn't made of gold either. If a sofa was this expensive, then selling this house for $20 million, it's still a bit conservative. A few relatives hurriedly raised their feet to see if there was any mud on them, for fear of dirtying the carpet under their feet. What, just $2,770,000? Qin Ling, don't forget that I'm your mom and he's your brother. Humph. You have to manage your brother's affairs even if you don't care, or I won't leave. Ho Guifan laid down at once. She just didn't believe that Qin Ling could still carry her out. Seeing Ho Guifan acting like a shrewish woman who was not afraid of boiling water, Qin Ling had a headache. If you're not leaving, stay here, Tang Feng said with a smile. Qin Ling looked back with an apology and embarrassment. Mr. Tang, who are you? Qin Xiaoguo asked without any good humor. Tang Feng was rare in not being annoyed, but said with a smile, This villa is mine. I was just looking at the house with Qin Ling. Who do you think I can be? Qin Xiaoguo's neck shrunk. So it was the owner of the villa. Then wouldn't he and Lin Pingping have to pay out a lot of money for dirtying such an expensive sofa in Tang Feng's house? Don't worry,
It's just a sofa. I'll just ask them to change it again. Tang Feng said. Hey. Qin Xiaoguo didn't say anything and secretly let out a sigh of relief. This person was quite good at talking. What the others thought didn't know. But Hou Guifen's eyes lit up at the moment. This young man was good looking. And so rich. His temper was good. It couldn't be Qin Ling's boyfriend, right? But whether it is not, their own son has soiled people's sofa. But Tang Feng is not anxious or angry. Must also be in Qin Ling's face. Even if the two are not a couple. But not too much. Hou Guifen's heart popped up an uplifting idea. She climbed up as if nothing had happened, and said with a smile on her face, what's the young man's name? Really sorry for dirtying your sofa. Chapter 47, Pay Up. Tang Feng shook his head with a smile. Qin Ling was a little nervous. The more Tang Feng reacted flatly, the more she felt something was wrong. The sea was also calm before the tsunami. On second thought, she was also indifferent. For Hou Guifen and Qin Xiaogui, there was probably only the nominal kinship brought about by blood in her heart. But there was no substance to it. But wherever she picked up a random person on the street, Qin Ling was probably much more cordial. Look at this young man Long. How handsome. So young and so capable. What is your relationship with my family Xiaoling? Is not like her? Hou Guifan asked. Tang Feng didn't answer. But this was a default in Hou Guifan's opinion. Smilingly said, hey, I know you young people are shy. It's fine. Auntie understands. I agree with you and Xiaoling. This child has been, since he was a child. Halfway through, Hou Guifan realized that she really couldn't think of what kind of Qin Ling's personality was like, what kind of traits she had. So she said vaguely, in the future we'll be a family. When you're free come and sit at home with Xiaoling. Stop it, Mr. Tang is just my client. Qin Ling really couldn't look away. How could she not know what Hou Guifan would say next? That look in her eyes was like she had seen a gold mountain. Little Ling, don't forget that I'm your mother. Is there a way for you to talk to your own mother like this? Hou Guifan's smile diminished a bit and said seriously. Qin Xiaoguo said, brother-in-law, you're really my sister's boyfriend. Great. I have a brother-in-law. Great. To have such a rich brother-in-law. Then what's the difference between this villa and it being his? Ahem. Hou Guifan gave a dry cough. It was time to get down to business. Immediately looked at Tang Feng with a smile on her face and said, Xiao Tang is it? Since we are a family now. Just now you have heard all the things. Auntie has an unkind request. You see this set of villas cannot first give your brother as a wedding room. Of course, in the future, he has the money will also return to you. Anyway, you're not too bad about that are you? Qin Ling frowned and said angrily, stop it, I'll say it again. Mr. Tang is just my client. It's not what you guys think. And also, this villa belongs to Mr. Tang, so don't you guys try to get any wrong ideas. How can you say this child? How can you say that you're trying to make up your mind? Mom is so old that she still can't see the relationship between you and Mr. Tang? You see, he has been looking at you. Is it because you are shy and did not agree? Xiaoling, almost on the line, you see the person Xiao Tang Long handsome not to mention, a talent, and young and promising, this marriage I agree, do not say anything, Hou Guifan said smilingly. Qin Xiaogui is also not willing to look at their own big villa gradually far away, hastily added, yes, I will recognize this brother-in-law. Sister, you don't reserve, I say a bad sentence, although you have a good education, and now also sat in the position of sales director, but compared with brother-in-law is still a lot worse. Brother-in-law is more than enough to match you. At this time, Tang Feng opened his mouth. You're getting married and want to take this villa as your wedding room, right? Right, brother-in-law, for the sake of the family, just help out your younger brother. You and my sister's affair. My mom and I are in favor of it with both hands and feet. Qin Xiaoguo said excitedly. Tang Feng nodded, then looked at Hou Guifan and said, a family? Yes family, Xiao Tang, when you are free come sit at home, let's talk about marriage. Auntie sees you as a good eye, then find a good day to get things done, Hou Guifan said. Tang Feng's smile gradually dispersed, replaced by a sneer. Qin Ling is indeed very good, but it's a pity that she got stuck with your family of vampires. The crowd was stunned. Tang Feng continued, you haven't raised Qin Ling, yet you keep blackmailing her with affection. If Qin Ling wasn't kind enough, I really can't think of any more reasons. Originally, I didn't want to care about your lousy affairs, but since I've come to my house, I have to talk about it. I don't care how you and Qin Ling's affairs are settled afterward, but this sofa, you have to pay for it. Hou Guifan's face changed. Nearly $3 million of sofa what she take to compensate, said sternly, thought it was a kind young man, who knows it's also a little son of a humph, you and Qin Ling impossible, don't want to enter my house door in the future. Tang Feng smiled contemptuously, you're overestimating your family's attraction to other people, aren't you? As for Qin Ling, she's right, she and I aren't as nasty as you think. Now, lose money, pay for what? we just came to see Qinling. She's my daughter. What's wrong with us being relatives and coming to see her? Alright, we're leaving. Ho Guifan turned around and left. The bald man and a few other relatives also hurriedly spread their legs and left. Their speed was not slower than Ho Guifan's at all. They didn't want the nearly $3 million payout to be associated with them. Want to leave? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Tang Feng snorted, took out a cigarette and threw it at the running Qin Xiaohua, who only felt a sharp pain coming from her ankle and planted her feet hard on the ground without stepping firmly. A few more cigarettes were thrown in front of her as if it were the same thing. Qinling reacted quickly, took out her cell phone and made a call. In less than half a minute, several well-built security guards quickly rushed over. 2 of them closed the gate without any explanation, while the rest of them cast their eyes on Qinling. Supervisor Qin, what's the matter? Huang Yin asked. Qinling pointed at Ho Guifan and his group and said, they trespassed into the owner's villa without permission, and the 2 of them, they soiled the owner's sofa. None of them can be let go until they pay the money back clearly. Doubts flashed in Huang Yin's eyes, but he didn't ask more questions. I had to have my identity card stolen by them. I didn't know about it. Qinling seemed to have seen the question Huang Yin wanted to ask and explained. Huang Yin nodded. That's so. I had long heard that Qinling had a mom who was not to be messed with, and today, it seemed that it was really the case. Qinling, you white-eyed wolf. I'm your mom. How dare you do this to me? I'm going to sue you, make you compensate me, make you go to jail, Ho Guifan said indignantly. Qinling frowned and said lightly, I don't know if I'll go to jail, but if you don't pay for the sofa, you're definitely going to go to jail. And even if you do, Mr. Tang can still sue you for trespassing. Ho Guifan's face turned white. Bastard, how could this be? Tang Feng smiled and said, hear that, but for the sake of Qinling, as long as you guys can pay up the money, I can consider leaving the trespassing matter alone with you. No, Mr. Tang, this has nothing to do with us. We just came with their family and didn't know that this was your home. The bald man was the first to cry foul. Yeah, Ho Guifan balked at the fact that this is their home. We didn't know anything about it at all. And the sofa was soiled by Qin Xiaohua and his girlfriend. We didn't touch anything. It hurts. I want to go to the hospital. My leg is going to be ruined. Lin Pingping said, Mr. Tang, I didn't do it on purpose. By the way, my male best friend is a coach at the Mad Fist martial arts school. Please spare me for his sake. I don't have that much money. Her intestines were now green with remorse. How could she believe that Qin Xiaohua's family had such a big villa? Now well, not only did she not have it, but she also owed so much money and got into such a big trouble. Chapter 48, the Oscar winner. Mad Fist Martial School. Situ family? Tang Feng stroked his chin. That's right. It's exactly the Situ family, and he's loved by the Situ family head. If you give him face this time, it's also considered to be a disguised relationship with the Situ family. Lin Pingping was busy nodding her head. The name Situ family, throwing it out would definitely make Tang Feng throw his weight around. After all, although the Situ family wasn't the most powerful family in High City, it was notoriously irascible. Anyone would give some face. Forget it then. I'm not familiar with the Situ family. Tang Feng shook his head. Then he said to Huang Yin, call the police. Let them arrest them. After that I'll find a lawyer to prosecute. It doesn't look like they can afford to pay back the signature. Lin Pingping's brain was a little confused for a moment when she heard this. What does it mean that she is not familiar with Situ's family? It is clear that she does not want to give this face to Situ's family. She grimaced and said, don't go too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let me tell you, if you don't stop here, you will definitely regret it. With that, he broke away from Huang Yin's hand and took out his cell phone and dialed out. After dialing a few times no one picked up. Just when Lin Pingping was panicking, the phone was finally connected. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Baby, just now I was practicing boxing. What's the matter, baby? Qin Xiaohua and Ho Guifan. Several people froze when they heard this title, especially Qin Xiaohua, who had an angry face. Honey, someone is trying to find trouble with me. Come and help me. Lin Pingping didn't care about the gazes of Qin Xiaohua and the others and said with the same intimate address, What kind of person ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall and dared to look for your trouble? Ping, but I can't get away right now. In this case, Ping, you give him the phone, I'll talk to him. Good. Lin Pingping nodded, holding her head high and full of confidence, slowly walking towards Tang Feng and said, this phone call, do you dare to take it? Tang Feng glanced at Lin Pingping with a look of an idiot, before taking the call. Hey, you're the one who's looking for trouble with Ping? A word of advice, hurry up and apologize to Ping. If she's not satisfied, you'll do what it takes to satisfy her. Otherwise, you're fighting against the Mad Fist martial arts school, and against the Situ family. Is that clear? The other party used a condescending attitude that was arrogant. It seemed to have concluded that Tang Feng would give in.
and thought that it wasn't the first time he had used the Situ family's name to scare people.
Why aren't you speaking?
The other party asked again when he saw Tang Feng not speaking.
It's fine, keep barking.
I'll talk after your dog finishes barking.
Tang Feng said. Asshole, you dare to talk to me like that. Tell me your name. Dare you? Little punks dating? Tang Feng was somewhat speechless.
Why did these people, each and every one of them, seem as if their brains were underdeveloped and their cerebellums were completely underdeveloped? They had to date at the drop of a hat, and they had to strike at the drop of a hat. The cats and dogs of High City really hadn't grown at all in the years he had left.
Alright,
you might as well let Sita Sujin come and say this to me. It might still carry that much weight. Tang Feng shook his head and hung up the phone to throw it to Lin Pingping. As a security guard of the Evergreen Mansion, naturally, they wouldn't be afraid of a mere instructor of the Mad Fist martial arts school, and after seeing Tang Feng's attitude,
Huang Yin had one of the security guards call the police. Lin Pingping, what do you mean? Didn't you say that you've broken it off with that guy? Qin Shaogui questioned. Lin Pingping was also nonchalant and pointed. What's it to you? This is my freedom. You don't have the right to interfere. And also, do you think that I really want to marry you? That is, for the sake of you having a house, ready to get married and divorce you.
The house divided away half with him over.
Humph, I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. Just based on your family's poor searching appearance, how could you have such a good house?
I do not know, was being choked or was angry. Qin Shaogui face froze as not a word cannot be said.
Ho Guifan,
on the other hand, was still looking at Tang Feng and Qin Ling with a spiteful gaze.
You also give me a wait. This is not over. My male best friend will definitely not let you go.
When the time comes there will be you crying. Lin Pingping glared fiercely at Tang Feng and said. Tang Feng turned his head to Qin Ling and said,
I remember that for people who trespass, as the owner, I should be able to do something about it, right? Qin Ling nodded.
It's just that it's usually when the owner of the house is subjected to. Before she could finish,
Xin Jing covered her heart. Her expression was unusually painful,
and from time to time, she even let out a light grunt, and her body bent over, sitting on the steps with Tang Feng's assistance.
Tang Feng secretly gave Xin Jing a thumbs up, and then slapped Lin Pingping's face. Good, you thief! How dare you trespass? You scared my sister sick. I didn't do anything. Lin Pingping was shocked.
The intense pain on her face caused her face to distort and her body to tremble.
Really? Then what's going on with my sister? Tell me, you few? Tang Feng looked towards Qin Shaogui and Ho Guifan. That's right, it's her. I just saw her hit your sister.
Qin Shaogui said loudly.
Stinking female cousin. Dare to put a hat on me. I can't spare you either. Qin Shaogui, what are you farting about? When did I scare her? Don't forget, the person who brought me here is you. If you really want to pursue this, you can't run away either.
Lin Pingping said in shock and anger. Qin Shaogui had a disinterested look on her face. Lice are not afraid of itching,
and it's not that bad of a crime. Anyway, we all saw it. Mom, great uncle, third aunt's husband, do you think it's like this? Yes, it is. We all saw it, even though we came together.
A few of us have already recognized the mistake in time.
Just one of her shouting and scaring Mr. Tang's sister. The group can see it for all to see. That's right. In 3 words, she froze and made Lin Pingping eat a hard and dumb loss. Not long after, the police from the nearby area rushed over and took Ho Guifan and his group away after determining that they had stolen Qin Ling's identity card to sneak into the Evergreen Mansion. Tang Feng naturally couldn't avoid making a statement and providing evidence. It was already nighttime when they left the police station, and the stars were dotted. I'm really sorry, Mr. Tang. It's all my fault for causing you so much trouble. Qin Ling apologized. Tang Feng waved his hand. Forget it, but I have something to tell you. Your ability is indeed good. It's best to cut ties with them completely in the future. Qin Ling pondered for a moment, sighed, and smiled bitterly. I'm not hiding it from you, Mr. Tang. I've wanted to do this for a long time as well. It's just that they never treated me as family. After chatting for a few moments, Qin Ling left. Let's go. I'll send you back. Your acting skills just now are comparable to an Oscar-winning actress. Tang Feng said. Xin Jing had a rare red face. She didn't understand how she had acted so much just now. Perhaps it was because she wanted to help Tang Feng. The exact reason, she didn't know. Chapter 49. You want to dance too? The two of them walked for a while in the bustling food street, and at this moment Xin Jing also opened her heart to Tang Feng, saying many words buried in her heart for a long time. Tang Feng listened silently without interrupting. Tang Feng, I think I've heard you call my brother eldest brother. Where are you guys as monks? Xin Jing suddenly asked. Put. Tang Feng spat out the milk tea that he drank into his mouth in one gulp, stroked his thick hair and said, do I look like I'm a monk like this? It's not like I haven't read books and newspapers. Aren't there lay disciples? Xin Jing bristled.
Tang Feng shook his head and said, eldest senior brother and I are disciples of the immortal healer sect,
and in a way, should be considered Taoist monks, practicing in the same sect.
Eldest senior brother seldom said anything about himself, and it was only when I went down the mountain that he mentioned asking me to help take care of you. Yu Xinjing nodded ruefully.
However, it's not that eldest senior brother doesn't care about you.
Perhaps he also has his own hardships, Tang Feng said, and I've heard Master say that anyone who can go up to the immortal healer sect,
most of them have a difficult life.
And eldest senior brother had his own helplessness in going up to the mountain.
Perhaps, he wanted to learn a skill, so that he could protect you afterward. Then, why didn't he, personally, go down the mountain? Yu Xinjing asked.
Tang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly.
It's not that easy.
The immortal doctor sect's regulations are such that all disciples under the sect cannot go down the mountain at will.
And only when there is a training mission. However, it can only be training. Yu Xinjing looked at Tang Feng,
her eyes filled with questions.
I'm different. I'm an immortal healer sect heir.
In mundane terms it's a direct lineage.
In the future,
I'm going to inherit the immortal healer sect's mantle.
Moreover, I'm impure in my 6 roots. I want to elevate myself, and I can't detach myself from the red dust, Tang Feng explained.
But don't worry, as long as my master dies, I'll be the boss of the immortal healer sect,
and at that time,
I'll let my eldest brother come back and reunite with you.
Hearing that, the light of hope flickered back in Yu Xinjing's eyes. Then aren't you very powerful? Can you show me Taoism? I always thought it was a feudal superstition, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yu Xinjing asked curiously. Tang Feng smiled. Didn't you already see it when you jumped into the sea? Such a big wind and wave. If it was an ordinary person, do you really think you could still survive?
If that sea dragon king didn't want to taste my Dao skills, he would have taken our lives long ago.
Yu Xinjing shook her head and said, that doesn't count. I want to see it again. That's fine.
Tell me your birth date and 8 characters.
I'll give you a divination. Tang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. Yu Xinjing thought about it and told Tang Feng her birth date. Purple God divination technique.
This was the immortal doctor sect's most basic and quite spiritual divination method.
After getting Yu Xinjing's birth date,
Tang Feng spoke eloquently. You're in your 3rd year of high school this year.
Your grades are very good. Number 1 in the city.
And you can become this year's top student in the college entrance exams.
Said. Tang Feng suddenly frowned. Someone is bullying you in school? He saw an image.
It was an image of a group of girls bullying Yu Xinjing.
They couldn't help but whip Yu Xinjing's face. They even threw leftovers on Yu Xinjing's body, and even put a snake in Yu Xinjing's desk. Although it was slightly poisonous, it also made Yu Xinjing suffer a lot, and also left a big shadow in Yu Xinjing's heart.
Unable to suppress his rushing killing intent,
Tang Feng immediately said, tomorrow, I'll go to school with you. You're not counting at all. I'm very liked at school. No one bullies me at all. Panic flashed in Yu Xinjing's eyes as she hurriedly said. Tang Feng was used to Yu Xinjing's character, and said forcefully, it doesn't matter if the math is accurate or not. Anyway, I've already decided. I'll accompany you to school tomorrow. Finished speaking, he froze for a moment again. Appearance. It's not just this matter. Just then, several Jetta cars drove over, and from them jumped down a dozen or so punks holding steel pipes. Although the food street was crowded, their faces were not the slightest bit fearful, and they seemed to have had their eyes on them for a long time, and step by step, they surrounded the two of them, Tang Feng and Yu Xinjing. In the center, leading the way was a burly man with a strong body, covered in muscle blocks, contemptuously glancing at Tang Feng, waving his hand and saying, quick battle, maim the male, take away the female. The surrounding gangsters didn't hesitate to wave the steel pipes in their hands, falling on Tang Feng's body like rain. Yu Xinjing was in shock and her mind went blank, but she almost instinctively tried to block Tang Feng's front. But Tang Feng didn't put these punks in the slightest, letting the punks attack. And while these attacks landed on Tang Feng's body, they couldn't make Tang Feng feel a single ounce of pain. Bang bang! The punks were stunned when they heard this strange sound and couldn't help but stop swinging. What kind of monster was this male? The steel pipe hitting his body actually made the sound of metal clashing. Tired, Tang Feng said indifferently. He walked straight towards a punk, and the punk's face hardened as he lifted the steel pipe and ruthlessly hit Tang Feng's body. Bang! The steel pipe actually shattered in response. The punks were confused, and the onlookers were also confused. Is this still a person? The person looked like nothing happened, but the steel pipe shattered instead. Could it be that it was an inferior product bought by a certain amount of people? After hitting so many times, you should also pay something, right? Lend you a hand. Tang Feng kicked on the gangster's leg. The gangster suffered pain. His body flipped sideways towards one side, but not waiting for him to fall, Tang Feng grabbed his leg again and used the gangster's head as a weapon to smash on the other gangsters. For a moment, all the punks let out wails of pain.
No one even saw Tang Feng's movements, especially the punk who was used as a weapon by Tang Feng. His head was swollen like a pig's head. He had already fainted from the pain and was thrown unconscious on the ground by Tang Feng. Good boy. So he's a Hotian expert. No wonder that kid was willing to pay such a big price. The burly man laughed, with a hint of playfulness. Tang Feng glanced at the crowd. Lu Nan and Zhou Honghong for no reason a burst of panic. Busy back a few steps. Let the crowd in front of their own to have a little sense of security. Damn. No, this guy can fight. Did not expect to be so able to fight. Brother Lu, why is he so powerful? Can he do it? Zhou Honghong asked worriedly. Lu Nan said, don't worry. Tyrannosaurus Rex is the most capable fighter under Boss Sure. It's not too much to say that he's the enemy of 10,000 people. Even if this kid has some skill, he's by no means an enemy of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Speaking, Tyrannosaurus took off his top, revealing his sturdy muscles. You want to dance too? Tang Feng said indifferently. Kid, I appreciate your strength. In normal times maybe I would have made friends with you, but who let me take people's money? If you receive money, you have to do something. I'm sorry. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a sardonic laugh. His casserole-sized fist punched Tang Feng. Tang Feng snorted coldly, using his hand as a palm to firmly grab the Tyrannosaurus Rex's fist, and then flipped it upwards. And with a click, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but draw a mouthful of cold air. Broken Bones. Chapter 50, You're not worthy. I appreciate your courage, but I don't intend to make friends with you. You don't deserve it yet, Tang Feng said indifferently, then lifted his foot to kick the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the chest. Put. Even though it had been anticipated that Tang Feng's strength was far more than what it appeared to be, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still caught off guard, its body paddling out like a stray arrow. His feet rubbed sparks on the ground, sending out fiery pain, and when the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked down, he realized that his feet had been rubbed bloody. The sharp pain in his chest even made him nearly pass out, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked up at Tang Feng, his eyes flashing full of scorn. What a domineering power! How is it possible? Lu Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. That was Tyrannosaurus Rex, the most capable fighter under Shi Lao San, known for his strong physical fitness and strength, knocking over hundreds of people back then with just his own strength. And nowadays, not only had he not touched Tang Feng's skin, but he himself had been beaten without the power to fight back. He originally thought that Tang Feng was a rich woman's white boy, even though some hands, but only for him this kind of ordinary gangsters have some advantage. Against the Tyrannosaurus Rex such a ruthless person is absolutely no power to fight back, but the reality was a two-level reversal, and it looked like Tang Feng wasn't taking it seriously at all. Finished playing, Brother Lu. This person you found is simply an empty shelf. Not useful. We'd better go first. Let him help us cover for a while, otherwise Tang Feng should beat us after he solves it. Zhou Honghong said. There's no rush. There's no rush. Take another look. Tyrannosaurus Rex still has a backhand. Lu Nan shook his head. That was what he said, but he took a few steps back, already prepared to escape at any time. At this moment, his hatred for Tang Feng didn't seem so deep anymore. If he had known, he wouldn't have gotten involved. Looks like I was wrong this time. You're not a Hotian expert, but an innate. The Tyrannosaurus Rex took a deep breath, forcing down the pain coming from his body. Tang Feng's speed and strength had surprised him. By now, the battle between him and Tang Feng was no longer about money, but a pure battle. Not bad. You've managed to have the qualifications to make me look at you squarely. Next, I'll go all out. Within 3 moves, as long as you can still stand up, then I can let you go. The Tyrannosaurus Rex laughed. His tower-like body was like a speeding train pouncing on Tang Feng, his calloused fist smashing into Tang Feng's chest, the fist infused with his full power strike. Even if Tang Feng was an innate expert he couldn't carry it. Even if he didn't die by chance, he would have to lie in the hospital for a year and a half, to know the reason why he can be in the circle of Haicheng's small famous, by virtue of the strong physical quality. Under the full force of a blow is the same as being hit by a boulder. The fragility of the human body cannot withstand. However, Tang Feng didn't have the slightest intention of dodging, quietly standing in place, letting the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack fall on his body. Don't! Yu Xinjing was shocked and worried out loud. Just by looking at the aura of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, she knew that this strike was very destructive, and if it hit her body, she might die. Lu Nan and Zhou Honghong in the crowd were excited. Worthy of being a Tyrannosaurus Rex, an innate expert, scary as hell. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Clang! But just as Tyrannosaurus Rex's fist hit Tang Feng, a crisp sound was heard, and a scene that shocked everyone happened, only to see Tang Feng still just stretching out a hand, firmly locking the Tyrannosaurus Rex's fist. That wasn't all. Not knowing what had happened, the Tyrannosaurus Rex let out an agonizing hiss, like a desperate beast letting out a helpless, agonizing wail. Sorry, you don't even have a chance to make 3 moves. Tang Feng looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a pair of very flat eyes, reaching out and pulling the Tyrannosaurus Rex towards himself. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was in pain. His body was pulled over uncontrollably, but halfway there, he was kicked 7 or 8 meters away by Tang Feng. He clearly felt that Tang Feng's kick had broken 2 of his ribs. Severe pain flooded the Tyrannosaurus Rex's sanity like a tidal wave, and he screamed without any image. Pain. Too much pain. Impossible. How is this possible? Even if you are an innate expert, you can't be this strong. It's impossible. I'm also an innate expert. With a body that strong, how could I not even be qualified to injure you? The Tyrannosaurus Rex fell into deep self-doubt. Tang Feng revealed a sneer. He had always not let go of anyone who was hostile to him, no matter what reason the other party had. Wanted to cripple him? Want to take Xin away? That depended on whether you had the strength to do so. If not, then you would surely pay 1,000 times the price. In front of the crowd, Tang Feng walked towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex, twisted the Tyrannosaurus Rex's arm stiffly, and swung out another punch to break the Tyrannosaurus Rex's teeth. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand this kind of torture. After wailing a few times, the Tyrannosaurus Rex fainted. The people around looked at each other, not daring to utter a word. They wanted to call the police or an ambulance, but they were afraid that Tang Feng would come after them. After all, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's previous experience was there, and no one wanted to suffer the same consequences. Convinced? Tang Feng asked. The Tyrannosaurus Rex coughed dryly a few times and laughed bitterly. What's there not to serve? The king has become the loser. Do what you want with me, as you wish. Remember, there's no next time. Tang Feng said indifferently. The Tyrannosaurus Rex laughed bitterly once again. Next time? Unless he was sick. Tang Feng's strength was definitely not just as simple as an innate expert. Only, he didn't dare to think about it, nor did he dare to be sure. And one thing was for sure, no matter who it was, he wouldn't mess with Tang Feng again even if he was given more money. Unless he didn't want to live one day. Seeing this scene, Lu Nan and Zhou Honghong turned pale with fear, ready to flee quickly before Tang Feng found them in trouble, lest they end up like the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tang Feng sneered, picking up 2 steel pipes from the ground, and smashed them solidly and accurately on the backs of the 2, who also unsurprisingly sprawled on the ground, ending up in a dog-eat-dog situation. There is a price to pay for doing bad things. To want to leave just like this, it's too irresponsible. Tang Feng's voice rang out, like a machine. Lu Nan slowly turned back, his fear-filled eyes looking at Tang Feng for a moment before revealing a very forced smile, stuttering, that what? Master Tang, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. How is it a misunderstanding? Tang Feng asked. This has nothing to do with me. I just happened to be passing by. I'm relieved to see that you're fine, Master Tang. Right, I'm still making soup at home, so I won't bother. Lu Nan smiled awkwardly, turned around and wanted to run, but he was grabbed by Tang Feng and held down on the ground. You want to leave here? What's the hurry? Chapter 51, bury it. As I said just now, those who do things they shouldn't have done will have to bear the price that comes with it, Tang Feng said indifferently, although there is no action. But Lu Nan was already scared to the point of trembling. Legs are like a sieve, face white, shivering, pointing to Zhou Honghong said, Don't hit me. It's all about this woman. It's him who wants to find you to retaliate, and I don't have much to do with it. Zhou Honghong's face was unbelievable. Just now in the hotel she swore that she would help herself to revenge as long as she served him well. Now people have betrayed themselves before Tang Feng has done anything. Master Tang, if you want to take out your anger then look for her. It really doesn't have much to do with me. I also just drank her mesmerizing soup. Let's do it this way. I'll give you money. How much do you want to let me go? Just say a number. Lu Nan smiled sarcastically. Money? Tang Feng snorted, sarcasm and disdain in his eyes. Master Tang, I really know I'm wrong. How about this? From now on I'm one of your dogs. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Lu Nan said with a crying face. As long as Tang Feng didn't beat him, he would do whatever he was told to do. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't a match and was beaten to that state. Let alone him, he didn't want to be beaten to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. Bah! Worthless thing. Lu Nan, are you still not a man? When you were having fun you were full of promises. By this time you are still worse than a dog. Zhou Honghong cursed in a broken voice. Lu Nan's eyes blazed. Backhanded Zhou Honghong a big mouth. Angrily cursed, grass. I'm talking to Master Tang. What's the matter with you female cousin? You hit me? Lu Nan, how dare you hit me? A loser who raises his pants and doesn't recognize anyone. Are you so afraid of him? I'll fight you. Zhou Honghong couldn't take it anymore. She who had always been starstruck was beaten twice on this day. What's wrong with beating you? Bitch, who made you dare to hit Master Tang's idea? Beating you is light. Lu Nan said in a cold voice. Zhou Honghong shouted and reached out her hand to scratch Lu Nan's face with several bruises. Bitch! Lu Nan reddened his eyes and fought with Zhou Honghong. Tang Feng shook his head. Dog bites dog. Even if the two of them have the guts, they don't have the ability. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's voice suddenly rang out. Tang Feng turned his head back. What are you trying to say? Throw your weight around? Humph. If you want to make a move, just go ahead and do it. I wouldn't be a Tyrannosaurus Rex if I frowned. The Tyrannosaurus Rex frowned as he was poked and prodded. Snap. Where would Tang Feng be polite to him? A defeated man who couldn't put himself in his place until now. This slap directly caused the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face to turn red, as if it was oozing blood. Phew. Tyrannosaurus Rex sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It really hurt, but he didn't want to resist, and slowly said, Lu Nan, this person is born to be vindictive, and doesn't count on means, but this person is very smart, and he knows that wanting to deal with you by virtue of his bit of a man is not possible at all. So he looked for you? Disdain flashed in Tang Feng's eyes. Tyrannosaurus Rex also knew that Tang Feng couldn't see himself, but he was more aware of the gap between himself and Tang Feng, and didn't care, and continued, yes, so he looked for me, but he looked for me for a full $2 million, but as far as I know, he doesn't have that much capital. You mean, there's someone behind him instructing him? Tang Feng asked. Definitely. It seems like you've offended quite a few people. Teasing flashed in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes, but the next slap quickly hit his face. Pretend again? You, humph. Go ahead and fight. This indeed isn't over. I'm afraid you still don't know who my boss is, the Tyrannosaurus Rex said faintly. Is it important? Quite important. Even if you are an innate expert, so what? Times have changed. Now in this era, it's not just because you can fight. I respect your strength, but you move me in front of so many people. If he knows about it, in order to care about his face, he will definitely find you trouble. It's better to be careful in the future, the Tyrannosaurus Rex said. Tang Feng snorted, not taking it to heart at all. At this time, the conflict between Lu Nan and Zhou Honghong had reached a white heat. Even though Zhou Honghong kept very long fingernails and scratched Lu Nan's face, she was after all a woman and couldn't compare to Lu Nan in terms of strength. So she was beaten by Lu Nan with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and her head was a little confused. Bring the two of them to the car. Tang Feng got into the car driven by Tyrannosaurus Rex and the others as if nothing had happened, and even waved at Uxin Jing. Tyrannosaurus Rex was a little confused. What did it mean? Didn't you hear? Tang Feng repeated again. Hey, do you have me in your sights? You and I are enemies. You're ordering me around? The Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't angry, but rather puzzled. This guy, he really was just an artist. Getting into his car would not necessarily be a peaceful way to go, in case he drove the car into his own territory. Wasn't Tang Feng afraid? Seeing Tang Feng's face of not caring, Tyrannosaurus scratched his head and yelled at the punks lying on the ground. All of you don't pretend. Get up. One by one, the punks who were originally lying on the ground like dead men climbed up. Grab the two of them and get them into the car, Tyrannosaurus said. The gangsters were confused and puzzled. They were pretending to be dead, not dead, and they heard everything Tyrannosaurus Rex and Tang Feng said just now. What was going on? Was their big brother crazy to listen to Tang Feng? But they didn't dare to disobey Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was good that the two losers, Lu Nan and Zhou Honghong, could be dealt with much better than Tang Feng, so they aimed their spearheads at the two of them, kicking and punching them and pushed them into the car. Where to? Tyrannosaurus Rex said rather depressed. He had never been so humiliated before. Find a deserted place to bury them, Tang Feng said. Hearing that, Lu Nan and Zhou Honghong were shocked, and not caring about the conflict between them, they hurriedly cried out to get off. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was unimpressed. Although he had only met them and had been beaten up, he didn't think Tang Feng would do something to kill someone. Master Tang, Grandpa, please spare me. I know I'm wrong. I was also momentarily confused and blinded by lard. But the crime is not to death, Lu Nan said with a crying face. Yes, the crime is not to death. No, you bury him alive. It's good for people like him to die instead, but you can't kill me. I can be your girlfriend. You can play with me any way you want, Zhou Honghong said. No way. Who knew that the one who reacted the most was not Tang Feng, but Uxin Jing? Zhou Honghong's did have some poise, and at a glance was someone who would please men. She didn't believe Tang Feng would kill Zhou Honghong, but was really afraid that Tang Feng would be tempted to keep Zhou Honghong by his side. Tang Feng shook his head at Uxinjing, and when he looked at Zhou Honghong again, his eyes flashed with disgust. A broken flower, dirty and unpleasant, also worthy of begging for mercy? Chapter 52, suitable as a sandbag. Immediately, Tang Feng looked at Tyrannosaurus Rex. Here, you want it? Tyrannosaurus Rex had a chill. Although Lu Nan is not his gang, but the same in the road to mix. Coupled with Lu Nan, this person climbed up. there is no less to deal with, so he often sees Zhou Honghong. For this woman, Tyrannosaurus Rex does not see the slightest. Although it is said that there is a little bit of posture, but the Tyrannosaurus Rex is not decades have not seen a woman. It is not so hungry to this point. Lu Nan, you'd better tell the mastermind behind the scene, and spare my old man from following and suffering, the Tyrannosaurus Rex said. Lu Nan was stunned, then said without hesitation, so Master Tang wanted to ask about this. I say, it's Lu Hui, that Lu Hui of the Lu family. He said that he has some beef with Master Tang Yu, and promised to give me $3 million to teach Master Tang a lesson. Originally I was reluctant. Tyrannosaurus Rex knows me right. I'm a person who doesn't like to cross paths with others, and even more reluctant to do the thing of buying a murderer and hurting someone. But who let Lu Hui's family be powerful? I can't agree if I don't agree. Tyrannosaurus snorted, but did not say anything. Lu's family is indeed powerful, but only compared to the unusual third-rate forces, neither the four major forces in Hai Chang, nor the top of any industry. He, Lu Nan, a gangster and a scoundrel, usually so headstrong, is not so afraid of a Lu Hui. Lu Hui? Tang Feng nodded. This guy. He hadn't even freed his hands to settle the score with him, but he had come to the door himself to send him to his death. He had always disliked leaving overnight grudges, and he had a grudge he avenged on the same day. Just a few times Lu Hui appeared in crowded places, in order not to give Chi Hui trouble, so did not do it. This time it seems, it is necessary to get rid of him. Wait, $3 million? Tyrannosaurus Rex frowned, seems to think of something. He looked at Lu Hui with a ferocious face, grabbed Lu Hui's collar and said, your kid can also told me that people only out of $1.5 million. The remaining 500,000 is your own pocket to put together. Although I also know that your kid is not interested in profit, it is impossible to do business without profit. But I did not expect that your kid dared to cheat me so hard. Lu Nan burst into bitter laughter. Whether it was Tang Feng or Tyrannosaurus Rex, both were ones he couldn't afford to mess with. And at this moment, explaining wasn't an option. Not explaining wasn't an option either. Selling your life for $1 million. It seems like your life isn't worth that much, Tang Feng said indifferently. Feeling the killing intent in Tang Feng's words, Lu Nan shivered and hurriedly said, no, it's not that, Master Tang. It's mainly because this woman encouraged it. If it wasn't for her, how could I have hit you? Zhou Honghai stomped at Lu Nan and cursed. It was my idea, yes, but do you dare to say that you didn't also have this intention? Who was it that said never been humiliated like that? Never had anyone dared to make a move on you. You gutless man, not good in bed but also a waste under the bed. Lu Nan's face turned red. He was infuriated by Zhou Honghong, and with his backhand, he gave Zhou Honghong 2 slaps, and Zhou Honghong was not willing to show weakness, and scratched Lu Nan's face a few more times. Stop the car, Tang Feng said. Tyrannosaurus signaled the gangster driving the car to stop, then kicked Lu Nan and Zhou Honghong down. He couldn't stand these two anymore either, and it was still cleaner to hurry up and get rid of them. No, Tang Yuya, what are you doing? I've already said everything I know. Please don't kill me. You can't kill me. Killing is against the law. Lu Nan realized something was wrong and said in a hurry. Tang Feng naturally wouldn't kill in front of so many people. After all, who dared to guarantee that Tyrannosaurus Rex and his minions would not tell the truth about this matter? Furthermore, he didn't want to leave a shadow in Yu Xin Jing's heart, but a necessary lesson was still necessary. Bury it, Tang Feng said. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was stunned. Really want to get them both killed? This matter, it's not good, brother. Although we don't do much good on a regular basis, we really haven't crossed the line. Let them never forget it. Is it hard? Tang Feng said. Oh, in that case, then it's in our area of expertise. The Tyrannosaurus Rex grinned, quickly understanding Tang Feng's meaning. Wasn't it just scaring people? They were the best at this. A few gangsters came over, carrying steel pipes and threatening Lu Nan and Zhou Honghong not to resist or yell. During this time, Lu Nan was scared out of his pants and struggled frantically, but after being beaten with a few sticks he became much more honest. Zhou Honghong, on the other hand, was screaming. The fear of death wasn't something everyone could ignore, but the gangsters didn't have the slightest bit of mercy, and punched Zhou Honghong solidly several times until she fainted from the fear within her before giving up. Seeing Yu Xinjing's complicated expression and intolerance, Tang Feng said, toughness is necessary to deal with this kind of person, or else it will only make them feel that you're soft and weak, to the point of bringing endless trouble. Frontal swords aren't scary, and suddenly drilling out to give you a bite isn't scary either, but I don't like trouble. Yu Xin Jing seemed to feel something, and quietly watched as Tyrannosaurus Rex's men dug a pit, then threw the unconscious Lu Nan, Zhou Honghong in and buried it, leaving only an opening for breathing. After doing this, Tyrannosaurus Rex was ready to drive away. Your iron cloth shirt still needs to be practiced, so you can think about specializing in defense.
don't get distracted by offense.
Tang Feng said lightly.
What? The Tyrannosaurus Rex froze. This guy was teaching himself how to practice martial arts. What a joke. He had practiced iron cloth shirt for more than a decade. Although he couldn't beat Tang Feng, his insights in this area were certainly no weaker than anyone else's. Haven't you noticed that even if your body is practiced even more sturdily, the aggressiveness is always insufficient? For someone much weaker than you, it's just fine. But if it's a flagrant match, the inadequacy is revealed. Then again, if the gap is huge, even if you practice iron cloth shirt evenly, you can still flagrantly win a move. Tang Feng said. The Tyrannosaurus Rex froze once again. Only this time, he listened to Tang Feng's words. Indeed, when fighting someone who was also an innate expert, he was indeed not offensive enough, and his defense was quite inadequate in the face of attack. As long as one aspect is practiced to the extreme, even if it's defense, the power that erupts is quite considerable. Tang Feng gently shook his head. The Tyrannosaurus Rex nodded as if he felt something, and said suspiciously, "Why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid that I'll take revenge later?" Snort. You also have to have the ability. Even if you practiced for 100 years and 1,000 years, you wouldn't be my opponent. Telling you this is just because I think you're still getting by, suitable to be my sandbag. Tang Feng said disdainfully. Where did a mere martial arts practitioner get such a big mouth to dare to put words in his mouth with him? An immortal cultivator. Humph. The Tyrannosaurus Rex snorted lightly. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Really ing arrogant. But Tang Feng's arrogance stems from strength. The Tyrannosaurus Rex resentfully did not reply. Chapter 53, Tearing Up the Face. Lu family. Lu Hui played with the pocket teapot in his hand, impatience flashing across his face. A day has already passed. Why is there still no movement? Lu Nan did not say that the earliest night will have news. Could it be that something has changed? But this thought was quickly dismissed by him after it appeared. Lu Nan, although this person is a little unreliable, but every time he looks for him, he has never failed. Moreover, Lu Nan also found the first fighter under the famous boss Shirin Hai Chang, Little Tyrant, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is absolutely impossible for there to be any accidents. Young Lu, wait a little longer. There's no rush. Perhaps there's some delay on Lu Nan's side. Ding Yaya handed over a cup of tea and smoothly sat in Lu Hui's arms and said, It's also true. This guy is a pure lower body animal. It's not likely that he did something last night and is still awake at this time. Lu Hui thought about it and felt that what Ding Yaya said made sense. Even if Lu Nan missed, it doesn't mean we can't move Tang Feng. Ding Yaya said with a smile. Only this smile had a slight sinister look in it. Lu Hui was now considered to have seen Ding Yu this woman. The degree of viciousness was not in the least bit worse than a man, and instantly came to be interested and asked, Tell me about it. Ding Yaya said, He is not still a mother-it. Tube how he is on the side of Fang Qingya. Tube how he can fight. As long as we take down the Qi we used to blackmail him, he is not obediently at our disposal? Hiss. Lu Hui could not help but draw a cold breath. This woman is really ruthless. But after thinking about it, he felt that this method was indeed good. Let Tang Feng have 3 heads and 6 arms. As long as he had Tang Feng's throat, everything was in vain. Then wait for news from Lu Nan. If this punk really can't be relied on, I'll send a few people to tie up his mom. I still don't believe it. The loser who couldn't even be considered a piece of in my eyes back then, can still turn over the sky. The words just fell. A phone call came over. Lu Hui picked up the cell phone and glanced at it. Immediately his eyes lit up. It was Lu Nan. This time is not too late. It should be a success. Ding Yaya said. Lu Hui nodded and said after connecting, Brother Lu, is it already successful? Good job. I'll call you the rest of the money. After a while, the other party but no sound. There was just a sparse piece of murmur. Lu Hui frowned. Brother Lu, can you hear me? Bah, bah. Lu Nan's voice rang out as if he was gagged by something. Lu Hui did not know, but he himself was very clear. Being buried for a night, although he purposely left an opening to breathe without suffocating him, his mouth also ate a lot of dirt. The fishy odor of the dirt and the feeling of suffocation many times made him nearly pass out. It was not easy to alleviate some of them, and with difficulty dialed Lu Nan's phone number, and the dirt above loosened up, and fed him a big mouthful full of it. Grass. Lu Nan's heart's anger is like dry wood meets the fire quickly rose up. He opened his mouth and cursed, Lu Hui, lousy really day your 8 generations of ancestors. You wait for me to go back to see how I can clean you up. Lousy want to play with your life. Lu Hui and Ding Yaya were confused by these words, but Lu Hui wasn't in a good temper either, and immediately scolded back. Are you talking to me? Lu Nan, I give you face and call you Brother Lu. If I don't give you face what do you think you are? A shrewish scoundrel? Damn, you still have the face to talk back. This is what you asked me to do. This is who you asked me to move. Lousy was almost buried alive. Almost lost his life you know? Lu Nan said angrily. This made Lu Hui even more puzzled. No life? What are you talking about? Didn't you bring a lot of people and a Tyrannosaurus Rex? How could you be lifeless? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the use of having more people? One round was all taken down by him. Bull asterisk 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 Tyrannosaurus Rex. 3 or 2 times was hit by Tang Feng backwaters. It's him who buried me alive. Lu Hui. This is what you call a loser. A loser, you female horse. 3 or 2 times to waste an innate expert? This ing where is a loser? Said to bury me alive when the eyelids did not blink. His hands to say that there are not a few people's lives. Then I will kill your 9 clans or not with the letter. The more Lu Nan said, the more angry he became. His eyes were filled with blood. He couldn't wait to come in front of Lu Hui right now and strangle him alive. What? How is this possible? How could he possibly beat an innate expert? Lu Nan, you're lying to me, aren't you? It's not enough for me to give you $3 million. You still want more, don't you? Lu Hui was also enraged. What Lu Nan said was also too outrageous. How could Tang Feng be a match for an innate expert and defeat the Tyrannosaurus Rex in 3 or 2 blows? Pure nonsense. In his opinion, Lu Nan must be trying to blow Tang Feng out of the water so he could ask for more money from himself. Ask for your grandpa's money. Come on. I'll give you $3 million. Try being buried alive for a night in these wild mountains? The fire in Lu Nan's heart burned even more by Lu Hui saying this. Was it easy for him? Not only had he been beaten by Tang Feng to the extent that he didn't even recognize his own mother, but now that he was speaking, he could still feel the heavy smell of blood in his mouth, and he had been buried for a night, only to be questioned by Lu Hui for wanting more money. If he could, not to mention $3 million, $30 million he did not want, nor did he want to suffer so much. Lu Hui. I'll leave this sentence here. As long as I, Lu Nan Hai, live for 1 day, you just wait for me. This account I will count with you. Finished speaking, Lu Nan then hung up the phone. He couldn't stand the cold. Although it was summer, it was still extremely hard to stay in the middle of nowhere for such a night. Seeing Lu Hui's gloomy face, Ding Yeye asked, Young Lu, what happened? Did he fail? Lu Hui forcefully held back the anger in his heart and said the conversation he had with Lu Nan. How can this be? I know best how much Tang Feng weighs, not to mention an innate expert. Even a slightly stronger ordinary person can beat him to death. Ding Yeye had a face of disbelief. How do I know? Lu Hui's face was gloomy, but the most important thing at this time was not this matter, but Lu Nan's revenge. This kind of person is vindictive and does things by any means. As the saying goes, it's easy to hide from open fire. It's hard to guard against dark arrows. Retaliation against Tang Feng can be put on hold first. Lu Nan must be gotten rid of as a threat first. Young Lu, if you want me to say, Lu Nan is rather not that scary. He has no money in hand and can't find any fighters. Instead, he still has to be careful of Tyrannosaurus Rex's retaliation. The first order of business is to tie up Tang Feng's mother. Solve Tang Feng, then free up your hands to clean up Lu Nan. Ding Yeye said. What do you know? People like Lu Nan have to be guarded against. Like this. You go to the Mad Fist Martial School and find some people to waste Lu Nan first. I'll look for my second brother on my side and ask him to bring people to tie up Tang Feng's mother. Lu Hui said with a gloomy face. Ding Yeye nodded. After a night's rest, Tang Feng first called Chi Hui. Mom, how was work these 2 days? Did anyone else give you a hard time? No, my current job is very free. Almost nothing. Moreover, they seem to be very afraid of me. They never let me get tired. Son, are you very familiar with our general manager? Mom, more mouth. She is the daughter of heaven. We are just an ordinary family. Mom, she and I used to be classmates. That's why we take care of some. Don't think too much about it. Oh yeah, I won't go back to live in these days. Lately Manager Feng has been quite busy, so I'll be living in the staff dormitory. Tang Feng said helplessly. After hanging up the phone, he went to the bathroom to wash up, but when he came out, he found that Yuxian Jing was already preparing breakfast. The Evergreen Mansion's security guards would deliver fresh ingredients first thing in the morning. This was a consistent service. You can still cook? Tang Feng asked. Just after this question was asked, he realized that he had spoken too much. Yuxian Jing's living environment from childhood to adulthood also had to be able to cook. Otherwise she would be starved to death sooner or later. Chapter 54, Thunderbolts. It will also only make some simpler ones. You shouldn't be used to eating them, Yuxian Jing said. Today, she looked very good. It had been a long time since she had slept so peacefully. In that cold, emotionless home brought her only pain and apprehension. Although she had only just met Tang Feng for a day, the man's words and actions had given her a great sense of security, and being in the same house, she didn't feel half as uncomfortable. How come? My mom often makes these for me. Well, tomato scrambled eggs, hot and sour shredded potatoes. Do you know what I do? Tang Feng asked with a smile. What? Well, when I was in the mountains, I was often the one who cooked, and I've practiced a good handful of cooking skills, but this was all forced on me.
Before this I was the prince in my mom's heart,
and I was never allowed to enter the kitchen.
Tang Feng thought for a moment and said somewhat bashfully, before this I also only knew 2 dishes. One was scrambled eggs with oil,
and the other was scrambled eggs with oil. Put, Uxin Jing laughed out. This is clearly the same dish. Don't say.
I remember why my mom didn't let me into the kitchen.
When I was a kid, I forgot how old I was. At that time, I was addicted to food. I didn't know how to do it. I had to show it, and I made a pot of rice porridge. As a result, the water was all boiled dry, and the grains of rice in the pot were still hard. Tang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Uxin Jing had long been laughing her ass off. She hadn't thought that a person who looked as if he could do anything and couldn't be defeated by anything would have such shortcomings. Alright, eat quickly. After eating I'll send you to school. Tang Feng finished his bowl of rice like a windstorm and stretched back to the sofa. Great Sun reincarnation technique. Great self-realization technique. Tang Feng's mind moved, and the scene in front of him instantly shifted as if he had returned home. He saw that Chi Hui had also finished her breakfast by this time, changed her clothes and was ready to go out to work. Together with the broadening of the great self-realization technique, Divine Sense can see up to 7,000 meters away. As for the means of attack, I still need to figure it out again. For this result, Tang Feng was quite satisfied. In other words, in the future, he would be able to attack anyone from several kilometers away, which could be called a killing weapon, and no one would suspect him at that time. Why don't I go by myself today? Really, no one bullies me in school, and my classmates are on good terms with me. Uxin Jing's voice rang out. Tang Feng looked at Uxin Jing and didn't say anything, but what he was going to say was already obvious. Mr. Tang, where are you going? I'll send you there if needed. Just as he went out, he ran into Huang Yin who was leading a patrol. Tang Feng nodded and looked at Yu Xinjing. Hailan High School, Yu Xinjing said. In a few minutes of effort, Huang Yin drove over with an A8. This was a car arranged by the Evergreen Mansion, but those who could live in the Evergreen Mansion were mostly of prominent backgrounds, and traveled with their own cars, so most of the time it wasn't used at all. Mr. Tang, do you need to have breakfast nearby? Huang Yin asked. No need. Tang Feng shook his head. It was the morning rush hour, and there were a lot of pedestrians and vehicles on the road. But fortunately, Huang Yin was familiar with the road conditions in the vicinity, and his driving skills were also good, so it only took more than 20 minutes to arrive at his destination. Hailan High School, the National Key High School, gathered most of the excellent students in Haichang and nearby cities, and Uxin Jing is one of them. Once with the first in Haichang was specially recruited, but also exempted from 3 years of tuition fees. In addition to each year there is also a not inconsiderable number of scholarships as a scholarship. If it is the normal situation, Yu Xinjing this 3 years of time can also save a sum of money, not to have to go to the small restaurant to do odd jobs. No doubt. Was Yu Daji together with Yu Xinjing parents left the property and took to gamble. Classy. Tang Feng couldn't help but lament. Back then, the high school he attended was only a few hundred acres in size, with a total of 4 teaching buildings and a small playground that took less than 5 minutes to walk. Thinking of the past, Tang Feng couldn't help but shake his head. At that time, the food he ate was not much different from pig food. People were more angry than people. In the end it was a school that only good students could attend. It was indeed different. There's no parent-teacher conference or field day today. Our school doesn't allow other people to enter the school. Uxin Jing said as she looked at the security guard at the entrance. Tang Feng shook his head and said, Don't worry, I've already greeted them. Hailan High School was a private school, in which the major shareholder was the Tianyuan Group, and as Tianyuan City's 9 to 5, it naturally wasn't difficult to enter Hailan High School and wander around. However, just as the duo was about to enter, a discordant voice rang out. Yo, isn't this Uxin Jing? Coming quite early, only to see a girl wearing a floral dress, dyed red hair, and tattoos on her arms, as if she was a little girl dressed as a Teiyukai walk over, looking at Yu Xinjing with eyes full of mockery and disdain. Next to her, there were 2 other girls, dressed in the same way, but the 2 of them were more aggressive than the red-haired girl, walking in front of Yu Xinjing and saying, Humph, dressed up so demonic, ready to hook up with which son? He, needless to say, it must be our school bully, Tang Lei, TSK, don't take a piss and look at yourself. Besides being pretty, what else is good? Also dare to hit Tang Lei's idea. Another girl said. Uxin Jing obviously had a heart shadow on the 3 girls in front of her. Her neck shrank when she saw them, explaining, No, it's not what you guys said. I don't like him at all. Humph, according to your meaning, Tang Lei still doesn't deserve you? The green-haired girl said disdainfully. No, that's not what I mean. Uxin Jing's words hadn't even finished. The red-haired girl slapped Uxin Jing's face and said in a cold voice, 2 days off from school and you're getting fatter and fatter. You dare to talk back to us? Bang! Tang Feng's face instantly grimaced as he nonchalantly kicked the red-haired girl's body. Although he didn't hit hard, the red-haired girl's fragile body like that, coupled with the lack of defense, was directly kicked out 3 or 4 meters away by this kick, and sat on her but on the ground in a sorry state. This change instantly attracted the ideas of students coming and going, but the security guard at the door was blind, as if he did not see it. For such a thing, he saw a day without 100 pieces also have 10 pieces of 8 pieces, has long been accustomed to, but also thought it was which family's young masters and young ladies and bullied the honest children. But he knew he couldn't afford to mess with them, so he didn't bother. You dare to hit someone? The green-haired girl was shocked. Tang Feng didn't have anything polite to say to her, grabbing her neck and lifting her up. Didn't your parents teach you not to swear at others and not to make rumors about others? The green-haired girl soon felt difficulty breathing, opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. The other girl had been scared out of her wits at this point. When had she ever seen such a ruthless person like Tang Feng, striking at the drop of a hat? Bastard! Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? I think you're looking for death. The red-haired girl stood up with difficulty with the help of a student, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at Tang Feng. Chapter 55 Uxin Jing's brother. Tang Feng made a gesture and raised his hand, frightening the red-haired girl and jerking back a few steps, reacting but realizing that Tang Feng was only scaring her and hadn't really made a move. At once, the red-haired girl's face burned. Damn it! Shame on you. You've lost a lot of face. You've actually been intimidated by this guy. You don't have to put any harsh words to scare me, since I dare to make a move on you. I'm not afraid of that so-called power behind you. If you want to retaliate, just feel free to call for someone, Tang Feng said indifferently. The corner of his mouth pulled out a touch of contemptuous mockery. Humph, your breath is not small. Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Situ family. You dare to offend me. What qualifications do you have? The red-haired girl sneered. Situ family, one of the 4 great families of High City. It had a very heavy weight. The vast majority of people would not choose to make enemies with it, even if it was the other 3 of the 4 great families. Who is Situ suching to you? Tang Feng asked. You country bumpkin also know my grandfather? And save me the trouble. Now you kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize. Then let me slap you a few times and I can forget about it. Situ Hongying said contemptuously. Tang Feng snorted. So it's his granddaughter. Ha! Situ family. Aside from Situ Suzheng, one is worse than the other. He was all a bit puzzled. What was wrong with himself these days? Getting involved with the Situ family for the 2nd time in a row. Snap! He didn't bother to think about it and quickly slapped Situ Hongying's face. The fiery pain, and the red slap mark. This undoubtedly stimulated Situ Hongying's nerves, and she looked at Tang Feng with an angry face. You have big guts. I won't let you go. Said. She shouted at the security booth at the entrance. Li Dequan, you get out here. Not a moment's effort. A man wearing a security uniform and pretending to be out of breath ran over, and when he saw Situ Hongying, he immediately came over and smiled sarcastically. Fellow student Hongying, what's the matter? Li Dequan, are you dead? You didn't hear such a big commotion over here? Situ Hongying cursed angrily. Being abused by a teenage girl like this, Li Dequan didn't dare to have half a bit of anger, and still said with a pleasing smile, No, just now I went to the toilet. What's wrong? Situ Hongying snorted coldly, didn't get angry with Li Dequan anymore, but pointed at Tang Feng and said, beat him to death and cripple him. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Li Dequan bristled. Beat him to death? If something happens, it's on you? What nonsense. He is a small role really if something happens certainly or he himself to back, but cannot openly contrary to the meaning of Situ Hongying. After all, the Situ family is also the shareholders of Hailan High School. A sentence can be removed from his bowl. In the end is traveling in all kinds of rich 2nd generation in the middle of the ease. Li Dequan rubbed his hands and said, So no problem, but now the time is already not early. How about this? Reading students, you first go to class. This kid I'll clean him up, to ensure that you will be satisfied. At the same time, the bell for class rang. Situ Hongying coldly glanced at Tang Feng, nodded and said, Okay, don't lie to me, otherwise if I find out, I won't be able to spare you. Don't worry, hey, just give me the guts of heaven, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Li Dequan smiled sarcastically. After Situ Hongying walked away, Li Dequan walked towards Tang Feng. Yu Xinjing thought that Li Dequan was going to make a move on Tang Feng. She hurriedly blocked in front of Tang Feng. Uncle Li, it's not his fault. It's all because of me. Don't make things difficult for him. Li Dequan shook his head and said, What Xin Jing? I don't mean anything else. Just now Situ Hongying was here. Can I not act like it? You go to class first. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Xin Jing looked at Tang Feng with some concern. Well, you go to class first. He just wants to do something. He has to have that ability. Tang Feng said. Uxin Jing then let her heart down. In half a minute's work, the entrance of Hailan High School was already empty. Although some people from big families could stuff their families' children in, they still had to abide by the school's rules, or else they would be expelled all the same. What kind of person are you from Xin Jing's classmates? It seems like I've never seen you before, Li Dequan asked. Sort of a brother, Tang Feng said. Brother? No wonder. I heard that classmate Xin Jing's brother has been missing for more than 10 years. It's normal that I haven't seen him, but how did you offend Sito Hongying? She's not to be messed with. Li Dequan frowned. It's nothing, just see that she owes a beating. Tang Feng shrugged, not caring in the slightest. This caused Li Dequan's frown to tighten, and said breathlessly, don't you know that she's a member of the Situ family? And it's also the favorite granddaughter of the Situ family's head, Situ Suzheng. Even if you don't think about yourself, you still have to think about classmate Xin Jing. You'll only make it even worse for classmate Xin Jing in school in the future. So, I'm here to change all that, no matter who it is. Daring to bully my sister definitely won't have a good ending. Situ Honying is the first one, but will never be the last, Tang Feng said indifferently. That kind of domineering aura that looked out of the corner of one's eye and didn't put anything in front of one's eyes emanated from within. Li Dequan couldn't help but freeze. Although he didn't know where Tang Feng got his backbone from, for some reason, he felt that it was quite believable coming from Tang Feng's mouth, as if Tang Feng did indeed possess this strength. Li Dequan nodded. I can understand your mood. As an older brother, naturally I don't want to see my sister being bullied. Fine, you go. Forget it this time. Try to be more careful next time. I can let you go. But if the Situ family is onto you, it's not going to be easy. Tang Feng shook his head and said, no, I'm going in. I just said, Situ Hongying is not the first, nor the last. Li Dequan was all a bit speechless. Who do you think you are? Offending one Situ family is not enough. You still want to offend more people. No, now the school is closed. No idle people can go in. Letting you in I'll lose my job. And even if I let you in, what can you do? The security guards on campus aren't as nice as I am. No need. I've already greeted your leaders. No one dares to stop me. Tang Feng said. Greeted our leaders? Wait, what's your name? Li Dequan was stunned, seemingly remembering something, and hurriedly asked. Tang Feng. Mr. Tang. Li Dequan was shocked in his heart and was busy taking 2 steps back. It was. He said he was Uxin Jing's brother, but he didn't say he was his own brother. My god. When did Uxin Jing have a brother so powerful that he could make the chairman personally give orders to Hailan High School? And by the looks of it, he also paid a lot of attention to Tang Feng. Mr. Tang, just now I had eyes that didn't recognize you. Don't be so general with me. This way please come in. Anything at all you can find me haha. Li Dequan resumed the fawning he had just faced Sito Hongying. Seeing people speak human words, seeing ghosts speak ghost words, this is the important reason why he, as a person with no birth and no education, can work as a security guard in Hailan High School, and still be able to do it for so long unharmed. No need to be so polite. Tang Feng shook his head and lifted his foot to walk inside, closing the door behind him. Li Dequan sat in the security booth and couldn't help but sigh as he watched Tang Feng's back. TSK, those little bastards are going to suffer greatly. Hailan High School was quiet during classes, to the point where a pin could be heard. Tang Feng casually circled around, occasionally seeing a few security guards patrolling, not only to prevent any outsiders from breaking in, but also to prevent any students from skipping classes. However, they had received orders early on and didn't stop Tang Feng too much after recognizing him. Doesn't seem to be anything special. Pretty much the same as our brothers and sisters. Keep your voice down. What's all this nonsense? He's the chairman of the board of directors directly ordered to let him go. He must be a big shot. Usually this kind of big shot likes to keep a low profile. That's right, I've also seen the chairman with my own eyes. It's very approachable. The attitude is also very gentle. The last time I saw me also held my hat for me. TSK, your kid is really blessed. Chapter 56, The Tang Family, Tang Lei. Okay, that's all for this class. In addition, I'm going to say one thing. The college entrance exam will be coming up in a month or so, which is 37 days. I hope everyone will be well prepared. Xin Jing. This exam question, you take it back and do it. The teacher on the podium walked down and handed a paper to Xin Jing. The entire class, the one she was most satisfied with amongst the 40 or so students was Xin Jing. Not only was she specially recruited to enter Hailan High School because of her #1 score in Haichang, but every year after that her scores were even higher, hovering in the top 3. Hongying, you few should also work hard on your homework. With your current grades, you might not even be accepted by a university. This can't go on like this. Let's do it this way. In the future, stay for an hour every day, and I'll give you tutoring, the teacher said. Sito Hongying reacted fiercely and said, No, I don't need tutoring. Teacher, we don't need it either. The two girls with Situ Hongying followed suit. The teacher frowned. Nonsense, you must have tutoring. I've already contacted your families and your parents have agreed. Hongying, don't play small. Your grandfather said that if you fail the university exams, he'll send you abroad and won't allow you to return to Situ's family. Situ Hongying sat down indignantly. Then, the teacher looked at the two girls again. It's fine if Hongying doesn't want to tutor. What kind of family background does she have? And what kind of family background do you two have? Even if she fails to get into college, she can still live her life in fine clothes. But what about you two? What are you two going to do? Move bricks at a construction site? When you two were first admitted to Hylon High School, your grades were quite good. What's going on now? The two girls didn't say anything. But what is the reason they both know in their hearts? Every day following Situ Hongying to hang out with the grades can be good? The bell rang. The teacher shook his head, packed up his textbooks and left the classroom. The long-held a stomach of fire Situ Hongying immediately got up and went to Yu Xinjing. 3 years down, she has long regarded Yu Xinjing for their own barrel. As long as the mood is bad we'll find Yu Xinjing vent. As for the reason, who let Yu Xinjing is more beautiful than her. Grades are better than her. The most important thing is that her favorite Tang Lei is also interested in Yu Xinjing. And Yu Xinjing has rejected Tang Lei's goodwill more than once. She was satisfied with the results, but was still upset. You, stand up for me, Situ Hongying said in a cold voice. Seeing her in this stance, the other students in the classroom didn't know what was going on, and they all pretended to walk out of the classroom as if they hadn't seen it. There were still a few students who couldn't stand it and wanted to stand up, but after weighing Situ Hongying's family and their own origins, they finally shook their heads and didn't mind their own business. Our big sister told you to stand up, didn't you hear? The green-haired girl showed impatience and grabbed Yu Xinjing's hair. Yu Xinjing frowned and had to stand up. You guys, better stop this. Yo-ho, threatening me, ha? You think that which asshole will still be able to protect you in the morning? Let me tell you, don't say he can't get into Hylon High School, even if he does. Don't forget, my family is also a shareholder of Hylon High School. If he dares to come and let's see how I'm going to clean him up. I'll teach you a lesson first, then I'll settle the score with that bastard. Situ Hongying sneered with a disdainful face, which unexpectedly Yu Xinjing endured the pain of having her hair pulled and broke free from the green-haired girl's hand, and slapped Situ Hongying's face. Situ Hongying, you've gone too far. I've held back time and time again, but you're pressing every step. I don't understand where exactly I've offended you. Silence. The classroom fell into a deathly silence. The two girls stared blankly at Yu Xinjing. This cowardly nerd. How dare he hit Situ Hongying with his hands? All along, Yu Xinjing could be said to not fight back and not return curses. But what was going on today? It was as if she had changed into a different person. From now on, whether you want to study or muddle through, it's none of my business, but I won't let you bully me anymore. Yu Xinjing said faintly. She had also noticed a change in herself. Perhaps it was because she knew Tang Feng. Compared to Tang Feng, her temper was quite a bit better. Situ Hongying's face sank, pointing at Yu Xinjing. She said angrily, you dare to hit me, humph, now even you dare to hit me, against the heavens, I want you to apologize to me right now immediately, otherwise, I will definitely make you regret it. Even if I apologize to you, you won't change your flighty and domineering character. As for whether I'll regret it or not, I can tell you right now, I don't regret it, Yu Xinjing said. Situ Hongying was about to explode with anger. Her fists pinched tightly. She looked at the two girls and said, Li Yu, Lu Chou, what are you two waiting for? Teach her a lesson for me. But Li Yu and LV Chou were shocked by Yu Xinjing's sudden change of heart, and raised their hands but did not dare to fight. This infuriated Situ Hongying and decided to take matters into her own hands. And just as her hand was about to hit Yu Xinjing, a voice rang out, Situ Hongying, what are you doing? Stop it for me. The person who spoke was a handsome boy, only his face was pale. It seemed that his physical condition was not very good, and his voice was even louder as he let out a violent cough. Situ Hongying instantly changed her face. Brother Tang Lei, I didn't do anything. This is all a misunderstanding. Don't believe me. Ask Yu Xinjing. The two of us were just joking. Yu Xinjing looked at Situ Hongying flatly. Not saying anything, Tang Lei said in a cold voice. No need to pretend anymore. I know exactly what you want to do. I've already told you. Even if Xinjing doesn't accept my heart, she's still the love of my life, and will never allow you to bully her. Hearing this, jealousy flashed in Situ Hongying's eyes, looking at Yu Xinjing with a hateful face. You like her that much? Where is she better? And what am I worse than her? Is it the figure? Or the face? Or the family history? In my eyes Xinjing is good at everything. She's just too kind. That's why she's always bullied by you. Tang Lei coughed twice, his face even paler. Situ Hongying hurriedly ran over to assist, asking with concern, "Brother Tang Lei, how are you?
I heard my grandpa say that he knows a very powerful doctor.
Later on you go back with me and let my grandpa ask him to help you have a look."
Tang Lei pushed Sito Hongying's hand away and said indifferently,
"No need." Seeing this, the anger in Sito Hongying's heart intensified, pointing at Yu Xinjing. "Brother Tang Lei,
you've been tricked by this woman. She's not at all the delicate look you imagined.
Just now, she even slapped me. Don't believe me? Ask the two of them,"
Tang Lei said in a cold voice.
How could Xin Jing hit someone? You make up a reason but also make up a reliable one. As for the two of them, do you think I would believe their words? Sito Hongying was frantic, choking Yu Xinjing's neck and said, You quickly say just now was it you who hit me? Stop, you let go of Xin Jing, otherwise don't blame me for not being polite.
Tang Lei said in shock and anger, also because he was overly emotional. He kept coughing and ended up spitting out blood.
Chapter 57, We Quit.
Sito Hongying had a heartbroken look on her face.
"Brother Tang Lei, well, I won't bully her anymore, okay? Listen to me, let my grandfather ask that doctor to treat you."
Tang Lei pushed Sito Hongying away again and walked over to Yu Xinjing.
"Xinjing, are you alright?" "I'm fine. Just now, it was indeed me who hit her," Yu Xinjing said indifferently. Tang Lei was stunned. Even if Yu Xinjing admitted it herself, he didn't believe it. His eyebrows twisted into a zigzag,
looking at Sito Hongying with some impatience. "Although I've known for a long time that you've often sought out Xinjing's unpleasantness, I didn't think that you'd actually reached such a deranged point.
Not only did you bully her,
but also dared to threaten her." Sito Hongying almost reached the point of breaking defense.
Looking straight at Tang Lei, "Why are you like this?
She has admitted it herself and you still don't believe it."
"Don't believe it even if you don't believe it."
"But even suspected that it was me who threatened her to say so."
"Brother Tang Lei, we grew up together. Our feelings are so deep. Is it still not better than her?" "It's not the same." Tang Lei just finished and coughed again.
Sito Hongying had a belly full of anger and aggression, but was unwilling to let it spill over on Tang Lei,
dropping a threatening sentence and leaving the classroom. "Yu Xinjing, you're just a hypocritical green tea lady, watch. You wait for me. Today's matter isn't over." Brute to Sito Hongying's threat,
Yu Xinjing had no fear at this time.
Instead, she had a frank face. "Xin, I understand Hongying's character. She definitely won't stop. Let's do it this way. I'll accompany you to and from school in the future, so that she doesn't find you in trouble," Tang Lei said. "No need." Yu Xinjing shook her head. Tang Lei wanted to say something else, but then he heard a scuffle outside the classroom. Walking out to take a look, he found Sito Hongying bumping into a man. Bumping into a man? Tang Feng frowned. After hearing the dismissal student, he sought out Yu Xinjing's classroom, not expecting to be bumped into by Sito Hongying. "It's you? How did you get in? Where is Li Dequan?" Sito Hongying asked angrily. Tang Feng glanced at her. For Sito Su Zhang's face, he didn't want to make Sito Hongying look too bad. However, Sito Hongying was unforgiving, and after holding her fire for half a day, she spilled it on Tang Feng in a flurry. "Good on you, an outsider even trespassed into Hailan High School. You're finished." With that, he took out his cell phone and called. "Hey, what are you guys doing? I have an outsider trespassing here. You guys come over and arrest him for me." Hanging up the phone, Sito Hongying coldly looked at Tang Feng. "Old lady is very angry right now. It just so happens that you've sent me to the door. I'm going to settle the score at the door in the morning with you." Tang Feng raised his hand, frightening Sito Hongying. She was busy backing away, but unexpectedly stepped on the steps, and fell to the ground without standing still, making a fool of herself. Tang Feng was still just trying to scare her, and didn't really want to make a move. Sito Hongying's face burned. This was the second time she was frightened by Tang Feng. "You!" Sito Hongying glared at Tang Feng, but didn't dare to do anything. Before the security guards came over, she didn't dare to provoke Tang Feng too much. This guy didn't care at all about the Sito family as an identity. In case he hit her again in public, it would be a real loss for an adult. Soon, the security guard rushed over, and seeing the wretched Sito Hongying couldn't help but be stunned. "Student Hongying, what's going on?" Sito Hongying was furious. "How do you work? How can you let people from outside the school freely enter and exit the school? Do you still want to work?" Student Hongying, this should be a misunderstanding. A few of us have been patrolling all morning and haven't taken a break yet. We haven't seen any off-campus personnel breaking in." The lead security guard scratched his head and said, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't he? Tell me, who is he? How come I don't know that there is such an old student in our school? Is he still a new security guard on the job?" Sito Hongying pointed at Tang Feng and said. The lead security guard looked over in the direction Sito Hongying was pointing, and when he saw it was Tang Feng, he was shocked. "Mr. Tang? Forget it, I don't care who he is." See, just now he was ready to make a move on me. That's it, no matter who he is. You guys arrest him for me, beat him to death and throw him out, Situ Hongying said impatiently. The lead security guard immediately broke out into a cold sweat. The chairman's honored guest, even if he was given 100 orders, he wouldn't dare to make a move against Tang Feng. However, just as he was about to explain, Uxin Jing ran over and explained, Uncle Lin, this is my brother. He's just here to see me. He doesn't mean anything else. Ah, I know. Since it's student Xin Jing's brother, there's nothing wrong with coming to take a look. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. The lead security guard gave a sarcastic smile. For a moment he felt that Uxin Jing was truly an angel. Whether it was Tang Feng or Situ Hongying, he couldn't afford to offend any of them. So leaving early was the right thing to do. Stop. Situ Hongying was furious. What do you mean? Even if it's her brother. So what? The school isn't organizing any activities. The same can't be allowed for family members to come in. If you don't follow my words, believe it or not, I'll ask my grandpa to fire all of you. The lead security guard was helpless for a while. This is not a life. If I had known, I would have pretended not to receive the call and not come over. At this time, Tang Lei waved his hand and said, Hongying, almost on the line, Xin Jing's brother didn't do it on purpose. Besides, he didn't want to hit you. It was your own carelessness that caused you to fall. Situ Hongying was about to explode with anger. It was even if the security guard didn't listen to her. But Tang Lei was still pulling his punches. Brother Tang Lei, you don't know. In the morning at the school entrance, he was the one who hit me. My stomach still hurts now. Today I have to make him pay. Situ Hongying very rarely didn't listen to Tang Lei's words. Coldly looking at the leading security guard said, Today you guys can either listen to me and beat him to death and throw him out of the school, or you can be expelled and meet the retaliation of my Situ family. The leading security guard's face wasn't looking too good. How old was he? To be repeatedly scolded by a teenage girl. Even the best of tempers couldn't endure it. Anyway, he couldn't afford to mess with Tang Feng, so he said in a cold voice, Then you can fire me. I really don't care. The few security guards behind him expressed the same attitude. Hearing the words, the crowd was astonished. Too much guts. Right, even dared to stiff Situ Hongying. But, what's the picture? Just for that guy? Uxin Jing came from a poor background. What kind of big shot could her brother be? Offending Situ Hongying for this? It's not worth it. Situ Hongying was even more puzzled. Today in the end, what is wrong? First Tang Feng completely disregarded her as the identity of the Situ family to hit her. And then Tang Lei indiscriminately favor Yu Xinjing. Now even a few security guards also dare not give her face. You guys. Chapter 58. His name is Tang Feng. All of you wait for me. I'll go to the school manager to tell them about this. You guys are just waiting to be expelled. And you dare to hit me. Situ family won't let you go. Situ Hongying saw that he couldn't count on the security guards. Staying here would only bring humiliation. Turned his head and squeezed through the crowd towards the last building and ran. You guys are quite tough, Tang Feng said. The leading security guards scratched their heads in embarrassment. This kind of praise was a bit too much for them to bear. In the past, when they saw Situ Hongying, although they didn't grovel, but they would never contradict him in public. But today, they were also relying on Tang Feng's power. Moreover, the big deal about offending Situ Hongying was that she would be fired and lose her job. But if she offended Tang Feng, the consequences could not be predicted. Don't worry, I'll say hello to the school board later. You guys will be fine. Tang Lei spoke. Then thank you, Mr. Tang Lei. The lead security guard nodded. Tang Lei was stunned. There was some gratitude, but it didn't seem like much. Seeing that there was no more action to watch, the onlookers dispersed. Tang Lei looked curiously at Tang Feng and asked, Xin Jing, is this your brother? Uxin Jing nodded her head as a form of acquiescence. In the bottom of her heart, she already regarded Tang Feng as a very important person, the same as that real brother that she hadn't seen for a long time. And for a moment, she felt that Tang Feng was the one who took care of herself in place of her real brother. Out of respect. Brother, hello, I'm Xin Jing's classmate. My name is Tang Lei. Tang Lei said as he extended his hand. Tang Feng nodded, and didn't resist. Just now he saw that Tang Lei was also very protective of Uxin Jing, so he more or less had to give some face. It's already noon. Why don't we go and have a meal together? As it happens, I've heard Xin Jing mention you many times. It's fate to see you today, Tang Lei said with a smile. Tang Feng looked towards Uxin Jing, wanting to see what she meant, and Uxin Jing rarely refused. Having been relieved by Tang Lei many times, if she still refused, it would be a bit hard to say. She had to give some face. Great Xin Jing. This is the first time you haven't refused me. Good, let's go. Let's go to restaurant number 3. Our Tang family funded and built it. You and your brother want to eat whatever you want to eat, just order it.
They're all world-class celebrity chefs. There's almost no dish they can't make, Tang Lei said excitedly. Wait. Tang Feng suddenly looked at Tang Lei and reached out his hand to take Tang Lei's pulse. Tang Lei was stunned, somewhat unable to understand what Tang Feng was about to do. A moment later, Tang Feng asked, "You're sick." What? Tang Lei was confused, not understanding why Tang Feng suddenly scolded himself, but he also reacted quickly, realizing Tang Feng's true meaning, and said in surprise, "Brother, you can still see patients?" "Will some." Tang Feng nodded. Yu Xinjing said as if showing off, "He's a very powerful doctor." In the past 2 days, she had also heard Tang Feng tell a lot of stories about the immortal Dr. Mountain, and knew that Tang Feng was the only heir to the immortal Dr. Mountain, so his medical skills were naturally very powerful. Really? That would be troublesome, but my disease is very difficult to cure. I have sort of visited famous doctors over the years, but unfortunately I have no clue. It doesn't matter if I can't be cured, I'm already used to it, Tang Lei said. Tang Feng shook his head. It's not that difficult, just a single needle is all that's needed. Take it as a thank you gift for taking care of Xin Jing. His words had 2 meanings. 1. It was indeed because Tang Lei hadn't helped Yu Xinjing much. Otherwise, just based on his understanding of Yu Xinjing, he definitely wouldn't have crossed paths with Tang Lei. In the second, he didn't want himself and Yu Xinjing to owe anyone a favor. Thank you then, if it can really make this persistent illness of mine better, our Tang family will definitely have heavy gifts to thank you. Tang Lei was inexplicably a little excited. He had this problem since he was a child. Just like the consumptive ghosts in movies and TV dramas, as long as the emotional behavior or louder voices would dry cough, and even sometimes would cough up blood, in addition to diet is even more painful. Can only eat some rice porridge and other light food. If you want to taste fresh, there will be the risk of vomiting more than blood. Tang Feng's hand suddenly shook. The silver needle in his hand unconsciously fell to the ground, a pair of eyes instantly cold. What? What's wrong? Tang Lei was initially a bit puzzled, but when his eyes locked with Tang Feng's, his body couldn't help but feel a gust of coldness, as if he was facing an extremely dangerous beast, and he would be devoured at any moment. Tang family? Which Tang family? Tang Feng asked indifferently. Tang Lei was stunned and immediately said, "Naturally, it's the Tang family, one of the 4 great families of High City." Bang! Tang Feng's foot suddenly collapsed the stone slab on the ground, his emotions uncontrollable for a moment, only relieving much of it after a few seconds had passed, his face revealing a coldness. "It's not enough for you to have said so earlier." As soon as the words fell, Tang Feng raised his hand and hit Tang Lei's face. Scram! What? Tang Lei was caught off guard, his heart even more questionable. "Good for nothing. Why did you hit him? Let me ask you, who is Tang Zhong to you?" Tang Feng asked in a cold voice. "He's my second uncle. Can't it be that you know him? But why did you hit me?" Tang Lei was puzzled and angry in his heart. "Is he the one in charge of the current Tang family?" Tang Feng asked again. "Naturally, after third uncle quit the Tang family, my father, although he was the eldest son, wasn't interested in family affairs, so second uncle became the head of the family." Tang Lei's tone grew impatient. Even though he was devoted to Xin Jing, he couldn't tolerate other people making a move on him for no reason. Expected. Get lost. Go back and tell Tang Zhong that his position is untenable, and it's time for the Tang family to be finished. Tang Feng snorted. "What do you mean? Even if you're Xin Jing's brother, you can't be this rude. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to leave," Tang Lei said indifferently. Tang Feng's eyes were filled with sarcasm. "Sure enough, this is the virtue of the Tang family, but you had nothing to do with what happened back then, and Tang Mao also stayed out of it. I won't bother with you too much. Go back and tell Tang Zhong that Tang Feng is back, and he's coming back to kick him out of the position of the family head, and he's also going to destroy the Tang family, which he regards as his heart and soul." Tang Feng. Tang Lei's body jolted when he heard this name. This name, so familiar. He had heard it before, and more than once. From what he heard from the family, there was a traitor in the Tang family who had to marry a small family woman from out of town, which was just as well, but even more so, he had leaked the secrets of the Tang family to outsiders, and had been expelled from the Tang family afterward. And this person had a son called Tang Feng. "You're Tang Feng, your third uncle's son? Impossible. Impossible. You're obviously no longer in Haichang. Haven't you been in jail?" Tang Lei's eyes were filled with incredulity. Chapter 59, Coach Wildfist. Also for your information, you are already very sick. Medicine and stone are hard to cure. Go back and wait for death. There are not a few days of fast time left. This is no one's fault. If you want to blame, it's your good father, who knew that my father was falsely accused, but chose to be careful. That's right in itself. But unfortunately, I'm a very careful person. Tang Feng sneered.
Tang Lei had a disoriented look on his face as he turned to leave. In the twinkling of an eye,
the eyes changed and became shadowy. There was also hatred.
Actually, Tang Lei isn't a bad person, Yu Xinjing said. I don't know whether people are bad or not, but people are unlucky, and it's his fault that he was born in the Tang family, born at the knee of Tang Mao. Tang Feng didn't have the slightest bit of intolerance in his eyes. With his father's death, his and his mother's loneliness, what was losing his life? He wasn't some abusive person. Even if Tang Mao wasn't the culprit who framed his father, there was no reason for him to be the one to heal. Tang Feng wasn't hungry. He could always go without food if nothing unexpected happened. But when he was at the immortal healer mountain, he had once heard his eldest brother say something like, cultivate the path of cultivation, don't cultivate the path of heartlessness. Even if you fly up in the white sun someday, don't forget that you used to be a human being, an ordinary human being. Regarding this sentence, Tang Feng thought deeply. Although by virtue of the replenishment of aura he would be able to stop being hungry and stop sleeping, he didn't want to forget that he was a human being. Dining hall number 1. This was the dining hall that most students frequented. Not for him, the food wasn't considered to be that tasty, but it won out because of the affordable price. Xin Jing is here. Still eating the same old thing? Good. I'll give you more rice. Auntie at window number 1 originally had a bitter face. Working, which is not annoying, but after seeing Yu Xinjing immediately revealed a smile. So beautiful. Good grades and well-behaved students. Who can not like it? Don't money. Not already said it. Jing, you want to eat what you eat every day. Don't need to be so frugal. This age is the need to replenish the nutrition. As for the meal fee, school has given you a full exemption. See, Yu Xinjing wanna give money. The first window of the aunt shook her head. Yu Xinjing turned back and said, no auntie, today my brother is also there. This money should be given. Oh, auntie at window number 1 was stunned, inclined her head to look at Tang Feng behind Yu Xinjing, and said curiously, is this your brother? Then she changed her face like a Sichuan opera face changer, and said with a little bit of meanness, TSK, leaving home without saying a word for so many years. You don't even recognize him. Where have you been for so many years? You don't even care about your own sister. Tang Feng was stunned, but didn't retort. Consider it as taking it on for eldest senior brother. What's to eat? Auntie window 1 asked. Just the same as Xin Jing. Tang Feng said. He wasn't a picky eater. Never picky as long as he could eat. It's rather as good to feed as Xin Jing. Auntie at window number 1 skimmed her lips and handed Tang Feng the same as Yu Xinjing's portion, until Tang Feng walked out a long way away. Her mouth was still muttering something, and Tang Feng with his powerful divine sense and perception naturally heard the content. Back then, looking at the family's hard times, he left his own sister without saying a word, and now that he knows that Xin Jing's grades are good, and that she'll definitely have a big future in the future, he knows to come back to enjoy the blessings. Tang Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Standing from the perspective of the eldest senior brother, he could completely understand. After all, in that situation at that time, if one didn't have enough strength, one would be just as unable to take care of Yu Xin Jing. But from Yu Xin Jing's point of view, he could understand even more. At an age when one has no one to rely on, one's only relative suddenly leaving, not a single message for over 10 years, anyone else would have complaints. Auntie Liang is this nature. In the past and I was a neighbor. Also often take care of me. You do not care too much. Yu Xinjing said. It can't be helped. Who let me assume the identity of the eldest brother? What he said is right. The eldest brother should indeed be scolded. Tang Feng smiled and said. Didn't you say that he has bitter feelings? Yu Xin Jing retorted. He, as expected of a close sibling? Yesterday you were so dissatisfied with him, but today you're starting to speak for eldest senior brother. Tang Feng teased. Yu Xin Jing blushed and lowered her head to eat. No longer speaking. AI. Tang Feng suddenly sighed. When there is a day, I will take you to see eldest senior brother. He has indeed suffered a lot over the years, many times between life and death. Everyone wants to cultivate into immortality, but cultivation is not that simple. Thoughts did not know when it drifted to where, and just at this time, the originally noisy environment in the year suddenly quieted down, followed by the sound of crunching footsteps. Looking up, Situ Hongying pinched her waist and looked at him with a smug expression. Why is it you again? Tang Feng felt a headache. Originally, for Situ Suzheng's face, Tang Feng didn't want to bother too much with Situ Hongying, but if Situ Hongying didn't want to spare her own horse, he wouldn't mind helping Situ Suzheng teach this bossy granddaughter a lesson. Afraid? Apologize to me if you're afraid. I want you to kneel down and apologize to me in front of so many people. Otherwise I will never forgive you. Situ Hongying said triumphantly. Nerve. Tang Feng shook his head and stood up to move his body. However, his movements looked like he was about to take action against himself in Situ Hongying's eyes. Seeing this, Situ Hongying backed up and once again nearly fell to the ground.
but fortunately there were 2 sturdy bodyguards who helped her up.
Miss, is that him?
Zhao Qing loosened his tendons and bones,
Clicking them,
and his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Tang Feng.
just him? Thought it was some kind of goods. This small physique.
I don't know if he can stay conscious after resisting one of his punches.
That's him, Zhao Cheng. You must help me out.
If this young lady is happy, I'll let you become my Situ family's guest secretary, with a 10-fold increase in treatment,
Situ Hongying said.
When Zhao Qing heard this, his face was filled with excitement. It was really generous. This silly girl, if she was in the past, she would definitely be a foppish young master, the kind that could lose her family's fortune in one night.
Immediately, he clasped his fists and assured, "Don't worry, miss. I must give this kid to beat the teeth." After saying that, he also took off his suit, revealing the strong muscles inside. As if provoking, Situ Hongying was satisfied. Squinting at Tang Feng, "How about it? Scared? He's the coach of the Mad Fist martial arts school, an innate expert, you know? I believe you. A turtle. Don't know what an innate expert is. Let me tell you clearly. An innate expert can beat you from the east of Haichang to the west of Haichang, and can make your life worse than death. It's still not too late if you apologize to me." Situ Hongying had a smug look on his face, like he was waiting to see Tang Feng's cringing expression and then respectfully kneel down to apologize to himself. However, the truth was diametrically opposite to what she had imagined. Snap! Without hesitation, Tang Feng left a slap mark on Situ Hongying's face and said impatiently, "I can give Situ Sujing face not to bother with you too much about you bullying Xin Jing, but it looks like you're not very appreciative." Situ Hongying was dumbfounded by the slap. Zhao Qing was also blinded. He hadn't thought that Tang Feng would dare to make a move on Situ Hongying in front of himself. He was too fat with guts. Weren't he afraid of people? "Kid, you're also too arrogant. How dare you take a shot at MS? Hongying, let's see how I'll teach you a lesson. Go for me. I want him to die. Cripple him and beat him to death." Situ Hongying hissed with all her might. Without her needing to say anything, Zhao Qing had already rushed towards Tang Feng, his huge fist pushing straight towards Tang Feng's face. However, Tang Feng just sidestepped and easily dodged it, and held down Zhao Qing's hand and put it inside the boiling hot soup. Even though Zhao Qing was an innate expert, he was still just a mortal flesh, and instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, followed by a hiss of pain. I want you to die." Chapter 60, Too Much. Zhao Qing's eyes showed blood, anger to the extreme. He has some hands is true, but the pretense is also true. This kind of pain where to stand? Tang Feng laughed coldly, did not put Zhao Qing in the eyes, raised his hand in a fist while Zhao Qing's fist stopped, and pulled down. Zhao Qing's strength is not enough, coupled with the anger washed out of the mind. The body is uncontrollable to the downward collision, and on the ground was a trash can, crashing into some of the students' unfinished meals and some of the garbage. The stench was unbearable. "This is hungry?" Tang Feng sneered. Zhao Qing raised his head in a sorry state. His feet tripped over the table leg again, and with his head tilted back, he crashed into Situ Hongying, who was standing behind him. "You punk!" Situ Hongying kicked Zhao Qing's body. Although Zhao Qing had a bellyful of fire, he didn't dare to spill it on Situ Hongying's body, and charged at Tang Feng again like a savage bull. To say that he was in the end an innate expert, although a bit flimsy, his strength was still there. A punch was thrown down, but it was nimbly dodged by Tang Feng. "Are you only able to dodge? Have the guts to fight me head on," Zhao Qing said in annoyance. Tang Feng snorted. "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. If I strike, you may not be able to carry it." Or he didn't want to fight Zhao Qing, but he just wanted to free up some time for Yu Xin Jing to stay away from him, so that he wouldn't be mistakenly injured. Glancing at Yu Xin Jing's position, Tang Feng nodded. "Want to get beaten up, right? Success. Satisfy you. Today, you can't run away." Zhao Qing forced Tang Feng down with a sweeping kick, followed by a punch, the fist blade tigerish, carrying a wisp of blistering wind. Bang! Tang Feng didn't dodge this time, but instead threw a punch to meet Zhao Qing head on. Die! Zhao Qing's face eased a lot, finally catching this guy. With his force, Tang Feng would be crippled if not dead this time. But before he could see Tang Feng being beaten by himself, a sharp pain surged to his heart from the fist blade. This level of pain, it was hard to describe. At this moment, Zhao Qing only felt his throat was a bit dry, opening his mouth to wail twice to ease his own pain, but he found that a single sound couldn't be sent out. "Is your fist made of cotton?" Tang Feng said disdainfully. Although he had never put Zhao Qing in his eyes, he was more or less surprised after the head-on battle. This was an innate expert? Compared to Wang Lin, it seemed to be much weaker. "I'm afraid that Zhu Ziming of the Zhu family could come and hang Zhao Qing with one hand. The truth of the matter is that it's all about the truth of the matter. In short, it was false." "Zhao Qing, are you good or not? How come our Situ family raised you as a punk? How come it's such a struggle to get you to help me out? If you can't even beat him, what do I need you for?" Situ Hongying's mood became even more upset seeing this scene.
Zhao Qing felt bitter. From that punch he clearly realized that Tang Feng wasn't as simple as he looked.
He must be an innate expert's strength as well.
And it was even purer compared to an innate expert like him who advanced by taking various medicinal soups.
No, we must beat this guy down. This opportunity must not be let go.
Thinking of Situ Hongying's promise to himself, Zhao Qing immediately rekindled his fighting spirit.
That was the position of Situ family's guest secretary. Wherever he went in the future he would be considered to have a backer, and his future would be even brighter.
Kid, just prepare to be my stepping stone. A fierce light flashed in Zhao Qing's eyes. To be able to become a coach of the Mad Fist Martial School, he naturally had a certain amount of strength.
However, Tang Feng simply didn't give him this opportunity.
Lifting his leg and kicking Zhao Qing out,
rolling all the way out of the restaurant. Among the onlookers, there were also students with good eyesight, who could see that the fight between the two was a completely crushing battle. Even if Zhao Qing was more serious, he couldn't hurt Tang Feng a hair, and Tang Feng just slightly shot.
Zhao Qing had no chance to fight back.
Miss, this person's strength is definitely a half-step sect master.
Zhao Qing walked over with a wretched,
shivering face, not even having the courage to look at Tang Feng.
Situ Hongying said without a trace of anger,
"You still have the face to say, what's the use of our Situ family raising you? Aren't you great when you brag about it on weekdays?
Not useful at all when it really comes in handy." Zhao Qing's face was suffocated into a pig's liver color, but he couldn't think of how to retort. It was reasonable to say that an innate expert was already considered relatively good in the group of martial artists, but it was a pity that he had met this monster.
Tang Feng, as the saying goes, there's no such thing as a second time. Even if you're Situ Suzheng's granddaughter, I can't let you leave so easily.
Tang Feng slowly walked towards Situ Hongying, but Situ Hongying was pleasantly unafraid, like she still had some kind of card.
But Tang Feng didn't give Situ Hongying the slightest chance.
Hitting Situ Hongying's face left and right, Zhao Qing wanted to make a move to block, but lost all courage when he saw Tang Feng. The other bodyguard was much more competent. After reacting the first time to block in front of Situ Hongying, of course, he also knew that Zhao Qing was not Tang Feng's opponent, let alone him, so he moved up a chair from the side and smashed it at Tang Feng.
Whirlwind. The bodyguard quickly pulled Situ Hongying into the crowd. Naive. Tang Feng shook his head. Swoosh swoosh. Two silver needles accurately pierced through the crowd and hit the bodyguard and Situ Hongying. At once,
the duo stood straight in place as if they had been cast with a fixation spell.
After removing the silver needle, Situ Hongying saw Tang Feng, who was close at hand, and sat down on the ground as her legs went limp. With the shelter of the Situ family name, this was the first time she had encountered someone like Tang Feng, and all of her previous dependencies were all invalidated. Tang Feng was like an omnipotent god, causing a deep sense of powerlessness to rise in her heart. Stop! Right at this moment, a loud shout rang out, only to see a group of people pouring in at the entrance of the restaurant. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and Mediterranean hairstyle rushed over and cursed. "Are you the one who bullied Hongying? How dare you? Who gave you the courage to sow your wild oats in Hailan High School? And who gave you the courage to dare make a move against the Situ family?" The crowd all looked sideways. It's Situ Naruto. Surprisingly, it's him who came. This old boy is the most protective. I remember last month when the commendation meeting was held. Situ Hongying beat up Yu Xinjing in front of so many students and leaders, but this old boy said it was in jest, and stiffly suppressed it. More than that, see this old boy, I'm angry. Just because the test when my girlfriend did not give Situ Hongying pass the answer. After the class Situ Hongying blocked my girlfriend in the bathroom, and now there are scars on the face. I complained to the principal. The result, the principal also did not dare to offend Situ Mingren. This matter will not be settled. Damn, do ordinary people like us deserve to be bullied? From the discussion of the surrounding students, it was not difficult to see that Situ Naruto's reputation in Hailan High School was not good either. But it was only in the way of the Situ family's majesty that dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. Chapter 61. What's his name? Eldest uncle. You can finally come. If I come a little later, do I still have the life to go back to see Grandpa? Situ Hongying's face was full of grievances, and her tone was mixed with complaints. As Situ Suzheng's favorite granddaughter, she did have the courage to speak to Situ Mingren like this. Don't worry Hongying, anyone who bullies you, none of them will be good today. Big uncle will help you out. Situ Mingren said. Whirlwind. Without warning, he punched Tang Feng, but Tang Feng's reaction was even faster, unceremoniously kicking Situ Naruto several meters away. I've long heard that the Situ family's people are all short-tempered, and now it seems to be true. It doesn't matter what their temper is like, but if they indiscriminately bully others with their power, I feel the need to rectify the family's style for Situ Suzheng, Tang Feng said indifferently. Situ Mingren's heart was stilled by Tang Feng's reaction speed and force, but even more so, he couldn't stand that someone would dare to resist him, and looked at Tang Feng angrily. You dare to hit someone. Do you know what place this is? Just by you. You also have the qualification to rectify the family style for the head of the family. Your breath is too big, be careful of flashing your waist. Come on people, arrest him for me. In addition, there's a student named Uxin Jing, say it. By the decision of the board of directors, you've already been expelled. Pack up your things and leave Hailan High School at once. We don't need this kind of student in Hailan High School. Tang Feng snorted and scanned the people around him. Most people were more indifferent, especially the students, who even had expressions of anticipation, as if they couldn't wait to see Tang Feng brutally beat up Situ Naruto as well. Mr. Naruto, I'm afraid this matter is a misunderstanding, a man with a square face and graying temples said. He was the principal of Hailan High School, although he didn't occupy many shares, but his management ability was very strong. Under his governance, Hailan High School had once become a strong school in High City and even several neighboring provinces, and every year there were a large number of students who got into famous schools all over the world, and his prestige in the hearts of the students was extremely high. Huang Lang, let you come as not let you say this kind of nonsense. You do not see? My Situ family has been beaten up. What kind of misunderstanding can there be? If you're quite the peacemaker, play aside while you can. You think you can talk to me like this just because I let you be the principal? Let me tell you, whether you can be the principal or not, our Situ family has the final say. Situ Mingren said in a domineering manner. Huang Lang frowned. It doesn't matter whether I can be this principal or not. The big deal is that you guys will just have a board meeting afterwards to remove me. I don't have any second thoughts, but on a matter of fact note, although this gentleman did beat up student Hong Ying, which is wrong, I have likewise heard something that the cause of this incident, student Hong Ying, likewise had a part to play in this incident, and as this gentleman is Xin Jing student's older brother, in the face of her people bullying his own sister, it is reasonable for him to do something impulsive. Of course, if Naruto-san must be punished, it will be the major 30 slaps, and Red Ing student will have to bear the responsibility as well. Situ Naruto's face turned vicious. Huang Lang, what do you mean? To go against my Situ family? Do you have the strength? The board of directors are almost all people from my Situ family and Tian Yuan group, and Tian Yuan group is friendly with my Situ family. Do you think it's up to you? Huang Lang's face didn't change, and he seemed to have a great deal of backbone as he said indifferently. Situ family or Tian Yuan group, since I'm still this principal, I'm qualified to speak. Furthermore, the Tian Yuan group may not agree with you. The gazes of the crowd couldn't help but look at the other few board members. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses that revealed a gentle and elegant temperament held up his glasses and said with a smile, I do have a different opinion, although Mr. Tang had his hands on Mr. Hong Ying, but there were reasons, extenuating circumstances, and as far as I know didn't lay too heavy a hand on him. On the contrary, Mr. Hong Ying's heart is in the wrong place, provoking Mr. Tang over and over again. Mr. Tang can't stand it. It's more reasonable, what Naruto said about arresting Mr. Tang and expelling Mr. Xin Jing, is too much. We on the side of the Tian Yuan group do not support. With these words, everyone was in shock. Who didn't know that the Tian Yuan group and Situ family wore the same pants? While the Tian Yuan group usually didn't participate in the management of Hailan High School, and the Tang family's shareholding was too small, thus creating the phenomenon of the Situ family's dominance. But now, the Tian Yuan group's shareholders in Hailan High School were going against the norm, and practically sang against Situ Songren with a degree of unreasonableness. It was inevitably a little too unbelievable. Naruto Sito looked at the I-Man with equal surprise. Why? What do you guys mean? Nothing. Besides, Mr. Naruto, I advise you to stop at the right moment. Don't get yourself into trouble. You know clearly what kind of character Hong Ying-san has. You know, maybe one day she will cause great trouble for the Situ family. The I-Man said with a light laugh. Situ Naruto fell silent. The I-Man's words obviously contained deep meaning. He wasn't stupid. He could hear it. This person called Tang Feng. Couldn't it be that he was a big shot that came out from somewhere? So much so that even the Tian Yuan group felt that they couldn't be messed with. At this moment when Situ Mingrun was silent, Situ Hongying couldn't hold back any longer, letting out a loud roar. What's wrong? What's wrong in the end? Everyone is going against me today. Elder uncle, I don't care. You have to help me take out my anger. Just as you said, arrest him for me and escort him to Situ family. I want to personally retaliate. And you Xin Jing, must be fired. Situ Mingrun's face was helpless. My little aunt, you can't really cause me a huge trouble. Otherwise the old man there can't explain. In normal times, no matter how rude and unreasonable Situ Hongying was, he would help deal with it, favoring without reason. But today, the attitude of Tian Yuan Group's side made her a little creeped out, not daring to say or do anything rashly anymore. Let's do it this way. I'll give your grandfather a call first, Situ Mingrun said. Situ Hongying was furious, but there was no better way. The phone didn't connect for a few times, but Situ Mingren had no choice. Without telling Situ Suzheng about this, he really didn't dare to offend Tang Feng again. Finally, the phone went through. From over there came Situ Suzheng's angry growl. What for? What are you doing? Want your father to die so badly, don't you? Master, it's like this. There's a matter that needs to be reported. Without your words, I don't dare to make a decision. Situ Naruto said stiffly. He knew that no matter what the outcome was, going home today would definitely be no good. Speak. I'd like to hear what kind of good fart you can put out. Situ Suzheng said without a good mood. In the Ming Shanju family, he was stimulated. He was practicing martial arts in seclusion. He was in the critical moment but was disturbed by Situ Mingren. He was having a belly full of fire. Tang Feng shook his head. It's better to let me say it. What for? What's the matter with you? Situ Naruto chortled. Snap. There was a sudden strange sound on the other side of the phone. Boss, you? Who's talking? Situ Suzheng's brain was dizzy. He seemed to have heard a familiar voice. Ah, father, I was about to tell you. Situ Mingren told the beginning and end of everything. Of course, filtering and dangling many of Situ Hongying's wrongdoings, completely portraying Tang Feng as a perverted, violent, and unreasonable person. But Situ Suzheng didn't care about this at all. Tell me, what's his name? Tang Feng. Chapter 62. This is your last chance. Ha? Naruto Sito couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Didn't you hear what I said? I said who was talking and what was his name. Situ Suzheng's tone became urgent. He felt that the voice just now was very familiar, and for some reason, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Tang Feng? I know. He's called Tang Feng. Grandpa, you have to take the lead for your granddaughter. This person is arrogant and domineering, completely unlikable. It's the girl called Yu Xinjing that I said is Yu Xinjing's older brother, the same inferior person. Situ Hongying seemed to have found her backbone. Crying and wailing, she wanted to tell the process of how Tang Feng beat her today and how she was aggrieved. But just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Situ Suzheng. Tang Feng? Are you sure? His name is Tang Feng? Situ Suzheng people were numb. In his heart, he prayed that he only hoped it was two people with the same name. If it really was Wind Sage, then he would be in big trouble. He was still thinking of finding a chance to flatter Tang Feng, but he mustn't give offense first. Right, Grandpa? He's Tang Feng. Could it be that you know Grandpa? Did this guy offend your old man a long time ago? Situ Hongying asked. Situ Mingren on the side had already slowed down and felt bad. He quickly signaled for silence. Don't add fuel to the fire. Master Situ, you should have heard my voice, Tang Feng said faintly. Finished. Situ Suzheng could be sure that the other party was the Wind Sage he knew when he heard these words, and a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground and died completely. Shut up. Who gave you the guts to call my grandfather by his name? It's simply audacious. Grandfather, are you free now? Hurry up and come to Hailan High School for a bit. This country bumpkin is quite capable of fighting. That punk Xiao Qing isn't an opponent at all, Situ Hongying said. Situ Suzheng took a deep breath. The expression on his face changed. He didn't know if he was crying or laughing. Finally he raised his courage and made up his mind. Hongying, you are really a good boy. And the next second the picture changed suddenly. You can really give me trouble. I don't care what the reason is. Now immediately make amends and apologize to Mr. Tang, and I don't care if you use any method. You must obtain Mr. Tang's forgiveness. Otherwise you also don't blame Grandpa for being heartless, and expelling you from the Situ family. If Mr. Tang doesn't forgive you, then you have nothing to do with my Situ family. Even though Situ Suzheng doted on this granddaughter, he had to give it up for the sake of the Situ family. Otherwise, it would only bring the Situ family even more trouble. What? Situ Hongying froze, even wondering if there was something wrong with her ears. Grandpa had actually asked her to make amends and apologize to Tang Feng, and to expel herself from the Situ family? Situ Mingren also froze. Although he vaguely guessed that Tang Feng was a big deal, he didn't expect it to be so much of a deal. Otherwise the old man would never have given such an order to Situ Hongying. It seemed, for fear that if Tang Feng wasn't satisfied, he would cause the entire Situ family to go to the land of doom. Hongying, I'll say it one last time. Do whatever it takes. Use every method to obtain Mr. Tang's forgiveness. Otherwise, Grandpa can't help you. This time, you are in big trouble. Situ Suzheng was filled with helplessness. Situ Hongying was somewhat unable to accept it for a moment, his worldview collapsing at this moment. Isn't it just a country bumpkin? Isn't it just Yu Xin Jing's brother? What kind of big shot could it be that would make Grandpa have such a big reaction, even going so far as to give himself up? No, you guys wait for me, I'll come over personally, Situ Suzheng suddenly said. He realized that he just saying it over the phone was simply not enough to show his sincerity and apology, and he would even miss a chance to get closer and face-to-face with Tang Feng. After saying that, he didn't hang up the phone, but listened to the movement over there. While straightening his clothes,
Although he was sweating, he pressed on with no intention of taking a shower, and immediately called his driver to drive to Hylon High School. Not much time. Then he ran to the No. 1 restaurant in big strides, scanning through the crowd in a hurry, and even used the crowd as a springboard to leap over after seeing Tang Feng. Mr. Tang, Situ Suzheng said smilingly. When there were no outsiders he called Feng Shang, but with so many people here, as the head of the Situ family, and even a generation of masters, he naturally still wanted some face. You'll see for yourself. Tang Feng shrugged. Anyway, I've already given her many chances, but as the saying goes, there's again and again, but not again and again, and I don't have much patience. What are you arrogant about? Grandpa, why are you so polite to him? I'm Hong Ying Ah, your most favored granddaughter. He hit me more than once today. What kind of bullying has he put me through? Aren't you the one who will do it for me? Situ Hongying said. You shut up. Situ Su Zhang had a headache. This girl, really spoiled by herself. It's all this time and still can't distinguish the situation. Can't you see that you're all about to return a smile to Tang Feng? Finished speaking, he said to Tang Feng, Mr. Tang, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation for this today. Situ Suzheng didn't want to know what happened, and didn't care who was right and who was wrong. He only knew that Tang Feng didn't look too good, and only knew that Situ Hongying's brash character must have done something to upset Tang Feng, and said bad words. Situ Hongying, didn't you hear what I just said? Now apologize to Mr. Tang immediately. This is your last chance. I don't. Who am I to apologize to him? Clearly I'm the victim. He's the one who hit me. Situ Hongying's face was defiant. The others present looked at each other, their hearts as clear as a mirror. Where was Tang Feng hitting Situ Hongying? It was clearly Situ Hongying who wanted to make a move against Tang Feng, but was not an opponent at all. But Situ Hongying does not care about these. She was spoiled by Situ Suzheng since childhood, and now she only wants to let Situ Suzheng to help herself out. She does not understand. Situ family power cannot help a Tang Feng? Grandpa Situ Suzheng is even a grandmaster realm martial artist. Can't he still beat a Tang Feng? Snap, snap, snap. Situ Suzheng's face was dark as he slapped Situ Hongying 3 times in a row. Although he didn't use his full strength, the force wasn't too small, and he knocked out 2 of Situ Hongying's teeth, and his entire face was red and swollen. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air at the sight, their eyes filled with shock. Who in the entire high city didn't know that Situ Su Zhang was extremely fond of Situ Hongying? But now, there was no mercy at all. They couldn't help but look at Tang Feng, speculating on what kind of god this person was, that he made Situ Su Zhang not even dare to mess with him. Not enough, Tang Feng said coldly. Situ Suzheng didn't show the slightest bit of displeasure. He knew in his heart that this matter definitely wasn't that easy to fool around with. So he said to Situ Hongying, now, do you understand? I don't understand. Situ Hongying had a stubborn face. At those words, Situ Suzheng's face was completely gloomy, and said without emotion, from now on, you are no longer a member of the Situ family. In the future, you will be left to fend for yourself. Chapter 63, Liquidation. What? Why? How did this happen? Grandpa, why are you doing this? Situ Hongying was struck by lightning after hearing this, and her body could not help but tremble. It was like a dream. How could she not have thought that her grandpa, who favored her the most, would expel her from the Situ family? Why? You know it in your own heart, and it is precisely because I am too good to you that I have developed your arrogant and domineering character. Although I know that there might be such a day, Grandpa is confident that he will be able to help you cover your ass. But it's not good for you to mess with anyone but Mr. Tang. This is also your own destiny. Situ Su Zhang shook his head and said, do some soul-searching, it's not all bad for you. Finished speaking, he also couldn't help but shake his head. It couldn't be helped. Who let Situ Hongying offend Tang Feng? It was better if he punished than if Tang Feng did it. It's a bit lighter, but for the sake of Elder Situ, then it ends here. Tang Feng shook his head and said, thank you Mr. Tang for understanding. Situ Su Zhang snorted. Situ Mingren breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that he had only punished Situ Hongying and had nothing to do with himself. It was just that he had just raised his head when he saw Tang Feng looking at himself, his 4 eyes facing each other. At once, a sense of foreboding rose in Situ Mingren's heart. It's just that I'm saying that the punishment for her ends here. The rest of the people's accounts haven't been settled yet, Tang Feng said. Situ Suzhen was stunned and said busily, just say whoever Mr. Tang sees as unpleasant. Even if it's someone from my Situ family, I will never be soft. The words just fell. Situ Mingren was so frightened that his legs shook like a sugar sieve, uncontrollably kneeling down in Tang Feng's direction, cold sweat raining down like rain. This, Mr. Tang, just now it was me who got carried away. Still, please forgive Mr. Tang. Wow. The students around him were in an uproar when he knelt down. They even wondered if their eyes were blurred. To see that Situ Mingren, who had always been tyrannical and engaged in one-liners in the school,
indiscriminately favoring Sito Hongying, had actually knelt down.
This kind of show of weakness was the first time I had seen it.
TSK. It seems that Sito Mingren and Sito Hongying have kicked the iron plate this time.
One has been expelled from the Sito family.
One knelt down to accept the punishment. I see. The end is not much better. Really damn relief.
This old boy also have afraid of the time, but also fortunately you Xin Jing's brother big head. Otherwise, today may have to eat more big losset. Hope you Xin Jing's brother do not be this old boy momentary show of weakness to deceive to.
Must be a good cure him.
Oh, don't worry.
Don't you guys realize that you Xin Jing's brother is a solid and ruthless character? If you do someone else, even if Situ Su Zhang is willing to give face,
I'm afraid that it will be more trouble than it's worth to reveal the past.
But you Xin Jing's brother is not a bit soft. I think Situ Mingren's end will only be more miserable.
It will never be without a problem.
The people present were all gloating.
Tang Feng shrugged and said,
Elder Situ heard it too. This isn't me being nosy.
That's for sure.
Situ Su Zhang nodded,
and with a serious face,
he looked at Situ Mingren and said, You, from now on, will no longer be the second in command of the Situ family. Your inheritance rights are gone,
and all of your shares in Hailan High School will be withdrawn, and you will face the wall for half a year.
This punishment could not be described as heavy.
No, don't, father. I know I'm wrong and am willing to accept the punishment, but
this punishment is a bit too heavy. Situ Mingren was shocked. He didn't understand. Even if Situ Suzhen wanted to punish himself due to Tang Feng's face, he didn't need to be so ruthless. What was the difference between this and expelling him from the Situ family?
During the half year of facing the wall,
other people in the family would surely occupy his position, and at that time, he would be left with nothing. However, Situ Suzheng was ignoring him. Situ Mingren instantly realized that at this moment, begging Situ Suzheng was useless. The one who could really make Situ Suzheng change his decision was Tang Feng. He knelt down to Tang Feng and said pitifully, Mr. Tang,
1,000 mistakes are all my fault.
I apologize to you. Please help me speak to my father. There is absolutely no next time for something like this. What you've lost is only material,
and you just mouthed the words to fire my sister, Tang Feng said in a cloudy manner. What he had decided, how could it be changed so easily?
Situ Mingren was stunned.
He was tempted to say that Yu Xinjing wasn't also not expelled.
And besides, what was the substance he lost?
It was the shares in Hailan High School.
It was the status in the Situ family.
It was the qualification to inherit the Situ Suzheng family head position in the future.
The two could not be compared at all. Alright, if you make any more noise,
you'll face the wall for 10 years, Situ Suzheng said in a bad mood.
Day in and day out.
There is no business, just know to cause trouble for himself.
Even if you cause trouble,
you've messed with Tang Feng.
Hai City is so big, so many people. How did you mess with Tang Feng?
To put it bluntly, it's also the fault of Situ Hongying and Situ Mingren's bad luck. They deserved it.
Situ Mingren's eyes widened, not daring to say another word. Turning around, Situ Suzheng changed his face. With a kind face, he walked to Yu Xinjing's face. You are student Yu Xinjing, right? I have heard of you. You are a good child with both good character and good education. Today's matter is their bad. If you have any dissatisfaction,
or have any request, just mention it.
Absolutely no second thoughts.
Where would Situ Suzheng care about small people who just excelled in their studies on a normal day? It was just that he didn't expect that Yu Xinjing was actually Tang Feng's sister.
This would be different. Actually, it's nothing, Grandpa. It's true that Hongying was wrong, but actually, when she hit me just now, I returned the favor, so it's sort of like we don't owe each other anything. Yu Xin Jing said. Don't you dare to be hypocritical there, Yu Xin Jing. I swear, sooner or later I will get back at you for the grudge between you and me. This is not over, Situ Hongying said resentfully. Snap. Situ Suzheng had a face of hatred, and fiercely slapped Situ Hongying. The force was enough to make Situ Hongying faint and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. This indisputable granddaughter, not only are people not pursuing the matter, they are even helping her with a good word. How dare she show her teeth, looking for death. Elder, for your sake, I don't want to make a scene, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I don't want to leave a threat to Xin Jing, Tang Feng said indifferently. Situ Suzheng was shocked in his heart. He looked at Situ Mingren and waved his hand and said, What are you still standing around for? Send Hongying away, leave Hai City and never come back.
Situ Mingren had already resigned himself to his fate at this point, naturally unwilling to find unnecessary trouble for himself.
He was busy nodding his head and answering yes, forcibly pulling Situ Hongying away,
leaving behind a crowd of dumbfounded people.
Chapter 64. My name is Tang too.
Seeing that there was no more hustle and bustle to watch, and also after the restaurant, the crowd gradually dispersed. Situ Su Zhang glanced at the board of directors of the parties. Dry cough. Several people also knew how it was and left individually. Wind Saint. Today this matter, you see, still satisfied. Cannot settle scores. Situ Su Zhang said with a smile, even though he was a handful of years old, and was even more renowned amongst the martial arts path for a long time. His mood at this time was also very apprehensive. It wasn't just that Tang Feng's medical skills were unrivaled, it was also that he was scared of being beaten. That time in the Shu family in Ning Mountain, Tang Feng had only slightly struck out, and had sent him flying 100 meters away, and judging by his Zongshi realm, Tang Feng's strength was at least that of a Grand Zongshi. There's one more thing. Tang Feng's face suddenly turned grim. Situ Su Zhang's heart thumped. He wouldn't really want to settle scores in the fall, would he? Hailan High School still has the Tang family meddling in it? Tang Feng asked. Situ Su Zhang was stunned. Slowly said, there is such a thing. Due to the special nature of Hailan High School, the four major families have a certain share, but it is the Tianyuan group that is the majority, followed by the Situ family, and the Tang family, a humble stream. What's the matter, Wind Sage? Is it possible that you have a grudge against the Tang family? When I say blood feud, do you believe me? Tang Feng said indifferently. Situ Su Zhang smiled, relieved, as long as it wasn't to find him in trouble. So he said, that's simple. Of the four great families, giving face to the Tang family counts them as one of the four great families. Not giving face, nothing. It's just that I don't know how the Tang family provoked you. Wind Saint, you really don't know how to die. Tang Feng shook his head and said, my surname is Tang. Situ Su Zhang fell silent. He somewhat didn't understand what Tang Feng actually meant. Listening to Tang Feng's words, it seemed like Tang Feng was also a member of the Tang family. But how could there be a blood feud? My father was falsely accused by the current Tang family head, Tang Zhong, and in the end, he was forced to leave the Tang family, and was silenced by the assassins sent by Tang Zhong. And if it wasn't for my mother's desperate attempts to protect me, I would have long since died at the hands of Tang Zhong. Tang Feng spoke in a flat tone, but Situ Su Zhan was clearly feeling the monstrous dense killing intent, but he still kept his mouth shut. As long as Tang Feng didn't have a precise meaning, he couldn't feel what Tang Feng wanted to do. After all, Tang Feng was always surnamed Tang. You discuss with Feng Tianxiong, step by step to uproot the Tang family's power. As for the rest, I'll do it myself, Tang Feng said. Situ Suzheng said cheerfully, this is simple. Don't worry, Sage Feng, leave it to me. Your breath is unstable. You've been practicing martial arts too much lately, Tang Feng suddenly said. Situ Su Zhan was stunned, his heart wildly happy. How could he not hear that Tang Feng meant to help him? So he hurriedly said, indeed, ever since he had been struck by Tang Feng, he could be said to have practiced martial arts without sleep, strengthening his body so much that even under a large truck speeding by, he could stop it with brute force. But the consequences of such a high intensity of martial arts practice is also extremely bad. Not only slow progress, tendons and veins are also greatly damaged. Although the help of Tang Feng's prescription is not too much damage, but it is also so that Situ Suzheng very headache. It was just as well that the cultivation speed was slow, but he was also injured. The loss was more than worth it. As you get older, your physical skills are bound to decline as well. At this rate, you'll be crippled if not dead. Tang Feng shook his head. Situ Suzhan let out a bitter smile. Who let him perfectly inherit the tradition of the Situ family, always liked to fight for power. Not to mention other aspects, martial arts must be number one. Although he also knew that it was very unrealistic to surpass Tang Feng, who was the heir to the immortal doctor sect. It would be unlikely for him to give up. Sit still. Tang Feng instructed Situ Suzheng to sit down and took out his silver needle. Regarding Tang Feng's words, Situ Suzheng did not have any doubts and honestly sat down. His mood was very excited, not expecting that he would also have the opportunity to experience the magical needle technique of the immortal doctor sect. Unlike the celestial three needles, what Tang Feng was using this time was the three flowers gathering, passing through needles. Even if Situ Suzheng's talent was limited, he could still raise the upper limit of his martial arts, and from then on, he could cultivate like a fish out of water, and the difficulty of breaking through the realm was also greatly reduced. Not long ago, Situ Suzheng was already sweating profusely. His body was covered with mist, especially the top of his head had a column of oil and mist, which gradually disappeared into Situ Suzheng's body under Tang Feng's guidance. Phew! Situ Suzheng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, only to feel refreshed and incomparable, as if transforming his body, raising his hands and feet have a strong power. Tang Feng frowned and said, your body is still too weak. You can only slightly strengthen your veins. On the surface it doesn't look like there's much of a difference, but it can exponentially increase your strength, the equivalent of you being a number 1 but being able to exert the power of a number 3, 4, etc. That's also the most you can do. Your body is ultimately a mortal body. You can't improve Titus.
otherwise you'll only get a backlash.
Situ Suzheng swung his fist and hit the table on the side. The table shattered in response to the sound, and a little bit of it turned into dust and dissipated. At once, his eyes lit up. Sure enough, he was much stronger, and although his realm was still the sovereign realm, he had a feeling that even if he encountered two sovereign realm martial artists making a joint strike, he would be able to stand undefeated, and could even win gradually with his endurance. Many thanks for the Wind Sage's favor, Situ Suzheng said respectfully. This was the real divine doctor. Just a few stabs with a silver needle, and the entire person had been transformed. Well, go back, don't forget what I explained to you. Tang Feng waved his hand and said. Situ Suzheng smiled and said, naturally, I won't forget. Don't worry Wind Sage, I'll talk to old Feng later. I'll make sure to do your bidding beautifully. With that, he turned around and left. You still know the Situ family's family head? Yu Xinjing's gaze flickered with a strange look. She realized that she couldn't understand Tang Feng more and more. Not only was he able to get Tian Yuan Group to give the status of 9 to 5, this kind of face could not be described as small. Originally thought that he merely had some favors with Tian Yuan Group, but never thought that even Situ family's Situ Suzheng, a man who had almost never shown his face in the public eye, and who had always shown himself as a lonely and arrogant figure, would be so respectful to Tang Feng. That kind of attitude. It's not like some favors can be explained clearly. There are also some. Fear. Yu Xinjing's curiosity about the immortal healer sect grew even greater, and at the same time, she also wanted to know how her brother was doing now, as the eldest senior brother. Even if it wasn't as good as the treatment of Tang Feng's immortal healer sect heir, it wouldn't be too much worse. And on that note, Yu Xinjing was more or less relieved. You go to class. I'll pick you up later. Tang Feng shook his head and said. It was also really late. The class bell had already rung long ago, but Yu Xinjing was more worried that Situ Suzheng would be unfavorable to Tang Feng, which was why she stayed behind. High City, east of the city, Tang family. What did you say? Tang Feng, the son of that man, he's still alive? A man wearing a bathrobe and lying on a rocking chair with a casual look on his face sat up violently, reacting greatly. The other man's brows were furrowed, his face deep, not saying a word as he looked at the reporting Tang Lei. I can be sure it's true. No one would be willing to risk being hunted down by the Tang family to risk identifying themselves. Tang Lei said seriously. What did he tell you? Tang Zhong asked. This. He said he would exterminate the Tang family. Tang Lei said after thinking for a moment. Chapter 65. To hell with you. Bang. Tang Zhong slapped the table in front of him to pieces. His face grim. He's got a big mouth. Although the Tang family is gradually declining, it's not something a wild seed can shake up. Tang Lei's face was complex, hesitated for a moment and said. Second uncle. It's different. He gives me a very different feeling. What can be different? A wild seed is just a wild seed. Leaving the Tang family is nothing. I'm afraid that he is still worried about food and clothing. What qualifications can he have to shake the Tang family? Tang Zhong said disdainfully. Tang Lei shook his head and was about to say something, but then he saw that his father Tang Mao's eyes were not quite right and shook his head at him. Big brother. Xiao Lei has also grown up and has his own judgment. Let Xiao Lei speak. Tang Zhong waved his hand and said. Tang Mao smiled and said, elder brother, just afraid that little Lei is young and ignorant and said the wrong thing, and it's just his own personal judgment. Just listen to it, no need to take it to heart. How can I? Little Lei is the most promising child in our Tang family. Not only is his academic performance good, but he can even get that person's appreciation. His future is unlimited in the future. I'm afraid that I, as the head of the family, may not be able to compare all. Tang Zhong laughed. Hearing Tang Zhong comment like this, Tang Lei's waist straightened up, but Tang Zhong's face changed. A hint of scorn flashed in his eyes. Little Lei, you say, what can he be different? Tang Zhong said, it's like this second uncle. Tang Feng fought with Sito Hongying today. The school's security guards were threatened by Sito Hongying, but they were still unmoved, insisting that they refused to make a move on Tang Feng. I'm afraid there's something fishy about this, Tang Lei said. To know, Sito Hongying's character must have heard some of the second uncle, quite domineering. In Hailan High School is not less to do bullying things, but nay at Situ family's power no one dares to say anything. A mere few security guards, how can they dare to defy his words? Tang Zhong raised his eyebrows and said faintly, Little Lei, are you saying that Tang Feng's identity makes the security guards not dare to act rashly? Well, that's the only possibility, and the security guard even looked towards Tang Feng from time to time, obviously seeking Tang Feng's opinion. Furthermore, what is Hailan High School? It's impossible for idle people to get in. Even if he says he's Yu Xinjing's older brother, it's still the same. Tang Lei spoke eloquently about his opinion. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire himself a little. Seeing the problem and analyzing it with a hand, he thought that Tang Zhong must have appreciated him even more. And before long, he wouldn't be able to cede the position of family head to him. Tang Zhong fell into deep thought, stroking his chin, his gaze flowing over Tang Mao and Tang Lei's body, looking out the window from time to time, not knowing what he was thinking. Tang Mao suddenly spoke. Eldest, if it's really like what little Lei said, this Tang Feng really seems to have something to offer. You'd better make preparations early. Tang Zhong laughed. Eldest brother, you're the eldest brother and a member of the Tang family. Why don't you say what you think? This, Tang Mao smiled bitterly and shook his head. You know, I'm gifted with stupidity and I'm not good at strategizing, and it's also because of this so. Halfway through his words, Tang Mao realized that he had said a bit too much and hastily swallowed back the words that had reached his mouth. Indeed, because he was gifted and stupid, he couldn't manage the Tang family well. That's why the family headship was passed on to the oldest three, Tang Feng's father, but today's family head was Tang Zhong. As far as I know, Tang Feng's previous resume was very ordinary, just like a normal person, eating, sleeping, reading, going to school, graduating, and then becoming a doctor, and then squatting in jail because of medical malpractice. There's nothing strange about it, Tang Mao said. Tang Zhong smiled, only the smile was a bit eerie, just counting the time. If he wants to get out of jail it will still take a bit of time. Something must have happened during the time he wasn't in Haicheng. But no matter what happened, wanting to shake the Tang family, he doesn't have the qualifications yet, Tang Lei said. Second uncle, there has to be a way. Keeping Tang Feng out there is like a time bomb. It's not certain when it will explode. My opinion is that it's better to. The words didn't go on, but the meaning they wanted to express was already obvious. Tang Mao was stunned, looking at his son incredulously. How could he not imagine? This child that he had seen growing up, always simple. His mind was on learning. Now how did he become so hard-hearted and vicious? For another moment, he seemed to see something buried deep in Tang Lei's heart. That kind of thing, called ambition. Tang Mao could not help but be alarmed. His own son, when did he become a person like Tang Zhong? But, Tang Zhong had the heart and scheme, but Tang Lei did not have half. Even though Tang Lei got the appreciation of that person, but after all, it was delusion, not something substantial. What's more, Tang Zhong obviously also rose to Tang Lei's scorn because of this. Tang Mao did not dare to think about it anymore. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he was. What does little thunder mean? Tang Zhong asked with a smile. Tang Lei made a gesture. Kill. Ha ha. Tang Zhong couldn't help but let out a loud laugh after hearing this. Good, good. Worthy of being a descendant of the Tang family. I also mean the same thing. So let's put it this way. I see that little Lei. You're but much better than a few of us old guys. There's hope for the Tang family's future generations. In that case, how about I leave this matter to you? Tang Lei agreed with his mouth full. Don't worry, second uncle. This matter I guarantee to do it to your satisfaction. There won't be a single mistake. Hey, Tang Zhong sent words. Tang Lei on the set. Tang Mao in front of Tang Zhong face Yi Department of Good to say anything. Helpless sigh. Phew. Returning to the villa, Tang Feng sat on his butt on the sofa. Unexpectedly, already the foundation establishment stage he would also feel tired. Hailan High School's environment, although it is said to be good, but in the end, it is a school, and it is already close to the college entrance exams, and that depressing atmosphere makes him cannot help but think of the 3 years of his own nightmare of taking the nightmare. Eat something, I'll do it. Tang Feng rolled up his sleeves, ready to show off his cooking skills. Forget it, seeing as you're so tired, it's better if I do it, Yu Xinjing said, just in time. She was also ready to ask Tang Feng more about her brother after dinner. Suddenly, Tang Feng's phone rang. At a glance, it was Chi Hui calling. What's mother calling for? Tang Feng was stunned. Usually Chi Hui wouldn't call him on weekdays if there wasn't anything major. He quickly stood up, picked up the phone and asked, Hey mom, what's up? On the other end of the phone was a man's voice ringing out. You're Tang Feng, right? Tang Feng was instantly alert. Who are you? Where's my mom? That old thing. Don't worry, can't die. How about we meet and talk? The man said. Tang Feng's tone was grim. Yes, but I have to tell you, if my mom has a long or short life, even if she loses a hair, I'll let you go to the 18 layers of hell. Chapter 66, Danger. After hanging up the phone, Tang Feng picked up his jacket and draped it over his body before heading outside. What's wrong? Yu Xinjing asked. Something urgent. Eat at home by yourself. Try not to go out if there's nothing going on. If you have to go out, ask Huang Yin and the others to protect you. Tang Feng explained a couple sentences, while walking out of the villa. The location agreed upon by the other party was on the outskirts of the countryside, close to the Zhu family in Mingshan. He quickly contacted Zhu Shaoling, who had left a phone number the last time he was at the Mingshan Zhu family. Shaoling, quick, give the phone to Zhu Kaishan. Ah, good. Although Zhu Shaoling was a bit stunned, she still handed the phone to Zhu Kaishan at the first opportunity. Zhu Kaishan asked, Feng Sheng,
What is it, Elder? There's something I need your help with. Send your Zhu family's most skilled people to the location 3 kilometers to the north. My mother has been kidnapped. Remember, don't scare the snakes without my order. First figure out their specifics and then let me know. Tang Feng said. I understand. I'll personally lead people there. Zhu Kaishan's face was grave. After hanging up the phone, he had a brief moment of disorientation. Grandpa, what's wrong? What is it that Brother Feng wants to see you about? Zhu Shaoling asked curiously. It's over. Something big has happened. Shaoling, I'm going out for a bit later. Go tell Zhu Wen and the others to guard the Zhu family. Don't let anyone go out. Zhu Kaishan turned to leave after saying these words. His mouth still muttered. Damn. A group of tortoise strawbag bastards. Looking for death also don't return to a place. Have to be in Laozi's territory. This is not to find trouble for Laozi? In case that brat gets mad and involves my Zhu family, and lifts the Zhu family's manor as well, that would be an unmitigated disaster. Zhu Shaoling was unsure, but seeing Zhu Kaishan's face, she knew that the situation was a bit serious, and busily got up to find Zhu Wen and the others. Young Lu, I've already told him, he should be here soon. Why don't we make preparations? Downhill Tiger said with a smile. Lu Hui shook his head and said, that's not necessary. With you Lower Mountain Tiger, even if he Tang Feng has 3 heads and 6 arms, he's not to be feared. Besides, we have this old woman in our hands, so he wouldn't dare to be reckless. Downhill Tiger narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. In his heart, he said, it's not that easy. He has heard Tyrannosaurus Rex mention Tang Feng. Little King, Tyrannosaurus Rex can't last more than 3 strokes in Tang Feng's hands. What the hell is he? He dared to take down Lu Hui's request. One is Lu Hui this time is indeed a big deal. Opening is 5 million. Money moves the heart. The Lower Mountain Tiger is no exception. The second is that he Downhill Tiger can be famous in Haicheng. Relying on is never force, but brain. Kidnapping Qi Hui is what he did with his own hands. It is also necessary to set up some traps, so that it can be foolproof. He waved his hand. The small punks next to him immediately nodded and walked out. Who the hell are you guys? Why did you bring me here? Qi Hui asked. Old woman, what's the point of talking too much? Soon you'll know. The Lower Mountain Tiger chided. Qi Hui shook her head. After seeing Lu Hui more or less understood what happened, and begged, please don't make things difficult for Xiao Feng. Okay, Lu Xiao, that day was all because of me. It's all my fault. Don't blame Xiao Feng. If you have anger in your heart just punch me. Don't beat up on Xiao Feng's idea. Lu Hui said in a bad mood. Old woman, what do you think you are? Also worthy of making a deal with me? Lu Hui, let me tell you, today it's not just Tang Feng. You're the same. You all have to die. Don't. Lu Xiao, I beg you. You're a big man. Don't be general with us, please. Qi Hui pleads powerlessly. Lu Hui had a look of impatience, waved his hand and slapped Qi Hui's face. Asterisk off to the side. What time is it and still dare to talk to me about conditions? I'm not that magnanimous. Tell you what, how did Tang Feng treat me that day? I'll pay back 10-fold and 100-fold today. In short, in a word, he has to die today. Just then, Downhill Tiger kicked Lu Nan, who was lying on the ground like a dead man, and said, Young Lu, how to deal with this person? Kill. Lu Hui coldly grimaced. Lu Nan, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, was immediately scared and jumped up, kneeling in front of Lu Hui and said, No, don't Lu Xiao, just on the basis of the fact that I've also done a lot of things to help you. Spare me this dog's life. Humph, aren't you very mad? Didn't you scold me on the phone in the morning? You're mad. Continue to be mad. Gutless thing. Lu Hui sneered. Yes, I have no balls. Lu Xiao, have mercy. Let me go as a fart. Like this. In the future, whenever you have a use for me, I will never say anything. Money I don't want. I'll give up my life to help you. Okay? Lu Nan begged. Lu Hui looked at Lu Nan as if he was looking at a monkey. His eyes were full of teasing. Meaning you are willing to be my Lu Hui's dog? Yes, as a dog. It's my honor to be a dog for young Lu. Lu Nan said in a hurry. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Hui spat on Lu Nan's face. I poo. Being my son's dog, are you worthy of it? Didn't you say you were buried alive? Fine. I'll fulfill you. Downhill Tiger. When Tang Feng comes, bury them both alive together. Downhill Tiger nodded. No, don't. Lu Nan was about to cry, so scared that yellowish-white liquid oozed out from between his legs. He had never felt that death was so close to him, but he had experienced it twice in just these 2 days. Zhou Honghong, who just woke up, was equally scared, climbed to Lu Hui's front and said fawningly, Lu Xiao, you buried him but you can't bury me. Right. In the future I'll stay by Lu Xiao's side and serve you well. Said also revealed the chest scenery, rubbing Lu Hui's body. Lu Hui could not help but feel comfortable. This woman, really strong. Then Ding Yu is not bad. good you Lunan really will enjoy. However, even if he has the heart, Ding Yaya is dissatisfied.
A foot will Zhou Honghong kick to the side, get lost,
go to the grave to wave. What kind of person is Lu Xiao? How will he look at you, this kind of female dry goods? Later on, the two of you together will be buried alive. Well yes, later a piece of buried alive. Lu Hui nodded his head, but in his heart, he couldn't help but cast aspersions. Ding Yaya even had the face to say that Zhou Honghong is a female. The two of them have no good birds. Later on all of you will be buried alive. Anyway, he also wanted to kick off Ding Yaya a long time ago. This kind of woman, too ruthless, not likely to sell in one day. Lu Xiao, the money you gave can only help you tie up this old woman and get rid of Tang Feng. It doesn't include a few of them. Downhill Tiger laughed. Lu Hui gritted his teeth and secretly said asshole, but on his face, he said flatly, don't worry, you say a number, when the matter is accomplished and hit your account. Chapter 67 A Hornet's Nest. Oh, that's good. Although I, Lower Mountain Tiger, am greedy, but as long as I take your money, I will do my best to do your things. Lower Mountain Tiger said with a smile. Lu Hui nodded. It had to be said. Indeed, the Lower Mountain Tiger's efficiency is really high. Just half a day's work. Lu Nan and Zhou Honghong, Shi Hui were all arrested. Tang Feng will also throw himself into the net. It's better than giving the money to Lu Nan. That punk, not only the matter was not done, but also dared to insult himself. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound outside made everyone tense up. Quickly see what's going on. Is it Tang Feng coming? Lu Hui's face was a little panicked. This was an instinctive reaction. After being beaten by Tang Feng so many times, fear was already buried in his heart. Downhill Tiger said, don't worry, I've already made arrangements. It's easy for him to break in, but it'll be hard for him to get out. Hearing his assurance, Lu Hui was also much relieved. What man? The two punks at the door chortled. Tang Feng said indifferently, wasn't it you guys who told me to come? Yet you still have to ask my name. I see that you guys seem a bit familiar. You're Tang Feng? The two punks were startled. Unexpectedly, this guy really dared to come. Not a small amount of guts. Tang Feng looked familiar was right. The two of them used to be exactly Tyrannosaurus Rex's henchmen. And after the storm with Tang Feng they turned to Lower Mountain Tiger's command. Even though Tyrannosaurus Rex was dissatisfied with this betrayal, both Tyrannosaurus Rex and Lower Mountain Tiger were under the same person, so he couldn't afford to snap. Let us search you first before you can go in. Don't forget that your mom is still in our hands. Be honest with me, a gangster said. He was really afraid that Tang Feng was carrying some kind of weapon. This guy was so powerful without a weapon. If he carried a knife or something, this group of them wouldn't be wiped out. Furthermore, he was also afraid that Tang Feng would use his cell phone to contact the police to avoid trouble. You guys don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. Tang Feng grabbed with both hands and instantly twisted the throats of the two gangsters. The two didn't even see Tang Feng's movements clearly, and their lives dissipated at this moment. Bang! Tang Feng carried the corpses of the two punks towards the courtyard and threw them on the ground in passing. In an instant, a large number of people came out of the courtyard from all directions. More than 30 of them, each of them holding clubs and sticks, and even swords and knives, with a ferocious look on their faces, as if they could tear Tang Feng to pieces in an instant with just a single command. Tang Feng's face was unafraid as he said indifferently, where are the people? Letting me come but not daring to show their faces, just clowns hiding in the darkness. Pa. Downhill Tiger clapped his hands and walked out from the house, followed by Lu Hui and Ding Yaya. Ding Yaya dragged Shi Hui as a way to threaten Tang Feng. Tang Feng, I didn't think you'd really dare to come, but don't act rashly. This old woman is in our hands. Tang Feng took a deep breath and said indifferently, so it was the two of you who did this. This I'm not curious about. It's just expected. But I'm curious about one thing. Could it be? Aren't you guys afraid of death? Ha, Tang Feng, it's all this time you still have such a big mouth. Indeed, you really surprise me now. If it's usual, it's just that you're so crazy. Now your mom is still in our hands. Let's see if you move a little bit. I'd like to see if it's you who's faster or me. Lu Hui waved his hand at Tang Feng, revealing the dagger in his hand with a chilling light. Tang Feng glanced at it, there weren't any waves in his eyes, and looked to Chi Hui to comfort him. Mom, don't worry, it'll be fine. Xiao Feng, don't talk about this. Go, Mom is fine, don't worry about me. They will take your life, Chi Hui said anxiously. The Lower Mountain Tiger made a look and a punk took a broken rag and stuffed it into Chi Hui's mouth. Whirlwind. Lower Mountain Tiger looked at Tang Feng with interest. You're Tang Feng? I heard that you scrapped Tyrannosaurus Rex in one move. Is that true? Is this your last words? Tang Feng asked. The Downhill Tiger laughed instead of being angry. Not bad, very crazy, like you can convince that guy from Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, do you really think you can still walk out alive today? This heavenly net, who will not be able to escape? dirt chicken and dog.
Tang Feng skimmed off these two words,
Kick the nearest punk off.
catching the Kaishan knife in her hand in passing. Although surrounded by more than 3 dozen punks,
The way he acted was diametrically opposite. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep,
Tang Feng just hand up knife down. There are a few punks were cut over the ground,
although not dead, but as if cut through the aorta. General blood flow. But in a few moments,
the courtyard was dyed red with blood. The rest of the gangsters no longer dare to go forward, looking at Tang Feng's eyes filled with fear.
This is not a human being. It was clearly a real-life Terminator.
Some of them had seen Tang Feng being slashed with their own eyes, but the blade hadn't even cut through Tang Feng's clothes,
let alone bleed.
But Tang Feng's slash had even split a punk's body in half. This bloody scene made the punks who had long mingled in fighting and killing occasions all a little alarmed.
Their bodies also trembled uncontrollably out of fear, no longer daring to step forward. Whenever Tang Feng took a step forward, they took 2 steps back, fearing that they would become the next target. This, downhill tiger, what's going on? How come the people under you are so unbeatable? Can they work or not?
Lu Hui was also scared, unclear, and questioned.
If he couldn't handle it,
he wouldn't stay here and leave before it was too late.
Otherwise, if he was caught by Tang Feng, he would definitely not be spared a bitter meal.
This was still a better result.
If Tang Feng was red-eyed, it wasn't impossible to chop him up with a knife. This guy, he does have 2 skills. Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't lie to me. The downhill tiger's brows furrowed.
He was also stunned by the combat prowess Tang Feng had displayed.
However,
although it was unthinkable, it was also within his expectations.
Waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I made preparations early in the morning.
Thanks to you earlier saying that he wouldn't dare to act recklessly with this old woman in hand.
It's also fortunate that I kept an extra eye out," Lu Hui anxiously said. "Grass, then you quickly use hurry up and get him to me." As soon as his words fell,
a sound that nearly shattered his eardrums rang out.
It was the sound of gunfire. Dozens of people had appeared on the eaves of the room at some point,
each holding blackened guys in their hands.
Their guns unanimously aimed at Tang Feng. "Tang Feng, that shot just now was just a warning.
If you dare to take another step forward,
you'll be the one who gets an eye shot,"
Downhill Tiger said with a smile. Tang Feng frowned and said indifferently,
"What do you want?"
"Very simple." Lu Hui saw that lower mountain tiger had a gun, and immediately had the courage again,
and said smugly, "Now kneel down and kowtow to me, and call out a few times for your father to spare your life. Hurry up and do what I tell you to do. Otherwise, I'll beat you into a hornet's nest." Chapter 68, Leave No One Behind. A hornet's nest.
Tang Feng shook his head, his face suddenly a bit grim. "Even if I'm not afraid of these things,
I dislike being threatened." "Not afraid? Bragging.
Believe it or not, I'll reward you with a round of peanuts.
At that time is when you want to beg for mercy, you won't have a chance," Lu Hui said disdainfully.
"Lu Xiao, what is the point of talking nonsense with him? Just do it directly. Who knows if this guy has called the police?"
"Can't delay."
Downhill Tiger said.
Lu Hui shook his head and said, "That won't do. This kid, I'm going to make him eat all the bitterness, knock off his dignity and let him die miserably."
The pain and humiliation that Tang Feng had brought him was still fresh in his mind until now.
How could he let Tang Feng die so easily? That would be too cheap for him.
Downhill Tiger frowned slightly, always cautious.
He didn't quite agree with Lu Hui's meaning, but there was no way. Who let others be the gold master? "Hear that, Tang Feng, you only have this one choice now. There's no room to bargain with me. Or maybe you don't care about this old woman's death?" Lu Hui laughed coldly, and the dagger in his hand increased its strength, cutting Chi Hui's neck and oozing some blood. Bang!
Tang Feng's face instantly grimaced as he rushed towards Lu Hui like a descending tiger.
"Kid, looking for death." The downhill tiger frowned. This was not taking himself seriously at all.
He blocked in front of Lu Hui and kicked out a leg towards Tang Feng.
Tang Feng, on the other hand, didn't care at all and kicked out with the same kick. Hiss!
The lower mountain tiger only felt a heartbreaking pain coming from his right leg, which seemed to devour all of his sanity.
"If you're in a hurry to find death, I don't mind giving you a ride first,"
Tang Feng said indifferently. Just a single sentence scared the lower mountain tiger into freezing in place as if he had lost his soul,
not daring to move again. For a moment, he seemed to feel like he was half stared at by a bloodthirsty beast, like a mane on his back. By the time he reacted, Tang Feng had already rushed to Lu Hui. "What?" Lu Hui was stunned and backed up, but quickly remembered that he had a gun in his hand. There was no need to be afraid of Tang Feng. He immediately pointed his gun at Tang Feng and scolded. "Tang Feng, what do you want to do? Don't forget, I have a gun in my hand. One bullet can kill you. You could have tried. I was going to find an opportunity to kill you again. You might still be able to live for another 3 or 2 days, but you should never hit my mother," Tang Feng said coldly, approaching Lu Hui step by step. You're not afraid to die, right? Fine, I'll fulfill you. After playing for so long, I've had enough. This will send you on your way." Lu Hui pulled the trigger without hesitation.
The sinful bullet swooshed towards Tang Feng.
Little Feng. Chi Hui's eyes reddened, and in an instant,
she erupted a powerful force to break free from Lu Hui.
But at this point, it was already too late. Suddenly, the lower mountain tiger let out a slash of shocked voice. This is impossible. How can you be so fast?
Lu Hui was similarly startled and rubbed his eyes, hoping that he had misread it, but the scene in front of him was telling him that it was real.
Tang Feng. Not only had he not been hit by the gun, but instead, Tang Feng had caught the bullet with unerring precision,
and the powerful impact of the bullet hadn't harmed Tang Feng's hand.
And for a moment,
it truly looked like a harmless peanut meter lying obediently in Tang Feng's hand.
You expect this kind of thing to take my life? Tang Feng held the bullet and slowly walked towards Lu Hui. This is impossible. Tang Feng, you're not even human.
Lu Hui was so stunned that his jaw dropped and he couldn't say a complete sentence.
Very well, then I'll let you know if I'm human. Shoo! The bullet was like a horse out of control. The arrow quickly and accurately hit Lu Hui's thigh.
The sharp pain made Lu Hui unsteady on the ground.
After slowing down,
he was even more overwhelmed by the tidal wave of pain.
Lying on the ground like a dead dog wailing, the lower mountain tiger is equally shocked. How many years?
He is also a person who has seen a lot of wind and waves,
but has never seen a strange person like Tang Feng. Nope, just like what Lu Hui said, Tang Feng was not human at all. How can anyone be able to grab bullets with their bare hands just like the effects in the movie? When it was the fire cloud evil god? Tang Feng's powerful aura and means like ghosts and gods made everyone present not dare to move. Even the rhythm of breathing slowed down. Mom, it's okay, with me here, no one can hurt you a hair again.
Tang Feng hugged Chi Hui tightly,
while healing the injury on Chi Hui's neck with pure aura. Little Feng, you.
Chi Hui looked at Tang Feng. She suddenly felt that her son was a bit strange,
like someone she didn't even recognize. Her son.
When did he become so powerful that he wasn't even afraid of bullets?
Mom, there are some things I can't explain to you right now, but there is one thing I can tell you. I'm your son, Tang Feng. I'll always be your son Tang Feng. Tang Feng soothed. Well, I know. Little Wind, you stay safe. Chi Hui nodded and backed away a bit.
She believed that Tang Feng could properly resolve all of this.
She couldn't be a burden to Tang Feng. Today, none of you can escape. Tang Feng turned back,
coldly glanced at the lower mountain tiger, and struck the few gunmen on the eaves of the house.
Grass. What the hell?
I still don't believe you can catch all the bullets.
I don't believe you can do it every time.
The lower mountain tiger waved his hand. The few gunmen on the eaves of the room also slowed down from their daze.
Their guns aimed at Tang Feng. Bang bang and a few more shots. Sculptor's tricks.
Tang Feng's face was expressionless as he threw out several silver needles,
knocking the bullets that hit him to the ground one by one. At the same time, he shouted, "Kill them all. Leave no one behind." The lower mountain tiger was stunned and instantly looked around vigilantly. Phew, the breeze blew by.
The few gunmen on the eaves of the room fell down, their faces pale and lifeless. The lower mountain tiger was startled and retreated a few steps,
and when he looked up again,
the eaves of the room had gathered a dense crowd of people at some point,
roughly counting at least hundreds of people.
At the head of the group was an old man with gray temples, but with a rosy, very spirited face. Arching his hand at Tang Feng, he said,
"Ha ha, Wind Sage, old Zhu is late, but fortunately, the nails outside have all been pulled out, not a single one left behind." Tang Feng nodded.
"What?"
Downhill Tiger was shocked.
Only then did he slow down. No wonder the eyes he arranged in 100-meter radius all had no news. No matter how much he screamed, there was no response. It turns out that all have died. These people on the eaves of the house in the end. What is the head? Even Ken noiselessly his men all killed.
"You, who are you?"
the lower mountain tiger said in shock.
Chapter 69, Shirlauer. Seeing the downhill tiger,
Zhu Kaishan's face grimaced as he cursed and said,
"Little brat, you dare to cause trouble in my territory and ask me who I am? Your turf?"
The lower mountain tiger frowned, and in the next moment his face changed drastically.
Bean-sized beads of sweat fell,
and he said with wide eyes,
You're from the Ming Mountain Zhu family?
Blind your dog's eyes, I'm Zhu Kaishan of the Zhu family.
Little brat,
it's only been how many years since I showed my face in High City, and yet someone dares to cause trouble in old Mingshan.
It seems like I was still too kind to you guys in the past. Zhu Kaishan scolded.
Hiss. The lower mountain tiger sucked in a breath of cool air.
Ming Mountain, Zhu family.
Although it was not among the four great families, the various forces in Hai Chang did not have anyone who dared to underestimate the Zhu family of Mingshan,
whose family power was unimaginably deep.
Although the lower mountain tiger is a gangster origin, but also heard the great name of the Mingshan Zhu family, at this moment also cannot care about other.
Busy said, so it is Zhu old senior. Today this matter is a misunderstanding. The kid is not intentionally disturbing your old man's purity. I'm leaving,
This is leaving. In the next few days we'll certainly prepare a thick gift to personally apologize at the door. Saying this, he also didn't care about Lu Hui and Ding Yu who were crying in pain, and ran away. His own people basically died in the hands of Zhu Kaishan, but he did not dare to show any displeasure. At this moment, to save their own lives is a priority. Go, how can it be that easy? Zhu Kaishan leaped down, punched out. Domineering energy instantly the lower mountain tiger flew more than 10 meters away. Only in the eyes of the air, not out of the air. The lower mountain tiger was also tenacious. This punch has not died. Breathless said, Zhu old senior. I am the lower mountain tiger. Is Shi Lao Er's men. Today is indeed my wrong. But if you kill me, I am afraid that also. Shi Lao Er? Zhu Kaishan frowned. Although this Shi Lao Er is also a gangster. But the head is not small. Behind the back of the 8 chambers of commerce. In the sea city is even more prestigious. Indeed there are some tricky. Today if I can put under to leave, I will certainly not forget the kindness of Elder Zhu. Seeing Zhu Kaishan's hesitation, the lower mountain tiger felt that there was hope for his life, and hurriedly added another handful of firewood. Zhu Kaishan looked at Tang Feng and said indifferently, whether you can live or not, whether you can leave or not I can't count when I say it. Wind Sage, what's your opinion? The lower mountain tiger was shocked in his heart. What the hell? He originally thought that Zhu Kaishan was rushing here because he had disturbed Ming Mountain. At best he had some friendship with Tang Feng, but now it seemed that where was just some friendship. It was rather like an upper and lower level relationship. Zhu Kaishan was actually asking for Tang Feng's opinion? I said, today, they all have to die. Tang Feng said coldly, Sage Feng, Shi Lao Er is not an ordinary person. He is a truly ruthless character. From a certain point of view, it would be better to offend the 4 great families than Shi Lao Er. This guy, before, in High City was a formidable name. Almost no one didn't give him face. It's only in recent years that he has gradually lowered his profile. Zhu Kaishan said. Tang Feng frowned. I said, all of them have to die. If Shi Lao Er doesn't obey, then kill him. Understood. Sensing Tang Feng's killing intent, Zhu Kaishan didn't say much and shrugged towards the lower mountain tiger. There's nothing you can do. Who made you offend someone you can't offend? Wipe your eyes in your next life. No, 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 you guys can't. The lower mountain tiger had a face of awe. Only the look of awe was forever fixed in this second, life instantly passing away. Zhu Kaishan wiped his hands. Bad luck. Little Feng. This how? Although he had just seen Tang Feng's ruthlessness, either injuring or killing people, he was still a bit shocked after seeing this scene. Tang Feng said, Mom, people like this living in the world will only be a scourge. Moreover, if I don't kill him, he will definitely be a potential threat to us in the future. I'm not afraid, but if it's still the same as today, and they hit on you, something like this can never happen a second time, so it's necessary to snuff out all possible threats, Tang Feng said. Shi Hui shook her head. Although she was a little uncomfortable, she had to admit that Tang Feng was right, and said helplessly, alright, but let's go turn ourselves in, and say that Mom did it. Tang Feng shook his head and said, no need, most of this kind of people have a record, and there are many enemies, it's normal to die one day. As long as it's handled cleanly, it can't be checked on us. Zhu Kaishan timely said, hey, this is simple. Just like the Wind Saint said, these people themselves have a record. Shot 10 times is also enough. Besides, is there kidnapping in the first? We belong to his self-defense. This thing I talked to Zhuan. Go through the formal process is good. Hearing Zhu Kaishan say this, Shi Hui was relieved. Taking advantage of Zhu Kaishan's time to deal with the corpse, Tang Feng stuck a needle in the agonizingly wailing Lu Hui. It was only an instant. Lu Hui felt no pain on his body, but what was even more frightening was that he realized that all of his people were dead, and Tang Feng was looking at him intently, as if he was looking at a dead man. Lu Hui was so scared that he rolled and crawled, but thinking about how he could possibly run, he crawled back and kowtowed to Tang Feng as if he were pounding garlic. Grandpa Feng, spare my life. There were more words in his chest, but Lu Hui felt that no matter what he said it all seemed pale, and for a moment he was a bit speechless again. Only the fear of death and the desire to live again made him have to put down all his dignity and beg for his life. Do you think begging for mercy is still useful? Tang Feng said indifferently. Grandpa Feng, last time, didn't you spare me? Just in mercy, spare me this last time. I will definitely not go against you again in the future. I swear, I promise. This way, as long as you release me, I will leave Hai Chang instantly, not letting you look in the way. Lu Hui said. Tang Feng sneered. Not to mention that there's no such thing as a second time or a third time. Don't you know that I've wanted to kill you for a long time? Lu Hui's face turned pale. He could truly feel the killing intent that was flowing out of Tang Feng's body. Today, I'm afraid that he would really have to die. However, don't say that I don't give a chance. You and her too.
one of you can live. Tang Feng looked at Ding Yu. At once, Lu Hui and Ding Yaya's eyes changed, looking at each other as if they were looking at an enemy with whom they had a deep grudge. If eyes could kill, then they had both been killed by each other 1,000 times. Only one person could survive. Ding Yu, Lao Zi gave you so much money and you've been enjoying it for so many years. Now it's time to return it to me. Lu Hui violently pounced on Ding Yu. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he punched Ding Yu's body one after another. Chapter 70, Death is not an option. Ding Yaya was also not polite. Her long nails left one blood mark after another on Lu Hui's face. In order to survive, the two of them were like facing an enemy with a deep blood feud, and their moves were deadly. Although they were barehanded, it didn't take a few moments of effort for both of them to be covered in blood. Old Zhu, no, what is a dog bite dog? Tang Feng's face was as usual, not the slightest bit soft, not to mention that he didn't feel cruel for doing so. When you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Perhaps in their perspective, it was just betraying an ordinary, mediocre man, just greening a man who was incapable of anything, who couldn't even count as a fart in the eyes of the titular Lu family. But now, offense and defense changed shape. Tang Feng did not know if they regretted it. He did not care, only absolute heart incomparably happy. This is the pleasure of revenge. Hey, this isn't it. Shu Kaishan has seen the same amount of blood. Lu Hui and Ding Yaya dog bite dog behavior is more like a common household meal. It is nothing at all. He even felt that Tang Feng did or liked. Although I do not know what Lu Hui and Ding Yaya had done, but just today kidnapped Tang Feng's mother Qi Hui. This matter, death by 1,000 cuts are not enough. Tang Feng is not that he has not thought about it, but after all, Qi Hui is still there. He does not want to make it too bloody. Bitch, die for me. Lu Hui endured the pain and used all his strength to punch Ding Yu to the ground, not giving Ding Yu the slightest chance to fight back, and then sat on her ass, choking her to death. Ding Yaya couldn't resist, and looked at Tang Feng with a pleading gaze. Save me, I don't want to die yet, please. Tang Feng, look, for the sake of us having been good, save me. Tang Feng's face was indifferent. That look was just like looking at a dead person. What he was angry about wasn't that Ding Yaya would abandon himself and climb into someone else's bed. If he was dissatisfied with himself, dissatisfied with his life at the time, and wanted to seek a better life, there was nothing wrong with that. People move up, water flows down. Ding Yaya wanted to leave herself. Even though he was disappointed, he wouldn't resent it. But there are many ways to leave. But Ding Yaya chose to betray, to keep him in the dark, to take his own care as a plaything, as a laughingstock when and Lu Hui commitment. This has undoubtedly touched Tang Feng's scales. Even if Ding Yaya died again miserable and helpless, his decision will still not have any change. Auntie, save me, please, say something for me, spare my life, I don't want to die. Seeing Tang Feng's lack of action, Ding Yaya could only place her last hope on Qi Hui. She knew that Qi Hui had always treated herself very well, more so than treating her own children, but the result was the opposite of what she expected. Qi Hui was indeed unable to bear it in her heart, and also softened her heart, but she knew very well how deep the harm this woman had done to her own son. And today, if it wasn't for Tang Feng's power, it would have been herself and Tang Feng who would have died, and at that time, Ding Yaya wouldn't have had any softness in her heart. What is the best way to repay a grudge with virtue? I won't let you guys go. I won't let you guys go, even if it's to hell. I'll be waiting for you. Ding Yaya's face was hideous, her eyes filled with resentment. Tang Feng faintly said, you go to hell is inevitable. I'll help you reckoning, and people pass women dry without regard to shame. Body hair skin received by parents. You first have to go to volcano hell. Flowery words, good at harming people with your mind. You have to suffer the hell of tongue plucking. TSK, if you dare to come to me, I'm afraid you can't even be a lonely ghost. Ding Yaya had long since lost her physical strength, and soon had no strength to resist, gradually losing her breath. Seeing this, Lu Hui didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he was laughing madly. You're dead, ha ha ha, I can live, it's me who lives, is that so? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Tang Feng said coldly. Tang Feng, I've killed her as you said, it's my win, you have to keep your promise to spare me. Lu Hui said. Tang Feng raised his eyebrows. When did I ask you to kill her? I just said that only one of you two can live. What? But she's already dead. Only I'm still alive. Lu Hui said. That's right aren't you alive now? But I didn't say I was going to spare you either. Tang Feng teased, looking at Lu Hui like he was looking at a clown. Lu Hui's legs went limp. The last remaining hope in his heart was gone. His crazed expression twisted dramatically. No, you can't kill me. Tang Feng, you can't do this. Please, I want to live. I don't want to die. Many people don't want to die, but their end is only death. Tang Feng said indifferently. Of course, it's like you said. If you survive, I won't kill you. Really? You're serious? Tang Feng, don't lie to me. You really won't kill me? Lu Hui said excitedly, like a person who was about to drown grabbing a life-saving straw. You think I'm like you, treacherous villain. I say one thing and say I won't kill you. I just fear you'll beg me to kill you. Tang Feng snorted. Lu Hui was stunned. Begging Tang Feng to kill himself? Unless he was a psychopath. Seeing that Tang Feng really didn't have the intention to kill himself, he carefully backed up and turned around to run when he saw the right moment. Bang! Running, Lu Hui felt his feet tripped over something hard. His center of gravity was unsteady and he fell on the ground. Looking up, it was actually Zhu Kaishan. What are you doing? Tang Feng has already said he won't kill me, Lu Hui said. Zhu Kaishan had a contemptuous look on his face. Right, you also said that the Wind Saint said to spare you, but I didn't say that I would spare you. You damn dare to make such a big commotion in my territory. I'll kill you. No need. Let him go, Tang Feng said. Zhu Kaishan was stunned, incredulously looking at Tang Feng. With his understanding of Tang Feng, it wasn't like the kind of person who let the tiger go and was merciful when it mattered. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Tang Feng has let me go. How dare you stop me? Lu Hui laughed out loud, escaping from death. At this moment his mood was incomparably excited, incomparably ecstatic. Even if the courtyard was filled with corpses, he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Only just took 2 steps. He only felt itching all over his body, and when he looked down, there were actually bull-sized blood sores growing on his body at some point. Ah, what is this? Lu Hui shrieked in shock as he placed his hand on the blood sores. The itching sensation was even stronger, making him unable to control his body at all and mentally suffering miserably. Zhu Kaishan understood. No wonder Tang Feng didn't let himself do it, so he had a backhand. Go aren't you going to go? What's the hesitation? I'm not sure when I'll change my mind. Tang Feng snorted. Corpse transforming hand. Not long ago from the hospital is out of the time is planted in Lu Hui body. In his urging will first grow blood sores, itching incomparable, followed by manpower cannot withstand the severe pain, enough to make a person brain dead. Organs and bowels will be depleted. The whole person in a very short period of time to become a dry corpse. This death, only then can be worthy of Lu Hui. Chapter 71, The Lu family's anger. What's going on? Tang Feng, what have you done? What's happening to me? It's itchy. I can't. Quick, save me. In a moment's effort, several of the blood sores on Lu Hui's body had already ruptured. The blood and water in them came into contact with Lu Hui's skin as if they had reacted in some way. Lu Hui rolled all over the ground, even using a hard sharp object to slash his body. His miserable wailing was unceasing. What else can I do? Don't you want to leave? Go, do you have to force me to change my mind and leave you here? Tang Feng said with a breezy face. At this moment, Lu Hui could no longer speak a complete sentence. The itching on his body had completely shattered his sanity, ineffectively but frantically scratching his body. No, Tang Feng, this must be your doing. Haven't you already spared me? Quickly save me. You can't not keep your word. Save me. That's right, I spared you this time, but I didn't say I spared you before. Tang Feng teased. As he urged his aura, Lu Hui's entire body became a bloody man. Although his body was no longer itching, the intense pain that took it was even more excruciating. The intense pain even prevented him from uttering a complete word. He could only let out a grunt. The desire to survive made Lu Hui gritted his teeth, forcibly reached out his hand and pulled Tang Feng's pants leg. Although he couldn't speak, but anyone with eyes could see that Lu Hui was begging for mercy. Tang Feng's original playful expression suddenly cold. A foot stepped on Lu Hui's wrist, only to hear a crisp bone-cracking sound. Lu Hui's hand and arm separated. Hard to be stepped off, but this point of pain, compared to the pain that Lu Hui's body was suffering from, was somewhat small. As the saying goes, lice are not afraid of itching. Lu Hui didn't even let out a cry of pain. Still with tears in his eyes, looking pitifully at Tang Feng, hoping that Tang Feng would be able to leave him alive. You wouldn't be so stupid that you still thought I would spare you until now, right? Tang Feng sneered. Since 3 years ago, you've already been sentenced to death in my heart. Keeping you until today is already merciful. Dogs like you staying in the world is simply an insult to the Creator. Kill me. Lu Hui's eyes changed and he let out a hoarse voice. Both the physical and mental torture had completely destroyed the last vestige of his desire to live. Right now, he only wanted a pain. To die was also much better than suffering this great torture. You need to know that even death is a luxury, Tang Feng said indifferently. Lu Hui's eyes were godless. Even though his physical strength was already depleted, his body was twisting non-stop for some reason, and the intense pain, like a tidal wave, flooded his soul. In the following half a minute, the blood sores on Lu Hui's body exploded one after another, and the original normal skin turned grayish-purple, no longer half-human. Even if there was a professional appraisal,
I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to tell that Lu Hui was still a human being. Hiss. Even Zhu Kaishan couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air when he saw Lu Hui's miserable condition from beginning to end. Death was not scary, but if it was such a death, it was something that had to send shivers down one's spine. It truly illustrated what it was to beg for life and not be able to beg for death. The so-called plum wolf poison also seemed much kinder in front of this kind of death. Wind Saint. What kind of means is this? Zhu Kaishan couldn't help but ask in doubt. Tang Feng glanced at him and said with a smile, "What? You want to try it too?" No need. Oh, I'm not curious at all. Zhu Kaishan shivered and said in his heart, he'd rather be an enemy of the Grim Reaper than make a grudge against someone like Tang Feng. It's just too scary. I'll leave the matters here to you. In addition, arrange a room for my mother and let her stay in the Zhu family for a few days. I'll come back to pick her up after I've removed the potential threat from High City. Tang Feng said, "No problem. I will definitely treat my eldest sister as a guest." Zhu Kaishan patted his chest, while in his heart, he was screaming bitterly. Although this was an opportunity to do something for Tang Feng and also build up goodwill with Tang Feng's mother, but in case he didn't serve her well at any point, not only would there be nothing to gain, but it would also lead to Tang Feng's dissatisfaction. No, after going back, must be all the uncertainty to eradicate, Shu Qing those people all to drive out, in addition to send on some good hands secretly lurking, must not appear a little accident. No, he personally protected. Mom, you'll be staying at Zhu's house for the next few days, Tang Feng said. Although Lu Hui and Lu Nan were dead, there was still the Tang family. After all, it was one of the four great families. There was still depth, and there was no chance that the Tang family would resort to such despicable means as kidnapping. Shi Hui nodded. She now felt unfamiliar to Hai Chang, to Tang Feng. In order not to cause trouble for Tang Feng, it had to be so. Hai Chang, Lu family, what's going on? It's been 3 days, not a single word from Huier. What did I raise you for? A crane-haired old man with an angry face, slamming one teacup after another on the ground, venting his anger. It has been 3 days since Lu Hui disappeared. He has mobilized the resources of the Lu family to search for him, but there is no news. At this moment, he already has a bad feeling in his heart. After all, he knows his son's temperament very well, has always been arrogant and domineering, many enemies. Sooner or later, something will happen, but he is old enough to have a son. The baby can't, thinking that he can always protect Lu Hui. But I did not expect the accident to happen so suddenly. There were several people standing in the hall, respectively Lu family's second oldest Lu Yin, Lu Yin's son Lu Fu, and Lu Hui's mother Tang Yu. Big brother, calm down. In a way, no news is the best news. Looking at High City, except for the four big families who have the strength and courage to make a move on Lu Hui, the rest of them don't have the guts to do so. It's just that there's no need for the four big families to do it in secret. So I think Lu Hui should not be in any serious trouble at this moment. Lu Yin analyzed. Although Lu Delin also felt that it made sense, but already 3 days had passed with no news at all. How could he not be anxious? He looked towards Tang Yu and said, "Has the Tang family side been notified? Is there any news?" Tang Yu's eyes were red and swollen, obviously crying for a long time. Shaking her head, she said, "I've asked. There's no news. Besides, how could my family take action against Huier? There's no reason and no need to do so." Lu Dayan frowned tightly, slapped on the table. If the outlaws kidnapped for ransom, at least pass a message. Now he has a belly full of anger, but no place to vent it. At this time, Lu Fu whispered, "Uncle. In fact, a few days ago, Xiao Hui told me about a person. Xiao Hui's disappearance should have something to do with him." "Who?" Lu Delin questioned. "Tang Feng." Tang Feng? The crowd turned their gazes to Tang Yu. In High City, although there was more than just the Tang family surnamed Tang, when Tang was mentioned, it was undoubtedly the first thing that would come to mind. Our Tang family? There's no one named Tang Feng. No matter if he's from the Tang family or not, as long as he has something to do with Xiao Hui's disappearance, I'll skin him alive, Tang Yu said viciously. Chapter 72 Bait. What's going on? What did little Hui tell you? Lu Delin asked. Lu Fu thought for a moment and said, Xiao Hui went to the Mad Fist Martial Arts Center on one side and found someone to arrest a man named Lu Nan. Then again, he asked me to send someone to kidnap Tang Feng's mother. So I guess there's a contradiction between Xiao Hui and these two people. I also secretly investigated Lu Nan and found that he's also missing, and Tang Feng and his mother haven't shown up for 3 days. Lu Nan? Lu Delin frowned. He knew that this gangster called Lu Nan was not enough to worry about, didn't have the guts to dare to put a hit on Lu Hui. Right now, the most suspicious one was Tang Feng. Send everyone in the family. Make sure to find out Tang Feng's whereabouts. Tang Yu, you send the news to the Tang family. Let them also help investigate together. If Xiao Hui is fine, if there is a long or short, no matter whether it's Lu Nan or Tang Feng, all have to die. Tang family,
Lu Hui is missing? Tang Zhong's face was flat. Fifth sister just passed over the news, and it's rumored that it's still related to Tang Feng, and it's very likely that Tang Feng is the one who did it.
Tang Mao told all that Tang Yu had said. A waste who only knows how to spend his days drinking is just a waste.
Death is death. Why make such a big fuss? Tang Zhong snorted disdainfully. Who does he, Lu Delin, think he is, and is qualified to have our Tang family do things for him? However, we might be able to borrow the Lu family's hand to get rid of Tang Feng. Even if we don't succeed, we can still test Tang Feng's bottom line, and after the incident,
Tang Feng will only look for trouble from the Lu family, and it has nothing to do with us, Tang Mao said after a moment of contemplation.
He originally didn't want to be enemies with Tang Feng,
but Tang Lei had already stood on the same front with Tang Zhong.
One glory for all, one loss for all. Apart from helping Tang Zhong get rid of Tang Feng is a big trouble in his heart, he didn't have any other choice. Big brother, after so many years, this is the second time you've given me an idea,
Tang Zhong said with a smile after hearing this, and there seemed to be sarcasm in his smile.
But undeniably, Tang Mao was right. Tang Feng would definitely not let go of dealing with the Tang family.
And now that the Tang family had an extra Lu family on board, it was also considered to be an extra helper, and could likewise be a shield when necessary.
Tang Mao lapsed into silence and did not speak,
and at this time, Tang Lei ran in a flurry of wind and fire,
anxiously saying, "Second uncle, I've brought people to turn High City upside down in the past few days, but there's still no trace of Tang Feng's whereabouts, and this guy doesn't know where he's been hiding. There's not a single trace of him." But when he saw Tang Zhong still drinking tea as if he hadn't heard, he couldn't help but speak again. "Second uncle, do you think Tang Feng is secretly holding something bad to deal with our Tang family? We have to be on guard." Tang Zhong smiled and said, "Don't worry about Tang Feng's matter. You don't know about the Lu family's matter, do you, big brother? You give Xiao Lei a word." Tang Lei looked at Tang Mao with a blank expression. Something has happened to the Lu family. Lu Delin's son Lu Hui has disappeared. All the clues that can be known at the moment point to Tang Feng. The Lu family has also listed Tang Feng as an object of suspicion. Your aunt has just called and asked us, the Tang family, and the Lu family to join forces to look for Tang Feng, Tang Mao said. What? This is a good thing. Tang Lei was stunned, then smiled. Even if the Tang family was powerful, they weren't afraid of a single Tang Feng, but one more helper was better than none. He had the same idea as Tang Zhong, with the Lu family as a helper, letting the Lu family step in when it was useful, and pushing the Lu family out when they needed a shield. No harm, no foul. Hearing Tang Lei's idea, Tang Zhong even let out a loud laugh. He admired Tang Lei. It was just too much like himself. Only Tang Mao frowned. Second uncle, then what should we do now? It's not a solution if Tang Feng keeps hiding. We always have to let him show signs so we can make our move. Tang Lei asked. Tang Zhong seemed to have had a solution for a long time, and said with a clear mind, whatever method Lu Hui uses, we can use. Ha! Tang Lei was stunned, remembering that Lu Hui had sent someone to kidnap Chi Hui as bait. But there's no news of Tang Feng or his mother. Who do we use to lure him out? Tang Zhong said indifferently. Isn't there another one? Who? The child called Yu Xinjing. Tang Zhong glanced at Tang Lei out of the corner of his eye and said with a smile. This, second uncle. I'm afraid this won't work. Xin Jing. She, it's not appropriate. Tang Lei's face showed a look of difficulty. Much of what he had shown in the past was fake, but his love for Yu Xinjing was unadulterated and not the slightest bit false. Although he was only using Yu Xinjing as bait and wouldn't do anything about it, he still had a heart of gold. Snap! Tang Zhong patted Tang Lei's shoulder and said with a meaningful expression, Xiao Lei, this is your weakness. Those who accomplish great things do not stick to small details. What can a woman in the district be considered? The Tang family has already been hard to hide the color of despondency. Even I can't stop the trend of disrepair. And you're different. You're young and capable. The future direction of the Tang family, but also need you to stand up to preside over the big picture. Tang Lei was startled. This was to leave the position of family head to him? But, letting him extend his hand to Yu Xinjing, he really couldn't make up his mind. Moreover, it's just to be a bait. That's all. It won't harm that child. Furthermore, if you don't remove Tang Feng, with him around, you won't be able to get Yu Xinjing, Tang Zhong said in a heavy and deep voice. Tang Lei pondered for a long time, nodded his head as if he had made some kind of decision, and said through gritted teeth, Second uncle. I know. I'll go and do it now. Looking at Tang Lei's back as he left, Tang Mao couldn't help but sigh. Although he was not talkative, his IQ was not low, and how many people and things had he seen over the years? How could he not know Tang Zhong's little trick? What he said was quite reasonable, but Tang Zhong's ultimate goal was only one, and that was to completely pull Tang Lei and him onto the same front, in which case he himself would have to help Tang Zhong plan and do dirty unseemly things. At the same time, it also completely changed Tang Lei. Big brother, That one came with news,
Tang Zhong said with a smile.
At those words, Tang Mao sat up straight, worry flashing in his eyes. Speak, what do we need to do this time? Big brother doesn't need to be nervous, it's the same as always, but there's just one more requirement added on top of the original offering, Tang Zhong said.
Still need to add more requirements. The original offering was already the limit of our Tang family.
If it wasn't for this reason, our Tang family wouldn't have declined to this point. Tang Mao couldn't stand it anymore. His veins rippled. That kind of unspeakable thing, once every 3 years is just enough. If we increase it further,
not to mention that we won't have the face to face our ancestors when we get down there.
The entire Tang family will also accelerate its demise. Eldest, think clearly. The Tang family is our roots. Chapter 73, Crisis.
Big brother, what's your hurry? Tang Zhong was still all smiles. Only in this smile there was a bit of gloominess.
This newly added request is actually nothing to us, just a show of hands. And
it's also something that our Tang family is about to do.
Tang Mao was stunned. You mean Tang Feng?
That's right, that person said. Make sure to get rid of Tang Feng as soon as possible, regardless of any cost.
Tang Zhong said. Tang Mao frowned.
If only it was that simple. Since Tang Feng dared to come back and dare to say that kind of thing in front of Xiaolei, he must have means to defend himself.
Let's wait and see then. After spending 5 days in the Zhu family, Tang Feng was fine. The Shu family was situated in Ming Mountain, and the immortal aura of Immortal Medical Mountain.
A paradise beyond the world naturally could not be compared, but it was also more comfortable, allowing him to be free from outside disturbances and meditate on his cultivation. Under the operation of the Creation Heart Sutra and the support of the pills, Tang Feng's cultivation speed was as if he had turned on 8 times faster, and in a few days' work, he had already broken through from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage. The range that his divine sense could probe had also expanded by more than 2 times, and he believed that before long,
the entire high city would be under his control,
and it would be impossible for anyone to make small moves under his nose.
Mom, as you can see, you actually don't need to work in the future. My son can support you for the rest of your life. Why don't you just retire here? Tang Feng said.
Shi Hui was reluctant. She had labored all her life, suddenly idled down more or less uncomfortable. Moreover, now working in Tianyuan Group, there was no need to labor. Old Zhu, your Zhu family should have quite a few people with good levels.
Tang Feng looked at Zhu Kaishan. Zhu Kaishan stammered. There are some.
Apart from the young sons and daughters of the Zhu family, there were also quite a few innate and Hotian experts, but these people usually didn't show up in the Zhu family. Even after receiving Tang Feng's call this time, he didn't bring them with him. What was wrong with the immortal Dr. Sex people?
As if they knew everything, there were no secrets at all in front of Tang Feng.
Then send a few to secretly protect my mother,
Tang Feng said.
Whirlwind. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Zhu Kaishan. The things inside are useful to you. Catching up with Sita Suzheng might be a bit difficult,
but reaching his current realm shouldn't be hard.
Zhu Kaishan was startled. His eyes let out a bright light,
grabbed the small porcelain bottle over and asked in disbelief. Really?
Fake, Tang Feng said without a trace of humor.
Then thank you, Wind Sage. Don't worry,
I'll personally select a group of people to protect the eldest sister.
In addition to patriarchs making a move, there will definitely be no problems.
Zhu Kaishan laughed, as if he had won a treasure. Reaching Sita Suzheng's current realm,
wouldn't that be the Zhongshe realm?
He didn't doubt the authenticity in the slightest, and there was no need for Tang Feng to lie to him.
At this time,
Shu Qing walked over with a displeased face, even more displeased after seeing Tang Feng,
and said in a salty manner,
the Lu family has already suspected Tang Feng,
and secretly placed a sniping order. Dad,
the news that Tang Feng is here with us will have to be spread out sooner or later.
So what? They dare to come and die?
Zhu Kaishan said without a trace of anger.
They wouldn't dare.
But isn't our Zhu family already hidden, and can't stand them spying in the dark all the time? And even if they don't dare to come to our Zhu family to cause trouble,
some small actions are inevitable, and then it'll be trouble again,
Shu Qing said, revealing great dissatisfaction in his words. Boiling water was already accustomed to Zhu Qing's complaints,
waving his hand and saying, then suffer. This bit of patience is not there. How am I going to hand over the Zhu family to you in the future? Indeed, Zhu Wen was the person beside Ji Knight, had more important things to do,
and wasn't the best candidate for the heir apparent.
And apart from Zhu Wen, it was Zhu Qing. Frankly speaking,
Zhu Kaishan was still relatively satisfied with Zhu Qing. His abilities were good, it was just that his temperament still needed to be honed and sharpened. If you ask me, there's no need to endure at all.
Come one and finish one off,
or rather just eradicate the Lu family.
Save the eyesore, Shu Qing said.
The Lu family and the Tang family are in-laws.
If you move the Lu family,
how can the Tang family sit back and do nothing?
Even if the Tang family is now in decline,
The thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Furthermore, the Tang family is not clear with those people, so if you can't offend them, don't offend them, Zhu Kaishan said indifferently, although Zhu Qing did not speak again, but his heart also agreed with Zhu Kaishan's statement. Just now, he also just meant to speak out. Then let's destroy the Tang family as well. A voice rang out very abruptly. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Even Zhu Qing's eyes changed as he looked at Tang Feng. Originally he didn't think much of Tang Feng, but now it seemed that he was the one with a small pattern. Tang Feng was an actual ruthless person. Even he had to retreat. Tang Feng was a member of the Tang family. He already knew that. Even his own family could breeze through the words of extermination. What was not a ruthless man? Tang Feng continued. Since your Zhu family has gone into hiding, I won't let you do anything else. Because of the Lu family sniping order up small-minded killers, you are responsible for giving the solution. As for the Tian Yuan group and Situ family, they will little by little cut out the forces of the Lu family and Tang family. As for the final step, I'll do it myself. Tang family Previously, he didn't even think that he would have the ability to get in touch with the Tang family in this lifetime. But now, he was the one who had enough power to look down on the Tang family. As for the forces behind the Tang family, he also knew exactly what was going on. And the plum wolf poison was definitely coming from their handiwork. Since Feng Sheng opened his mouth, this favor Weizhu family must help. Zhu Qing, you prepare. These days I will close my eyes to impact the Zhongshu realm. Zhu family's matters will be left to you to deal with for the time being, Zhu Kaishan said. Although Zhu Qing was reluctant, he still answered. It was already afternoon when he returned to Haichang. Shi Hui insisted on going to work at Tianyuan Group. With the covert protection of the Zhu family's experts, Tang Feng naturally felt much more at ease. I don't know how that girl is doing these days. Tang Feng shook his head and looked for Huang Yin to find out the situation. In these 3 days, the first 2 days were Saturday and Sunday. Uxin Jing didn't go out, reviewing her homework at home. And today, Hailan High School had arranged an exam for some students with better grades. And counting the time, it should be almost over. At the same time, Tang Lei caught up with Yu Xinjing and said, Xinjing, what do you think of this exam? Pretty much, Yu Xinjing answered ambiguously. With your strength I'm afraid you're number 1 in the entire grade again. I won't be able to catch up with you no matter how hard I try. Tang Lei laughed bitterly. Uxin Jing didn't say anything else. Based on Tang Feng's attitude towards Tang Lei last time, the relationship between the duo or rather Tang Feng and the Tang family wasn't good. Therefore, she didn't want to have too many exchanges with Tang Lei either. Tang Lei, however, had been cheeky enough to keep communicating with Yu Xinjing about his studies. Seeing that the padding was almost done, Tang Lei suddenly said, Xin Jing, I met Tang Feng today, and he said he'd wait for you at the cafe at the end of the alley on the other side of the school. Chapter 74, The Coyote. I know. Uxin Jing nodded, but didn't follow the direction Tang Lei said. Instead she walked straight back in the direction of the school. Xin Jing, what are you doing? Tang Feng has something to find you. It looks like he should be quite anxious. Tang Lei was stunned and asked. Uxin Jing ignored him. Her footsteps quickened, even running. She wasn't a stupid girl with 0 IQ. With Tang Feng's character, if he came back to look for her he must have come to Hailan High School early in the morning. There was no need to wait for her somewhere else. Moreover, Tang Feng was clearly hostile to Tang Lei, and didn't even bother to say a word. So how could he let Tang Lei tell himself? Tang Lei said this. There was no chance that he was harboring any thoughts. Even if Tang Lei's past behavior was okay, Uxin Jing wouldn't bet on it. Exposed? Tang Lei frowned, not knowing how Uxin Jing could recognize his plan. But seeing that Uxin Jing had already run to Hailan High School, his heart was hard as he chased after her, striking Uxin Jing's neck with a palm from behind. As a member of the Tang family, Tang Lei was naturally a martial artist. Although his strength wasn't great, it still wasn't difficult to knock out a weak woman. Sorry Xin Jing, I need you to be the bait to lure that Tang Feng guy out, but don't worry, I won't hurt you. Looking at Uxin Jing who had her eyes closed, her pretty face a stone's throw away from him, Tang Lei couldn't help but increase his breathing, wanting to lean down and kiss her. But after all, this is Hailan High School, crowded. In order to avoid any mistakes, Tang Lei forcibly suppressed the impulse of his heart, holding Yu Xinjing across the road. Towards the end of the street cafe ran Moonlight Cafe, a property under Shi Lao Er's name, managed by a man under him called Song Wolf, would generally serve as a place for their gang to relax and chat leisurely. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and the downhill tiger often met here as well. Nowadays, Song Wolf and the Tang family were closer, so naturally, it had become the best place for the Tang family to do some unseemly things. Young Tang, why are you so slow? Song Wolf pushed open the door, letting Tang Lei in and quickly closing it behind him. To do this kind of thing, the most important thing was speed. A minute's delay could be discovered by the others. and Sherlower had long since disallowed anyone under his command to do this kind of unseemly thing. If word got out, he would definitely be no good. Something went wrong. Tang Lei carefully placed Yu Xinjing on the sofa, smoothly taking a generation of coffee and swallowing it in one gulp. The first time do this kind of thing. More or less a little nervous. I've long said, directly let the brothers out on the line, to ensure that do hidden. This thing if someone found out, not only the Tang family is no good, Sherlower certainly will not let go of me. Song Wolf said. You Song Wolf still afraid in this? Tang Lei glanced at him and said indifferently, as long as there is money to take. Where is that Song Wolf who dares to do anything and can do it efficiently? I think you should change your name to Coyote now. In the face of Tang Lei's mockery, Song Wolf was not angry or annoyed, smiled and said, times are different. Sherlower did not know what happened in recent years, suddenly abandoned evil and turned to good. It is really laughable. The former mighty second master of Hai Chang has been abashed. What else can I do as a little brother? Sherlower in previous years can be said to be famous. Even the four great families of people encountered, in addition to Situ Su Zhang and other talkers, which shall not call a second master, just in recent years do not know how. Sherlower not only announced his retirement from the jungle, but also to help Granny across the road. Good thing to come. The entire Haicheng people are quite puzzled. Tang Lei's words were not good for dead people to hear, but Song Wolf also had to admit that his current days might not even be considered a hyena. You shouldn't have anyone else coming here. Right, so don't spoil things when the time comes, Tang Lei said as he glanced at the modest cafe. Song Wolf waved his hand and said, don't worry, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was sent to look at other properties, and this guy, the lower mountain tiger, doesn't know what's going on. He's been missing for 3 days now, no movement at all. Presumably he's been killed by someone. Lower mountain tiger is also missing? 3 days? Tang Lei asked with a sudden start. Song Wolf somewhat did not understand why Tang Lei reacted so greatly. He also did not remember any interactions between the lower mountain tiger and Tang Lei. Even he himself had only realized in the past few days that Tang Lei's kid was hiding quite deeply, looking quite well behaved and bent on learning. But in reality, he was a very ambitious master. That's right, is 3 days, but also normal. Downhill tiger dry are some by murder livelihood. Often walk by the river where there is not wet shoes. Was killed is also normal. Also maybe Sherlower to find out. Secretly killed is not surprising. Song Wolf did not think there was anything strange, but Tang Lei always felt that there was more or less a connection between the disappearance of the lower mountain tiger and Lu Hui's disappearance. 3 days, and still missing at the same time. How could it be so coincidental? Forget it, forget about him. It's good that no one will come. Tang Lei waved his hand. While he was preparing to call Tang Feng, he remembered that he didn't seem to have Tang Feng's contact information at all. It wasn't that the Tang family hadn't investigated Tang Feng. It was just that the information about Tang Feng was as if it was covered by a layer of fog. Other than being able to find out Tang Feng's name, the rest of them had no clue at all. Song Wolf, send someone to the entrance of Hailan High School. If you see someone Tang Feng, tell him to come here and look. Okay, Song Wolf nodded. But some of his little brothers had basically heard about Tang Feng. That was a ruthless person who even Tyrannosaurus Rex had been violently beaten up and unilaterally abused. Whoever went to be this informer, I'm afraid that it would be very bad. You go. A group of juniors relied on the strong to bully the weak, and found a punk who had never had much of a presence, was timid and small, and had a skinny physique. This punk had a reluctant face, but had no choice but to walk out of the cafe. The big deal was that when he saw Tang Feng later, he would directly kneel down and beg for forgiveness. People are all arranged. Right, Tang Feng, this person is not very easy to deal with. Make sure you're prepared. Tang Lei was a bit uneasy and asked again. Don't worry. I picked the most capable underlings and the blackest hands, plus your Tang family's dead soldiers. Even if the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the lower mountain tigers come together can be given to dry over. I don't believe that Tang Feng is a god. Is a dragon have to give me coiled? Is a tiger also have to give me crouch? Song Wolf patted his chest, quite confident. Tang Lei nodded. That was good. He always felt a little uneasy. Tang Feng dared to give the entire Tang family a war cry with the power of one man. He must have some backbone. Let's hope that nothing will go wrong. He turned around and looked at the sleeping Uxin Jing again. At this moment, Uxin Jing was like a sleeping beauty, and anyone who saw her fairy-like appearance would salivate. Not to mention Tang Lei, who had long been in love with Uxin Jing for a long time. He couldn't help but walk up, wanting to do something. Tang Xiao, your vision is really good. This chick is really a superb embryo. This is only how old it's fallen so watery. If she breaks the body, it may be how tantalizing it will be. Song Wolf laughed. Rarely had he slept with many women, but when he saw Uxin Jing, he was also brightened up. Whether it was her appearance, temperament or figure, she was the best of the best. It's just a pity that in front of Tang Lei, there is no part for himself. If this is placed in the first few years ensure Lao Air reigns supreme when, he certainly a push away Tang Lei shouted let the old man first, but now the situation does not allow him in front of the Tang family wantonly.
The Tang family is declining, and Song Wolf is not? Chapter 75, it's quite lively. Just as Tang Lei was about to kiss down, Uxin Jing suddenly woke up. Seeing Tang Lei as close as she was startled, and slapped Tang Lei's face, rolling over and getting off the sofa to maintain a certain distance from Tang Lei. Tang Lei covered his face, equally startled. Xin Jing, you're awake? Where is this? What are you doing? Uxin Jing was very sensitive as she swept a glance at the calf, and was shocked at the sight of Song Wolf and the others. These people, with fierce faces and either scars or tattoos on their bodies, didn't look like good people in any way. She remembered that Tang Lei had lied to herself that Tang Feng would be waiting for her at the cafe, and had fainted afterward, so it must have been Tang Lei who brought her here. As for what to do, she didn't know, but it certainly wasn't anything good. Xin Jing, you've misunderstood. I just had an impulse. I won't do anything to you. Don't be afraid, Tang Lei said. Then what did you bring me here for? I want to go home. Uxin Jing didn't believe a word of Tang Lei's. She just wanted to leave this place quickly, but Tang Lei shook his head and said, Xin Jing, I won't let you go. I brought you here to lure out Tang Feng. Don't worry, it won't take long. When he's dead, I'll send you back safely. What? Uxin Jing was shocked, looking at Tang Lei incredulously. Why are you doing this? You were not such a person. No reason. Tang Feng is the enemy of our Tang family. His father was expelled from the Tang family back then because he betrayed the Tang family, and after being a sinner, Tang Feng is unrepentant and dares to declare war on our Tang family. He must die. Tang Lei said indifferently. No, you can't do this. You won't get away with it. Uxin Jing shook her head. With you guys alone, you won't be Tang Feng's opponent. Ha, that's too big of a statement. Just him alone. What waves can he make? Little sister, just watch. When Tang Feng comes, you'll know how miserable he'll die. Song Wolf touched his big bald head and said with a grim smile. Furthermore, taking a step back, if we're not his opponent, don't we still have you? With you in our hands, he dares to resist one try? Song Wolf, I've said it before, Xin Jing is only used to draw out Tang Feng, never touch a single hair on her head. Tang Lei frowned. Song Wolf was all pissed off and laughed. This fool, reading stupidly, right? He was only saying this to confuse Uxin Jing. Tang Lei was good. He directly stated the bottom line. This is still chatting my ass off. Tang Lei, listen to me. In the end, Tang Feng and you are still family. How can you partner with outsiders to deal with him? You said that Tang Feng has a grudge against your Tang family, but last time at school Tang Feng didn't make things difficult for you. He was only targeting the people who framed his father back then. It didn't include you. Yu Xinjing said. Tang Lei was unmoved. And the Tang family has a grudge is just a front. What he really wants is to step on Tang Feng's corpse to prove his own strength. Can take over Tang Zhong to lead the Tang family to rise again. Xin Jing, I'm only targeting Tang Feng. There's no need for you to plead for him. He's not your own brother. Dead is dead. I'll take care of you in the future. Tang Lei took a deep breath and said. Uxin Jing shook her head. It's true that he's not my real brother, but he takes care of me like my real brother. I won't let you kill him, unless you kill me first. Seeing Uxin Jing siding with Tang Feng like this, Tang Lei had a burst of fire for no reason. Scratching his head, he said with some dissatisfaction. Xin Jing, don't try to haggle with me based on my fondness for you. I'm going to say it again. Tang Feng has to die. Do you really want to die with him? If Tang Feng dies, it must be me who dies first. Uxin Jing's attitude was resolute. Enough. Tang Lei finally lost his patience and slowly approached Uxin Jing. Since you're adamant about this, don't blame me. If you're going to die, that's fine, but before you die, I must have you. Song Wolf stroked his bare head, a burst of excitement. This Tang clan's kid could be I didn't expect to have this kind of ruthlessness in his heart. It was somewhat similar to people like them. What are you doing? Yu Xinjing took a step back, seeing a glass cup as a weapon to smash at Tang Lei, which expected Tang Lei a hand in the hand. Thrown on the ground, stomped, powder shattered. The body of the long dormant wildness completely released. Held down, Uxin Jing said. Today, what you say is useless. Tang Lei is like you, but compared with the entire Tang family, or poor chips, but the only value you have left is to satisfy my longtime fantasies. Uxin Jing struggled to resist, wanting to break free from Tang Lei's hand, but she was a weak woman. How could she shake Tang Lei, who was a martial artist? The furious Tang Lei even stretched out his hand and slapped Uxin Jing. Be honest with me. But after hitting, Tang Lei regretted it, and covered Uxin Jing's pretty face to apologize. I'm sorry, Xin Jing. Just now I was too impulsive. It's all because I love you too much. That's why I want to get you so badly. You brute. I misjudged you before. Let go of me. Xin Jing pushed Tang Lei away and ran towards the door. Stop her for me. Tang Lei droned. The two punks grabbed Xin Jing as soon as they could, and even tried to make a move. Pa, you guys are worthy too? Tang Lei gave one of them a slap and said angrily, but as if he was irritated again, he grabbed Xin Jing's fragrant shoulder and said, Xin Jing, why do you hate me so much? I've been so good to you. I'm not bad looking, and my family lineage is also good. Why do you reject my love for you? Second uncle is right. If soft doesn't work, let's go strong. Xin Jing, today you are my woman. I want you to be my woman. Bang! Just when Tang Lei was about to take the next step, and Song Wolf was ready to watch the show, the door of the cafe was kicked open, and wood shavings scattered all over the place. The few punks at the door were even impaled by the wood shavings and perished on the spot. Who? Song Wolf was startled in his heart. When he saw the person who walked in, Song Wolf breathed a sigh of relief, but remained mentally tense. Bully Dragon, what are you doing here? The tall, stocky Tyrannosaurus glanced at the messy calf and Tang Lei, who was about to use his strength, and said indifferently, Song Wolf, you're not small in guts. You dare to break Second Master's rules? I think you've eaten bear's heart and leopard's guts. You still dare to collude with the Tang family to do this kind of thing. Wait for death you just. Song Wolf frowned. Tyrannosaurus Rex, we've worked together for so many years. Are you sure you want to tell him about this? Don't forget. What kind of life are we living now? Can we afford a large group of brothers without doing something dirty? Tyrannosaurus snorted. That's none of my business. Second Master has done us a favor. What he says is what he says. If you dare to break the rules, you'll have to be beaten. For a while, the cafe became tense with swords drawn and everyone tensed up. Quite lively. Right at this moment, a flat voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex heard this familiar voice, his heart was startled. It's you? Why are you here? Chapter 76, Can't Hurt Me. Since the last time he fought with Tangfeng, Tyrannosaurus Rex's fear of Tangfeng was engraved in his heart, and now he saw him like a ghost. It didn't take long for the matter to reach Shi Lao, who somehow didn't blame Tyrannosaurus Rex, but instead asked him to do one thing. First, investigate Tangfeng, but not to cause Tangfeng's resentment. This second is to help Tangfeng as much as possible before investigating Tangfeng's bottom line. Although he felt curious, but Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't say anything. After all, he took on a private job. If he followed the rules, that is, it would be appropriate to chop off his hands. What a bummer. Tang Lei saw Tangfeng and let go of Xinjing. Tangfeng, run, call the police. This is a trap. They want to kill you. Xin shouted. Don't worry, having me here is enough. All of them are going to hell. Tangfeng said. What a big mouth. Tangfeng, what kind of place do you think this is? Since you're here, leave your life behind. Song Wolf, why don't you do something? Tang Lei's face was ruthless. Song Wolf was a bit hesitant, and looked at Tyrannosaurus Rex with scruples in his eyes. With this guy around, things would not be easy, as and his own downhill tiger and known as Shi Lao under the three males. He is too clear about the strength of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. If it is downhill tiger is okay, that is, ruthless, good at calculating, that's all. But Tyrannosaurus Rex is different. Just like playing the game will be all the skill points are added to the force. Innate martial artist. Have him and the words want to move. Really some tricky. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Today this matter you do not care. As if it did not happen. The Tang family promised benefits. I share half of you. How? Song Wolf said, fearing that Tyrannosaurus Rex would not agree. Immediately after that he added, this money is enough for you and me to spend the rest of our lives in peace. You also know what kind of days we've been living under Shi Lao for the past few years. As the saying goes that people don't do it for themselves, they always have to look for a way back for themselves. Fart. Which unexpectedly the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not even think about it. Immediately cursed. Song Wolf, you damn big face. Your conscience was eaten by a dog? How dare you say such treacherous words? If not Shi Lao, you have long been starved to death. Your daughter-in-law and that adulterer also killed you long ago. Who gave you a way to live? Who gave you the current position? That was before. Song Wolf grimaced. One or the other. I hope you can make a wise decision. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Don't even think about it. I'll clean up for Second Master today. The Tyrannosaurus Rex said as he took off his undershirt, revealing his sturdy muscles. Song Wolf clapped his hands. Very good. Looks like we're going to get a little more blood today. The words just fell. From the back of the cafe ran out dozens of lean gangsters. Although there weren't many of them, everyone's strength wasn't weak. The strongest few even had innate masters, and the weakest were also first-class masters. The Tyrannosaurus frowned. Trouble. Even if he can fight again, he can't deal with so many people. Moreover, the other party is also holding a weapon. The corner of his eye is even glimpsed. Song Wolf's waist also don't have a black box. Even more disadvantage. It seems that if you want to get out of the cafe safely today, it's not that easy. Damn, Song Wolf, it seems like you've been thinking of betraying Second Master for a long time, and you're quite well prepared. Tyrannosaurus Rex, I'll give you one last chance. Recognize the current situation. People go high, water flows low, don't be foolishly loyal, it won't do any good. Song Wolf smiled grimly. Tyrannosaurus Rex said without a trace of anger. Don't bull, come if you have the guts, I'll fight with you guys. Humph. Song Wolf's face was vicious and waved his hand. All the fighters swarmed up and instantly suppressed the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even though the Tyrannosaurus Rex was exceptionally brave and fought to send the two men flying, but then he was hit by an even more ferocious attack and had no power to fight back. Tang Feng, it's your turn. Are you going to kill yourself, or are you going to let us help you? Tang Lei snorted. Last time, he didn't dare to face Tang Feng's gaze, but this time was different. The offense and defense had changed shape. He looked at Tang Feng with a condescending stance, wanting to see a hint of fear and uneasiness from Tang Feng's face, but the result disappointed him. Tang Feng was still breezy, as if what was in front of him was not in his eyes. You don't have the guts to do this. It was Tang Zhong who instructed you, Tang Feng said. Tang Lei's face changed, as if he had been greatly humiliated, and he said viciously, Tang Feng, you're less pretentious. Now you're already a bird in a cage, a turtle in a jar. No matter who instructed you, you're bound to die today, by my hands. Then I'd like to see how many kilograms Tang Mao's son can have. Tang Feng sneered, then pointed at Xin Jing's face and said, no matter who did it, this debt, you'll have to pay it back together. What a big mouth. How about this? Song Wolf let out a fierce smile, took out a pistol from his waist. The blackened muzzle was aimed at Tang Feng. He knew that Tang Feng's strength wasn't weak either, even stronger than Tyrannosaurus Rex, but even the highest kung fu was afraid of a chopper. With a gun in hand, even if Tang Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be in vain. Ha ha, Tang Feng, you're crazy, keep going crazy, if you dare to move a little you'll be killed. Tang Lei laughed. Tang Feng was unmoved and said disdainfully, you think this kind of thing can be useful to me? Ridiculous, you're still talking tough when you're on the verge of death. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, you'll have to be planted even if you go down with this round of peanut rice. Tang Xiao, what do you mean? Song Wolf said. His original plan was not to use the pistol as a secret weapon. After all, this is a downtown area. The sound of gunfire is too much noise, but due to the addition of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, want to rely on fists and feet to take down the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Tang Feng, all of them will be a little difficult. It's better to be quick than late. Take care of all of them, Tang Lei said, then muttered in a low voice. Then leave the 2 scapegoats behind, and leave the rest to us, the Tang clan, to take care of the aftermath. With Tang Lei's words, Song Wolf didn't have anything to hesitate about and pulled the trigger on Tang Feng. Not good. Damn it, Tang Feng, you owe me your life. Seeing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex screamed that it wasn't good, and hurriedly knocked back the surrounding fighters and violently rushed over to block Tang Feng's signature. However, the sinful bullet had already shot out, hitting the Tyrannosaurus Rex right in the back. Hiss. Even if his body was as strong as the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he couldn't help but arrive at a mouthful of cool air. The sharp pain instantly drowned his sanity, and he grunted in pain. Tang Feng frowned. What are you doing? You ask me. Who should I ask? The second master said that he would protect you no matter what. Listen to you. I don't know why. Remember, you owe me a life. If I die, remember to offer me a pillar of incense every year. The Tyrannosaurus Rex spat out blood from his mouth, and his voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. Tyrannosaurus Rex, why are you doing this? For him, you don't even want your own life. Song Wolf was also shocked, not expecting Tyrannosaurus Rex to help Tang Feng block the gun. Asterisk 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 you traitor. You're not qualified to talk to me. Don't worry, sooner or later you'll have this day. I'll go wait for you down there first. The Tyrannosaurus Rex sneered. Due to too much emotion, the wounds on his body were irritated. Wave after wave of severe pain made the Tyrannosaurus Rex grunt in pain. I mean, I don't even need you to block the gun. That thing, it can't hurt me yet. Tang Feng shook his head and said indifferently, a pistol was just a pistol. It couldn't break through his foundation stage cultivator's defense yet. In other words, the speed of the bullet wasn't as fast as him. Chapter 77, Legitimate Defense. What a time to be so loud. Quick, use my body as a shield to get out of here. Save your life first, then seek revenge on them, the Tyrannosaurus Rex said. Tang Feng shook his head, took out a silver needle and stabbed it into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. And in the next moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body stopped seeping blood out. Bang! After doing so,
Tang Feng slapped the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body again, and a blood-stained bullet was forced out, swift as the wind into the Song Wolf's shoulder. What? Song Wolf's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his shoulder, and his body knelt on the ground powerlessly. The gun in his hand was also thrown out. Tang Lei snatched it up with his quick eyes, looking at Tang Feng with a scornful expression. This guy, what kind of monster was it? Although I don't need your help, but for the sake of you blocking the gun for me, you want to die. It's still a bit early, Tang Feng said. The Tyrannosaurus Rex felt the sky spinning, somewhat slowed down. What had happened? Wasn't he shot? But how did his body not hurt at all at this moment? The bullet was even forced out, and he almost killed the Song Wolf instead. At this moment, everyone, including the Tyrannosaurus Rex, looked at Tang Feng with eyes that became strange. You guy, are you a human or a monster? Tyrannosaurus couldn't help but ask. Similarly, it also asked the one question that everyone present was most concerned about. Of course I'm a human. Tang Feng shook his head and said indifferently, go guard the door. Don't let any of them out. Here, leave it to me. The Tyrannosaurus nodded silently. Are you going to tie your own hands, or will I help you? Tang Feng looked towards Tang Lei, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Let's talk big. Don't forget, the gun is still in my hand. I don't believe you. The more Tang Lei spoke, the more he lost his nerve. But the next moment, he made a move that made everyone startled, and even he himself didn't believe it. The muzzle of the gun quietly turned towards Yu Xinjing. Are you threatening me? Tang Feng said indifferently. That's right, I'm threatening you. Don't you care about her? Do it if you're brave enough. Either that, or break your own hands and feet. Tang Lei was first surprised at his own actions, but it quickly dissolved into flatness. Tang Feng shook his head and snorted. Yes, you do threaten me, but your threat is still too low. Don't you care about her, even if it's you? I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy if you were shot in the head. If it hits her head, even if you're a god, you won't be able to save her, Tang Lei said. So you'll try? But I can tell you, what you did is going to cost you 10 times over. Tang Feng sneered. You think I don't dare? Tang Lei's face showed madness. His body trembled. Originally he only wanted to threaten Tang Feng with Yu Xinjing's life, but Tang Feng was clearly unmoved, and under the excitement, he even pulled the trigger. Bang! The sinister bullet shot out. If calculated according to common sense, there was no time to react, but for Tang Feng it was slow to the extreme. Creation Heart Sutra, Great Creation Hand. Tang Feng grabbed forward, and the bullet that was supposed to hit Yu Xinjing's head had somehow been swept into his hands. The calf instantly fell into a deathly silence, and everyone's eyes became puzzled. Time, as if frozen in this moment. You, what kind of monster are you? Tang Lei shivered. Was he dreaming? Surprisingly, someone could grab a bullet with their bare hands? Moreover, the bullet wasn't even aimed at Tang Feng. How could he be so fast? Go wait downstairs for a moment. Soon, I'll have Tang Zhong and Tang Ma meet you. Tang Feng sneered and shot the bullet in his hand into Tang Lei's eyebrow. In an instant, Tang Lei collapsed. Both eyes were lifeless. No more signs of life. Monster! Monster! Song Wolf fell into a frenzy in an instant, repeating the word monster under his breath all the time. He's all yours. Tang Feng glanced at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Understood. Tyrannosaurus nodded, easily taking Song Wolf's life. As for those fighters, at this point, they had already fallen into a group of dragons without a leader. But seeing Tang Feng's methods, they knew that even if they tied their hands, they had no chance of survival. So they gritted their teeth and decided to fight to the death. But in front of Tang Feng, they didn't even have a chance to fight for their lives. Damn, this guy isn't even human. Where does he need me to protect him? Looking at the ground full of lifeless fighters and punks, the Tyrannosaurus Rex cursed in his heart, and his fear of Tang Feng deepened a few more points. Grabbing bullets with his hands, faster than bullets, and solving a dozen or so weapon-wielding thugs was as simple as an adult hitting a child. As far as he could see, Tang Feng's strength was at least that of a Zon master, if not beyond it. The Tyrannosaurus didn't dare to think further, and at the same time cursed himself for what kind of monster he had fought with. So damn lucky to have survived. What? Even I'm afraid? Tang Feng walked up to Yu Xinjing. Seeing Yu Xinjing's strange expression, he softly teased. Yu Xinjing shook her head, rolled her eyes and said, anyone else would be unsettled with this outburst of yours, right? Actually, eldest senior brother is much more powerful than me. However, the upper limit of what he can achieve is much lower than me. Tang Feng said, my brother can be just like you, grabbing bullets with his bare hands? Yu Xinjing was shocked. She had thought that it would be perverse enough for that so-called immortal healer sect to produce one Tang Feng, but she hadn't expected it to be mass-produced. A small thing, as long as it's not a heavy weapon shelling, it's no pressure at all for your brother. When I was in the mountains, I didn't take a lot of beatings from your brother.
Tang Feng shook his head, as if remembering the miserable life when he first went up to the immortal medicine mountain. Put, Uxin Jing didn't hold back her laughter. It really didn't occur to her that even someone as powerful as Tang Feng, someone who wasn't much different from an omnipotent god in her mind, would be beaten up. I have some things to do in the next few days, completely eradicating those things that are or might be a threat to you. If you can, you'll stay at Hailan High School. I'll have the Situ family send someone to protect you, Tang Feng said. Uxin Jing nodded, knowing that she couldn't cause trouble for Tang Feng at this time. If Tang Feng wasn't strong enough, if Tang Lei wasn't so ruthless and brutal, I'm afraid Tang Feng would be in big trouble. Who is the second master you spoke of, and why did he ask you to help me? Tang Feng looked at Tyrannosaurus Rex and asked. Master, let's not talk about this, the commotion is so big. Let's go first. I have a criminal record. If I get caught it will be troublesome. Tyrannosaurus cried out. He had already heard sirens outside. If he didn't run, he really wouldn't have a chance. Do you think today is us taking the initiative to pick a fight or justifiable defense? Tang Feng said without good humor. But this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face was bitter. Self-defense? Whose self-defense as far as taking out so many people also appeared to be a gun. These people are dead. On the basis of their family's words, I'm afraid it is not enough for the police to accept the letter. Coupled with the fact that he has a criminal record, there is no chance that he will be suspected. And then it is not his also. The coffees had been damaged. The police outside rushed over smoothly, drew their guns and said, all hands on your head and crouch down. Chapter 78, Key Witnesses. Ha, didn't you go off to become a traffic cop, and this job has you in it? Seeing the visitor, Tang Feng froze for a moment. Ji Ling was stunned, shook his head and said, I was wondering how I could run into you everywhere. What's going on? Upon seeing the corpses all over the ground, even Ji Ling, who had handled many cases, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A vicious battle must have happened here just now. Then seeing that there was a gun beside the dead Tang Lei, Ji Ling was instantly alert. Don't say anything for now. Raise your hands above your head. So what, officer? We can explain this matter. Self-defense. Yes, we are in self-defense. The Tyrannosaurus Rex put his hands up by reflex. Tyrannosaurus? Is that you? Don't move. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Ji Ling instantly tensed up. How was it this guy? She had heard of the fierce reputation of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Back then, capturing it could have taken a lot of effort, but the last few years had subsided a lot. How come she encountered it again here today? No, it's not what you think. We can really explain this today. The Tyrannosaurus Rex laughed bitterly. Come on, it's better for me to say it. Tang Feng shrugged. It was him, who joined forces to kidnap Xin Jing. And then what? Tyrannosaurus Rex unintentionally barged in, and even blocked the gun for me, and we had no choice but to take them out, or else the ones who died would have been us. Isn't this not considered self-defense? Ji Ling frowned. The specific how can't listen to your side of the story. Besides, since other people have guns in their hands, how did you kill them all through self-defense? You're not a bad King Kong Ji's sister. It's really like this. I was kidnapped by Tang Lei. It was Tang Feng who rushed over in time. Although it sounds a bit strange, but Uxin Jing didn't know how to explain in the end. Could it be that Tang Feng wasn't afraid of bullets, and could even grab bullets with his bare hands? I'm afraid no one would believe this when they said it. Xin Jing. It's not that I don't want to believe your words. Handling a case requires evidence. Let's do it this way. All of you follow back to the police station. Make your words clear. We will also start investigating. If the truth is really what you say, the police won't wrongly accuse anyone. Ji Ling was also helpless, so he had to bring all the people back. Only just returning to the police station, people from the Tang family were already waiting at the police station, and the person who came was none other than Tang Zhong. He recognized Tang Feng the first time he saw him, looking at him with unblinking eyes, an unnameable meaning in his eyes. Tang Feng, this is sort of the second time we've met, Tang Zhong said. Which old dog of the Tang family are you? Tang Feng said indifferently. It's just as sharp-tongued as your father, but that's not much use, and I didn't expect that the second time the two of us met would be an occasion like this. Tang Zhong sneered. Spinning around, he looked at Ji Ling and said, Officer Ji, I know that you have some friendship with Tang Feng, but personal feelings are personal feelings, and handling a case is handling a case, so you shouldn't show favoritism, right? He killed my nephew, even though Tang Feng is also my nephew, but everyone is equal before the law. I've come on behalf of my big brother Tang Mao to demand justice. Ji Ling shook his head and said, I can understand your feelings, but right now the case is not clear. There is no sufficient evidence to prove that Tang Lei kidnapped and killed, and likewise there is no sufficient evidence to prove that it wasn't Tang Lei who kidnapped and killed. If the former is true, then Tang Feng does belong to self-defense. If the latter,
You can rest assured that no matter who the murderer is, I will apprehend him and sentence him how I should sentence him. Ha! Tang Zhong smiled faintly. That's not very flattering. I heard that Tang Feng saved your life not long ago. Who can guarantee that you won't show favoritism? Moreover, even if there's no evidence, the person was indeed killed by Tang Feng. Until there's new evidence, it's at least reasonable to lock him up, right? Ji Ling was non-committal. It was indeed the case if one followed the rules. But again, if there isn't enough evidence, locking him up for a few days is just as good as letting him out. Tang Feng snorted. And Tang Feng is your nephew, right? I have good reason to suspect that he kidnapped my sister. This matter is at your behest. To know that Tang Feng is only a student, want to hire Sun Wolf. The money needed is not a small amount. As for who paid for this money, you are suspected. I don't care. I'm willing to obey the arrangement. Tang Zhong shrugged, but did not panic. For a while, it could be said that the public was at an impasse. Well, what to do about the case? We police have our own set of procedures. Ji Ling waved his hand helplessly. None of you need to argue. There's a new clue. Right at this moment, Lu Fan walked over, followed by a young man, the very punk who was sent by Sun Wolf to tell Tang Feng the news. Team Lu, who is this? What's the clue you tell us? Ji Ling asked. Team Lu looked at the punk. He's one of Sun Wolf's subordinates. He knows all the things that happened this afternoon. It's better to listen to him next. Oh, so it's Sun Wolf's men. That's great. Just tell us, whether it's my nephew who did something wrong, or he, Tang Feng, who killed someone maliciously. Tang Zhong nodded. His tone was flat, and there was even no threat in his words, but he interjected at this time, but he had to make people suspect his intentions. People were indeed all killed by him. The gangster pointed at Tang Feng and said, shivering. He was the only survivor of the cafe incident, and everything that had happened from beginning to end was all in his eyes. Until now, his gaze towards Tang Feng was still filled with an unresolvable fear. But, it was Sun Wolf and Tang Lei who kidnapped the student beforehand, and then sent me to tell Tang Feng the news, luring Tang Feng to the cafe and preparing to kill him. The punk's words changed, causing everyone to be quite surprised. Nonsense, you say that? Do you have any evidence? Tang Zhong snorted coldly. Indeed, you need evidence to say that, Ji Ling said. She believed that Lu Fan wouldn't be aimless, and since he had brought the punks here, he must have considerable certainty. I have video recordings, the punk said, took out his cell phone from inside his clothes, and then said, I'm in charge of the surveillance video of the cafe, and the contents are all in here. Originally, before arresting Yu Xinjing, Sun Wolf had already turned off the cafe's surveillance, but the gangster kept an eye out. After all, he couldn't bet all on Sun Wolf's body. Sun Wolf is a two-faced leader. When the younger brother has the same example, naturally will not be loyal to where. As the video played, everyone froze, especially after seeing that Tang Feng had actually grabbed the bullet with his hand and was still several meters away. He was shocked beyond words. Was this still something a person could do? A person's reaction and speed could actually be faster than the speed of a bullet. And also, was Tang Feng's hand made of iron? Chapter 79, The Flowery Neck. To hell with it. Lu Fan shook his head. Right now, he could only explain it by saying that Tang Feng might be a Zhongshe realm expert. It was the only thing that made sense. After all, there was the precedent of the last time when Tang Feng had shattered the wall of Yu Daji's house with a single punch. But, such a young Zhongshe, it was too unbelievable. You guy, I kind of know why my dad told me to befriend you. Monster, what a monster. Ji Ling stared at Tang Feng with wide eyes, incredulously. Ask yourself, let alone asking her to catch bullets with her bare hands. Even solving those weaponized fighters was already hellishly difficult. But all this was as easy as drinking water for Tang Feng. Tang Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. As for the gun, it was Tang Lei who gave it to Sun Wolf, and the person was also captured by Tang Lei. The two of them teamed up to conspire to kidnap Yu Xinjing and kill Tang Feng. The punk said. Tang Zhong very surprisingly did not show displeasure, just narrowed his eyes and looked straight at the punk. This look made the punk feel hairy in his heart. The case is clear. It's Tang Lei and Sun Wolf who kidnapped and committed the murder, and they also hid guns. What Tang Feng did was completely out of self-defense. Tang Zhong, what else do you have to say? Lu Fan asked. I have nothing to say. I really didn't expect that Xiao Lei would be such a child. AI. It's good that he died. Tang Feng, you did the right thing. Thanks for clearing up the door for my Tang family. This love, our Tang family remembered. Tang Zhong said smilingly. No thanks, but I think Tang Lei is young and just a student. Whether it's the funds or the origin of the guns, he can't handle it. There must be accomplices amongst the Tang family. I don't mind the trouble. I'll help the Tang family head investigate. Tang Feng said indifferently. Tang Zhong nodded and said, then I'll trouble you. I'm also greatly shocked by this. After I go back, I will conduct a thorough investigation of the family.
and will definitely not tolerate the existence of half a tumor. Between their words, the two of them were secretly exchanging blows, neither of them letting anyone in. Since the case has become clear, Tang family head, from now on, your Tang family members are restricted from leaving High City. Make sure to stay within the police's surveillance. We likewise suspect that the Tang family still has Tang Lei's accomplices. Lu Fan said. That's natural. Your investigation is always welcome. Tang Zhong let out a faint smile. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Oh yes, Tang Feng, we'll be home to see when you have time. Even though your father betrayed the family, but you're ultimately a member of the Tang family. With the Tang family's blood flowing in your body, the Tang family welcomes you to go back and see my father's name. I will personally write it back into the Tang family tree. Tang Feng said indifferently. Tang Zhongda's footsteps paused for a moment, leaving behind a sentence before leaving the police station. Don't take your father's old path. Ka. Tang Feng clenched his fists. This old son of a, in a month at most, he would take his head and sacrifice it to his dead father. Don't be impulsive. Lu Fan reminded, shook his head and said, you and the Tang family seem to have a grudge, but don't act with intent. He currently doesn't have a handle on you. It would be a crime to strike out rashly. Don't worry, if I want to kill him, in this world, I'm afraid there's no one who can stop him yet. Tang Feng said indifferently. Hey, your breath is too big. Let's compare. Jiling rolled his eyes. One move. Tang Feng waved his hand. Humph, see how crazy you are. I admit that you're very powerful, at least a Zhongshu powerhouse, but I'm not a vegetarian either, and I'm much more experienced in battle than you are. I don't believe that you can defeat me in one move. If that's the case, whatever you say is what you say. If I frown, nope, there's no way I'm frowning. Jiling said unconvincingly, but when she was about to make a sudden move and hit Tang Feng by surprise, she saw that Tang Feng just hit a palm through the air, and the strong wind sent her flying, so Tang Feng had no intention of hurting Jiling. So now you owe me a condition? Tang Feng raised his eyebrows. You're cheating. Don't count. Don't count. You didn't even give me a chance to strike. Otherwise, I would have beaten you into a pig's head. Jiling said stiffly, although she knew that she had lost, and lost miserably. It was clearly a sneak attack, but she hadn't even touched Tang Feng's body. How could this not make her feel frustrated? Since she had been a police officer, she had never suffered such a big loss and faced such a powerful feeling of powerlessness. Then you come again. Tang Feng didn't mind. Just as Jiling wanted to try again, she was stopped by Lu Fan. Captain, what are you doing? Why don't you let me compete with him? Jiling asked. All right, Lu Fan said helplessly. You yourself know that you're not his opponent. Why do you have to humiliate yourself? Furthermore, if Tang Feng were to get real with you, he wouldn't be able to lift us off the ground here. Jiling hummed lightly, but she also knew that what Lu Fan said was true. Perhaps, she didn't even have the qualifications to make Tang Feng serious. That, Lu Fan wanted to say something, but stopped, wanting to speak, somewhat embarrassed. Tang Feng was not in a hurry. It was obvious. The other party was trying to get him to help, but if this bit of face couldn't be wiped off, how could it not be like asking for help? Captain, what do you want to say? Just say what you have to say. This guy isn't a good person. There's no need to be polite with him. Jiling asked curiously. Tang Feng rolled his eyes. How was he not a good person? Clearly he was her savior. But Jiling's character was roughly like this. Big-headed and mouthy. So he didn't care. Hey, it's not really a big deal. You remember Flower Neck, right? Lu Fan said. Sniffing. Jiling's eyes became stern, and he said hatefully, of course I remember. If it wasn't for the accident during the process of catching him, I wouldn't have been hospitalized and caused to become a vegetable. Captain, that guy hasn't been arrested yet? Lu Fan shook his head and said, Flower Neck is cunning as hell, and has strong anti-surveillance skills. There have been a few times when we just had a clue, but he escaped before we could act. However, recently there have been new clues that Flower Neck is still in Haichang. Jiling immediately said, Captain, let me return to the team. I want to personally apprehend Flower Neck. Little spirit, it's not that simple. Getting clues about Flower Neck isn't easy. This time we must be fully prepared. We can't scare the snakes. Otherwise the next time we know where he is we won't know when and how many more people will have to be victimized. Lu Fan shook his head. Jiling was furious, but she also knew that Lu Fan was right. Capturing Flower Neck had to be done without fail. So, you guys are trying to get me to help arrest someone? Tang Feng asked. It's like this. Flower Neck is very strong, and based on our experience in the first few encounters, his strength is already straight up to the Zhongshu realm, and he's very smart, and every time he appears, it's an area with a lot of foot traffic, and it's inconvenient for us too. That's why we let him escape so many times, Lu Fan said helplessly. Chapter 80, The Black Mist. Team Lu, I admit that this guy is very strong, but arresting people isn't a ring match. It's not just about being able to fight. You're handing over such an important task to him. In case something goes wrong, it might even cause more casualties. Ji Ling shook his head, followed by saying again, furthermore, this person, Flower Neck, is known for his ruthlessness. Not a single person who has fallen into his hands has survived. It's not appropriate to involve Tang Feng, is it? Lu Fan scratched his head. He didn't deny that Ji Ling was right, but it wasn't also out of the question. The deadline from above was to apprehend Flower Neck, not to create any more panic and cause unnecessary losses. But with this squad under his command, wanting to apprehend Flower Neck without casualties and without using certain lethal weapons was like reaching for the sky. Let's put it this way, Tang Feng, I can apply to the top to give you an associate status. You can help us capture Flower Neck together. Of course, the treatment will be the same as ours. Mayor Ji talked to me about this some time ago. I'm just a little unsure about it. No need. Tell me the location of Flower Neck. Tang Feng shook his head. The exact location is not too clear. I only know that it is currently in an urban village in the north of Haichang. For insurance purposes, I didn't send anyone to follow it. So, I also don't know if it has been transferred. Lu Fan said with some embarrassment. There was no way. The risk factor of Flower Neck was just too high. Last time it was 2 team members that were sent to monitor it, and as a result, they were discovered, and the 2 team members are still lying in the hospital. And what's worse is that it also caused the death of an innocent citizen. Since then, even if the location of Flower Neck was discovered, it didn't dare to make any more moves before there was a clear deployment. Enough. Tang Feng nodded. Immediately, he closed his eyes and dispersed his divine sense. The urban village in the north wasn't too far from here, and it wasn't hard to find people with the divine sense probing effect. Soon, a target was locked on. It was filled with the smell of blood and carried at least dozens of lives on its body. But strangely enough, the exact location as well as the person's appearance was not clear to Tang Feng. Knowing that Tang Feng was now at the foundation establishment stage and was armed with the Creation Heart Sutra and the Great Self-Realization Method, even the Jindan stage couldn't escape his divine sense. But he couldn't see such an ordinary person. Strange. Tang Feng frowned. Once again, he tried to use his divine sense to see through this person's information. And this time, although he was able to see the appearance, which was exactly the same as the picture of Flower Neck that Lu Fan had shown him, he still couldn't lock on to the exact location. Moreover, there seemed to be a layer of black mist shrouding Hua Neck's body, causing Tang Feng's divine sense to be able to see Hua Neck for a while, and then lose sight of the target for a while. What's going on? Are you fortune-telling? Ji Ling asked curiously. Little spirit, don't disturb him, Lu Fan said. When Tang Feng opened his eyes, he hurriedly asked, how is it? Any gains? There is, but not much. Tang Feng shook his head and said, this Flower Neck, what kind of person is he in the end? Did anything rather strange happen during your capture? Strange things? Lu Fan was stunned. For example, some behavior that subverts your perceptions. Of course, brutal and bloody or something like that doesn't count. Tang Feng asked. Lu Fan thought carefully, shook his head and said, no the more prominent thing about Flower Neck is his ruthlessness and anti-surveillance ability. As for the others, there is no discovery. If it's a normal situation, it's easy for us to catch him. It's just that every time he appears, he is in a crowded place, and he has made preparations beforehand. As long as we have any action, not only can't catch him, but will suffer great losses. Instead, we will suffer great losses. That's strange. Tang Feng frowned. If Flower Neck was also a cultivator, then everything would make sense. But listening to Lu Fan's description, Flower Neck was also just an ordinary person. At most a martial artist with decent strength. But what was up with that layer of black mist that was able to dodge the sweep of divine sense? Hardly? Tang Feng frowned even tighter. Then said, I can help you guys with Flower Neck, but at the same time you guys can't be idle. There are some things that need to be prepared. You name it, we'll never excuse ourselves if we can do it. Lu Fan said, it's not like I'm asking you guys to do things for me. All I'm asking you guys to do is to prepare for the capture of Flower Neck. Tang Feng said, I'll send you guys something tomorrow. By then not only will you be able to avoid Flower Neck's detection, but you'll also be able to leave a brand on his body. By then no matter where he goes, we'll be able to chase him. There's still this? Lu Fan froze. Even with high tech, the most they could do was lock down the approximate location of Flower Neck. But they couldn't do anything as effective as what Tang Feng had said. Oh right, Tang Feng, there's one more thing. The reason why we weren't able to apprehend Flower Neck in the past was because we were afraid of hurting the common people. Is there any way you can do about this? Tang Feng thought about it and said, don't worry, leave this matter to me. On Flower Neck, it was highly likely that there was the shadow of that force. As the immortal doctor's sect inheritance, it was obligatory and necessary to help the police eradicate it. That's good then. Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Then if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Xin Jing. Let's go, Tang Feng said. TSK. Looking at Tang Feng's departing back, Lu Fan scat out.
There's nothing strange in this world. There's such a strange person in this world.
Fortunately it's in my China.
Jiling asked with some confusion.
Team Lu, what are you talking about? It looks like you believe in this guy. There's no need for that.
Placing all your hopes on an outsider is not in line with our process.
Lu Fan shook his head and said, you don't know. These are all arranged by Mayor Ji.
You still remember Secretary Zhu who worked with your father?
The news came from Secretary Zhu. What news? If there is something that can't be solved, ask Tang Feng. If other people approach him, the probability is that he will love to ignore them. But if it's us, the probability is that Tang Feng will not refuse. Lu Fan smiled and said, however, since Tang Feng is helping us, we can't let him have worries. You talk to the director and ask him to send a few colleagues to secretly protect Tang Feng's mother. Although she was a bit puzzled, Jiling had also seen Tang Feng's strength, and an inexplicable confidence rose in her heart. With Tang Feng's help, there was no chance that they could really succeed in capturing Flower Neck this time. You really want to help the police catch Flower Neck? Yu Xinjing asked with some concern. Why? What's the problem? Tang Feng cocked his head. You haven't been away from High City for long. How could you not know the infamous reputation of this person? Flower Neck. In other words, Flower Neck isn't a human being at all. He's a demon who walks in the world of men. When Yu Xinjing spoke of Flower Neck,
a trace of fear surged on her pretty face for no reason.
Chapter 81 Theft. Which time he appeared, is not to make a city pandemonium.
5 years ago my family's neighbors, a family of 6, all died in the hands of the Flower Neck. Yu Xinjing said, her voice getting smaller and smaller. She didn't want to see that kind of tragedy for the second time,
and she didn't even want to remember it. Flower Neck used to be an artist,
then somehow his temperament changed drastically,
and he liked to add his art to people's bodies, but not living people. Rather, a person is brutally murdered,
and by the time the police discover it, the body of the deceased is no longer intact, but has been made into a so-called work of art.
Perhaps this was beautiful in the eyes of Flower Neck, but to everyone else, it was extremely sick. Even the police couldn't imagine how anyone could make a flower out of a human body as a preference. Don't worry, it's just a crazy person. He can't turn over any waves yet.
Tang Feng spoke out to comfort.
However, since there was probably that force standing behind the Flower Neck, he didn't dare to be too careless, and for the moment,
he still had to raise his strength as much as possible, lest any accidents occur at that time,
resulting in uncontrollable results. In front of him, it was precisely the Qi Pavilion. Although the quality of the medicinal herbs couldn't be compared to the ones above the immortal medical mountain, in the mundane world, the medicinal herbs of the Qi Pavilion were already extremely good, and the effects of the last refined pills were quite good. Stop! The last time Tang Feng came, he went in smoothly, but this time,
the Qi Pavilion's surroundings were filled with security guards,
and the entrance was even guarded by dozens of security guards,
looking at the people passing by with eyes revealing vigilance,
as if they were looking at thieves. What? Can't enter? Tang Feng frowned. Are there any members of the Qi Pavilion?
The security guard inquired.
What member? Tang Feng was confused. What was going on here?
It wasn't this troublesome the last time he came.
Then I'm sorry, you guys can't enter, the security guard said expressionlessly, his words revealing indifference. But just at this moment, a fat-headed man waved his hand at the security guard, and he walked into the gifted pavilion. What about him? You didn't ask him for credentials. Tang Feng frowned. The security guard snorted. Do you know who he is? The chairman of Chu's group. He looks like he's here to buy herbs in a serious manner. Do you? Who are you? Ha! Check, no such person. Who knows if you'll be a thief after you go in. Got it. Now Qi Pavilion still brushes its face right. Then let your boss come out. I have something to say.
Tang Feng said indifferently.
Don't tease. Just you still let our boss come out. Who do you think you are? Do you have this qualification? Get. Don't disturb my work. Wherever you come from, go cool off. The security guard waved his hand to drive away, and just at this moment, a voice rang out. Aya, this is not a little brother. Why did you come? Following the voice, a woman in red opened the window and waved her hand, then stood up and walked out from the doorway,
walking in front of Tang Feng with great enthusiasm.
This person, she didn't dare to be slow. It was said that it was because of Tang Feng that Sita Su Zheng had driven even his most favored granddaughter Sita Hongying out of High City, and Sita Mingren had even lost everything. I'm going to leave. Tang Feng shook his head. Ah, why? Isn't little brother here to buy herbs?
Mei Hongyi was stunned.
Originally, I had this intention. It's just that, the threshold of your Qi Pavilion is too high. I can't step over it.
Tang Feng turned around after saying that, ready to leave. Mei Hongyi glanced at the security guard and instantly understood what was going on.
How dare you? How dare you be rude to little brother? Why don't you hurry and apologize to little brother?
At this time, even if the security guard was stupid, he knew that Tang Feng's identity was not ordinary, and secretly cursed how he was still dressed like a country bumpkin since he was a big shot, but also can only be in the heart to think. He hastened to catch up, smiled and said, "What, brother, master, just now is my wrong. I have eyes not recognized Taishan bumped into you. You have a large amount of don't talk to me in general." Tang Feng glanced at him. Impacted me? Come on, who am I to use such a serious word? Seeing that Tang Feng refused to forgive himself, the security guard could only hold his tongue and said with a smile on his face, "No, it's not. It's me who shouldn't have that face." "All right." Tang Feng shook his head impatiently and said, "Since you have to vet your identity, then treat everyone equally. Maybe you're not doing a good job on ordinary people, but I have a temper." He saw the defiance in the security guard's eyes, but he was just in the way of Mei Hongyi's face, so he apologized to himself. But he didn't need to argue with the security guard, waved his hand and said, "Get out of the way." "A good Lu." The security guards hurriedly stepped aside and made a path. Mei Hongyi glared at the security guard and said, "From now on you are not a person from Chi Huang Pavilion. Go, I don't want to see you again." "Boss, he forgave me. That's because little brother is homely and kind and doesn't see eye to eye with you. But I'm being careful and have no intention of forgiving you. Why don't you leave?" Mei Hongyi narrowed her eyes. The surrounding security guards heard the commotion and had already come over. Looking at the security guards with an unkind face, there was no way out. The security guard had no choice but to take off the uniform on his body and leave unhappily. Only then did Mei Hongyi look at Tang Feng, instantly changing into a kind smile. "Little brother, if you need any medicinal herbs you can make a phone call. Why are you still here in person? I don't have that big of a stance." Tang Feng skimmed his mouth, swept a glance at Chi Huang Pavilion that looked like a crime scene, and asked, "What's going on here? Something happened to your Chi Huang Pavilion?" Upon hearing this, Mei Hongyi nodded with a bitter smile. "Something happened. It was burglarized a few days ago. Lost quite a few things, right?" Tang Feng smiled. Otherwise Chi Huang Pavilion wouldn't have deployed so many security guards. Oozing. "I'm afraid it would be more than the guests who came here to buy medicine." "Yes, until now the losses have not been estimated. Preliminary calculations have lost at least 100 million herbs." Mei Hongyi had a face of flesh pain. Anyone else who lost $100 million would probably be heartbroken. Not to mention that this was just for starters. Losing it is losing it. Sending so many people to guard it now is a bit of a lost cause. Only half of it would be enough, Tang Feng said. Mei Hongyi sighed and said helplessly, "Little brother, you don't know how arrogant that thief is. Stealing things is just that." He also left a note saying that he will come back to buy goods in a few days. "You say it's infuriating. Scary. Can I not send more manpower?" Tang Feng was stunned. His eyes scanned over the herbs in front of him, and then said, "There are still such interesting thieves." No. Your Chi Huang Pavilion security force seems fine to me. How could you lose so many herbs without a sound?" He only came back to his senses at this moment. $100 million of medicinal herbs. How much would it have to be? How many thieves could give it to be stolen before the Chi Huang Pavilion realized it? And there was not a single clue. "I'm also wondering, the monitoring is not broken. There are still people on duty in the pavilion to guard it, but it's just so evil. Overnight, the entire warehouse of medicinal herbs is missing most of it." Mei Hongyi shook her head. "A bit interesting." Tang Feng stroked his chin. The person who had struck must be a cultivator, or had learned some spells. This sister was born so beautiful, so watery. Little brother has a good eye. Mei Hongyi looked towards Yu Xinjing and said in praise. In fact, she had already noticed Yu Xinjing, but she just wanted to change the subject to avoid Tang Feng's resentment at being stopped outside. Chapter 82, Not for Sale. "My sister." Tang Feng saw that Mei Hongyi's eyes weren't quite right and hurriedly explained. "Sister?" Mei Hongyi's eyes became ambiguous, and her entire face seemed to have 3 words written on it. "Ghosts, forget it, whatever." Tang Feng shrugged. "Are there any good herbs?" "Little brother have forgotten it. We Chi Huang Pavilion other dare not say. The quality of the medicinal herbs is absolutely one of a kind. What medicinal herbs you want just say," Mei Hongyi said with a smile. Tang Feng took out the already written list handed out. A total of 17. All are valuable herbs, and even a few of the rare degree of herbs is not less than the emerald in the emerald. Mei Hongyi, however, did not hesitate for a second and said, "Although some of them are rare and expensive, but it just so happens that there are in the goods that were imported yesterday." Immediately, she beckoned a girl and handed over the list. "Prepare the herbs on it, the ones with the best quality." "Yes." The girl nodded, took the list and went to prepare it. "So what? First things first, I don't have any money on me. You can go ask Sita Su Zhang or Fang Tianxiong for it." Tang Feng rubbed his nose and said with some embarrassment. Truth be told, he also knew that this habit of his was really a bit bad, making it seem like how much he liked to take advantage. but there was no way around it. This was the rule of the immortal Dr. Sex heirs. Harm. What's the point of being polite with your sister? Don't take a penny. Take it as a gift from your sister. Mei Hongi waved her hand. Generous. Tang Feng froze. He didn't know his way around, but a preliminary estimation. The 17 herbs he bought, even the worst quality ones would have to be $200,000 to $300,000. Not to mention the ones with a slightly better quality, 1 to 2 million might not be able to buy them. It's not worth much. Who let me have fate with little brother? Mei Hongi said with a smile. Snap. Only a crunching sound was heard. I'm sorry, sir. This is a non-sale item of our Chi Huang Pavilion. It's not allowed to be touched. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm a senior member of your Chi Huang Pavilion. What is it that I can't touch? Quickly open it for me. The obese man was blocked and had his hand slapped. He instantly became furious and roared with a loud voice. In the quiet gifted pavilion, it undoubtedly caused many people to look sideways. What are you looking at? What the hell are you looking at? Take back your eyes, the obese man said without a good mood. When the crowd saw the obese man's appearance, as if they recognized him, some of them turned their heads in a hurry with shocked faces, some shook their heads, and were unwilling to get involved with the obese man. This guy, coming to make trouble again. Mei Hongi frowned and cursed twice in a low voice, then turned back and said, Little brother, you wait over here for a while, the things will be wrapped up soon. I'll go and take care of a little something first. Tang Feng nodded and found a place to sit down, savoring the pastries that were characteristic of Chi Huang Pavilion. Spread out. Spread your hands. I have to see what your Chi Huang Pavilion's non-sale items are made of today. The obese man pushed aside the clerk who was blocking him and walked forward in 3 steps. In front of him was an object that was 2 meters tall, but was covered by red silk. Not knowing what it was, there was also a sign on it, not for sale, no touching, keep your distance. No, sir, it really can't be touched. Our boss ordered it. The clerk tried his best to block it, but his thin body stumbled and sat down on the floor after a few steps back from just a push from the obese man. What the hell can't you touch? Is it that valuable? Make it mysterious. Red Clothes likes to play this, the obese man said in an unfavorable manner. However, just went his fat hand to the red silk to lift the time, a cold voice rang. Yo, this is not the Chu Bosset. This day how to have leisure to me this small place to sit The obese man's hand movement stopped, followed the voice to see, was originally covered by anger face suddenly revealed a smile, like a Sichuan opera face, rubbing his hands and said, Red, mess half a day you in this I've been looking for you for half a day. Thanks to Boss Chu's thoughts. Looking for me for something? Mei Hongi looked at Chu Xingzhou with squinted eyes. Disgust flashed in her eyes. Ha ha, aren't you asking me knowingly? What else can there be? Thinking of my red clothes? Chu Xingzhou laughed out loud, his green bean-sized eyes looking towards Mei Hongi, unable to hide his excitement. Mei Hongi took a step back, retracted her white tender hand, that red clothes can be too honored. But Boss Chu, thinking of me is thinking of me. This thing can't be touched. Chu Xingzhou glanced back at the non-sale item covered by the red silk and asked offhandedly. I was about to ask, what is this thing underneath? Making it mysterious. Can't even take a look at it? Not really. Mei Hongi's attitude was tough as she said indifferently, but it's possible to reveal some information to Boss Chu. This thing, it's worth a lot of money. To put it in an exaggerated way, even a glance at it would cost this amount. She raised a finger. Chu Xingzhou corner of the mouth a skim. Do not quite believe said, seriously, my old Chu is also considered to travel all over the world. Have seen encountered in the hands of the good things are not exhaustive. Have never heard of anything just look at a glance will have to be $1 million. Red, you cannot bully me as an honest man. Honest man? Mei Hongi snorted lightly, then said, I don't dare to bully Boss Chu. This thing is our Chi Huang Pavilion has spent a lot of effort to transport it from the southern region. The shipping fee, security fee, and maintenance fee on the road alone cost $30 million. Do you think it's worth this amount? TSK. Chu Xingzhou's eyes lit up and laughed. Ha ha, then I'm even more curious as to what could be underneath this. Still, Boss Chu is a senior member of our Chi Huang Pavilion. Logically then your request is the goal of our Chi Huang Pavilion. It's just that the situation is special. This thing is one of the grand finale items in the auction held by the 8 major chambers of commerce in a few days, and there is a need for secrecy as well as a need to ensure that the thing is precious. Boss Chu, it shouldn't make our gifted yellow pavilion break the rules. It won't make the 8th chamber of commerce unhappy, right? Towards the end, Mei Hongi's words already had a hint of threat in them. Chu Xingzhou, however, did not change his face, waved his hand and said, which can I was just curious just now. Well, now that the curiosity has passed, since Hongi said that I can't look at it, then I won't look at it. The name of the 8th chamber of commerce can be said to be like a thunderbolt, unless his brain was eaten by the cerebellum, or else he would definitely not be obstinate, offending the 8th chamber of commerce, with his little industry. he was afraid that he would not be able to carry it for even a day. However, Chu Xingzhou stroked his chin. His eyes with aggression swept up and down in Mei Hongyi, cursing this demonic spirit. It's just a matter of being long and beautiful. The body is still so good. This clothes to wear. Seemingly, which man can carry? If Boss Chu has nothing to do, just take a look around. Mei Hongyi didn't give Chu Xingzhou a chance to say anything further, turned around and left, walking straight towards Tang Feng. Is it settled? Tang Feng asked. This kind of thing, used to it, since shipping this big guy over, offended quite a few people. Not too bad for him, Mei Hongyi said without a care in the world. Just now, I heard you say that in order to get this big guy, it seems like you spent a lot of money. Tang Feng glanced at the location of the non-sale item, and was shocked to find that divine sense couldn't quite stuff what was underneath the red silk. It just felt that the spiritual chi was full of energy, as if it was gathering all the spiritual chi of the whole earth. Even if it was a mid-grade spirit gathering formation moving over, it didn't have such a great efficacy. This kind of feeling, he had only felt it in the forbidden land of the immortal Dr. Mountain. Chapter 83, Don't Mess Around. The entire cost is calculated to be no less than $5 billion, or even more. Mei Hongyi didn't hide it and told the whole story. Then her eyes flowed and she asked curiously, but to be honest, even I don't know what's inside. Little brother, do you think it's worth this amount? Even you don't know? Didn't you buy this thing? Tang Feng was stunned. Harm. It's true that I bought it. It's just that the channels and transportation and things like that are all shipped by Tian Yuan Group and Situ family. Only paid out a little money. And if it's sold, there's a 10% share of the dividends. Mei Hongyi said helplessly. Tang Feng nodded and said, worth it, too worth it. If you meet someone who really needs it, even if it's 10 times more, it's worth it. So worth it? Mei Hongyi was taken aback. 5 billion and then double 10 times. Wouldn't that be 50 billion? This much money, even for the 4 great families, was definitely not a small amount anymore, which made Mei Hongyi even more curious about what exactly was under the red silk. That's all I'm talking about is still low, but it's still the same thing. It has to depend on if there's someone who knows what they're doing and if there's someone who really needs it. Tang Feng shrugged. For cultivators, the spirit gathering formation was something that was indispensable, and the spirit gathering formation required extremely precious materials to cast and open, and every time it was opened, it needed to consume a large amount of materials, which cost no less than $1 billion, not to mention something comparable to an intermediate level spirit gathering formation. Saying $50 billion was considered less. Then, does little brother need it? Mei Hongyi asked with a smile. Tang Feng let out a bitter smile. Would you believe me when I say that I don't just need it? I especially need it. Like a fish needs water? It's just that the price is too expensive, and I can't afford it. I take it as a big deal, even though this thing is going to be auctioned at the auction, but just based on the relationship between little brother and old Mr. Situ, I believe that he will be happy to pay to help you buy it. Mei Hongyi said. Let's talk about it. Tang Feng shook his head. Normally it would be fine. The value of this non-sale item was extraordinary and too precious. He didn't want to owe such a big favor. Favors were to be returned. Moreover, Mei Hongyi had just said that the 8 major chambers of commerce were also involved, so I'm afraid that the Situ family and the Tian Yuan Group were not in a good position to intervene. However, if it came to a point where there was no way out, he wouldn't mind taking some special methods to get it. Red clothes? Which one is this? How come I've never seen it before? At this time, an obese man walked over, looking at Tang Feng with hostility in his eyes, especially when Mei Hongyi spoke to herself, although she was also very warm. But she gave off a feeling that she was separated by a layer of something. But now she was talking and laughing with Tang Feng. Jealousy made one's face change. Even though Chu Xingzhou didn't show hostility, he wouldn't let Tang Feng off easily. Who is this fatty? Tang Feng glanced over. What did you say? Chu Xingzhou frowned. Kid, speak politely. Don't get yourself into trouble. Indeed. Tang Feng nodded. Walking in the human world, it's natural to be cautious. It's best if you can't find trouble for yourself. But unfortunately, you're not enough to have this ability. You, Chu Xingzhou's face sank, as if he wanted to eat Tang Feng. Boss Chu, this is likewise a senior member of our Chihuang Pavilion. Don't mess around, Mei Hongyi said. Chu Xingzhou's nose was going to be askew. Was he the one messing around? It was clearly Tang Feng who had been impolite to himself as soon as he opened his mouth, while Mei Hongyi had turned around and said that he was messing around. What was this if not obvious favoritism? Asshole. Chu Xingzhou was furious. There was definitely something going on with these two. If Boss Chu doesn't have anything to do, feel free to take a look around. I have something to say to this guest, Mei Hongyi said. Chu Xingzhou frowned. His face became even more ugly. I have something to do, but it's not very convenient. Why don't you let this little brother move? If it's not convenient, then next time, Mei Hongyi said. No way. Chu Xingzhou had an extraordinarily strong attitude. I want to say it now. Then say it.
Mei Hongyi said, but it's not very convenient. Either let him go or you come with me, Xu Xingzhou said indifferently. Then next time, Mei Hongyi said. Xu Xingzhou's nose was going to be askew. Playing with condoms? Hongyi, my feelings for you. I believe you are also very clear. After so many years, you have not had an affirmative answer. It's fine, I can endure. I can give you a little time. Xu Xingzhou took a deep breath and said faintly, I can tolerate everything, but not him. In the future you stay away from other men. Don't make me unhappy. I'm sorry, you're a senior member of the Qi Huang Pavilion. If it's about cooperation or business dealings, then I'll try my best to satisfy you. But emotional issues can't be forced, and he and I aren't what you think we are. Boss Chu, please, Mei Hongyi said lightly, not even looking at Xu Xingzhou as she spoke. Why are you doing this to me? Hongyi, in all fairness, how much have I paid for you? At least 10% of your Qi Huang Pavilion's running water is contributed by me. Is that not proof of my heart? And how are you treating me? It looks like you're quite warm, but you're warm to everyone, but when you talk to this kid you're talking and laughing. Where is he better than me? A little brat. Does he have my money? Xu Xingzhou said unconvincingly. Oh, so it's jealousy. You're upset. Don't bring the topic to me. Tang Feng skimmed his mouth. Mei Hongyi was helpless and said, if you don't spend money at Qi Huang Pavilion because you need to, but because of me, then fine. How much you've spent over the years? I'll turn around and transfer the money to you in 1 penny. And as for the medicinal herbs, there's no need to return them. I just hope that you won't be rude to my guests again. Otherwise, the consequences are something you can't afford. This was a warning, and it was also for Xu Xingzhou's sake. If he really pissed Tang Feng off, Xu Xingzhou was afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry Tang Feng's wrath. But this was like a hard slap on his face in Xu Xingzhou's eyes. As a man, how could he be compared to another man in front of the woman he loved? Xu Xingzhou let out a cold smile. I would like to see what consequences there can be. Not waiting for Mei Hongyi to open her mouth, Xu Xingzhou tugged Mei Hongyi's arm and was about to walk out. Humph, Lousy spent so much money on you. You want to not owe each other with a word of return. Think of it quite beautifully. Just in time. I bought quite a lot of medicines to replenish my body here in your place, so I'm going to take you to try to see if it's good or not. Let go. Mei Hongyi was not so soft on the surface. The force that erupted instantly broke free from Xu Xingzhou's hand, but this also completely angered Xu Xingzhou. Lifting his hand he was going to hit Mei Hongyi's face. Bitch, don't know what's good for you. Chapter 84, Jinling Chu Family. Slap. The sound of a crunchy slap rang out. Only, the slap wasn't on Mei Hongyi's face. Hitting someone isn't a good thing, but I don't mind fighting violence with violence, Tang Feng said indifferently, glancing down at his hand and frowning. Your fox odor grew on your face? Why is it still smelly? Little bastard, you dare to hit me? Xu Xingzhou's nose was all pissed off. Stomping his bull's eyes and stretching out his finger at Tang Feng, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't get yourself into trouble. Let me tell you, I'm called Xu Xingzhou, a member of the Jinling Chu family. It's the 4 big families of your Hai Chang who have to be polite to me. I am her guest. As a guest, if you take her away, who will serve me? Then it seems that this matter is really related to me. As for what kind of Chu family you are, never heard of it, Tang Feng said indifferently. Where did all this crooked reasoning come from? Kid, you're insistent on going against me, right? Fine, then I'll take care of you first. Xu Xingzhou had a ferocious look, took out his cell phone and spoke. Not a moment's effort. There will be a great group of people broke through the security guards guarding the door of Qi Huang Court. A brain rushed in. Found Xu Xingzhou respectfully shouted, Boss. The deafening sound attracted quite a few onlookers. Some people recognized Xu Xingzhou and couldn't help but be puzzled. What's the situation? Isn't Xu Xingzhou a senior member of the Qi Huang Pavilion? And it seems like he's been pursuing the Qi Huang Pavilion's boss, Mei Hongyi. What's he up to? It's hard to tell. It's obvious that the courtship didn't work and the original form is revealed. This is to use force. What you guys are saying is inaccurate. Just now I was right next to it. Did you see that young man beside Mei Hongyi? Battling with Xu Xingzhou. Xu Xingzhou is trying to get him. TSK, can be really newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Xu Xingzhou but Jinling City Chu family people. Not 2 years. And so on Xu Xingzhou old man a dying. People Xu Xingzhou is the Chu family's new man of the hour. This where to mess up. This you don't understand it. Who let others? Mei Hongyi's charm is big. That young man is just young and vigorous age. Is not it normal to fight for jealousy? It makes sense. But the competition for jealousy also has to be divided into to whom. The other party is Xu Xingzhou. TSK, can only pay attention in the next life. Hearing the surrounding people's murmurs, Xu Xingzhou smugly snorted coldly, looking at Tang Feng with a condescending stance, his nose going up to the sky. Little son of a, if you were someone else, maybe I wouldn't bother with you, but it's a pity that you've met me, Xu Xingzhou, and I won't hesitate to crush an unknowing ant like you just the same. You mean, Just with them? Tang Feng snorted. If your ability is just as old as your age, then that's all there is to it. Go, no need to keep your hands off. Killing and maiming should be his life. Chu Xingzhou waved his hand. Dozens of fighters nodded slightly, not caring that the reputation of bullying the few with the many wasn't too good to hear. All at once swarming up, calloused fists pushed straight at Tang Feng's face. In the face of the raining attacks, Tang Feng also just got up and swung towards them. Only hearing a slight thin sound, multiple silver needles instantly stabbed the fighters who rushed forward, as if they had been under some kind of magic spell, standing straight in place with dull eyes. What? Chu Xingzhou was stunned. However, Tang Feng didn't give him a chance, turning over and kicking Chu Xingzhou. It had to be said that although Chu Xingzhou was domineering and had an unusually obese figure, his leg and footwork was also good, and he actually reacted quickly, crossing his arms across his chest to stiffly block Tang Feng's kick. What kind of tactic is this? Needle technique? Chu Xingzhou frowned. Buckle your eyes if you can't use them. Donate them to someone in need. Tang Feng lightly laughed. His foot violently stomped forward with force, instantly kicking Chu Xingzhou several meters away, nearly hitting the medicine shelf. Chu Xingzhou's face was complicated as he questioned. What are you? What's your name? And which power are you in? Among the martial artists, not many are good at using needles. This kind of martial artists are usually very fast, not give the opportunity to react if they are unfortunate enough to eat a move. The consequences are unimaginable, either poisonous, or a direct hit to the vitals, or like Tang Feng this can make people instantly lose the ability to act. Extremely terrible. Rao is Chu Xingzhou see a lot of knowledge, but also cannot see Tang Feng using what road, and from which power. But no matter whether it was Tang Feng's needle method or whether there was any big power support behind Tang Feng, Chu Xingzhou was a bit terrified. This kind of person, not good to offend. Checking the account? Tang Feng said indifferently. You. Chu Xingzhou's face flushed red. Pointing at Tang Feng, he said, good, today I won't bother with you for now, but you give me to remember. Our Jinling City Chu family isn't one to be messed with. After saying that, he was ready to leave, not caring about the inoperable thugs. Only when he had just taken a few steps, a fist phoenix rang in his ears. Did I say you could leave? Touch. Chu Xingzhou hurriedly threw a punch, clashing hard with Tang Feng's fist, but he quickly realized that he had underestimated the young-looking, harmless Tang Feng too much. This person was not only excellent in needlework, his fist and feet were even more first-rate. His strong physical strength actually made him an innate expert who had been immersed inside the body-quenching medicinal liquid since he was a child, unable to withstand it, and the sharp pain coming from his fist made Chu Xingzhou unable to resist grimacing. What do you want? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Chu Xingzhou said angrily. You can leave if you want to. Leave your things behind. Tang Feng said. I don't understand what you're saying? Chu Xingzhou frowned, even more annoyed. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Tang Feng, he swore that he would have killed him on the spot. What is that young man talking about? What is it? I don't know. It seems like Chu Xingzhou took something from the Qi Huang Pavilion. Are you kidding me? The Jinling City Chu family is a big family. It's impossible to steal and take something from the Qi Huang Pavilion. It's impossible to do so and it's not a crime. Then who knows? But this young man is also really a bit over the top. Chu Xingzhou is an innate expert. The battle just now obviously didn't put out his full strength. Otherwise, where would he be good? The crowd whispered. Almost all of them weren't very optimistic about Tang Feng. After all, people Chu Xingzhou already didn't intend to count. But Tang Feng was still clinging to his words. What's more, Tang Feng's words actually had the meaning that Chu Xingzhou had taken something from the Qi Huang Pavilion, which was somewhat absurd. I don't think it's that Chu Xingzhou didn't put out his full strength, but that young man stayed his hand on that punch just now. Could it be that you guys didn't see any doorway? How so? Wasn't it that young man's sneak attack that gave him the upper hand? Shallow. I'm not talented. I've been a Hotian martial artist for many years, just a few moves down. Chu Xingzhou obviously took out his milk strength. There is absolutely no situation of holding back, but he couldn't catch a single move. You also said that the young man was a sneak attack. Just think about it, even the head-to-head confrontation couldn't be defeated, let alone a sneak attack? Hiss. When you say it like that, it does seem like it. But if we say that young man is a sect master realm powerhouse, that's too appalling, isn't it? Chapter 85, Leaving Dignity Behind. Believe it or not, it's up to you guys, although I don't quite dare to believe that there is such a young Zongshi. But the facts are clear. It seems that our high city is going to have its second and youngest Zongshi realm powerhouse. The one who spoke was a big man with a beard, looking at Tang Feng with eyes filled with incredulity and awe. The second Zongshi realm powerhouse. How is this possible? Isn't it said that Zongshi realm powerhouses are rare and hard to cultivate? He started cultivating from the time he was in his mother's womb? The crowd was in awe. If Tang Feng was really a Zongshi realm martial artist, TSK,
Such a young Zhongshe realm martial artist. His future was boundless. Behind him, he didn't know how terrifying the forces were supporting him. Chu family, I'm afraid that they don't have the ability to offend. I said, leave your dignity behind. Tang Feng used his hand as a sword and heavily slashed at Chu Xingzhou's back. Chu Xingzhou violently ate the pain, thumped on the ground. That is, the Chihuang Pavilion's ground was relatively clean. Otherwise, one might have to eat how much sand in the mouth. What do you mean? Is it really true that you want to be enemies with the Chu family? Without end? Chu Xingzhou said angrily. The pain on his body was like adding oil to the fire. The anger from his heart and the totem surged all over his body. Deceiving people too much. When did he Chu Xingzhou ever receive this kind of cowardly anger? What kind of person dares to treat him Chu Xingzhou like this? Chu family, if you want to bring about your own destruction then come. Tang Feng said indifferently. He squatted down and took out a jade pendant from Chu Xingzhou's cuff, scrutinized it carefully for a while, and then immediately slipped it into his pocket. What are you doing? Give the thing back to me. Chu Xingzhou was startled. Panic flashed between his eyebrows. This thing, consider it the price for your offense. Tang Feng, however, didn't have the slightest intention of returning it. You, Chu Xingzhou was furious, but he didn't dare say anything else. Tang Feng's fist had already arrived in front of him. If he dared to pop out half a word, there was no doubt that Tang Feng would definitely not spoil him. The good man was not forced to do so beforehand. You wait for me. This shame, I will return it to you. Chu Xingzhou gritted his teeth and said. However, just as he was about to climb up and leave, a foot stepped on his back again, turning his head back. It was still Tang Feng. What the hell are you doing? Still refusing to let me go? Chu Xingzhou said angrily. Tang Feng bristled. Since your Chu family is already immortal with me, why should I let you go and keep a scourge for myself? What? Chu Xingzhou was shocked and said incredulously. What do you mean by that? Can it be that you still dare to kill me in public? I'll admit that you little son of a has two brushes, but if I put up a fight, you won't necessarily be able to take any advantage. Tang Feng snorted. Kill you? Don't tease. With this head of yours, it's not enough for me to do it myself. In short, in a nutshell, you're not worthy yet, but when you've done something wrong, you've always got to pay some price, right? He looked towards Mei Hongi and said indifferently. Apologize. Apologize for what you just did. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What did I apologize for? I didn't get my way just now. Little bastard. Don't go too far. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Endless humiliation surged to his heart. Chu Xingzhou's teeth were all going to be gritted, itching to tear Tang Feng into pieces right now. Fish death? You don't have this qualification yet, Tang Feng said indifferently, and with a single foot, he stomped through Chu Xingzhou's heart that wanted to get up and resist. Chu Xingzhou only felt as if his tendons were about to break. The pain was like a tidal wave nearly drowning out his sanity. No longer having the strength or heart to resist. You're asking me to apologize, right? Is it that as long as I apologize, this matter will be over? Chu Xingzhou gritted his teeth. He could only eat the loss in front of him first. The big deal was to find Tang Feng to settle the score afterward, and return the humiliation and pain he had endured tenfold to Tang Feng. You don't have room to bargain with me yet, Tang Feng said indifferently. Chu Xingzhou had many words in his heart, but they were all swallowed back when they reached his mouth. His fist wasn't as big as Tang Feng's, so saying anything was useless. Endure, boss Mei. Today's matter, indeed I did wrong. I still hope that you don't take it to heart. In the future, our Chu family will certainly offer a token of our appreciation. Chu Xingzhou almost gritted his teeth and said word by word. No, it's fine. Forgiving that she had seen great storms and seen people of all shapes and sizes, Mei Hongi was still shocked by Tang Feng's dominance. At the same time, her heart was a little puzzled. She didn't seem to have given Tang Feng any favors. Why would the other party stand up for herself? And, offending the Chu family was a death sentence. Now, I can always leave, right? Chu Xingzhou said viciously. Really obedient. Go. Looking forward to our next meeting. Tang Feng waved his hand, as if he was driving away a small child. Chu Xingzhou gritted his teeth, but this level of humiliation couldn't cause any harm to him anymore, and turned around after a hateful glance at Tang Feng, fearing that he would be called by Tang Feng again. Seeing that there was no more action to watch, the onlookers all opened up one after another. Many thanks to little brother for helping me out, Mei Hongi said with a smile. I'm not doing it for you. Tang Feng shook his head. Mei Hongi was stunned. I should be able to determine that the medicinal herbs that your Chihuang Pavilion lost a few days ago were his doing, Tang Feng said. What? Chu Xingzhou? Why did he do this? Mei Hongi asked. What you want to ask should be how he did it, right? Tang Feng shook his head and said, shoving the jade pendant he had gotten from Chu Xingzhou into Mei Hongi's hand and said, do you believe me when I say that above this thing, there is magic? Magic? Mei Hongi froze once again. today had really seen too many surprises. Tang Feng didn't say much, picked up a herb and placed it on top of the jade pendant. Phew, the herbs actually disappeared as the breeze blew by. Under Mei Hongyi's shocked gaze, Tang Feng reached out and took the herbs out of the jade pendant again. Mei Hongyi's eyes widened. This scene simply overturned all her perceptions. Tang Feng said, but this jade pendant isn't stored in a big place. It doesn't contain anything that was lost from the Chihuan pavilion last time. He should just be probing for news this time. Said. His gaze went to the non-sale item that was covered by the red silk. The jade pendant was an ordinary jade pendant, not some sort of magic weapon that could store items, only that it had been cast with some sort of spell that could briefly communicate with a piece of space. The aura on it was familiar. It seemed that the Chu family's secret hands were not clean, just like Flower Neck. They were all colluding with that power. Mr. Tang, then what should we do about this? Mei Hongyi asked in a hurry. Chapter 86 Infighting. Rather, there's no need to wind up and scare yourself. Just wait and see what happens. If he wants to come, let him come. Tang Feng shook his head and said, but, that thing is too precious. At least before the auction starts you can't reveal a bit of news out. Otherwise, the people from the 8th Chamber of Commerce won't stop. Mei Hongyi said, just let him probe face to face. He won't be able to find out a bit of news. That thing? It's not simple. Even if the red silk is uncovered, ordinary people won't be able to see anything. Tang Feng snorted. It really wasn't that he looked down on Chu Xingzhou. Coincidentally, he even looked down on the forces behind the Chu family as well. A bunch of dirty things that only wandered under the darkness were just that. That's good. That's good. Mei Hongyi patted her plump breasts. It had to be said that she was really a bit scared, and still had palpitations over the loss of a large number of medicinal herbs a few days ago. But with Tang Feng's assurance, she was much more relieved. At this time, the medicinal herbs Tang Feng needed were all prepared and sent over. Oh, little brother. This is your medicinal herbs. They're all wrapped up for you. See if there's anything else you need. Sister will have all of them for you today, Mei Hongyi said with a smile. Tang Feng shook his head and said, that's all for now. When will the auction be held? I'm actually not sure, but it will be announced to the whole world 3 days before the auction starts. Mei Hongyi said. Tang Feng nodded. I won't bother you then. After saying that, he left the Qi Huan pavilion with Yu Xin Jing. These medicinal herbs were enough for him to refine quite a few pills, and after a few days of seclusion to enhance his strength, he would have a few more chances of winning when he went to uproot the Tang clan as well as that force. After Yu Xin Jing was settled, he stayed in the Evergreen Mansion. Refining pills would take some time, and it was much safer to have Huang Yin and the others patrolling the area. It was only during these days of his seclusion that Hai Chang could be said to have undergone a sea change. The Lu family was like a mad dog, appearing all over the streets as if they were looking for someone, a change from the old days when they were domineering but still somewhat restrained in their style. During this period, they had set their sights on Qi Hui, thinking that even if they couldn't find Tang Feng, they could at least kill Tang Feng's mother first to vent their anger. After knowing that Lu Hui had died, the whole face of the Lu family went completely crazy, but fortunately Zhu Kaishan sent many experts to secretly protect them, which didn't let the Lu family have their way. On the contrary, also let the same secretly protect Qi Hui's Lu fan bumped into, on the spot arrested a lot of Lu family people. Despite this, the Lu family's momentum was still high, as if they were going to go through thick and thin with Tang Feng's family. For another, including the Lu family, the Tang family's industry has also suffered a devastating blow. Under the leadership of the Tianyuan Group and Situ family, many of the business partners who were originally friends with the Tang family have separated. Even the lowest level of dealers around the world and the Tang family have cut off all business dealings. Although the Tang family is in decline, but at least has many years of heritage, ranked among the 4 great families, a short period of time can still hold up, but the Lu family is just a mob start. Where to withstand such a big blow? Tianyuan Group, Situ family, simply too much bullying. Really think our Lu family is a clay pinch nut. The rabbit is forced to bite. Big deal. Fight. In the Lu family compound, Lu Delin angrily got up. These days the Lu family suffered dramatic changes. Lu Delin's only son died, and was Tianyuan Group and Situ family joint suppression. Under the exhaustion of Lu Delin has not closed his eyes for 2 days. The hair also turned from the original part of the gray into a head full of white hair. The whole person aged more than 10 or 20 years. Big brother, things have not come to an irreversible point. You first do not be anxious. The revenge we definitely want to report, but the road to step by step. Things to be done little by little. A little impatience is a big plan. Lu Yin pacified. Bastard words, how can I not be anxious? I got a son in my old age. Little by little I watched Xiao Hui grow up, but now he died, and the Lu family is completely finished in my hands. How can I possibly endure this breath? Lu Delin chided. Lu Yin was silent for a while, sighed and said, I'm also heartbroken by Xiao Hui's death. It's just that we've made such a big commotion in the past few days regardless of everything. Half of the Lu family has been arrested. If we go on like this, not only will we not be able to avenge Xiao Hui's death, but the Lu family will also cease to exist. As the saying goes, if you leave a green mountain, you're not afraid of having no firewood to burn a big brother. Lu Delin was angry at this time. Where would he listen to Lu Yin's words? Said angrily, "Humph, do you care about the Lu family? I think you want to wait for me to die and take over as the Lu family's spokesperson." Lu Yin was infuriated. He had wholeheartedly thought about Lu Delin and the Lu family, but was met with Lu Delin's suspicion, so his heart inevitably felt some resentment. Been told off by me? Oh, still advising me not to be impulsive. You don't have a dead son, how can you possibly empathize with me? Well, in that case, come on people, kill Lu Fu. Lu Delin sneered. Lu Yin's face immediately changed drastically. As Lu Yin's son, Lu Fu was even more confused, his face pale and sweating like a pig. What was the situation? How was chatting about killing him? What are you waiting for? Do it! Lu Delin, however, did not look like he was joking, and angrily looked at the beaters standing on both sides. Lu Delin, what do you mean by this? Your son died and you want to kill my son as well? Humph, I, Lu Yin, have at least assisted you for 30 years, yet you treat me like this. Well, if it wasn't for me, could you have become the Lu family's spokesperson back then? If it wasn't for me, could the Lu family have developed from a thug to what it is now? If it wasn't for me mediating in the middle, would you have been able to climb up to the Tang family and marry Tang Yu? Lu Yin angrily shouted, if I coveted the position of the Lu family's spokesperson, what chance could you have had back then? Now, you want to unload on the donkey, you want to take the piss out of me. Do you really think that I didn't leave a backhanded defense against you? The words fell. The courtyard suddenly surged in several black-clothed people, instantly surrounded Lu Delin, only waiting for Lu Yin to give the order. In an instant it would take Lu Delin's life. Good eye you! You planned it all along right. Today, I want to see who the deer die. Lu Delin's heart was also shocked, but once he thought that he was all extinct, the big deal was death. Enough! Tang Yu bellowed, impatiently saying, you two brothers are done. What time is it now that you're still infighting? Lu Yin, have your people stand down. Lu Yin snorted coldly, but still obeyed Tang Yu's words, waving his hand. A few black-clothed men then left the courtyard. It was just that he and Lu Delin's eyes locked, each with hatred, and the gap between the two had been created since then, never to be removed again. Second brother, this matter, it's also true that there needs to be a constitution. If this goes on, not only the Lu family, our Tang family won't be able to hold out for long. Tang Yu looked towards Tang Zhong, who was sitting in the main seat, and said worriedly, Chapter 87, Sinister Plot. Because the Lu family and the Tang family had all been hit by the Tianyuan group and Situ family, coupled with Tang Yu's relationship, the two families had formed an alliance, wanting to have a break in the face of the Tianyuan group and Situ family strikes. Just Tang Zhong leisurely, savoring the tea, facing Lu Delin and Lu Yin's quarrel blindly, full of care, seemingly not in a hurry. Only when he heard Tang Yu ask himself did Tang Zhong open his eyes and said lazily, I heard that you guys made a move on Tang Feng's mother? Knowingly, Lu Delin said without a trace of humor. Speak politely, otherwise, our Tang family doesn't mind taking out the Lu family before it can't hold up, and your Lu family can't do much to help anyway, Tang Mao said in a cold voice. The news of Tang Lei's death had an equally huge impact on him. Originally he hadn't been hateful towards Tang Feng, and had done things without panic, leaving room for maneuver. But now that Tang Lei had died in Tang Feng's hands, he and Tang Zhong were also on the same front, itching to kill Tang Feng now. Lu Delin was so infuriated that he didn't slow down for a long time. Everyone calm down. We all have a common enemy. That's Tang Feng. Since we're our own people, the one who will be pleased with the next fight will only be Tang Feng. Tang Zhong smiled. Tang Mao and Lu Delin laughed coldly in their hearts. Their sons were all dead. Emotionally it was Tang Zhong who had nothing to lose. But yeah, Tang Zhong didn't have that chance. After all, he couldn't have children. No son and no daughter. Old Lu, the people sent out by the Lu family can be withdrawn back. Given the current situation, the ordinary methods are useless to Tang Feng. He doesn't even need to show his face, since there are people to help him block the arrows. In the end, it will only make us suffer losses for nothing, Tang Zhong said. Then what should we do? If Tang Feng never shows up, will we just keep waiting? Humph. Given the current situation, it won't take more than half a month. Our Lu family will not even be as good as the beggars on the street. What will I feed the huge Lu family with? At that time, what qualifications does our Lu family have to take revenge? Lu Delin said nonchalantly. Tang Zhong shook his head, but did not get angry, sighed and said, our Tang family, we can't hold out for long. At most, we can hold out for 2 months. And that's not even counting the increasing pressure from the Tianyuan group and Situ family.
it's just that. What can we do? Tang Feng has police protection. There's nothing we Tang family can do. Lu Delin was a violent temper.
He couldn't hold back any longer at this moment.
Fine. There's nothing we can do, is there?
Then what's the use of our Lu family wanting your Tang family's support?
It's just a blank check. Words can't be said like that. Even if I say there is a way. Do you dare to do it?
There was a coldness in Tang Zhong's words. What's there to dare? As long as I can kill Tang Feng and avenge Xiao Wei.
There's still nothing I don't dare to do. There's still no loss I can't bear, Lu Delin said. Then I do have a way. Tang Zhong smiled, beckoned to Lu Delin and whispered something. Heard. Even Lu Delin, who was already at the end of his rope and letting go of the fight, couldn't help but change his face drastically, looking at Tang Zhong with a shocked expression. You. Tang Zhong held up a finger to his mouth. Heaven knows, you know and I know just fine. Silence. The Lu family compound fell into a silence. Lu Delin's brows were locked, and he didn't know what he was thinking.
I can understand if you can't come down with this cruelty. It's also the solution of no solution.
We can still wait for Tang Feng to show up. We can discuss it then.
Tang Zhong shrugged his shoulders. There was no hint of egging Lu Delin on in his words, but it revealed a different flavor.
No. Lu Delin's face was ruthless, and he said coldly, this is a good way. I said, there is nothing I dare not do at the moment, even if, the worst consequences, I can also carry it. As long as I can avenge Xiao Wei, there's nothing I can't give up. Good. Tang Zhong nodded with satisfaction. Since you have this heart, old Lu, the Tang family, will assist you, although your plan is a bit vicious. It's not unfeasible. It's just that something is still missing. With the current Lu family, they can't get enough chips, Lu Delin said.
A pair of eyes stared dead at the smiling Tang Zhong.
This smiling tiger, since he dared to tell him about that kind of plan, he must have kept a backhand. But yet, he held back and didn't say anything. Wasn't he just waiting to make him bow down? But for the sake of revenge, Lu Delin was like what he just said. He was willing to give up anything. I know your concern. It's a small matter. I'll let Flower Neck give you a hand. Tang Zhong smiled lightly. Flower Neck? Hearing this name,
everyone in the courtyard changed color.
This name, they could be too familiar with it. There wasn't a single person who hadn't heard of it.
That person who had been resounding for a while in Haichang.
In Huaxia,
his ruthlessness was even no less than Shi Lao Air back then.
Flower Neck, in your hands? Lu Delin stunned. Oh, don't say that. I'm well, good heart, can't see others suffer, but also just helped him a hand. Tang Zhong shook his head, not admitting, but not denying either.
Who knew if there were people present with long tongues and many words, in case the news was revealed, their Tang family would really be plunged into the land of doom.
This old thing, Lu Delin cursed in his heart.
No wonder the police in Haichang had never captured Flower Neck after so many years and so much effort. It turned out that Flower Neck had secretly gotten help from the Tang family.
Tang Zhong. Everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Tang Zhong, especially Tang Mao. The shock in his heart was even more like a shocking wave. He didn't expect that Tang Zhong had left such a hand. Their Tang family actually had such a relationship with the Flower Neck. Good. Lu Delin took a deep breath. Wish us success? Tang Zhong smiled.
Then he got up and walked out of the Lu family compound with a soft laugh.
Tang Feng, you're facing such an opponent. Ha! Tang Mao shook his head. If it was before, he might have temporarily changed his mind and turned his back on Tang Feng and told him the news. But now, his own son had died in Tang Feng's hands, and he and Tang Feng had become immortal. A gentle wind and rain. The weather couldn't be said to be good, yet it couldn't be said to be bad either. Chairman, my son, did he get into some trouble? These past few days, where has he gone? I've called I don't know how many times but I can't get in touch. Why are so many people out there trying to kill him? Please, you must save him, okay? Tang Feng didn't show up in Haichang. Chi Hui naturally became the main target of the Tang Lu families. The grudge with the Tang family, Chi Hui was of course clear, but after so many years of being fine, how did it suddenly become like this? There is also the Lu family, so high profile on the street to find Tang Feng, and even many times on their own. Chi Hui is not concerned about their own comfort. Just such a big battle. Tang Feng is nowhere to be found, which makes her where to rest assured. Chapter 88, can't afford it. Don't. That, big sister. Don't dare to do that. We can't afford it. Sita Suzhong coughed dryly and hurriedly stood up. This word beg, they can't afford it. Yes, big sister. You get up first. Things are not as serious as you think. Fang Tianxiong was also embarrassed. But, and I can't contact little Feng for almost a week now. Did he have some kind of accident? Chairman, you mustn't hide it from me. If it's really not possible, what kind of enmity or grudge they have, I'm willing to repay for little Feng. I only hope that my little wind can be safe and sound. Otherwise,
I won't have the face to see the ancestors of the Tang family. Chi Hui was filled with anxiety.
This, Fong Tianxiong was a little hesitant. It looked like some words had to be said. Otherwise, Chi Hui must be uneasy in her heart. Auntie Chi, you get up first. I assure you, Tang Feng will definitely be fine. Fong Qingya said softly, looking at Chi Hui with eyes full of heartache. During the time they had been together, she and Chi Hui had also gotten along well, and really couldn't bear to see a mother who was this haggard. Yes, big sister, you get up first. What do you want to know? I'll tell you all I know, Fong Tianxiong said. After Chi Hui sat down, Situ Su Zhang said with a smile, and you must not call this old guy chairman anymore. He can't afford it. Look, he's breaking out in a cold sweat. Chi Hui was at a loss. Fong Tianxiong laughed bitterly. Yes, chairman of the board of directors. I really can't afford it. I'm afraid that you still don't know. Your son, that is, Feng Sheng is what is holy, right? With these words, Chi Hui was even more bewildered. She was Tang Feng's mother. How could she not understand her own son? Feng Saint? Logically speaking, I shouldn't say these words without Wind Sage's permission. Big sister, your son is a great man of great power. A few days ago, if it wasn't for Wind Sage's marvelous hands, my life would have been lost long ago. Fong Tianxiong said. Specifically, I'm not too convenient to say. Just big sister, don't worry. With Wind Sage's means, I'm afraid that the one who can harm him in this world hasn't been born yet. As for where Wind Sage is now, it's not that I'm not willing to say. Wind Sage never told us. Just let us do our best to protect you. Chi Hui seemed to understand, somewhat unable to believe. His own son, is he really so powerful? Even the chairman of Tianyuan Group, the Situ family's personnel seemed to be very respectful, and seemed to have some fear. Old man, speed up the action on your side. Make sure to monitor all the movements of the Tang and Lu families, especially the Tang family. Tang Zhong, that kid's mind is more than the two of us put together. Maybe he will come up with some kind of insidious methods. As for the Lu family, humph, Lu Delin's son is dead. Even if Tang Zhong comes up with any tricks to kill the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times, I'm afraid they'll all be followed. We have to be on guard, Fong Tianxiong said. As the saying goes, when a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. He, Fong Tianxiong, had galloped through Haicheng for so many years, and was able to come this far, upholding the idea of not underestimating any of his opponents. Don't worry, just the Lu family's little people, can't turn over any waves, but you're right, Tang Zhong is tricky and has to be guarded against. In this case, I'll personally bring someone to watch. Situ Su Zhang nodded. Eldest sister, during this recent period of time, you stay in Tianyuan Group, just in case those brats do something crazy. If we let you lose a hair, we can't afford it, Fong Tianxiong said. All right, Chi Hui had no other way. When it was noon, Fong Tianxiong suddenly remembered something and said, right Qingya, is there any news from Chi Huang Pavilion side? Nothing can happen to that thing. Fong Qingya looked relaxed and said, don't worry grandpa, there's nothing wrong with the Chi Huang Pavilion. Tang Feng just went there not long ago. Originally Sister Honey was still worried, but Tang Feng has already made arrangements, saying that it's just business as usual, and that the Chu family's people have suffered a defeat, and they don't dare to make any more small moves. Besides, this is High City, the territory of the Mingshan Chamber of Commerce. His Chu family's hand can't reach this far yet. Fong Tianxiong nodded. It's not easy to say, although the Mingshan Chamber of Commerce still belongs to the Mingshan Chu family in name right now, but the Mingshan Chu family has been hidden for so many years, who knows if those people inside have any petty thoughts. Situ Su Zhang said, according to common sense, Tianyuan Group and Situ family wanted to deal with the Tang family that had already fallen and the Lu family that didn't even make it to the top of the four great families. But when it was mixed up with the 8 major chambers of commerce as well as the auction where the interests of many forces in High City were entangled, the situation was a bit subtle. Just then, the door was pushed open and a woman walked in with an anxious face. Chairman, it's not good. Something big has happened. What's going on? Speak slowly, Fong Tianxiong said. Something has happened to the newly built 9th phase of the Evergreen House. Xiaoqin tried his best to calm his mood and spoke out the news he had just learned in his head. The crowd's brows tightened as they listened. Go take a look. Soon, several people arrived at the 9th phase of the Evergreen Mansion's property. A cordon had been drawn up a few dozen meters away from the property. Surprisingly, there weren't a lot of onlookers, only a handful of people. Many police officers took one step at a time and looked around vigilantly. Lu Fan and Ji Ling were also present. Stop. This place has been cordoned off. Idle people are forbidden to enter. A police officer said, I am the chairman of Tianyuan Group. The Evergreen Mansion property is the property under the name of Tianyuan Group. Fong Tianxiong said,
Seeing that it was the person in charge of the Evergreen Mansion, the police officer then let a few people in. Lu Fan also saw Fong Tianxiong at this time, and quickly walked over, frowning tightly with an ugly face. Chairman Fong, you've come at the right time. In this matter, I'm afraid I need you to explain clearly. Early this morning, they had received news that Flower Neck and some suspicious-looking people had appeared at the Evergreen Mansion's 9th phase of the property, and had taken several hostages. The most serious thing was that Flower Neck didn't seem to have any intention of negotiating with the police, and had already pushed all the hostages down from the 30th floor when the police had just arrived. So serious and bad case, Lu Fan the first time to bring people rushed over. After investigation, from a certain point of view, the death of a few hostages is not the worst. In the Evergreen Mansion under the building, found a dense, countless and make people numb bones. The bones did not appear to be adults, but were identified as children under the age of 10. Such a heinous scene. The people are all scalp numb, many inexperienced, mentally immature police did not hold back vomit out. Nearly comatose. Chapter 89, Fishing in Troubled Waters. How is this possible? Fong Tianxiong's complexion changed drastically. Even the well-informed man couldn't help but turn pale and near fainting upon hearing this. These bones were buried less than 3 meters underneath the Evergreen Mansion. Since the Evergreen Mansion is the property of the Tianyuan Group, then I think you need to explain about this, and the police will also launch a full investigation on you. I hope for your cooperation and understanding. Lu Fan said indifferently. I can cooperate with everything. Fong Tianxiong quickly calmed down. In this matter, someone must have framed him. So he explained, but before that I have something to say. I don't know anything about the corpse bones at all. If I did, I wouldn't have chosen the address of the property here. You may not know, but the general manager of the Evergreen Mansion should always know. But now is not the time to talk about this. Lu Fan said. Flower Neck and his party were currently still in the 9th phase of Evergreen Mansion's property. It was reasonable to say that with Flower Neck's cautious character, it was impossible to make such a big commotion and still not flee. There was no chance that there would be a bigger conspiracy, and he had to be prepared for everything. Captain, we've been tricked. That person isn't Flower Neck at all. At this time, Ji Ling said with an angry face. A few police officers walked over with a person who was extremely similar to Flower Neck in both looks and temperament. What? Lu Fan frowned. Captain, Kirin Pavilion. Something has happened to the Kirin Pavilion. It's Flower Neck. Captain, there are traces of Flower Neck in Phase 6 of Evergreen Mansion, but there were no casualties. Only a few security guards were injured. Captain, one by one, the news wrapped Lu Fan distracted. Bastard, how come there are Flower Necks everywhere? What the hell is going on here? However, he has not been immersed in anger. Trying his best to calm himself down commanded. Master Situ, we are understaffed. Trouble you to help. Split into 2 ways to investigate the Unicorn Pavilion and the Evergreen Mansion Phase 6. Shaoling, you take people to guard here. No need. At this moment, a voice rang out. The crowd felt like they had caught the dawn's light in the darkness, and hurriedly looked at the voice. Tang Feng. The crowd made way, only to see Tang Feng walking over with a person in one hand. These 2 people, their appearance and temperament were similar to Flower Neck, but Lu Fan and Ji Ling, who had actually dealt with Flower Neck, recognized them as imposters at a glance. What the hell is going on here? Even Lu Fan, who was very experienced in handling cases, couldn't help but feel a tingle in his scalp. It's just a disguise. Cunning rabbits have 3 holes, and Flower Necks are no exception. Tang Feng said. Then what is the purpose of Flower Neck? Ji Ling asked. Tang Feng didn't answer, his eyes burning as he stared at the 9th stage of the Evergreen Mansion. In his eyes, where in front of him was a property. It was clearly a devil's cave formed by black baleful chi. What a heavy baleful chi. Just how many people had died, and how much resentment they had before they died. Wind Saint, this matter really has nothing to do with me. Fearing that Tang Feng would misunderstand, Fong Tianxiong hurriedly explained. Of course it has nothing to do with you. You don't have the ability either. Tang Feng said indifferently. The 9th phase of the Evergreen Mansion had just become a phalanx formed by grievances, and by divine sense alone, at least a few hundred boys and girls had lost their lives, and they must have suffered inhumane torture before dying. This handiwork, it is the work of the soul refining sect. In High City, I'm afraid that the only one who could be involved with the soul refining sect was the Tang family. No matter what, Evergreen Mansion Phase 9 is the property of the Tianyuan Group, and Fong Tianxiong is still the main suspect until we get to the bottom of this. Lu Fan said. This is a simple matter. Find out the chief responsible for the Evergreen Mansion, ask where the land was bought from, and what people came before and after. The project is listed in detail, and the truth won't come out. Tang Feng said. Lu Fan looked at Fong Tianxiong. If Fong Tianxiong couldn't take substantial evidence to clear his name, then Fong Tianxiong definitely couldn't leave today. Right. I'll call Du Ming right now. Fong Tianxiong said and took out his cell phone and called. Only after calling several times, it prompted that the other party was off. Only after many inquiries did he realize that Du Ming had died.
A family of 3 died at home. Fong Tianxiong wanted to cry. In this way, it was as if he had killed people to silence them. Not right. Fang Qingye suddenly opened her mouth. I have an impression of the 9th phase of Evergreen Mansion, although it was Du Ming who was solely responsible for it. But I have a land transfer document here. At that time, it was Du Ming who showed it to me, only that I didn't pay attention to it. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and found the document. The document was clearly labeled that the land was bought from the Tang family. That's a match. Tang Feng narrowed his eyes. I'm afraid that all of this was unrelated to the Tang family. The appearance of a few flower-necked imposters was also meant to add more fuel to the fire in this matter. But the purpose wasn't to frame Fong Tianxiong, but to muddy the waters of Hai Chang, and afterward, take the opportunity to make a move against him or those around him. Or perhaps, the other party just wanted to make force Tang Feng to show himself, just for such a simple purpose. Killing so many people? Lu Fan frowned. It's also too ruthless, Captain. Now that we have this document, there's every reason to start an investigation into the Tang family. Ji Ling said. It's not that simple. Lu Fan shook his head. Since the Tang family dares to do this, I'm afraid that they have already made preparations, and we only have good reason to suspect the Tang family. We don't have any substantial evidence. Let's start with this. Chairman Fong, you should not leave Hai Chang in the near future. Wait until the matter is investigated clearly. Fong Tianxiong nodded helplessly. This was all that could be done at the moment. Soul refining sect. I'm afraid it won't take long until we meet you head-on, Tang Feng secretly said in his heart. Immediately, he took out 2 small porcelain bottles. It's been delayed for a few days, but it's not too late. Taking the blue bottle stuff will allow the aura on your bodies to be introverted, and you won't be easily detected by flower neck. As for the red bottles, if the location of the flower neck is found, it can be crushed within 100 meters. At that time, but anyone who has taken the elixir inside the blue bottle will be able to find the flower neck with their sense of smell. Really? Lu Fan was astonished. If Tang Feng's previous performance was only admirable, but the appearance of the elixir was too amazing. Besides, don't they want to find me? So let's use me as bait to make them reveal themselves, Tang Feng said. Isn't this a bit too dangerous? Lu Fan was a little hesitant. In this world, no one can make me feel dangerous yet, and furthermore, I don't want the people around me to be in constant danger. Tang Feng shook his head. Sage Feng, the Tang family and the Lu family don't have a few days left, at most a week. All of their industries will be completely bankrupt. Anything else you need us to do, just open your mouth. Situ Suzhang said. I want to know some news about the 8 major chambers of commerce. Chapter 90 Marriage Promotion in Disguise. The 8 Chamber of Commerce? Situ Suzhang was stunned. Fong Tianxiong glanced at Lu Fan and the others, wanting to speak. That's all for now then. Tang Feng, we still have some aftermath work to do. Lu Fan shrugged his shoulders and led Jiling, a kind of police, into the work. With the discovery of so many bones and a few more deaths, there was something to keep them busy lately. Win Saint wants to know about the 8 Chamber of Commerce? Could it be that someone from the 8 Chamber of Commerce offended Winsage? Fong Tianxiong whispered. That's not true. I'm more interested in that non-sale item from the Chihuang Pavilion. I just heard that there's also the interests of the 8 Chamber of Commerce in this. Tang Feng said. If it's an unusual situation, no matter what Saint Feng wants, we can offer it unconditionally. It's just that non-sale item, it's a bit difficult to handle. Although the auction is run by the 8 major chambers of commerce, but it's only used as a gimmick. In the end, it will still be attributed to the 8 major chambers of commerce. And to put it bluntly, our Tianyuan group is actually considered a member of the Ming Mountain Chamber of Commerce among the 8 major chambers of commerce. Fong Tianxiong said. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Tang Feng, but, even he had to listen to the 8 chambers of commerce, he really couldn't make a decision, nor did he have the ability to give Tang Feng a non-sale item. Old Fong, what are you babbling about? Let's not talk about the non-sale item for now. Fengshang just wants to know about the 8 Chamber of Commerce. If Fengshang has other ways to get it, there's no need for you to help. Situ Suzhang said. I can't see that your old man, who is usually staggeringly simple-minded, can say such pithy words. Tang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Before he had descended from the mountain, his senior brothers had once said that the 8 major chambers of commerce had all received favors from the immortal healer sect, and he was only inquiring about the 8 chambers of commerce because he wanted to judge what kind of virtues and attitudes the 8 chambers of commerce had now. If he still remembered the old favor, there would be no need to bother, and he would directly ask the 8 major chambers of commerce for it. If not, then some other action would be needed. Oh, yes. Fong Tianxiong nodded repeatedly and continued. The 8 major chambers of commerce are the Mingshan Chamber of Commerce, the Jinling Chamber of Commerce, the Tongs Chamber of Commerce,
and the Deshang Chamber of Commerce. Among them, the Ming Mountain Chamber of Commerce is the most honored. Only with the reclusion of the Ming Mountain Zhu family, the Ming Mountain Chamber of Commerce has also declined, and is not as good as it was a year ago. And now the most flourishing of the 8 major chambers of commerce has to be the Tun's Chamber of Commerce, which acts in a very hegemonic style, and is also the most willing to show its head of the 8 major chambers of commerce. But because of the many hegemonic acts, and also encroached on the properties of quite a number of other chambers of commerce, it doesn't have a very good reputation. But a bad reputation does not mean that the strength can't work. For example, the Qilin Pavilion's piece of non-sale goods, counting the Tong's Chamber of Commerce's interest is the greatest. The other chambers of commerce will not offend the Tong's Chamber of Commerce because of this.
No accident. The non-sale goods is the Tong's Chamber of Commerce.
The important thing to say is that the Jinling Chamber of Commerce is somewhat similar to the Mingshan Chamber of Commerce, and the Jinling Chu family is also similar to the Tianyuan Group in Haichang. However, the Chu family's relationship with the Jinling Chamber of Commerce is like that of a master and a family dog, and the Jinling Chamber of Commerce is looking forward to the Tong's Chamber of Commerce, and has always been in a bad relationship with us. Haichang and the Mingshan Chamber of Commerce. Fang Tianxiong spoke for a long time in one breath, and after receiving a bottle of water handed over by Fang Qingya, he took a sip and then continued.
Feng Shang, this Tong's Chamber of Commerce is not to be underestimated. It is almost like it is going to occupy half of China and even overseas, and it is rumored that the Tang family also has ties with it. Otherwise, with the Tang family's current strength, it would not be possible to hold out for so long under the siege of the Tianyuan Group and Situ family. At those words, Tang Feng narrowed his eyes. Tong's Chamber of Commerce. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Whether it's the Chu family, or the Tang family, they all have inextricable relationships with the soul refining sect. Especially the Chu family is the most obvious. The aura he sensed in that jade pendant on Chu Xingzhou's body definitely can't be wrong. And the Tang family's self-imposed isolation is not much to say. If the bones buried underneath the 9th phase of the Evergreen Mansion are indeed the work of the Tang family, it would be the same as the Chu family, both of which are working to the Tong's Chamber of Commerce. The Tong's Chamber of Commerce was naturally the soul refining sect's lackey. I see. Tang Feng nodded. In that case, the situation had a lot of clarity. The Tang family, the Lu family, the Chu family, the Jinling Chamber of Commerce, and the Tong's Chamber of Commerce all had inextricable relationships with the soul refining sect. Wind Sage, these days you are not here. We are in a passive defense. This is really too much of a wimpy situation. If you see what else you need us to do, feel free to command. Situ Su Zhang said. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Flowerneck's appearance is nothing more than drawing the police's attention elsewhere so that they can have a real deal with us. Then it's just as they wish. Tang Feng smiled and said, everything will go on as usual. You guys are still responsible for protecting my mother, and leave the rest to me. For Tang Feng's strength, Situ Su Zhan was 100 times more convinced. Hearing Tang Feng say this, he stopped saying anything. A few days, the Sea City wind calm. Flower Neck no longer appeared. The Tang family and Lu family also seems to have evaporated in the Sea City in general. Facing the Tianyuan Group and Situ family, suppression did not have the slightest resistance. But this instead was what made Fang Tianxiong and Situ Suzheng a little puzzled. With Tang Zhong and Lu Delin's character, how could they sit back and wait for death? Hell knows what plans were behind their backs, and what kind of conspiracy was brewing. For these, Tang Feng did not care. In order to ease the tension of Qi Hui and Yu Xinjing, leisurely strolling for a few days, Manager Feng, let Xiao Feng hold these things, don't get exhausted. Looking at Fang Qingya carrying a big bag while Tang Feng was striding forward with a hangdog look, Qi Hui spoke up. Auntie, you mustn't call me that. If you let my grandfather know, I don't know how he'll have to scold me. It's fine, I can still carry this stuff. Fang Qingya laughed bitterly. Then I'll call you Qingya. Xiao Feng, you help Qingya hold it. Also old and still so unintelligent. Always you are like this. When will I have to hold my grandchildren? Qi Hui glared at Tang Feng and said. Tang Feng was helpless. Come on. It's that sentence again. He couldn't remember how many times he had heard it. His ears were getting calloused, but he could also understand Qi Hui's mood, so he simply acted as if he hadn't heard it, and took the things in Fang Qingya's hands. Tianer is also too hot. You guys walk first, I'll go buy you some drinks. Tang Feng made an excuse and quickly fled. This kid, still the same, Qi Hui said. Auntie. In fact, Tang Feng's character is quite good, although, there are times when it's not too easy to get close to. But barring that, it always gives a more reassuring feeling, as if there's no need to worry about him even if the sky is falling. Fang Qingya said, yes, my little wind is so powerful. In fact, do not ask for little wind has how big achievements. Stand how high, just want him peace and quiet. Wife and children hotbed is enough. Those people are too scary. Can little wind really deal with them? Speaking of this, Chi Hui was worried. Don't worry, auntie. Those petty criminals won't be able to make it. The police still have our Tianyuan group, and the Situ family won't let them make waves. Fang Qingya comforted. Perhaps those people are not enough to worry about in Tang Feng's eyes, or even in his eyes at all. Chapter 91, You're Not Dead Yet? Hearing, Chi Hui and Fang Qingya couldn't help but look at Yu Xinjing. Being looked at by the two, Yu Xianjing was more or less shy. Lowering her head, she said, Tang Feng is an immortal healer sect heir, and my brother is a fellow disciple. The immortal healer sect's influence in the secular world alone is already unimaginable, so as long as Tang Feng raises his arms and calls out, I don't know how many people will respond. Furthermore, Tang Feng's personal strength, not to mention them, even if there are several times more, dozens of times more, it's impossible to hurt Tang Feng, immortal doctor sect heir. Fang Qingyan knew about it, but this was the first time Chi Hui had heard of it. But from this, she also thought of the time when she was kidnapped in Ming Mountain. And Tang Feng's body didn't fear swords or soldiers. Even bullets couldn't hurt him a bit. At that time, Chi Hui was nervous and didn't pay attention. But now when she thinks back, she can't help but be shocked. This son of his, now, is he still considered an ordinary person? Xin Jing, your brother and Xiao Feng are fellow disciples? Then isn't your brother also very powerful? Fang Qingya asked curiously. I guess so. It's just that, in all these years, I've never seen him once. Yu Xinjing shook her head and said, Perhaps, your brother has some bitter feelings, otherwise he wouldn't have let Tang Feng protect you instead of him. Fang Qingya realized that she had said the wrong thing and comforted. In fact, Yu Xianjing had long been relieved, smiled and said, I know, Tang Feng told me that although my brother is the eldest senior brother, he is not an immortal doctor sect heir, and can't go down the mountain as he pleases. This I can understand. If my brother's kind of person, with the same extraordinary strength as Tang Feng could go down the mountain as he pleases, I really don't know what kind of chaos he would cause. At this time, Tang Feng walked over with a few bottles of drinks. Mom, something suddenly came up. Why don't I have someone send you back first? Tang Feng said. What? Fang Qingya was stunned. The auction has begun. About that non-sale item from the Kirin Pavilion. The people from the 8 major chambers of commerce are always keeping a close eye on it. I think that at the auction, the Tang family, the Lu family, and the Tong's Chamber of Commerce will show their fangs, just so that we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Tang Feng said, then I'll inform Grandpa and the others. Fang Qingyan nodded and walked to the side, taking out her cell phone to call Fang Tianxiong, but Chi Hui was unwilling. Little Feng, I'm your mom. If there's anything, we can carry it together. We can't let you face the danger alone. Tang Feng was a bit helpless. Mom, it's actually not much of a danger, mainly because I'm afraid of scaring you and hurting you. As a mother, I can't stand by and let my son face danger alone, Chi Hui said. Tang Feng hesitated for a moment and said, alright then, let's go together. In the last night, he had successfully condensed his Jindan. Looking at the entire high city, even if the soul refining sect came, they couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, he still had the essence blood of his eldest senior brother in his hand, and under a full force strike, even if the other party was a Yuaning stage powerhouse, he wouldn't be able to eat half of the benefits. The auction organized by the 8 chambers of commerce. The selected location is naturally not bad. The Tianyuan city under the name of Tianyuan Group suspends its business, and the 6th floor serves as the main venue for the auction. The traffic flow in the neighborhood of Tianyuan city was at its peak, and due to the sudden news of the auction, many people were still arriving as fast as they could. The security of the auction was the joint responsibility of the 8 major chambers of commerce, but this was after all a sea city. The 8 chambers of commerce didn't have too deep of roots, and the matter was handed over to the Tang Lu 2 families. It's bubbling up at this time. Tang Feng sneered. Before this, it wasn't that he didn't have the means to find out the 2 Tang Lu families and eliminate their roots, but it wasn't necessary. Letting them pop up on their own and killing them all in one fell swoop was what he intended to do. Master Feng, just as he got out of the car, he saw a sturdy man running towards Tang Feng. Why are you here too? Tang Feng was stunned. Tyrannosaurus scratched his head. No matter what, we've also been in Hai Cheng's splendor. Even though second master has retired from the Jianghu in recent years, he's still well informed, and knows that there are quite a few people who want to lay their hands on Master Feng, so he sent me here to provide close protection. After the last time, Shi Lao Air completely confirmed Tang Feng's identity, and also gave a death order to Overlord Dragon, to protect Tang Feng at all costs, and not to drop a single hair. He should come to see me in person, or perhaps he's ungrateful and not prepared to recognize the favor he did back then. Tang Feng said indifferently. Shi Lao Air was the person who had been cleaned up by third senior brother himself back then before he cleaned up his act, but had likewise received third senior brother's favor. What is Master Feng saying? Our second master is not that kind of person.
He just has some things to do on his hands.
He will come over soon, Tyrannosaurus Rex said awkwardly, but I don't know what the second master is busy with. It seems like he said that he wants to prepare a big gift for you, Master Feng, otherwise he doesn't have the face to come and see you.
Tang Feng shook his head without saying anything else.
At this time, a group of people walked over, dressed in a human-like manner. Tang Feng, long time no see,
Tang Zhong said with a smile.
Yeah, you're still alive? Tang Feng raised an eyebrow. Thanks to your blessing, I'm still in good health. But early this morning, Tang Jun's tablet broke for some reason.
But fortunately I found it in time and repaired another piece to patch it up, Tang Zhong said with a smile.
Really? Then I have to thank you on behalf of my father.
Don't worry, I make a clear distinction between grudges.
After you die, you won't even have a tablet, Tang Feng said, rather as eloquent as your father.
But when the father will lose in my hands,
you, the son, can't win either,
Tang Zhong said indifferently.
Then make a move? Tang Feng raised his eyebrows.
Tang Zhong was just about to say something when he heard a rough voice ring out.
Tang Zhong, what are you?
You're worthy of showing your teeth to Master Feng.
Believe it or not, I'll knock your teeth out, only to see the bustling crowd make away.
A man with a height of 2 meters, like a small giant in the crowd came striding like a star. The fighters protecting Tang Zhong's side wanted to stop him, but the man picked him up like a chicken and threw him aside. Looking at Tang Zhong condescendingly, you old thing, I'm retired from the world, not dead. Do you really think I don't exist? Seeing the visitor, Tang Zhong frowned. Sure Lao Air, what do you mean? I think the Tang family has not offended you. Bang! Sure Lao Air grabbed Tang Zhong's head and slammed it into a sidecar a few times.
Grass, you're still quite confident. Who bribed the Tson wolves under my command? It has to be you. This old thing, who opens his eyes and speaks nonsense. You what?
And almost let Xiaolong planted there.
It wasn't your Tang family either?
Sure Lao Air very roughly kicked Tang Zhong to the ground, and then stepped on Tang Zhong's body,
grabbed Tang Zhong's throat, and said disdainfully, speaking of this alone, I'll get you killed. Are you convinced?
Tang Zhong said in a cold voice. Sure Lao Air, when you think Hai Cheng is still the Hai Cheng of that year, you Sure Lao Air has long been outdated. Today the people of the 8 major chambers of commerce gathered here.
If you dare to make a move, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out either. Pull back.
Sure Lao Air snorted.
If you just offended me, fine.
I can spare your life for the sake of the 8 major chambers of commerce. But who let you seek your own death, and make a bond with Master Feng?
No one can save you. Finished speaking.
Then he lifted up Tang Zhong who looked like a dead dog and threw him at Tang Feng's feet.
Hey, Master Feng, Xiao Air is late. Chapter 92, The Auction.
Whether this old brat is dead or alive,
as long as you nod your head, Master Feng,
Xiao Air will take care of it and ensure it's clean.
Sure Lao Air laughed. Come on.
I thought you forgot your roots and didn't remember the favor of the immortal doctor sect, Tang Feng said indifferently.
Sure Lao Air scratched his head and said awkwardly, which can this I do not dare to forget.
At the beginning I this also do not know the identity of Master Feng true or false,
which did not act rashly not. Now that I have learned of Master Feng's identity,
as long as Master Feng has an order, Xiao Air is to go up the mountain of knives,
down the sea of fire also absolutely no word of no.
Tang Feng shook his head. Going up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire is not so bad.
Changing this bragging problem is better than anything. He.
Sure Lao Air smiled sarcastically, pointing at Tang Zhong who was lying on the ground.
So what, Master Feng, how to deal with this old thing? If I say it's directly to do it, I've inquired about it. This old thing hasn't been against you much. That's just it. His life, I will personally collect it. Tang Feng said. Got it. Whatever Master Feng says. After saying that, Sure Lao Air kicked at Tang Zhong's body, and said in a bad mood, did you hear that? That is, Master Feng is merciful, and temporarily spared your little life. Otherwise, with my nature, I will do you now. Tang Zhong was infuriated. Where was he now that he still had half of his previous days when he was so lighthearted and everything was in his calculations? He had thought that Tang Feng would have scruples no matter what he did because of Chi Hui, but halfway through, he had never expected Sure Lao Air to come out at this time and still look like he was looking up to Tang Feng. Bastard! When did these two guys get together? The other onlookers, their reactions weren't any smaller than Tang Zhong's, but anyone who had some insight and had a brilliant past in High City, who didn't know the name Sure Lao Air, it could be said to be like thunder in the ears. But this character who had a brilliant past in High City like a hand in the sky, was actually treating Tang Feng with respect, just like the attitude of the juniors under Sure Lao Air towards Sure Lao Air. Wind Saint. At this moment, Fang Tianxiong, Situ Su Zheng, Zhu Kaishan and the others also rushed over in a flurry of wind. After learning of Tang Feng's obsession with that non-sale item, Zhu Kaishan couldn't care less about any hidden world decisions. It could be said that he had sent out the entire Zhu family. It was fine to be able to auction it off normally. If not,
then forcefully rob it. Anyway, that what the laborers' Tong's Chamber of Commerce is not a good bird. Tang Feng nodded, didn't say anything else, and a group of people walked into Tianyuan City with great vigor. 6th floor. For the sake of this auction, the entire 6th floor was divided into two halves. Half of it was more empty and used as an auction table. Half of it was seating gallery. The center was used to entertain unusual visitors, and the two sides were set up as VIP boxes. Feng Shang, the first 8 VIP boxes. Sitting is the people of the 8 major chambers of commerce. Tong's Chamber of Commerce is in the number 1 VIP box. Why don't we go and meet up? Or we can find out the reality. Feng Tianxiang said. Tang Feng nodded, just what he wanted. He was also eager to see what the so-called Tong's Chamber of Commerce was all about. To be able to hook up with the soul refining sect, he thought that it couldn't be any worse than the rumors about the Tong's Chamber of Commerce, and it wouldn't be a good bird. Stop. Just as he walked to the number 1 box less than 10 meters away, the 2 bodyguards said with cold eyes, "Stop, he is Tianyuan Group Chairman Feng Tianxiong. I am Situ Su Zhang, and he, Zhu Kaishan of the Ming Shanzhu family, just want to come to pay a visit to the Tong's Chamber of Commerce. Is this how you treat your guests at the Tong's Chamber of Commerce?" Situ Su Zhang said without any good humor. If it was usual, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to speak to the people of the Tong's Chamber of Commerce like this. There was no need to offend them. But today, with Tang Feng to bolster his courage, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. "Humph, what are you guys, not qualified to pay homage to my master?" The bodyguard sneered, his words filled with disdain. Tianyuan Group and Situ family. In front of the Tong's Chamber of Commerce was not really ranked, but the Zhu family of Mingshan did have some weight, but unfortunately, the Shu family had been hidden for many years, and the Mingshan Chamber of Commerce had long since declined among the 8 chambers of commerce, and ranked at the bottom, and the Tong's Chamber of Commerce, which was the head of the 8 chambers of commerce, certainly wouldn't be put in their eyes. I told you there's no need to bull asterisk with these few watchdogs. Zhu Kaishan frowned and waved his hand to send 2 bodyguards flying out. After all, it was Tianyuan City, Tianyuan Group's territory, and no one would dare say anything even if they moved. As for the attitude of the Tong's Chamber of Commerce, they were all already planning to tear their faces off, so they didn't need to care at all. But he saw a shot. Originally sitting in the middle seat, many people suddenly stood up. A huge group of people covering the entire 6th floor, 1/3 of the people. Quickly the first VIP box surrounded a water vent. All of them are first-class experts. And there are also grandmasters? Situ Su Zhang frowned. The strength of this Tong's Chamber of Commerce was unexpectedly so terrifying. There weren't many Zhongshe realm powerhouses in the whole country, and the Tong's Chamber of Commerce had gathered a large portion of them, hiding them really deeply. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate and the swords were drawn, a voice came from box number 1. "Let them come in." Upon hearing this, those people calmed down and sat back down. Tang Feng was not polite, and walked straight into the first box. There weren't many people in the box, only 5. A silver-haired old man, a man with a hideous face and robust physique, and 2 people wearing black robes who couldn't be seen, and the last person, Tang Zhong. It was just that Tang Feng smelled an unusual flavor on these 2 people, and to describe it in 2 words was that he wanted to vomit. And that robust man, with black tattoos on his neck, must be the flower neck that had recently become so popular. "This is the immortal Dr. Sex Heir, Wind Saint, right? I've heard a lot about you." The silver-haired old man was the first to speak. "President of the Tong's Chamber of Commerce, Luo Ring?" Zhu Kaishan frowned. This old thing hadn't died yet. All these years down the line, there was actually no sign of aging, and he still maintained the same appearance as the last time they met. "Old Zhu, goodbye, you've aged a lot," Luo Jing said with a smile. "Poof." Shu started to snort coldly and didn't make a conversation. Between the two, there seemed to be an unresolvable grudge. "Wind Sage, there's something wrong with this old thing. Be careful, he doesn't have a few years to live." Tang Feng shook his head, sniffing. Luo Rings didn't look angry, his eyebrows raised. "Worthy of being Feng Sage, extraordinary eyesight. Yeah, old man me, I also only have 3 years left to live. There's no medicine, so you want to use that non-sale item to change your life against the odds? That's right, then you are going to be disappointed." Wind Sage's words carry a lot of weight, but they're not absolute, Luo Jing said with a smile. "Whether it's absolute or not, you'll soon find out. The people of the soul refining sect won't be able to save you." Tang Feng sneered, although the 2 people wrapped in black robes didn't make a move. Everyone sensed that these 2 people seemed to be looking at Tang Feng in death. "Let's go." Tang Feng shook his head. At this moment, one of the black-robed men's voice was eerie. "It's been 1,000 years, and it's time to make an end." Chapter 93, Do It and Show Your Sword. Wind Saint, are you sure? Those 2 strange guys? I'm not sure of winning. Walking out of the no. 1 VIP box. Situ Su Zhang said with a serious expression. The crowd was stunned. Even the patriarch was not sure that he could win. Those two black-robed men. What exactly were their origins? And what kind of strength were they? Just clowns. Tang Feng was disdainful, ordinary martial artists. Naturally, can't deal with them, but still can't get past the immortal doctor sect. Ordinary martial artists. Everyone looked at each other. Since when were Zhongshe realm powerhouses just ordinary martial artists? But these words were spoken by Tang Feng, but there was no way for them to disbelieve them. Everyone's purpose was almost always to rush to the non-sale items, so the auction didn't have any delays and soon began. What had to be said was, the auctions held by the 8 major chambers of commerce were all about rare items that were hard to see on a normal day, with the worst lot fetching over $100 million. Shi Hui, who was frugal and never dared to spend more than $1, where had she seen such a scene? And hearing one astronomical offer after another, she couldn't help but feel that it was a bit unreal. Big sister, whatever you like, just say it. Money is just a string of numbers for old Feng. Just grip his wool. Situ Su Zhang said. Screw you. If you want to curry favor with Feng Shang, take your own money and curry favor. Feng Tianxiong said in a bad mood, then looked at Qi Hui and said, but this old thing is not wrong. Big sister, you see, if there is no look at the eye, even if it cannot be used, buy back to feed the eyes is also good. The money, you do not have to care about. We have plenty of. No. Qi Hui shook her head. Indeed is not used. Those who have no value cannot be used, but where a little use. Are the Tong's Chamber of Commerce to shoot down? To be killed? Luo Ring. What we want to take on our own. Zhu Kaishan said. Tang Feng slightly raised his eyebrows. This was like Zhu Kaishan's character. However, it wasn't hard to see that the grudge between Zhu Kaishan and Luo Ring, the president of the Tong's Chamber of Commerce, was definitely not ordinary. Gentlemen, the time is almost up. I think you have come all the way here for this last lot, commissioned by the 8 major chambers of commerce. Hai Cheng Tian Yuan Group, Situ Family, Kirin Pavilion, Mining, Transportation. Since half a month, it has received a vast amount of attention. Here, I don't have to talk too much. This transaction starts at $10 billion. Each increase shall not be less than $100 million, the auctioneer said. Spinning the red silk pulled down. A square, transparent as crystal-like stone appeared in the public's field of vision. It looks plain and ordinary, not much different from a larger piece of ice. There is no bright spot. 10 billion starting auction, which for the presence of 90% of the people is absolutely considered astronomical. But surprisingly, no one felt surprised. Some of the people who initially auctioned it off also gave in at this time. They were clear in their hearts that this last lot was not something they could get their hands on. Even if they were able to take out $10 billion, no one would be willing to go against the Tong's Chamber of Commerce. In that case, we, Tong's Chamber of Commerce, will not be polite. 20 billion. Luo Jing's voice rang out. In one breath, he doubled the starting auction price. Whether it was because the price was too high or because it was in the way of the prestige of the Tong's Chamber of Commerce, no one raised the price for a while. President Luo, what's the use of this broken stone that it's worth so much money? Hua Nek said in surprise. Luo Ring glanced at it disdainfully and said faintly, how can you and other mortal eyes see the beauty of the Tongtian stone? Not to mention $10 billion, even $100 billion would be worth it. Flower Neck lowered his head and smiled, not saying anything else. This object, be sure to take it. One of the black-robed men said in a hoarse voice. Don't worry, master. No matter if it's for the great cause of the soul refining sect or for the sake of my life, the Tong's Chamber of Commerce will do their best to auction off the Tongtian stone. If not, it's not impossible to use some necessary means. Luo Rings nodded slightly. Suddenly, as if he had remembered something, he said with slight hesitation, it's just that Tang Feng, after all, is the immortal healer sect's heirloom, and there must be quite a few means on his body. If he grows up, this seat will still fear him 3 times, but right now, he's just a fledgling, even if he's obtained the entire inheritance of the immortal healer sect. So what? This seat crushes him to death as if it's like crushing an ant. Hearing the black-robed man's disdainful words, Luo Jing nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, that Tang Feng who dares to go against the soul refining sect is nothing more than a praying mantis. Just as they were climbing up the ladder, a voice rang out abruptly. Tian Yuan Group has bid $21 billion. Asshole. Luo Jing frowned, knowing that it wouldn't go well. However, with Tian Yuan Group's financial power, if he wanted to fight against the Tong's Chamber of Commerce, he was still quite far behind. Soon, the price broke through from 20 billion to the 50 billion mark, and there was a tendency to continue climbing upwards. Notify the Jinling Chamber of Commerce. It's time for them to make their move, the black-robed man said. As ordered. Luo Rings nodded his head. Although the Tong's Chamber of Commerce was stronger than the Jinling Chamber of Commerce in terms of overall strength, in terms of financial strength, the Jinling Chamber of Commerce could be considered no better.
Even if the remaining 7 major chambers of commerce were added together, they might not be much stronger than the Jinling Chamber of Commerce. 100 billion. As the 100 billion mark was breached, Feng Tianxiang laughed bitterly. I knew that this Jinling Chamber of Commerce was going to intervene. Feng Shang, even with the help of the Situ family and the Mingshanju family, I'm afraid that it's still not enough. Then let them have it. Tang Feng's face was as normal. He hadn't thought of buying the Tong Tian stone through normal bidding in the first place. I understand what Sage Feng means. Hey, I've already sent people to surround Tianyuan City. Not a single one of them will be able to escape. Situ Su Zhang said. Easy for you to say. Don't forget that they have multiple sovereign realm powerhouses, dozens of innate experts, and countless first-class experts. Zhu Kaishan shook his head. What? You don't believe in Wind Sage's strength? Situ Su Zhang said disdainfully. I didn't say that. It's just that it's always bad to make too much noise in High City. Zhu Kaishan said. Alright. I didn't want to make a move in High City in the first place, and they won't feel comfortable staying in High City after buying the Tongtian stone. Tang Feng said. As expected, after auctioning the Tongtian stone, everyone left in an orderly fashion, and when they looked at the No. 1 VIP box again, it was already empty. Chase. Tang Feng and his group hugely got into the car and followed the route provided by the Situ family's eyes. The Tong's Chamber of Commerce and the Soul Refining Sect had obviously been on guard, but for the sake of the Tongtian stone, they didn't dwell on it too much. Wind Sage, we're almost out of the Sea City. Are we still not going to make a move? Situ Su Zhang said. What I want is this effect. Notify your Situ family. Do it. Alright. With a command, hundreds of people suddenly appeared densely packed in the darkness of the night, blocking the Tong's Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 94, The Dust Will Settle. Looking for death. Several Zhongshe martial artists in the Tong's Chamber of Commerce jumped out of the car and took many lives as they rolled around. A Zhongshe was unbeatable. Ordinary martial artists did not have the ability to resist at all. Even if Situ Su Zhang made a move, he was always outnumbered. But fortunately, with Tang Feng administering needles last time, his strength had skyrocketed, and although he couldn't beat those several sect master martial artists, he didn't lose the upper hand either. Wind Sage, you have underestimated your opponents. The mantis catches the cicada. The yellow bird is at the back. How do you know that you're the yellow bird and not the praying mantis and cicadas? Getting out of the car. Luo Jing faintly laughed. At the same time, other than the few sect masters who were fighting with Situ Su Zhang, a large number of first-class experts and innate experts and latter-day experts swarmed around, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded Tang Feng's people. Based on numbers alone, Tang Feng's side had no hope of winning, not to mention the fact that the Tong's Chamber of Commerce was filled with experts, and the quality was also much better. A rat is no match for a hunter even if it resists a sword. Luo rings, it's better to let your masters come out. Tang Feng snorted. It's fine, but only after you've swallowed your breath. Luo Ring waved his hand. Everyone swarmed up, but they didn't seem to be interested in the others, instead targeting Tang Feng. Even the few sect masters who were fighting with Situ Su Zhang combined their efforts to repel Situ Su Zhang at this time, and quickly pounced on Tang Feng. Wind Sage, be careful. Situ Su Zhang couldn't catch up and hastily reminded. Tang Feng. Feng Qingya looked anxious. How could they not expect that the other party had prepared for this, and that there were so many Zhongshe martial artists sitting around? Even though they knew Tang Feng's strength was extraordinary, they couldn't help but worry about it. Little Wind, you quickly go. Qi Hui blocked Tang Feng's body. Tang Feng shook his head and said helplessly, Mom, there are some things, it's time to tell you. These people, I really haven't put them in my eyes. As he spoke, several Zhongshe realm martial artists had already forced their way to the front, and one of the Zhongshe struck out with a palm, and the place where Tang Feng was originally located was instantly hit with a large pit. What? This patriarch froze for a moment. How could he not expect Tang Feng's speed to be so fast? It was only a moment's lapse of concentration. His eyes were suddenly lifeless, and his head inexplicably dropped. A mere sect master, how dare you snarl? After this patriarch had fallen, Tang Feng was suddenly standing right behind him. A generation of patriarchs, perishing on the spot in an instant. This scene couldn't be described as anything less than miraculous, and everyone who saw the scene froze in place. Just like that, killing a patriarch? How is this possible? How did he do it? Which one of you saw his movements clearly? And, in just a moment's effort, a generation of Zhongshe was killed by him? Scary, just too scary. To be able to kill a sect master martial artist so quickly, without God's knowledge, without the ghost realizing it, what kind of strength would he have to be? A spirit realm sect master? Or a land god immortal? Land immortal is a bit exaggerated, but it's at least a spirit realm grandmaster. Otherwise it's simply impossible. No wonder they dared to go against our Tong's Chamber of Commerce. So it's because they have the strength of a spirit realm grandmaster. So what if it's a spirit realm master? Our chairman's master is unfathomable. Even a spirit realm master is no match. Even if the president's master is powerful, what does that have to do with us? I think it's better to hide a little farther away. I'm afraid that this level of powerhouse can kill us even if he pops a fart. For a while, the death of a patriarch caused the Tong's Chamber of Commerce's people to be in a state of disarray, each one of them cowering, not daring to go forward again. My god, is this the strength of the Wind Sage? Taking out a Zhongsha realm martial artist in one move? I wouldn't dare to be so bold in my ing dreams. Situ Suzhang swallowed his saliva. His eyes were filled with shock. In the past, he was still proud of being a Zhongsha realm martial artist, but now, he only felt a cold sweat all over his body. He was glad that he wasn't Tang Feng's enemy. Otherwise, he didn't know how he would die. Bunch of losers. The other patriarch cursed when he saw that all the martial artists below didn't dare to step forward, but he likewise didn't dare to act rashly. The other party could even behead a patriarch easily. Although he himself was also a patriarch, he didn't have the slightest bit of backbone. What are you panicking about? He is only one person. Go, or die, Luo Ring shouted. The remaining few sect masters looked at each other in dismay, and in their hearts, they had already cursed Luo Ring for I don't know how many times. You're good, you go. You know that standing and talking doesn't hurt. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, a black mist spread out at some point and instantly engulfed several sect masters as well as hundreds of fighters. Painful wails resounded from the black mist, and when it dispersed, only tears and white bones remained. Hiss! What kind of tactic is this? Situ Suzhang and the others were confused. This was too unbelievable. More or less subverting common sense. Can't help it finally? Tang Feng sneered. Not far away, there were two figures standing, precisely the two masters of the Luo Ring, junior of the immortal doctor sect. Don't be too rampant. You've only been in the Tao for how long? You're really a newborn calf who isn't afraid of tigers. A hoarse voice rang out. He, master, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's have a quick battle. Another black-robed man ripped off his black robe, his face exposed. Tang Lei? Tang Feng frowned. Wasn't this guy dead? However, when one thought that the soul refining sect was originally an evil sect, this situation was not surprising. Good, today you sent yourself to the door. I wouldn't mind clearing the door for your master and completely cutting off the immortal doctor sect's way of life. The black-robed man laughed. A daunting black mist rose all over his body as he rushed towards Tang Feng like a devil's claw. Great compassion swallowing cloud hand. Golden Dan? It seems that my expectations of you were still too high. Tang Feng shook his head rather disappointedly and waved his hand. Creation Heart Sutra. Great self-realization technique. Heaven opening palm. The same huge palm, covered in white light, making the black night as white as day, collided with the demonic claw at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The earth cracked as the two huge energies collided. Tang Feng stood steadily in battle, while the black-robed man was spitting blood from his mouth, his body becoming illusory, seemingly about to dissipate at some point. Waiting for this moment, Tang Feng snorted. His figure soared, tens of feet. His aura was even more powerful, even suffocating the sky-scorching hand coalesced. Heaven opening palm. Exterminate the devil. What? The black-robed man was shocked and retreated. However, the coverage of the heaven opening palm was extremely wide, and before he could make any movements it was reduced to nothingness along with Tang Lei. I originally thought how powerful the soul refining sect was. For nothing I prepared for so long. Tang Feng shook his head, but it was also fortunate that he had broken through to the Jindan stage. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have been this easy. Situ Suzhang and the others looked dumbfounded. Was this still a human being? Just like shooting a movie. It's not even a problem to grow that tall. What's with that heavenly hand? A spell? Damn. Originally, I thought that even if Wind Sage was strong, he might still be within the realm of the sovereign realm. At most a spirit realm sovereign, or a land immortal. In that case, I'm afraid that a land god immortal wouldn't be able to eat a slap from the Wind Sage. Situ Suzhang swallowed his saliva, the shock in his heart unable to be calmed for a long time. The reactions of the others were also not far off, looking at each other in dismay. What's the point of fighting? With this strength, is there any need for them? No, there is still a need for a normal auction. What do you want to take is? Who dares to stop? Mom, it's okay. Tang Feng flew down and said with a smile. He raised his head to look at the crescent moon hanging high in the sky and took a deep breath. Tong Tian Stone. Got it. Soul refining sect. Also destroyed. The remaining cats and dogs couldn't make any waves. Finally, one could live a life of one's own.